Chapter 1. Transformed into Crocodile. The first half of the grand line, Alabasta. Have I truly become Crocodile? In a dimly lit room, a man with a slicked-back hairstyle, a pronounced scar across his face, an earring dangling from his right ear, a cigar clenched between his teeth, a golden hook for a left hand, and draped in a black fur coat suiting the aura of an Italian mafia boss suddenly erupted into laughter. He was originally a high school student from Blue Star, but after watching the anime One Piece one night, he unknowingly drifted into slumber, only to awaken and find himself transformed into one of the seven warlords of the sea, the Sand Crocodile, Crocodile. Introduction. Crocodile, one of the seven warlords of the sea, the mastermind behind the criminal organization Baroque Works, a user of the Sand fruit, aspires to become the Pirate King, with a bounty of 81 million berries. My memories are so hazy. Is it because the influx of information was too overwhelming to fully assimilate? Covering his throbbing head, Crocodile remarked with a hint of exasperation, struggling to grasp the details, only able to remember vague snippets, such as the current year, being 1520 in the Age of Sea, just in time for Luffy's departure to sea this year, and not long ago, his bounty was announced to be 30 million berries. It seems the East Blue arc has concluded, and I must be his next target. To avoid being defeated by Luffy, I suppose I must make some preparations, Crocodile mused, his mood darkening at the thought of the impending confrontation with Luffy. As a young man greatly influenced by socialist ideals, he had no desire to pillage villages or bully the innocent, however. Embarking on adventure was essential after all. It would be a disservice to his identity as a transmigrator. Setting sail must be a grand spectacle, letting the entire world know that I, Crocodile, am embarking on a quest for supremacy. Crocodile declared, bursting into a hearty laugh. First and foremost, I need a crew. Crocodile retrieved a den mushy and dialed. Boop boop. Once the call connected, the den mushy emitted a sound, mimicking the expressions and voice of the caller. President, what can I do for you? A mature woman's voice resonated from the den mushy. Nico Robin, gather all senior agents at Spider CAF 1 week from now, 8 p.m. I have an important announcement to make. On the other end, Nico Robin paused upon hearing her name, then regained her composure, responding with a smile. Hee hee, is the president finally stepping out of the shadows? Just do as instructed, Nico Robin. After hanging up, Crocodile glanced at the window, shook his black coat, stood up, and pushed it open. A ray of sunlight illuminated his face, and sand particles danced around him as yellow sand swirled outside. It begins. With that, Crocodile transformed into sand particles, dispersing through the window and vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Nico Robin, startled when Crocodile uttered her name through the den mushy, quickly sensed that this man was about to make a significant move. At the same time, at Twin Cape, Luffy and his companions had just traversed Reverse Mountain and were swallowed by the whale Laboon, only to be rescued by Crocus, navigating through Laboon's digestive passage. What should we do with these two? Let's toss them overboard nearby. As the Going Merry emerged from Laboon's belly, Luffy and his crew decided to dispose of the previously captured Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday into the sea. With a splash, the two were cast into the ocean. It seems we've been defeated by those pirates, Mr. Nine, a peculiar girl with a ponytail surfaced, exclaiming. Hey, who are you people? A boy from the Going Merry poked his head out to inquire. This boy, sporting unruly black hair, a scar under his left eye, a mark he had inflicted upon himself to appear brave, dressed in a red vest, blue shorts, and flip-flops, was none other than the original anime's protagonist, Luffy. Shut it. What does it matter who we are? Ms. Wednesday shouted. Wait, Ms. Wednesday, since they are pirates, doesn't that imply a connection? Mr. Nine, wearing a crown and adorned with unique markings on his face, whispered. That's true, Mr. Nine. Our organization has a significant relationship with them. Let's see how this unfolds. Ms. Wednesday declared with arrogance. Boop boop. Just as Ms. Wednesday was about to say more, the den mushy on Mr. Nine's person emitted a sound. Let's head ashore, Ms. Wednesday, Mr. Nine said. After swimming ashore, Mr. Nine produced a den mushy that had evaded the seawater and connected the call. Mr. Nine, Ms. Wednesday, the president requests your presence at Spider CAF 3 days from now, 8 p.m. Nico Robin's voice transmitted from the den mushy. Unexpectedly, it's you, Ms. Wednesday. Mr. Zero actually wants to see us. What a surprise. We will arrive. Mr. Nine responded, astonished by Robin's words. Behind Mr. Nine, Ms. Wednesday displayed an expression of shock. That guy Crocodile is summoning us. Is he planning to take action against Father? Bastard. Wednesday, the president wants us at Spider CAF. It seems he is about to reveal his true identity, Mr. Nine informed Ms. Wednesday after hanging up. Ms. Wednesday replied, regaining her composure as Mr. Nine glanced her way. However, we must ensure these pirates understand our might. They will undoubtedly pass through Whiskey Peak. We must make them regret it," Mr. Nine proclaimed arrogantly. Whiskey Peak outwardly appeared as a welcoming town for pirates. Yet the reality was that it was a gathering place for bounty hunters and also a subsidiary of Mr. Nine's secret criminal organization, Baroque Works. Their usual tactic involved luring passing pirates with fine food and drink before capturing them to claim their bounties. "Excellent idea. We must ensure they are left in awe." Ms. Wednesday laughed approvingly. "On a certain coast of Alabasta. Charge my minions." A pirate ship flying a black skull flag docked here, and a pirate wielding a curved blade leaped onto Alabasta's territory, bellowing, "Ho!" followed by a throng of pirates rushing from the ship, initiating chaos and pillage. "Hold your ground, you ruffians." A voice rang out as a whirlwind of yellow sand swirled, revealing the figure of Crocodile. "Crocodilessima, the great Crocodile has come to our rescue." The citizens of Alabasta cried out in excitement upon seeing Crocodile. Seven Warlord Crocodile. Upon hearing the name, the pirate wielding the curved blade turned to Crocodile, his expression instantly shifting to one of tension before contorting into a sinister grin as he shouted, "Men, seize Crocodile's head, and we shall achieve fame across the seas." He was Darim, a bounty of 50 million berries. Capturing Crocodile's head would surely catapult him to notoriety. "Ho!" The nearby pirates responded and charged at Crocodile. Arc Crescent Sand Dune. Observing the incoming foes, Crocodile steadied himself, familiarizing himself with the situation, and his right arm transformed into a crescent-shaped sand blade that sliced through the air. The sand blade struck the charging pirates, and an eerie phenomenon occurred. Those hit did not show external wounds, but rather became desiccated mummies as their moisture was absorbed by the sand. "What have you done to them, Crocodile?" Darim, witnessing his men transformed into mummies by Crocodile's unknown technique, charged at him in a fit of rage. "I merely allowed them to slumber in the desert," Crocodile replied, retracting the swirling sands and restoring his arm. "Die, Crocodile!" Darim shouted, swinging his sword down with ferocity. Clang! At the moment the blade descended, Crocodile leaped back and deftly blocked the strike with his golden hook. Clang! 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 Seeing his attacks effortlessly parried by Crocodile, Darim grew increasingly frantic. "Is that all you can do?" Crocodile remarked, nonchalantly flicking away Darim's blade, his expression one of boredom. "Curse you, perish! How dare you underestimate me?" Darim pulled out a cannon from his clothing and fired it with a flourish. Boom! The cannonball struck Crocodile directly, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Hit him, Heaton, he had it coming. I've taken down as Seven Warlord, my reputation will soar." Darim sneered as he relished the thought of Crocodile being struck. "What did you say you accomplished?" Crocodile's calm voice emerged from the dust cloud, a gust of wind dispersing the haze to reveal him unscathed. "How is that possible?" "You were struck Heaton by a cannon," Darim exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Crocodile. "A frog at the bottom of a well. Desert gold blade." Crocodile's right arm transformed into a massive sand blade, swiftly carving a deep gash into the ground as it surged toward Darim. "Ah!" Darim barely had time to shout before the sand blade pierced through his chest, leaving a haunting scar as he collapsed, blood flowing from him, life extinguished. Crocodile, the hero, has defeated the pirates. Desert hero, Crocodile. The citizens erupted in cheers upon witnessing Crocodile's triumph over the marauding pirates. For years, under Crocodile's protection, they had seldom faced pirate attacks. He always appeared just in time. Regrettably, the foolish king had resorted to using dancing powder, resulting in 3 years of drought across the land. Watching the jubilant crowd, Crocodile sighed inwardly, pondering what they would think if they knew he was the cause of the nationwide drought. Chapter 2. Nico Robin. Huh. Amidst the cheers, Crocodile dissipated into yellow sand, swept away by the wind. When he reappeared, he found himself seated upon a rocky peak. A pirate ship, a pirate flag. But I think I shall visit that place. Perhaps I might encounter that man. Crocodile contemplated the medicinal nation, recalling the man who had first appeared on that island. In a certain room, Nico Robin hung up the last call, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. With a crash, the window swung open violently, and yellow sand poured in, coalescing into Crocodile's form. "Why has the president come personally? You seem rather anxious. It appears there is indeed something amiss," Robin remarked with a gentle, elegant smile upon seeing Crocodile. "How has the notification process gone?" Crocodile inquired as he settled into his seat. "All 23 individuals have been informed," Robin replied. "The Baroque Works had a total of 12 elite agents, each paired with a female partner, except for Mr. 2. By the way, Mr. Crocodile, our intelligence operatives have uncovered that Ms. Wednesday is the royal princess, Vivi, Robin reported. Let Mr. Five and the others handle it. Crocodile responded without surprise, as he was already aware of this information, proceeding to dispatch Mr. Five as per the original script. Understood, Mr. Crocodile, Robin said, then entered another room to assign the tasks. May I inquire why you have summoned them, Mr. Crocodile? Robin casually asked as she exited the room. Crocodile leisurely removed his golden hook, revealing his left hand, then retrieved a cigar from his clothing, lighting it before responding. The reason? If I were the only one aboard the pirate ship, it would feel rather lonely. Robin stared in astonishment at Crocodile's unscathed left hand, and upon hearing his words, her eyes widened in shock as she gazed at him. A pirate ship? Is Crocodile planning to set sail? How could that be? Wasn't he after the historical text that recorded the information about the ancient weapon Pluton within the Alabasta royal family? Are you surprised? Crocodile chuckled, having discovered that his left hand had not, in fact, been severed after his arrival. It certainly is surprising that Mr. Crocodile, one of the Seven Warlords, wishes to set sail again. It seems I must find a new employer. Robin quickly composed herself and smiled. A new employer? I never said I would let you go. Crocodile laughed heartily, addressing Robin. She was currently the only person in the world capable of deciphering the historical texts, making her an invaluable asset in his pursuit of the Pirate King's title. Robin's expression changed dramatically. Her eyes narrowing suspiciously at Crocodile, she was acutely aware of the perilous position she occupied. Do not overthink it. I would never dream of handing you over to the Navy. I merely thought it might be more lively aboard the ship with someone knowledgeable about the historical texts. Crocodile continued, observing Robin's sudden change in demeanor. Hee, is Mr. Crocodile being serious? Robin finally relaxed, chuckling lightly. I do not indulge in jest. Crocodile remarked as he tossed several pirate flags toward Robin. Choose one to represent our pirate flag. Ah, Mr. Crocodile, are you forcibly enlisting me into your crew? Robin teased, picking up one of the flags Crocodile had thrown her way. Mr. Crocodile, why not choose for yourself? Robin examined the flags. The first displayed a pair of swan wings unfurled, with crossed swords between the skulls. The second was a golden hook, marred by a scar across the skull's brow. The third was surrounded by golden sand particles, as if ravaged by a sandstorm. I find a golden hook quite appealing. What do you think, Mr. Crocodile? Robin selected the flag adorned with the scarred skull and golden hook. Then let this design suffice. Crocodile replied after a brief glance. Put it away for now, and accompany me to Drum Island. Crocodile stated Drum Island was renowned as a medicinal nation. Although the doctors had faced persecution under Walpole's rule, some still survived. However, Crocodile's true aim was not the doctors, but rather the encounter with Sabaody Ace, a man brimming with charisma. At Drum Island. Ugh, I despise such an environment, Crocodile remarked as a gust of yellow sand swirled around, revealing himself and Robin. He placed his hand upon the snow-covered ground, and in a bizarre turn of events, the frigid landscape transformed into a desert in an instant. How crude, Robin laughed, still awestruck by the sheer power to alter nature, no matter how many times she witnessed it. Ah, there's indeed another desert here. How peculiar, a voice suddenly rang out. Crocodile turned to see a man clad in black, with black hair and a fair complexion, freckles dotting his cheeks, curiously surveying his surroundings. Fire Fist Ace, I never expected to truly see you, Crocodile remarked, leaning on his golden hook as he scrutinized the man before him. Ace was one of his most admired characters from the One Piece world, though tragically, he met his demise during the Marineford War. Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Nico Robin, upon hearing Crocodile's words, exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder he seemed somewhat familiar. Fire Fist Ace, the man with a bounty of 550 million berries, was indeed under the command of the Yonko Whitebeard. I never expected that a warlord of the sea would have knowledge of me. When Ace heard his name being revealed, he ceased his playful demeanor and, upon closer inspection, recognized the man before him as one of the warlords, Crocodile. You are here to hunt Blackbeard, are you not? That man is not someone you can handle alone. You should return, Crocodile advised. That guy killed Thatch. I cannot let him go, Ace said, his eyes narrowing fiercely beneath his hat as he turned to leave. He discerned that Crocodile had no intention of engaging him here and preferred not to squander time in such a manner. Wahaha. Then go on. This era surely needs a bit of chaos, Crocodile called out, arms wide as he watched Ace depart. Since Ace still sought to confront Blackbeard, Crocodile resolved to utilize him before that confrontation unfolded. Following the narrative, Ace would journey to Alabasta, where the opportune moment for action would arise. Let us depart, Nico Robin. Crocodile stated. Are we not seeking a doctor, Mr. Crocodile? Nico Robin inquired, having assumed Crocodile's intent was to find a physician on Drum Island. My objectives have been fulfilled. Crocodile replied. Once more, the sand swirled, and Crocodile and Nico Robin vanished from sight. Chapter 3, The royal tomb, Mr. Crocodile. News has arrived from Whiskey Peak that Mr. Five and his crew have been defeated by the Straw Hat crew, and Princess Vivi has also escaped. Should we dispatch more men to pursue them? The following morning, Nico Robin presented the freshly received intelligence to Crocodile. Such useless individuals. There is no need to send anyone else. A single princess cannot stir significant trouble, and I have already lost interest in this matter. Perhaps by tomorrow night, I shall depart from here, Crocodile remarked, first expressing his frustration before speaking calmly. Understood, Mr. Crocodile. Nico Robin responded, perplexed by her superior's sudden disinterest in Alabasta. By the way, I intend to take you to a certain place beforehand, Crocodile said, stroking his golden hook. What place? Nico Robin inquired. The royal tomb of Alabasta, Crocodile replied. What purpose would we have in such a location? Surely what you seek is within, Nico Robin remarked. Recognizing that a visit to the royal tomb could only indicate one possibility, Crocodile desired something contained within its depths. You are quite astute. Let us go, Crocodile said, gradually transforming into sand, which formed a hand to grasp Nico Robin, before bursting through the window and disappearing. Alabasta royal tomb, a cloud of sand descended, bringing Nico Robin to the ground, where the grains coalesced to form Crocodile once more. Desert prison. Crocodile surveyed the entrance of the royal tomb, placing his right hand upon it. The once smooth stone wall transformed into a dry and rough texture, and as a gust of wind swept by, the wall crumbled into grains of sand. Crocodile, what are you doing here? A resonant voice echoed, as 4 members of the Bird Claw Brigade, adorned with feathered caps and clad in military attire, approached with an air of fearless authority, brandishing an array of weapons. These 4 individuals were Boda, Arrow, Burial, and Leopard, elite members of the Alabasta's Bird Claw Brigade. I merely wish to explore the treasures within the royal tomb. I trust you shall not impede me, Crocodile remarked, instantly recognizing them as the 4 who had perished after consuming the fabled water in the original narrative. What a jest! As long as we draw breath. You shall not enter the royal mausoleum, they retorted, brandishing their weapons and forming a defensive stance. Do you require assistance? Nico Robin inquired, observing the advancing quartet with her arms crossed in front of her. No need, came the succinct reply. As soon as Crocodile's voice fell, the 4 individuals simultaneously sprang into action, brandishing their weapons and firmly locking on to his every direction. Futile efforts, I am invincible to you, Crocodile declared, his gaze fixated on the approaching onslaught. The sound of slicing air grew increasingly imminent, culminating in a simultaneous strike upon Crocodile. However, the anticipated spectacle of bloodshed did not materialize. The area struck erupted in swirling yellow sand, gradually returning to Crocodile's form. Press on. The members of the Bird Claw squad, undeterred by their astonishment, turned to unleash a relentless barrage of attacks, yet each strike merely pierced through grains of sand upon Crocodile's body. Is the power of this devil fruit truly invincible? Gradually, one member of the Bird Claw squad ceased their assault, panting heavily in disbelief as they beheld Crocodile's restored state. Impossible. No devil fruit can be invincible. Another squad member wielding a longsword vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Crocodile. Crocodile suddenly perceived a downward shift in his line of sight, only to discover that he had been cleaved in half, his upper body tumbling to the ground. Did we succeed? A member of the Bird Claw Brigade, wielding a longsword, remarked with a smile at the sight of Crocodile's bisected form. What did you say? Succeeded? Do you truly believe such a wound could inflict harm upon me? The voice emanated from the severed head lying on the ground. Before the swordsman could react, a golden hook erupted from the earth, piercing through his chest. Crocodile, emerging from the sands connected to the hook, observed the astonishment on his assailant's face as he slowly withdrew the weapon. Wahaha. I'm Crocodile. How could you possibly think you could defeat me? Crocodile emitted a mocking sound as the members of the longsword faction collapsed helplessly to the ground. The desert eroded as Crocodile bent down, his right hand touching the earth, instantly draining the moisture from all objects upon the surface, which then began to spread outward. The remaining 3 members of the Bird Claw Brigade watched the transformation of the ground with growing trepidation, utterly at a loss. Wahaha, welcome to the funeral of the desert, Crocodile exclaimed as he forcefully pressed his right hand down once more, causing the surrounding land to turn to sand. The 3 Bird Claw members attempted to leap away but instead stumbled into the quicksand. Let us proceed, Nico Robin. Crocodile lit a cigar and led Nico Robin into the royal tomb. Upon entering the main hall of the tomb, Nico Robin beheld a massive black stone tablet. The hidden secrets of the world's history, Nico Robin. Decipher it, Crocodile instructed as he reached out to touch the historical text. In the year 239 of the celestial calendar, Kasara conquered Alabasta. In 260, Tama dominated the Bidin dynasty. In 305, Aluma constructed the Taft Cathedral, Nico Robin recited, her expression unchanging as she read each word from the tablet. Wahaha, cease for now, Nico Robin. Remember it well, when you wish to speak the truth to me. I shall listen patiently. Crocodile laughed heartily, fully aware that Nico Robin harbored suspicions and would not speak the truth. Mr. Crocodile, I assure you, I am indeed speaking the truth, Nico Robin replied, her heart racing, yet her countenance remained innocently composed. If the historical records merely chronicled trivial matters, they would not be deemed historical texts. Nico Robin, you understand their significance better than I do, Crocodile remarked, stroking his golden hook before turning to exit, leaving Nico Robin in a state of bewilderment. How could he possibly know that these were historical records? What on earth had transpired? Nico Robin pondered in astonishment, recalling that when Crocodile had recruited her, his sole intention had been to enlist her assistance in deciphering the history pertaining to the ancient weapon, Pluton, preserved in Alabasta. Upon emerging from the royal mausoleum, Crocodile beheld a multitude of soldiers from the Alabasta kingdom surrounding him, while the 4 members of the Bird Claw Brigade had seemingly vanished. Crocodile, what have you done to the mausoleum? King Cobra of Alabasta vociferously accused, standing beside the kingdom's guardian, Perona. Hey, Cobra, what are you doing? Are you really going to turn against a hero of the kingdom? Crocodile responded with a bemused expression. You, Perona, incensed by Crocodile's provocation of the royal family, swiftly transformed into his falcon human form and dashed forward at astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he slashed at Crocodile, leaving a gash across the latter's chest. Just as the onlookers were about to rejoice, they realized that the substance flowing from Crocodile's wound was not blood, but rather golden sand. Such remarkable speed. Truly a rare flying fruit. Crocodile mused, casting a glance at the fissure, which promptly restored itself. Perona, be cautious. King Cobra warned, but before his words could fully resonate, Crocodile struck. His right hand transformed into sand, which coalesced into a razor-sharp blade that swiftly pierced Perona's chest. Cough. Perona gasped as a sharp pain seized his chest, followed by a spray of blood, collapsing onto the ground. In the face of this spectacle, the soldiers of Alabasta stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling at the sight of their guardian, Perona, being subdued by Crocodile with a single blow. Mr. Crocodile. Amidst the stillness, Nico Robin emerged from the mausoleum, casting a glance at the fallen Perona without uttering a word. Let us go, she said, addressing Sandman. Crocodile's right hand swirled the sand rapidly, conjuring a miniature sandstorm in his palm, which he then hurled towards the soldiers encircling him in Alabasta. Upon striking the ground, the sandstorm erupted violently, sending rocks and Alabasta soldiers flying amidst a whirlwind of yellow dust. When the sands finally settled, both Crocodile and Nico Robin had vanished. Quickly, take Perlu away for treatment, Kabira commanded, clenching his fist as he gazed at the entrance of the royal tomb, instructing his soldiers to escort Perlu for medical aid. Chapter 4. Spider-Man CAF after Mr. Crocodile returned to Rainy Land and waited for a day, he remarked to Ms. Nico Robin, who sat across from him with a cup of coffee in hand. Oh. Let Benji go pick them up. Reclining on the sofa, Crocodile made himself comfortable. Shortly thereafter, a specialized amphibious transport turtle, puffing smoke and dragging a carriage, sped out of Rainy Land towards the port city of Canola Flowers. Within this port city stood a solitary cabin, resolutely placed amid the desert. A sign hung on the door, swaying in the wind, proclaiming it to be the Spider-Man CAF. This establishment bore a lesser-known title, the headquarters of the Baroque studio. Inside, a gramophone played leisurely tunes, a teapot hummed atop the stove, while a woman, adorned with a headscarf, lounged in a recliner, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, the CAF's door burst open with force. What a long journey. I'm utterly exhausted and sore all over. This is all your fault, Mr. Four. Ha ha ha, Merry Christmas. A stout man in light green attire, burdened with a large cannon, awkwardly accompanied a petite, foul-mouthed old woman into the CF. Long time no see, Miss Christmas. The woman in the recliner said, rising to greet the newcomers. Ha ha ha, how's business today, Bora? The place seems rather quiet, Miss Christmas asked as she settled onto the bar stool. It's because you've all monopolized it today, Bora replied, pouring them 2 glasses of juice. Hello, everyone. How have you all been? A robust man, heavily made up, pirouetted into the CAF. Adorned with false eyelashes and wearing a pink coat emblazoned with the word Bond and a pair of swan heads with wings. He revealed his leg hair as he strutted in. You fool, Mr. 2, Bora remarked, staring incredulously at the eccentric figure. I'm not a fool. I'm a transvestite. Mr. 2 announced as he gracefully took a seat at the bar. Ah, you all can head back now, but don't get lazy, he suddenly shouted towards the outside. Yes. A group of transvestites promptly appeared at the door, saluting in response before practicing their routine as they departed. Hey, old lady, you're here too, Mr. 2 said, turning to Miss Christmas. It's so noisy. My back is killing me. Miss Christmas exclaimed as Mr. 4 began to massage her. Hi, is everyone here? A cute young girl, holding a palette and brush, greeted the crowd at the door. Wearing a red hat with 2 braids and sporting sneakers, she was met with cheers. Yes, Miss Golden Week. Bora smiled. I'm here too. It's been a while, everyone. A slender man in glasses and a blue suit entered, pushing up his spectacles as he followed Miss Golden Week. Mr. 3 and Golden Week are here. The atmosphere is lively now, Mr. 2 said with a broad grin. Aha. Golden Week. A fashionable beauty with an exaggerated laugh floated in, accompanied by a man with wild hair, resembling a rock singer, who strolled in with his hands in his pockets. Hey, Mr. 5, Ms. Valentine. I heard you were defeated by a bunch of rookies at Whiskey Peak, Bora chuckled, pouring them juice. The duo fell silent, sipping their drinks with somber expressions. Ah, night has fallen. After enjoying Mr. 4's massage, Ms. Christmas stretched and gazed out the window. It's almost time for our meeting at 8, Bora noted, glancing at the clock. Just as the clock struck 8, a wall of the CAF was shattered, and several figures tumbled in, landing amidst the rubble. What brings you here? Mr. 2 exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomers. Oh, so it's the friends of the transvestites. A tall man with a monk-like haircut entered. A scar ran from his hairline to his cheek, and he wore a monk-esque garb, adorned with snake patterns and a tattoo of the character on his chest. Seeing their suspicious behavior in the desert, I thought it best to investigate. However, useless allies only lead to tragic ends, he remarked calmly as he crossed the broken wall. Mr. 2's jovial demeanor faded upon realizing their affiliation, and he leaped forward. Stop, Mr. 2. Miss Christmas shouted as he charged. With a flourish, Mr. 2 executed a dance-like kick, but Mr. 1 dodged, retaliating with a punch that grazed Mr. 2's chin. Hands up, Mr. 2 declared, delivering a powerful kick to Mr. 1's chest, sending him crashing into the wall, which bizarrely crumbled into square fragments. Seeking death? Crouching down, Mr. 1 prepared to retaliate, his fingers glimmering with energy. Wait. Mr. 1, that's enough, Bora interjected, stepping in front of him. Don't stop me, Miss Finger pointing. I'm going to kill him. Mr. 1 protested. Enough. Remember our objective here. Mr. 0 is still waiting for us in Rainy Land, Bora urged, turning to Mr. 2, who was still fuming. Calm down, Mr. 2. Our elusive boss is waiting for us. Bora removed her glasses and headscarf, revealing a head of vibrant purple hair. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the specialized amphibious transport Turtle arrived from Rainy Land. Chapter 5. The Baroque Pirates in a lavish room somewhere in Rainy Land. Mr. 1 and his companions sat around a rectangular table, awaiting their leader. How much longer must we wait? Mr. 2 complained, pacing the room since their arrival. Mr. 2, could you be quiet? Bora chided him. This boss certainly has a grand air about him. Taking so long to appear, Mr. 5 chuckled. It seems everyone is getting along well, he added. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Nico Robin gracefully entered the room, and as all eyes were drawn to her, a swirl of golden sand quietly gathered at the head of the table. Miss Sunday, it has been quite some time, both Mr. Christmas and Bola remarked simultaneously upon her arrival. It is indeed the first gathering of such a multitude. It must have been a long journey for you all. Nico Robin said as she took a few steps forward and seated herself. Where exactly are we, Miss Sunday? Mr. 1 inquired, casting a glance toward Nico Robin. Ah. You must have been brought in through the back door by Benji. I trust you are familiar with this city. The dreamland where many aspire to achieve wealth overnight through gambling. We find ourselves in the very heart of this metropolis. Within one of the grandest chambers of its largest casino, the Rain Feast, Nico Robin elaborated on their location. Unless there are any further questions, I shall now delve into the purpose of this gathering, she announced, rising and gracefully approaching the head of the table. Do hurry, speak swiftly, Ms. Christmas incessantly urged. The theme of this gathering is that our boss will step out from the shadows and into the limelight. Nico Robin declared just as she reached the head of the table, turning the chair to reveal the enigmatic figure behind Baroque Studio. Crocodile. Crocodile sat in his chair, observing the astonished expressions that adorned the faces of those present. It appeared that everyone was aware of his true identity. Nicole Robin jested. What a significant figure, Ms. Christmas exclaimed in surprise. Yet, knowing who he was, one must wonder why a pirate of the Seven Warlords would. Ms. Doublefinger interjected. Oh, our boss is actually one of the Seven Warlords. Ms. Golden Week exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. In that case, our boss is indeed a pirate, Mr. 2 remarked with a mischievous grin. Is this truly our boss? Mr. 1's face revealed shock upon seeing Crocodile, though he quickly composed himself and spoke calmly. What? Are you unwilling to accept this? Crocodile's expression darkened as he lowered his voice. It's not that I refuse. It's just that you've already become a Seven Warlord with the Navy's approval. Why the need to establish this studio? Ms. Doublefinger questioned. The title of Seven Warlord is merely a means to avoid unnecessary conflicts. I no longer require such a designation, Crocodile asserted, lighting a cigar and making a startling declaration. No longer required? What are you implying? Curiosity rippled through the group. I've lingered here long enough. I have obtained what I desired. It is time to reveal my fangs. I intend to form a pirate crew, and I believe you are all worthy of joining me. Crocodile exhaled a plume of smoke, awaiting their response with quiet anticipation. What? You want us to become pirates? Mr. 5 exclaimed in disbelief. Surely you jest. A dignified Seven Warlord has set his sights on us. Mr. 2 shouted. If it were you, I would willingly accompany you, Mr. 1 stated, arms crossed. What shocking news. Ms. Doublefinger wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Wahaha. Whether you choose to follow me or not is entirely up to you, Crocodile laughed, an invisible weight pressing down upon them. I shall not join you. I am leaving, Mr. 2 announced as he stood. Anyone wishing to depart may likewise rise, Crocodile remarked, slightly taken aback by Mr. 2's sudden decision, as he had expected this individual, devoted to the path of the oddities, to become a loyal subordinate. I'm sorry, boss, but I too shall not join, Mr. 5 declared as he stood. Is everyone else determined to stay? Crocodile surveyed the remaining seated individuals, including Mr. 1. Then, Nico Robin. Crocodile called to Robin, who remained. Understanding his intent, Robin crossed her arms before her, and soon Mr. 2 and Mr. 5 sprouted 6 additional arms. What is this? They exclaimed in unison, astonished. Twist, Robin commanded, tightening her grip as the 6 arms simultaneously twisted Mr. 2 and Mr. 5's bodies. Following a scream of agony, they crumpled to the ground, their forms slightly contorted. Is this the power of the 6-petal flower? Mr. 3 gasped, swallowing hard as he witnessed the swift defeat of his companions. An impressive ability, Mr. 1 remarked nonchalantly, confident that such an assault would have no effect on his ironclad physique. You dared to strike Mr. 5. How infuriating. Ms. Valentine leaped up in fury upon witnessing her former comrade's fall. She used the power of the float fruit to hover above Crocodile's head. 10,000 kilograms, guillotine. Her weight surged dramatically as she plummeted toward Crocodile. If you wish to withdraw, you must face the consequences, Crocodile remarked, glancing at the descending Ms. Valentine, only to be struck by her, resulting in a cloud of yellow sand erupting. A devil fruit ability? Ms. Valentine stared in disbelief at the sand that had once been Crocodile. You dare to strike at me. Your courage is commendable, Ms. Valentine. The swirling sands coalesced, revealing Crocodile's form once more. What? Ms. Valentine stood frozen, her expression rigid. I can forgive you, but there will not be a second chance, Crocodile grinned arrogantly, striding past her to the window. Ms. Valentine, sit down, Bora urged her. After a moment's hesitation, Ms. Valentine returned to her seat. You must not act foolishly, follow me. And the pinnacle awaits, Crocodile proclaimed, arms outstretched, declaring that upon his rebirth as Crocodile in this world, his goal was the summit. As for occupying a corner of the world, it hardly befits his stature. To expose one's unguarded back to us is an indication of confidence in one's strength? Mr. 1 mused, observing Crocodile's retreating figure. So what shall we do now, boss? Mr. 3 inquired, glancing around before adjusting his glasses. Now, let me witness your strength. Eliminate the pirates attempting to interfere in Alabasta's internal affairs, the Straw Hat crew. And from this moment forth, I shall assume the role of captain of the Baroque works. Crocodile, brandishing the bounty notice of Monkey D. Luffy, had it swiftly seized by Nico Robin beside him. This is the captain of the Straw Hat crew, she stated, placing the notice on the table before the assembled group. Is this fool really the captain? Miss Christmas exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Luffy's foolish grin on the bounty notice. They ought to be at the Rock Desert. Naturally, the members of the Straw Hat crew would be able to locate him as well. Crocodile grasped his cigar, which gradually disintegrated into fine particles that dispersed into the air. Since this is the captain's first command, we shall exert our utmost effort to accomplish it, Mr. 1 declared. Go ahead, I await your good news, Crocodile instructed as he turned to the others. Chapter 6, a smile amidst the rain banquet of gambling before long. The conference room was left with only Crocodile and Nico Robin, while Mr. 2 and Mr. 5, who had been thoroughly beaten by Robin, were taken away by Mr. 1. Crocodile was willing to spare them if they consented to join his ranks upon regaining consciousness. Is there anything else, Mr. Crocodile? Robin inquired. Do you believe Mr. 1 can handle the Straw Hat crew? Crocodile countered. A small pirate crew. Mr. 1 should be able to deal with them effortlessly, Robin replied with a smile. Do not underestimate that straw-hatted brat, Crocodile laughed heartily, remarking on the unimaginable prowess of the son of the plain. By the way, send 2 individuals to the rocky desert. Fire Fist is currently with his brother. Inform Fire Fist after they part ways that his brother is in grave danger, Crocodile instructed. As expected, when Mr. 1 finds the Straw Hat crew, Fire Fist would have already separated from Luffy and his companions. However, upon hearing of his brother's peril, this man would undoubtedly rush to his aid. Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard? Nico Robin inquired incredulously. Her previous journey to Drum Island had been solely to meet Fire Fist Ace, leaving her perplexed, and now she was to seek him again. Indeed, it is he. Inform him that the Straw Hat is in danger. No matter what he is doing, he will come, Crocodile asserted confidently. Ace is that kind of man, an overprotective brother. Understood, Mr. Crocodile. Though unsure why Crocodile was so certain, Nico Robin complied. Which direction will the plot take? How exhilarating. Crocodile mused as he observed Robin's departure, moving towards the chair that Ms. Valentine's Day had shattered. Extending his arm, Crocodile transformed it into sand, which enveloped the remnants of the chair. As the sand consolidated, when it reverted to his arm, the chair had been crushed into a pile of particles. It seems the sand fruit can only be fully utilized upon awakening, Crocodile mused, flexing his arm. Once his devil fruit awakened, he would be able to unleash an array of formidable techniques. Mr. Crocodile, there is a disturbance at the rain banquet. The agents cannot contain it. Nico Robin soon returned to report. Oh, Crocodile furrowed his brow and instructed Robin to lead him to the rain banquet. It is Mr. Crocodile. He has appeared. Is he here to punish the troublemaker? As Crocodile made his entrance, the waitstaff and gamblers at the rain banquet erupted in shouts, clearly indicating the high esteem in which he was held. A remarkable figure had arrived. Within the banquet, a blind man sensed Crocodile's presence and chuckled softly, strange depressions appearing on the ground around him, while several guards collapsed to the floor. It was indeed this man. Crocodile's expression turned to one of astonishment upon recognizing the blind man as the future Marine Admiral Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, also known as Ting Hui Shao. Mr. Crocodile. Do you know him? Asked Nico Robin, noticing Crocodile's reaction. A formidable individual. You should step back, Crocodile cautioned Robin, keeping a wary eye on Ting Hui Shao. The significance of Crocodile's concern was not lost on Robin as she complied and retreated. I am unworthy of such a title as Shichibukai. Ting Hui Shao replied with a smile, having heard Crocodile's words through his observation hockey. How is it that someone as powerful as you finds himself in the first half of the Grand Line? Crocodile inquired, stroking his golden hook. I am merely a blind gambler, at home in all seas, Ting Hui Shao stated. Mr. Crocodile, this man has caused a disturbance after losing his money. One of the guards reported as he approached. Humph. Crocodile glanced at the guard with disdain, and with a swift motion, he grasped the guard's head. The guard's terrified cries abruptly ceased, and in an instant, he was drained of moisture, collapsing to the ground as a desiccated husk. Your subordinates are lacking. It has spoiled my enjoyment, Crocodile remarked, turning his attention back to Ting Hui Shao. What are your intentions toward this nation? Ting Hui Shao asked, his hand gradually tightening around the hilt of his sword as he observed Crocodile's brutality. I once had ambitions, but now I do not, Crocodile replied, shaking his head. Is that so? Ting Hui Shao said, slowly drawing part of his long blade. At this sight, Crocodile tensed up. Gravity, crushing. Ting Hui Shao smirked. And then the blade was sheathed, yet Crocodile suddenly felt an increasingly potent gravitational force bearing down upon him. So heavy. Crocodile gasped in surprise as he felt the weight on his back. With a thunderous explosion, Crocodile disintegrated into sand, causing the ground to indent under the pressure. The sand swiftly surged forth, reassembling Crocodile's form behind Ting Hui Shao, who then swung his golden hook at him. Clang. Ting Hui Shao effortlessly parried Crocodile's attack with a swift turn of his blade, the clash ringing out like a metallic chime. Gravity. Fierce tiger. Ting Hui Shao's ability enveloped the sword, releasing a massive lateral gravitational force that pierced through Crocodile's chest, creating a gaping hole. A natural devil fruit user. Truly formidable, Ting Hui Shao observed, knowing that his attack had not inflicted any substantial harm, and began to coat his blade with armament hockey. You cannot kill me. Let this end here. Continuing will only harm you, Crocodile said, feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis as the hole in his chest rapidly healed. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The fall of a Shichibukai would indeed have significant repercussions, and without sufficient reason to strike at Ting Hui Shao, he concluded it was best to withdraw. Ting Hui Shao sheathed his sword completely and turned to leave. Are you interested in helping me overturn this chaotic world? Crocodile called out to Ting Hui Shao's retreating figure. I have no desire to associate with pirates. My aim is to ensure the safety of the common people in this world. Ting Hui Shao's voice faded as he vanished from Crocodile's sight. Mr. Crocodile. He has gone far, Nico Robin noted, observing Crocodile's lingering gaze in the direction of Ting Hui Shao. Aha, I nearly met my end. Let us go. Nico Robin, Crocodile laughed heartily, relieved to have survived. Mr. Crocodile, your evaluation of him is terrifyingly high, Nico Robin remarked. You will understand when you encounter him again. Crocodile replied, realizing that once Ting Hui Shao had utilized armament hockey, engaging him in battle would only lead to his own defeat. Crocodile was aware of the existence of hockey, but had been too engrossed in the development of his fruit powers to train in it earnestly. Such abilities, augmented by dual souls, have allowed me to grasp the essence of hockey more swiftly, Crocodile mused as he took Robin and vanished in a swirl of golden sand. Chapter 7. The Battle in the Rocky Desert. In the Rocky Desert, the Straw Hat crew encountered Ace and journeyed together across the sands. Luffy. This is where we part ways, Ace declared after defeating the Scorpion Man, having learned that Blackbeard's presence in Alabasta was merely a rumor, prompting him to continue his solitary pursuit of Blackbeard. Ace, are you really leaving? Luffy asked, reluctant to say goodbye. Luffy, take this, Ace said, handing Luffy a piece of his life paper. What is this? Luffy inquired, puzzled. It is something that will allow us to meet again. Don't you want it? Ace feigned an attempt to retract it. Yes, I will cherish it, Luffy responded with a bright smile as he eagerly accepted the paper from Ace's hand. My brother, I entrust him to you all, Ace said, bowing politely to Zoro and the others after Luffy accepted the gift. Not at all a bother, Zoro and the others replied, bowing in return. All right, Luffy, our next meeting will be at the Pinnacle. Ace waved farewell without looking back as he departed. The Straw Hat crew continued on their journey. But not long after, they encountered Mr. One and his companions, who had been waiting for them. That guy is Ms. Valentine, Zoro exclaimed in surprise upon spotting Ms. Valentine. Does that mean these people are all enemies? Zoro's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword. The captain ordered us to deal with you. Mr. One stepped forward, his hands glowing ominously as they transformed into blades. Let us make quick work of this, Ms. Christmas shouted as she emerged from the ground in her mole-human form. Thanks to the mole fruit. Candle sword. Mr. 3's arm dripped with candle wax, solidifying into a large sword which he gripped tightly. Are you going to participate too? Ms. Valentine? Ms. Valentine inquired as she floated beside Ms. Golden Week. Marianne can fight as well, Miss Goldenweek said, dipping her brush into paint. Thorns. Bala crossed his arms, sharp thorns extending from his palms. Whoosh. Mr. 4 brandished a baseball, swinging it with vigor, while a hunting dog at his feet readied itself to pounce. Then allow me to send you flying, Luffy declared, clenching his fists and assuming a fighting stance. Zoro, Sanji. Protect me, Usopp cried, hiding behind Zoro and Sanji as he raised his slingshot. Go for it, Nami cheered, retreating to safety behind Usopp. Bring it on. Chopper transformed into his reindeer form, shouting energetically, only to revert back to his child form, panting and sticking out his tongue, exclaiming, "It's so hot." In the distance, Crocodile and Robin sat upon a rock, observing the fierce battles unfolding around them. Is everyone prepared? Crocodile inquired of Robin beside him. I am ready. If I may be so bold, might I ask why Mr. Crocodile suddenly wishes to engage the press? Robin questioned. The clash between the warlord and the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates should certainly attract attention, Crocodile replied, stroking his golden hook. So it was your intention to enter the world's gaze with such fanfare? Robin remarked with a light chuckle, her keen intellect unveiling Crocodile's thoughts. Fire Fist. You should be returning soon. Crocodile directed his gaze towards Luffy and the others in the distance, for the desert was indeed his domain. The clash began as Mr. 1 made the first move after a brief standoff, transforming his feet into blade-like edges, gliding forward like a skater, while his hands morphed into blades, lunging menacingly at Luffy. With swift reflexes, Zoro drew his swords, the Wado Ikamanji and Sandai Kitetsu, intercepting Mr. 1's assault. The pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro. Mr. 1 acknowledged, eyeing the swordsman who had thwarted his attack. A renowned bounty hunter from the West Blue. I recall your moniker is Killer. I did not anticipate you would serve under another. Zoro replied, a hint of excitement in his expression. Leave this one to me, Luffy, Zoro declared, using his strength to send Mr. 1 flying, promptly biting down on Wado Ikamanji as he charged towards Mr. 1 with Snow Walk. Good, Luffy exclaimed, clenching his fist before dashing forward. Gum Gum Pistol, with a swift punch. Luffy's fist extended rapidly towards Mr. 3. Candle Wall. Mr. 3, sensing the ferocity of Luffy's strike, hesitated to block directly, instead flinging his hand, releasing a stream of waxy liquid that solidified into a barrier before him. Boom. Luffy's fist collided with the wax barrier, producing a thunderous sound. So sturdy, Luffy remarked as he withdrew his fist. Haha, perish. Miss Christmas leaped from behind Luffy, swiping at him with her claws. Just as her talon was about to connect, Sanji sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick to Ms. Christmas's neck, sending her crashing to the ground. Ah, my bones feel like they're shattering. Ms. Christmas cried in pain. Let me assist you. I'll blow them away. Mr. 4 stammered, as his hunting dog adeptly spat out a baseball. Mr. 4 swung the bat, sending the ball hurtling towards Sanji. The baseball whizzed past Sanji's hair, exploding behind him in a burst of debris. What? Sanji exclaimed, glancing back at the crater created by the blast, surprised. A bit too fast, Mr. 4 lamented, disappointed that he had missed. 10,000 kilograms guillotine. Ms. Valentine's Day floated overhead, increasing her weight and plummeting towards Luffy. Luffy looked up, adjusting his straw hat and stepping back just as Ms. Valentine's Day crashed down in front of him. Dodged again, she exclaimed, lightening her weight and rising once more. It's that floating nuisance. This time, I shall not let you escape, Luffy declared, rotating his arm before launching a punch. Thornspike. Bora emerged from the side, thrusting her thorn-covered palms towards Luffy. Oh no. Luffy quickly twisted his arm to evade, but still felt the sting of a scratch on his arm. That was close. I nearly got pierced, Luffy said, retracting his arm. Luffy, be careful. Just then, Chopper and Nami shouted in unison. What on earth is this? Luffy marveled at the sticky substance that had mysteriously appeared on the ground. Candle shackles, Mr. 3 declared, his hands continuously pouring forth waxy liquid. The liquid solidified, trapping Luffy's feet in place. I can't move. Luffy's previously relaxed expression shifted as he struggled futilely against his restraints. Home run. Mr. 4 swiftly swung his bat, striking the baseball expelled by his dog towards Luffy. Luffy, Sanji yelled, attempting to intercept the baseball, but just as he moved, claws erupted from the ground, tripping him and sending him tumbling. How dare you kick me? You show no respect for your elders. Miss Christmas gloated, reveling in Sanji's misfortune. Boom. Luffy was struck squarely by the baseball, the explosion leaving him disheveled. While the candle began to burn quietly, Luffy, Chopper, transformed into his reindeer form, dashed towards Luffy. Thorn Meteor. Bora charged from the side, her hand sprouting numerous thorns. Swinging down at Chopper. Blue Wave Ball. Chopper leaped aside to evade, quickly morphing back into his child form to swallow a blue wave ball. You're quite nimble, raccoon, Bora commented, observing the childlike Chopper. I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer, you scoundrel. Armament. Chopper shouted angrily, his muscles swelling as he prepared to strike. Cherry Blossom Hoof. Chopper charged forward, delivering a powerful blow with his iron hoof. Thornspike. Bora retaliated, launching her thorns in a fierce counterattack. Boom. Chopper's hoof collided with the thorns, causing them to crumple under the force, sending Bora flying. and leaving cherry blossom-shaped imprints on the ground. I thought you were merely a pet, but clearly, you possess such strength. Bora thought to herself, startled, as she grew thorns on her foot and kicked out. Chopper retreated to evade, both warriors facing off. What on earth is this? My feet are completely ensnared. Watch me shatter it. Gum Gum Rocket. Luffy, realizing he could not free himself, pulled his hands back and struck down forcefully at the wax beneath him. Boom. However, instead of hitting the wax, his attack landed on a red target that had appeared on the ground. Huh? Why can't I control my hands? Luffy said, bewildered after striking the red target. This is the Rage Red. Upon touching red paint, you can only attack the red target drawn by Marianne like a frenzied bull. Ms. Golden Week appeared before Luffy, holding a palette in one hand and a paintbrush in the other. Nanny! Luffy exclaimed, astonished, yet undeterred. He swung his fist once more, only to find it again landing on the red target. Peacock saw. Meanwhile, Mikey assessed the battlefield, ultimately locking onto Ms. Golden Week, propelling herself forward with her peacock saw to launch an attack. Candle Greatsword. Mr. 3, sensing Mikey's advance, gripped the wax sword he had formed and swung it horizontally to intercept her assault. Miss Mikey, I shall assist you. Sanji launched a kick towards Ms. Christmas, but upon her evasion, he abandoned the confrontation and rushed towards the feeble Mr. 3, intent on neutralizing him to rescue Luffy. Suddenly, a baseball expelled from the hound's mouth was sent flying by Mr. 4, heading straight for Sanji. Just then, a marble was shot out, landing precisely on the baseball and causing it to explode. Well done, Usopp, Sanji exclaimed, seeing the baseball thwarted by Usopp, and he aimed a kick at Mr. 3. Candle Armor. Mr. 3, engaged in a slight skirmish, noticed Sanji's incoming kick and instantly summoned candle wax to envelop himself. Thud. Sanji's foot struck the wax armor, akin to kicking steel, leaving him momentarily stunned. Champion's Punch. Plow Punch. Mr. 3 retaliated with a fist wrapped in wax, sending Sanji sprawling to the ground. Chapter 8. Straw Hat Pirates vs. Baroque Works Pirates. Thud. Sanji was knocked down by Mr. 3. Longnose, what are you staring at? Usopp, poised with his slingshot for support, suddenly heard a voice above him and looked up to find Ms. Valentine hovering overhead. 10,000 kilograms. Guillotine. Ms. Valentine instantly increased her weight to 10,000 kilograms and plummeted rapidly. Thud. Ms. Valentine crashed to the ground, shattering the earth and enveloping the area in dust. Did you evade it? Ms. Valentine grimaced, feeling her sore knee. Thanks to you, Nami. I have a plan. Usopp stood up, brushing off the dust, realizing that Nami had pushed him aside just in time to avoid Ms. Valentine's attack. Through his observations, Usopp had discerned Mr. 3's weakness. Fire. Deadly. Powder Star. Usopp pulled back his slingshot, launching a powder star directly at the wax-trapping Luffy. Boom. A burst of flames engulfed Luffy's position. Ah, I'm on fire. Luffy leaped out from the flames, frantically patting at the burning spots on his clothes. Hey, Usopp, you idiot, you set me on fire. Luffy, oblivious, charged at Usopp, berating him. Hey, Luffy, I did it to save you. Usopp hurriedly explained. Oh no, the fire melted Mr. 3's wax. Ms. Golden Week exclaimed in astonishment. You fool, you've trapped my foot. Luffy, regaining his senses, pointed angrily at Mr. 3. Rubber, Gatling Gun. Transvestite Martial Arts. Falling Swan Dance. Luffy unleashed a barrage of punches, but Mr. 2 suddenly appeared, countering with a drunken boxing style that deflected Luffy's strikes. Strange Swan. Luffy paused, astonished by Mr. 2's peculiar form. I'm not a swan. I'm a noble transvestite, Mr. 2 declared, striking a pose for his martial arts stance. I don't care if you're a goose or a freak. I'm going to take you down, Luffy declared, his expression serious. Rubber, pistol. Luffy swung a fist, launching it like a bullet at Mr. 2. Mr. 2 leaped to evade, landing with a thud. Transvestite martial arts, falling red sunset. After dodging, Mr. 2 spun and kicked towards Luffy. Whoosh. In an instant, Luffy's head was sent flying, just as Mr. 2 marveled at how easily he dispatched his opponent. He noticed Luffy's neck extending towards him. Haha. Upon closer inspection, he saw Luffy grinning at him from the other side. Rubber, Bell. Luffy exerted force, retracting his neck rapidly, and then his head collided with Mr. 2, sending him flying. My head. Mr. 2 groaned, clutching his head on the ground. Leave this guy to me, said Bala, breaking free from Chopper's grasp and darting towards Luffy. Ah, Chopper, seeing Bala charging at Luffy, attempted to intervene, but a white baseball suddenly appeared before him. Oh no. Chopper's expression changed drastically, and the baseball exploded, engulfing him in smoke. With a bang, Chopper was propelled from the cloud of dust. One down. Mr. 4 remarked slowly, observing the fallen Chopper. Chopper. Usopp rushed towards Chopper upon seeing him downed. Just then, something stirred beneath Usopp's feet, and claws emerged from the ground, seizing him. With a thud, Usopp was thrown to the ground. Old Rat Granny. Usopp turned to see Ms. Christmas popping up from below. Moldrag. Ms. Christmas burrowed back underground, pulling Usopp along. Catch him, Mr. 4. Ms. Christmas dragged Usopp towards Mr. 4. Don't worry, Mr. 4 gripped his baseball bat and leaned back. For 100 blows. Mr. 4 slowly announced his move, swinging the bat. With a crack, it struck Usopp squarely in the face. The sound of breaking bones echoed as Usopp collapsed, blood oozing from his head. This is a choice catch for me. Mr. 2, noticing Bala charging at Luffy, swiftly flipped up and, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a transvestite dash, following Bala towards Luffy. You can't keep trying to attack our captain one after another. Bellamy. Sanji charged in from the side, shouting as he aimed a kick at Mr. 2's abdomen. Mr. 2 reacted swiftly, kicking out to block Sanji's attack. How dare you ambush me? Mr. 2 glared at Sanji. Transvestite martial arts. Gorgeous swan dance. Mr. 2 slightly leaped, concentrating his power into a fierce kick aimed at Sanji. Chest meet. Shoot. Sanji, unwilling to back down, focused his power into a kick. The two forces clashed, holding each other for 2 seconds before unleashing their next strikes. Belly meet, shoulder meet, back meet. Sanji relentlessly unleashed various leg techniques against Mr. 2, while Mr. 2 countered with his transvestite martial arts. As Sanji and Mr. 2 fought to a standstill, Luffy was being pursued and attacked by Bala. Wary of her thorn fruit abilities, dodging her strikes. Simultaneously, he scanned the surroundings, seeing Zoro being mercilessly beaten by Mr. 1, covered in wounds, while Chopper and Usopp lay incapacitated. I can't afford to be held back any longer. Luffy understood that he must rise to the occasion and halt his evasive movements. Clenching his fist with determination, without regard for the consequences, he unleashed a barrage of punches at Bala, exclaiming, "Rubber machine gun." The rapid thuds echoed as Luffy struck with fervor. In response, Bala's body sprouted thorny spikes, transforming into a ball of brambles. With cries of anguish, Luffy relentlessly drove his fists into Bala, disregarding the blood that flowed from his hands. A relentless flurry of blows left Bala dazed and battered, collapsing into unconsciousness. I shall defeat everyone and lead my crew away from here, Luffy declared with unwavering resolve. Don't even dream about it. Ms. Valentine soared above Luffy, preparing to descend with lethal force. What do you intend to do to my dear brother? A swift figure intervened, delivering a kick that sent Ms. Valentine hurtling away just before impact. Chapter 9. Ace vs. Crocodile. The main event has arrived. Atop the rocky peak, Crocodile smiled at the sound of the approaching presence. Is Mr. Crocodile truly preparing to take action? Robin inquired, perched casually on the rocks. Of course. The captain of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division is not someone to be trifled with. Grains of sand began to emerge from Crocodile's body, transforming him into a sandy apparition. Ace! Luffy exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise as he beheld the figure that had suddenly sent Ms. Valentine's flying. Luffy, you really are a handful. You and your companions should leave. I will stay. However, before Ace could finish his sentence, a blade of sand shot forth from the desert, cleaving him in half. Ace! Luffy gasped in shock, witnessing Ace's bisected form before him. I'm fine, Ace declared, rising from the flames, turning to discern the identity of his assailant, only to behold a swirling mass of sand that coalesced into Crocodile's figure. Upon seeing that Ace was unharmed, Luffy's despair transformed into joy. It's you, Crocodile, Ace said, his expression grave as he faced his adversary. Once again, we meet, Fire Fist Ace. Crocodile, with one hand gripping his golden hook, declared, Fire Fist. Ace summoned his strength and unleashed a punch, causing searing flames to erupt forth, transforming into a serpentine inferno that stretched for dozens of meters. What? The engaged Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 swiftly evaded the oncoming blaze. Seizing the opportunity, Nami grasped Usopp with one hand and Chopper with the other, pulling them to safety. Luffy, you all must leave, Ace instructed as he successfully separated the Straw Hat crew from Crocodile's men. All right, be careful, Ace, Luffy responded without hesitation, issuing a retreat command. Understood, Captain, Zoro acknowledged, and the group hastened their departure. However, Mr. 1, upon noticing the Straw Hat crew's retreat, prepared to pursue them, only to be thwarted as a wall of fire enveloped the desert, isolating them from their adversaries. Do not even think about laying a hand on my brother, Ace stated, his finger ablaze, tapping his cowboy hat. Everyone retreat. The farther, the better. Calm and composed, Crocodile drew a cigar and placed it between his lips. Very well, Captain Crocodile. Mr. 1 dutifully complied with Crocodile's command, turning to depart. Mr. 4, carry me. My back aches so much I can hardly move, lamented Miss Christmas before Mr. 4. The simple-hearted man hoisted her onto his back and took off. Allow me to assist you, Bora. Mr. 2 swiftly shouldered the unconscious Bora and hurried away. Before long, only Crocodile and Ace remained, accompanied by the swirling dust and the fierce flames. This was indeed monumental news, the duel between the warlord Crocodile and the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Not far behind a rocky outcrop, 2 journalists eagerly crouched with cameras, thrilled to witness such a rare spectacle. Warlords and the Whitebeard Pirates. These were the hot topics of the day. Desert Diamond Sword. After a brief standoff, Crocodile initiated the assault, transforming his hands into 4 massive sand blades, which he then swung, leaving deep gashes in the desert floor as they surged toward Ace. Eat haze. In response, Ace transformed his arm into flames. unleashing a fiery column that directly countered Crocodile's onslaught. Ace, let me see if you can truly make me unleash my full potential. Crocodile's lower body transformed into grains of sand, while his upper half soared rapidly towards Ace. Fire gun. Ace, upon witnessing this, crouched down, pointing his index and middle fingers at his opponent like a firearm, and unleashed a series of rapid-fire miniature flame attacks towards Crocodile. The flame struck Crocodile, creating numerous craters upon impact, yet he swiftly refilled them with sand. Crescent Moon Sand Blade. As Crocodile closed in on Ace, his arm expanded dramatically, morphing into a crescent-shaped sand blade aimed at Ace. Flame Ring. Fire Pillar. Flames erupted from both of Ace's hands, and as he spun his body, the flames transformed into a towering column of fire that shot upwards, obliterating Crocodile's form into a cloud of scattered sand. Whoosh! A whirlwind of sand swirled, and Crocodile's figure re-emerged once more. Cease your actions, Crocodile. As fellow Logia users, we cannot determine a victor in such a brief encounter. Ace addressed Crocodile, aware of the pressing matters at hand, unwilling to squander time in a prolonged confrontation. That may not be the case. Crocodile exhaled a plume of mist, remarking that if he were still the previous version of himself, he would stand no chance against Ace. However, he was no longer the same. Let us put it to the test. Fire Fist. Upon hearing this, Ace's gaze sharpened, and with a powerful strike of his fist, a more formidable fiery dragon surged forth. Sandstorm. Crocodile leaped backward, simultaneously condensing an astonishing amount of sand into a colossal, monstrous hand, which he unleashed in a powerful punch that collided with Ace's fiery fist. The searing flames clashed with the immense sandy appendage, creating a mesmerizing spectacle of half-blazing fire and half-swirling sand in the desert landscape. With a thunderous roar, the collision of these two elemental forces erupted, sending flames spiraling and sand swirling in every direction. In that moment, a cloud of sand shot forth, revealing Crocodile's form. Golden Hook Slash. Crocodile swung his golden hook in a decisive strike, cleaving Ace in twain. However, no expression of triumph graced Crocodile's visage, for at the severed edges of Ace's form, flames flickered ominously. Had he anticipated this? Crocodile landed and swiftly turned, speculating aloud. He had infused his golden hook with haki, intending to wound Ace, yet he was astonished by Ace's rapid reaction, who, at the very moment, chose to evade by elemental transformation. Haki, indeed? Ace, maintaining a cautious distance through a series of leaps, remarked, well acquainted with haki, as many within the Whitebeard Pirates wielded such power. Do you understand why I chose this place to duel with you, Ace? Crocodile lowered his hands to the ground, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. And Ace soon sensed the impending danger. The desert beneath his feet, no, it should be said, the entire surrounding desert, began to tremble ominously. Ace, devoid of any inclination to respond, observed Crocodile's next move with utmost vigilance. For in the desert, I am invincible. Desert Funeral. As Crocodile's words echoed in the air, the desert surged violently, engulfing Ace in a shadow that obscured the sun in an instant. Hiss. Crocodile clenched his hands, and in the next moment, all the sand was compressed together, burying Ace beneath its weight. Chapter 10. The Awakening Power of the Sand Fruit. Once the sand filled up, it shaped into a pyramid resembling a desert monument, prompting Crocodile to nod in satisfaction at his creation. Indeed, Mr. Crocodile's power is astonishing, Robin remarked, gazing at the massive desert pyramid that had seemingly formed in an instant. That so-called captain of Whitebeard's second division. Surely he won't be entombed in the sands, will he? Did you capture it all? A reporter, hiding on the front lines, eagerly inquired of his assistant. Yes, we recorded everything. Is this how the captain of Whitebeard's second division meets his end? The assistant's face was filled with disbelief, after all. He was the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates. But the answer was naturally impossible. At the pinnacle of the pyramid, a flicker of flame appeared, expanding and revealing the emblem of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace, having transformed into his elemental form, burst forth from the pyramid and stood atop it. Quite impressive, Crocodile. Ace chuckled lightly, flames billowing from one side of his body. So, Fire Fist Ace has not been defeated by Mr. Crocodile? Robin commented upon witnessing Ace's reemergence. Indeed. How could a man with a bounty of 550 million berries be so easily vanquished? Quick, continue documenting everything. The reporter urged his assistant. Desert Lion, Sphinx. On the battlefield, Crocodile's hands became sand-like, manipulating vast amounts of sand to form a majestic lion that charged towards Ace. In response to the approaching lion, Ace unleashed his own technique, Mirror Fire. A single arm, engulfed in flames, released a torrent of fire, creating a massive wall of flames to block Crocodile's assault. Boom. The desert lion exploded midair, sending yellow sand swirling in all directions, while Ace searched for Crocodile, who had vanished from sight. If this continues, I will only exhaust my stamina. This desert is undoubtedly Crocodile's domain as a user of the sand fruit, and I have been at a disadvantage from the very beginning. As Ace pondered, he noticed the yellow sand behind him gradually coalescing into Crocodile's form, his golden hook now shrouded in a dark hue, unmistakably cloaked in armament haki. Just as the hook was about to descend, Ace instinctively bent down, narrowly avoiding the strike. Fire Fist. Following that, Ace pivoted and unleashed a fiery punch. A torrent of flames erupting forth, piercing a gaping hole in Crocodile's chest. His reflexes are truly remarkable. Crocodile expressed his admiration, observing how the hole in his chest, pierced by the fiery fist, was being filled with grains of sand. Ah! Ace, with flames erupting from his hands, shouted as he charged towards Crocodile. Golden hook. Crocodile raised his hand, and the armed color enveloped his golden hook as it shot towards Ace, propelled by the shifting sands. In response to the incoming hook, Ace leaped and executed a sidekick, sending the threatening golden hook soaring away. With a thud, Ace's lower body transformed into an elemental state and propelled by flames. He charged towards Crocodile, delivering a powerful punch. Faced with Ace's strike, Crocodile instinctively attempted to evade by partially elementalizing, but at the moment Ace made contact, he sensed the formidable aura of Haki and hastily transformed into sand, erupting in a cloud of grains. Failing to land his blow, Ace unleashed a pillar of flames, dispersing the swirling sands around him. Indeed, it was evident that he was the man endowed with armed color as revealed in Oda's life card. Merely lacking the demonstration of Haki in the original narrative, Crocodile swiftly shifted his form, appearing several meters away. Hey, Crocodile, allow me to demonstrate a move. Ace stood firmly, devoid of any flames, his expression serene. Feel free to unleash any technique you wish. Crocodile bent slightly, resting his hand upon the desert, and declared, let me witness whether the flames will incinerate your desert, or if the desert will engulf me. Ace crossed his arms over his chest, as the ground beneath him transformed into flames, expanding to create several massive spirals of fire that enveloped the terrain, turning it into a sea of fire. Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor. Following this, Ace unleashed the amplified version of the Flame Ring, summoning a terrifying conflagration that coalesced above his head, forming a colossal blazing fireball, which he supported with his hand. Wahaha! Crocodile was drenched in beads of sweat from the scorching heat wave that swept over him, yet he erupted into an exuberant laughter. The king of the desert, fierce sandstorm. Beneath Crocodile's feet, an unnamed tempest arose, swirling with sand and dust, swiftly coalescing into a formidable sandstorm centered around him. Unlike any ordinary sandstorm, this tempest, birthed from Crocodile himself, wholly enveloped the granules, for it was not merely the wind that propelled the particles, but rather the rapidly shifting grains that conjured the storm. They were on the verge of being swept away. The tempestuous winds whipped up by Crocodile's sandstorm nearly swept Robin off the rocky peak, prompting her to swiftly extend her arms, anchoring herself firmly to the craggy surface. Position yourself well. Do not let this moment slip away. How astonishing it is. This is indeed a manifestation of the formidable power humanity can wield. The journalists and their assistants, bracing against the ferocious sandstorm, lay prostrate on the ground, resolutely capturing this extraordinary spectacle. Let me witness who possesses the mightiest of natural abilities. At the eye of the storm, Crocodile thrust his hands forward, sending the sandstorm surging towards Ace. Come forth. Ace, summoning all his strength, hurls an enormous fireball at Crocodile. The instant the sandstorm collides with the fireball, the very heavens seem to change hue, from a distance. The landscape appears divided between a tempest of sand and a sea of flames. With a resounding boom, the collision unleashes a formidable shockwave, devastating all in its path. Robin and the journalists are violently propelled away by the force. In the distance, Luffy exclaims, "What is that?" The tremendous commotion naturally draws the attention of Luffy and his companions. Zoro turns to gaze, momentarily stunned by the astonishing scene unfolding afar. Could that be the result of Luffy's battle? Sanji, hearing Zoro's incredulous tone, glances back, his jaw dropping in shock. This is utterly terrifying. It has surpassed the limits of human strength. It's akin to a natural disaster. Nami, upon looking back, collapses in disbelief. Luffy, driven by curiosity, turns as well, quickly sinking into concern. Ace, I hope he is all right. Chapter 11. A shocking news that stuns the world. Is that truly the power of Mr. Crocodile? Mr. One observes the immense commotion from afar. What manner of man have we aligned ourselves with? Mr. 3 swallows hard. No wonder he is hailed as one of the 7 warlords. Mr. 2 exclaims, twirling in an exuberant dance. That fellow has yet to recover from Robin's strike. Otherwise, he would have witnessed this breathtaking scene, remarks Mr. 5. Incredible. Ms. Valentine's Day declares. Ms. Golden Week, astounded, pulls out a sketchpad to capture the moment. Returning to Crocodile. The clash of sand and flame continues, the two forces intertwining and spiraling skyward, gradually dissipating into the vastness of the atmosphere. The surroundings seem to transform entirely. As a colossal, hollow crater begins to form at the center of the collision. Still no remnants left? A whirlwind of yellow dust swirls as Crocodile emerges from the profound epicenter, the searing flames beneath him casting a shadowy pall over the desert. Yet, such a spectacle must herald a momentous event. From this instant, my life shall steadily ascend to its zenith. Crocodile spread his arms, his body gradually turning to sand and fading away. He reappeared beside the unconscious Robin, lifting her gently and resting her against his shoulder as he walked slowly towards Mr. 1 and the others. After Crocodile walked away, the journalist and his assistant, who had fainted, gradually regained consciousness. Quick, Check if the camera is damaged. The journalist urged as he noticed his assistant clutching the camera. The assistant hurriedly inspected it and eventually confirmed that all the photographs were intact. Subsequently, the journalist dialed a number. Beep, beep, the transponder snail rang, and it wasn't long before the connection was established. Hello, what is the matter? Have you uncovered some explosive news? Came the voice from the transponder snail. Rest assured, this news is of nuclear proportions. The journalist replied excitedly. Do tell. The man on the other end inquired promptly. The warlord Crocodile and the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Gas D, Ace, dueled in Alabasta, and we captured the entire event on film. The journalist disclosed everything to the transponder snail. What? Ace clashed with Crocodile? Who emerged victorious? The man asked with curiosity. It ended in a draw. Neither side claimed victory, and both Ace and Crocodile departed, the journalist informed. All right, I'll send someone to retrieve you. Please be cautious. The man on the other end responded. Meanwhile, Crocodile, after instructing Mr. One and others to return to rain dinner, departed ahead of Robin. Upon returning to rain dinner, Crocodile dialed the transponder snail for the fleet admiral. Crocodile? What brings you to contact me? Speak. What is it? Sengoku inquired from his office in the Navy headquarters. Noting that this was the first time Crocodile had reached out to him since becoming a warlord. I've had enough. I'm quitting and seeking new opportunities. Crocodile shouted directly into the transponder snail, then swiftly disintegrated it before Sengoku could respond. Sengoku, bewildered by Crocodile's outburst, was about to reply when he realized the transponder snail had lost signal. What the hell just happened? Sengoku muttered to himself in confusion, pondering if something had transpired that he was unaware of. Is something wrong, Sengoku? Carp, leisurely munching on sunbae from the nearby sofa, noticed Sengoku's troubled demeanor and asked. Crocodile just abruptly announced his resignation from the warlords. Sengoku replied, removing his glasses to rub his temples. What? Such a thing occurred? What has that sand-throwing brat up to? Carp scratched his head in bewilderment. I don't know. Let us notify everyone to convene. We cannot allow the balance of the warlords to be disrupted. Sengoku lamented. Gwahaha. Sengoku must be utterly flabbergasted. Crocodile smiled triumphantly, then leisurely reclined on the sofa, awaiting the return of Mr. One and his companions. Having expended so much energy on Crocodile, it seemed prudent to find a place to rest. On the vast sea, Ace sat atop his yellow speedboat, allowing the waves to propel him forward as he recuperated his strength. A day later, through the diligent efforts of the News King and the formidable intelligence network, news of the duel between Crocodile and Ace, as well as the announcement of Crocodile's withdrawal from the Seven Warlords and the Navy's renewed bounty on him, emerged. Each of these revelations constituted a sensational piece of news, converging onto a single newspaper. In the New World, Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo perused the news in his hands, soon displaying a look of astonishment. Has that scoundrel Crocodile decided to re-emerge into the public eye? His return certainly makes for a grand headline, Doflamingo speculated. However, he pondered the audacity of attacking the second-in-command of the Whitebeard Pirates. What could Ace possibly be doing back at the Paradise, in another region of the New World? A small vessel exuding an air of dark nobility drifted upon the waves, where a gentleman of aristocratic demeanor examined the newspaper. Crocodile, a fellow warlord, has indeed withdrawn from the Seven Warlords? A renewed bounty of 500 million berries? For a schemer like Crocodile, that seems rather insufficient, he mused with a smile. Sensing that the sea was about to stir, back at the Whitebeard Pirates headquarters, a small fry rushed frantically from the rear of a massive ship resembling an island whale, clutching a newspaper. What is the commotion about? Marco inquired, intercepting him. Captain Ace. Captain Ace, the subordinate exclaimed, pointing at the newspaper, overwhelmed with urgency and unable to articulate his thoughts. Let me have a look, Marco said, taking the newspaper from the anxious subordinate. Upon reading, his brow furrowed in concern. Marco, what is wrong? Josu approached, noticing Marco's troubled expression. That scoundrel Crocodile dared to lay a hand on Ace. Marco exclaimed in anger. What? What happened? Is Ace all right? Josu pressed for details. The newspaper doesn't disclose the outcome of the battle. We need to contact Ace immediately, Marco replied. And soon a call was placed to Ace's transponder snail. Hello, what is going on? Ace's voice soon resonated through the receiver. Are you all right, Ace? Marco queried urgently, seizing the transponder snail. Of course, I'm fine. What has happened? Ace responded, puzzled. Did you not see the newspaper? Marco finally realized. I haven't seen it. I'm out at sea. Is it about Crocodile? Ace recalled, understanding that the recent events concerning Crocodile were indeed significant. Indeed. The paper states that you had an intense battle with Crocodile, and everyone is quite worried about you, Marco informed him. Don't worry, I'm fine. I will certainly bring Blackbeard back, Ace declared with determination, gazing resolutely at the sea ahead. Ace, please take care. That scoundrel has been hiding on the ship for quite some time, Marco cautioned, but Ace interrupted confidently. Rest assured, Marco, I will capture the one who has brought disgrace to our father and deliver him to him. With that, Ace terminated the call, flames swirling beneath him as his speedboat sped across the ocean. Meanwhile, the rain banquet continued. Crocodile gathered the members of the organization together to deliberate on matters of setting sail. Mr. Crocodile, you have certainly made a name for yourself this time. The newspapers are filled with news about you, said Bon Clay, wrapped in bandages, as he held up the paper. The slumbering crocodile of the first half of the Grand Line awakens. The king of the desert returns. The sand crocodile, with a bounty of 500 million berries, remarked Mr. 3, as he joined in observing the content of the newspaper. Crocodile sat quietly on the sofa, indulging in his cigar. Boss Crocodile, take a look at this, Miss Golden Week said with a smile as she approached him, holding a painting she had created. Crocodile cast a fleeting glance and discovered it was the scene of his final confrontation with Ace, depicted in the artwork as half engulfed in flames and half in sand. Noticing that Crocodile merely glanced without uttering a word, Miss Golden Week, thinking he was upset, timidly apologized. I am sorry, Mr. Crocodile, for disturbing you. Crocodile, noticing the misunderstanding of the young girl, reached out and gently patted Miss Golden Week's head. It's all right, your drawing is quite excellent. Crocodile managed to reveal a benevolent smile as he spoke. As for Miss Golden Week, she is merely a child in her teens. While her abilities may hold some utility, she is ill-suited for battle. It would suffice for her to serve as a mascot aboard the ship, for every vessel requires a symbol of good fortune. At that moment, Robin entered and addressed Crocodile. Is the ship ready? Ready, is it? Upon hearing this, Crocodile rose to his feet, and the crew members, including Mr. 1, who were still resting, promptly followed suit. Prepare to set sail and embark on the Grand Line, my young comrades. Crocodile exhaled a plume of smoke, speaking with a hint of authority. Yes, Mr. Crocodile, responded Mr. 1 and the others, following Crocodile as they exited the rain banquet. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the location where their vessels were docked. There, Crocodile beheld the true form of the ship, a magnificent reconstruction from the Baroque works. Its bow designed to resemble the head of a crocodile. The pirate flag bore the emblem of a golden hook and a skull marked by a prominent scar. Crocodile named this vessel the Sandy Crocodile. The ship bustled with activity, for Crocodile had brought not only Mr. 1 and his cadre, but also a multitude of billionaires and several hundred millionaires, totaling 500 crew members, along with Mr. 2's request to include his companion from the world of transvestites. These members of the organization, who should have fallen before Ace, were spared by Crocodile's timely summons. Captain Crocodile, esteemed President, the members of Baroque Works, now aware that they were to follow the illustrious Sandy Crocodile, erupted in cheers upon witnessing his arrival. Crocodile led Robin and the others aboard the vessel. From this moment forth, you all share a singular identity, that of a member of the Baroque Works pirate crew. Crocodile stood at the bow of the ship, raising his arm and calling out, Baroque, Baroque, Baroque. On the deck, a multitude of crew members echoed his cries. I hereby announce that my first mate is none other than Nico Robin, who may be an unfamiliar name to many. However, if I were to mention her codename, Miss All Sunday, it would surely ring a bell. Crocodile introduced Robin to the assembly. From now on, we shall all be pirates on the same ship. Robin stepped forward from Crocodile's side. Mr. Crocodile certainly places immense trust in Robin, Bolha remarked with a smile. Now, allow me to elaborate on Mr. Crocodile's arrangements for the crew. First, we have the 3 combat divisions, Robin continued. The captain of the 1st division, Mr. 1, the assassin Dazbone. Mr. 1 stepped forward with his arms crossed, striking a pose. The captain of the 2nd division, Mr. 2, the flamboyant Bon Clay. Here I am. Mr. 2 entered with a flamboyant ballet dance. The captain of the 3rd division, Mr. 3, the sculptor Galdino. We shall work together in battle henceforth, Mr. 3 declared, adjusting his glasses as he stepped forward. The remaining members include the reconnaissance team, led by Ms. Valentine, the medical team, led by Bolha, the ship control team, led by Ms. Christmas and Mr. 4, and the ship artillery team, led by Mr. 5. Next, I will call out the names for the respective teams. Robin then embarked on a lengthy roll call. After concluding her announcements, she turned her gaze toward Crocodile. Now let us set sail, my comrades, to our destination, Water City. Crocodile turned his gaze forward. His objective in the Water City was, of course, to gather intelligence regarding the underworld king. Ms. Christmas promptly commanded the crew to lower the sails and adjust their course, as she was quite adept at directing operations. The Sand Crocodile sailed upon the vast ocean. Robin, what about me? Am I not to have any arrangements? Ms. Golden Week inquired eagerly as she approached Robin. Well, you can simply be a mascot, Crocodile replied. Robin, leisurely seated with a book in hand, responded when Ms. Golden Week approached her. Huh, why like this? Ms. Golden Week exclaimed, visibly frustrated. How about this? You may join whichever team you wish, Robin suggested after a moment of contemplation. Then I want to be in the same team as Mr. 3, Ms. Golden Week declared, having been longtime partners with him. Very well, Robin nodded in agreement. Chapter 13, Gaia Island at the Alabasta Straw Hat Pirates location. The newspaper shockingly reported that Crocodile had resigned from his position as a warlord of the sea. What on earth is happening? Micah pondered, staring incredulously at the newsprint in his hands. The article did not mention whether Ace had safely departed. Luffy squeezed in to examine the newspaper's content regarding Ace. But having previously checked Ace's Vivre card with no irregularities, he felt assured that Ace was unharmed. Didn't it say that Crocodile has returned to being a pirate? Then Micah's country should be fine, Sanji remarked. No, the rebels are still in revolt. I must put an end to this war. Micah shook his head resolutely before setting off to halt the conflict. Returning to our protagonists, after a tedious stretch of sailing across the sea, Crocodile decided to anchor the vessel at a nearby island to replenish supplies. Speaking of this island, Crocodile was quite familiar with it. It was Gaia Island, a significant location previously visited by the original protagonists, where they had been propelled to the Sky Island by a colossal updraft. Captain Crocodile, there is a ship ahead, bearing an ape insignia, Ms. Valentine's Day announced from above the Sand Crocodile, utilizing her aerial vantage point to spot the distant vessel. An ape? Crocodile furrowed his brow as he spotted the gorilla emblem near Gaia Island, which must belong to the so-called gorilla army. Pay them no mind, Crocodile declared. Captain Gorilla, a pirate ship. In the distance, a vessel was sailing in the same direction as the Sand Crocodile. As the Sand Crocodile drew nearer, it became evident to the crew that it was indeed the Sand Crocodile. Could that be the former Shichibukai crocodile? Exclaimed a member of the crew, whose resemblance to a gorilla now paled in comparison to the man standing at the bow of the Sand Crocodile. Adorned with a golden hook and draped in a grand fur coat, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is this for real? What should we do? Captain Gorilla, are they coming for us? The anxious crew member implored. However, Captain Gorilla breathed a sigh of relief as the Sand Crocodile sailed right past them without any confrontation. Just as the Sand Crocodile sped by the gorilla pirates, Crocodile suddenly looked up towards the sky. The crew on deck sensed something amiss. The sky appeared to darken. In unison, they raised their gazes, only to be met with expressions of panic. A massive ship was plummeting from the heavens, and its trajectory indicated it would strike the Sand Crocodile directly. Captain Crocodile, look, a ship is falling from the sky. Is someone launching a surprise attack on us? Quickly, fetch the rocket launcher. The pirates, gripped by fear, began to shout and scurry about the deck. Silence. Remain calm. Crocodile bellowed with fury, causing everyone to halt and direct their gaze towards him. You are now my crew, and there will be numerous grand spectacles awaiting us in the future. To act in such a flustered manner is truly a disgrace. Clockter disdainfully addressed the panicked individuals, and then transformed into a swirling sandstorm that ascended skyward. Boom. The sandstorm collided with the descending vessel, and in an instant, the enormous ship was reduced to mere splinters, debris cascading down on either side of the Sand Crocodile. Whoosh. The sandstorm reappeared on the deck, coalescing into Clockter's form. Truly remarkable, Mr. Clockter. The crew generously lavished their praises. If such trivial matters caused this much panic, perhaps it would be wise to disembark promptly. After leaving this remark, Clockter strode directly into the cabin. Captain Mr. One, you truly remain unfazed. The members of the first squad observed Mr. One, who had been diligently performing weighted push-ups throughout the ordeal. Were it not for Mr. Clockter's formidable strength, I would not hesitate to depart, Mr. One replied calmly. It seems that several of the cadre-level captains maintained their composure. The other crew members engaged in lively discussions. As Clockter's crew, the likelihood of encountering formidable adversaries in the future is considerable. Lacking sufficient strength could swiftly lead to peril, Mr. One advised. Is it not terrifying? Such a colossal ship was dispatched so effortlessly. The gorilla witnessed the entire spectacle and swallowed hard. Is this the prowess of the former warlord of the sea? The crew member beside the gorilla expressed his astonishment. They are heading towards Gaia Street. Proceed at full speed and inform the others, including the captain, to avoid provoking them. The gorilla instructed those around him. Aye, Captain Gorilla. The vessel immediately accelerated towards Gaia Island. Creak. Shortly after departing from the area, a series of creaking sounds echoed as a bicycle glided over the ocean. A closer inspection revealed that the surface of the sea beneath the bicycle's tires was frozen solid. It seemed that just moments ago, there had been quite a commotion here. Clockter's antics had effectively ruined what was supposed to be a vacation. On the bicycle, a man with curly hair, dressed in a white waistcoat and a deep blue shirt, leisurely pedaled across the sea, pausing briefly before resuming his journey in the direction the Sand Crocodile had taken. Gaia Island. After sailing for a while longer, the Sand Crocodile docked near Gaia Island, and a substantial number of crew members disembarked in a dark throng. It is worth noting that there is also someone here who could be recruited, while also conveniently undermining Doflamingo's influence. Crocodile disembarked, contemplating within the tavern of Gaia Island. Suddenly, the tavern's door swung open with great force, drawing the displeased gazes of the patrons within. Bellamy, trouble? A pirate rushed in, breathless. Hey, what's going on? A man with long blue hair draped in white mink fur intercepted him. It's Crocodile. The former warlord has landed on the island. The anxious pirate exclaimed. Crocodile? Beside the blue-haired man, a burly figure holding a drink expressed surprise. What brings such a prominent individual here? Bellamy questioned, puzzled. There are many people. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the obscured tavern entrance. As Bellamy turned to express his irritation, he was taken aback to find that the newcomer was indeed Crocodile. I never expected someone of your stature would come to this place, Bellamy replied with a composed demeanor. Bellamy, with a bounty of 55 million berries, and a follower of the infamous Don Quixote Doflamingo, am I not correct? Crocodile approached Bellamy directly, prompting the pirates at their shared table to quickly vacate their seats. Chapter 14. Bellamy. Crocodile stood majestically, overlooking Bellamy without taking a seat, while Mr. One loomed behind him. You, who have just stirred up quite a commotion. What brings you to seek me? Bellamy, undeterred, regarded Crocodile with composure, inquiring about his intentions. Burn the flag of Doflamingo, and from this moment forth, join me aboard my ship as we set sail for the new world. Crocodile extended an olive branch to Bellamy. Expressing a certain admiration for him, he possessed ambition, courage, and the audacity to acknowledge his failures and rise again. Ha! Bellamy seemed to have heard an amusing joke and burst into laughter. However, he soon ceased his mirth and, with a serious demeanor, confronted. What makes you think you can compare yourself to Lord Doflamingo? Who do you think you are? In a fit of rage, Bellamy overturned the table, hurling it towards Crocodile. Crocodile stood motionless, while Mr. One swiftly emerged behind him, crossing his arms protectively in front of Crocodile. The table fell upon Mr. One, shattering into numerous pieces. In this paradise, few dare to speak to me in such a manner, Mr. One. Grant him a breath to make the right choice. Crocodile took a few steps back, retrieving a cigar as he observed Mr. One's performance. Understood, Captain Crocodile. Mr. One transformed his hands into blades and darted towards Bellamy. With a swift motion, Mr. One slashed downward, but Bellamy, bending his knees, transformed his legs into springs and vanished from sight with an imperceptible speed, evading Mr. One's assault. A devil fruit user, perhaps? Mr. One remained stationary. Though Bellamy was invisible, the vibrations around him indicated that Bellamy was darting about nearby. Spring sniping, utilizing the tavern's walls to bounce back and forth. Bellamy occasionally smashed into tables, accumulating tremendous kinetic energy in the process. Once he reached the limit of his potential energy, he aimed at Mr. One, compressing his spring-like legs against the wall to the utmost, and in the instant of launch, the wall cracked as Bellamy charged directly towards Mr. One. Decapitation. Mr. One assumed a stance for the strike, his already iron-like body becoming even more resilient, bracing to withstand Bellamy's onslaught. Fool, you dare not evade. Seeing Mr. One stand still, Bellamy felt a surge of triumph and collided forcefully with Mr. One. Yet, the next moment, he was taken aback. The impact felt as though he had struck a steel plate. His once formidable technique now resulted in his own grievous injury. Ah! Bellamy cried out, bloodied and collapsing to the ground. Bellamy, the vice captain, witnessing Mr. One's effortless incapacitation of Bellamy, was momentarily stunned. It's done, Captain Crocodile. Mr. One, without casting a glance at Bellamy, reverted from his lethal stance and returned to Crocodile's side. Well done, Mr. One. Crocodile commended him before striding towards Bellamy, gold hook in hand, and inquired, can you now contemplate your situation? Haha. The only person I revere is Don Quixote Doflamingo. Bellamy, lying on the ground, laughed unabashedly. Do you know why I chose you? It's because I value that trait. Those who are determined to follow someone will be willing to sacrifice their lives for them. Crocodile listened to Bellamy's words with a smile. I shall grant you time to ponder. Will you abandon the flag of Doflamingo and board my ship? Or will you persist in clinging to Doflamingo's banner and meet your demise? Crocodile turned around, casually seizing a bottle of wine from a pristine table, and took a hearty swig, allowing the flowing liquid to trickle down his chin. An opening has been revealed. Crocodile. Suddenly, Bellamy, lying on the ground, sprang into action, swiftly maneuvering to position himself behind Crocodile. His arm coiled like a spring and then shot out with tremendous force. Bang! Bellamy's fist pierced through Crocodile's chest. Yet the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not unfold. Instead, he was met with a face full of sand. What is happening? Bellamy's expression darkened in an instant, only to be met with Crocodile's perplexed voice. An opening has been revealed? How was I unaware of this? Crocodile turned his head in a peculiar manner to gaze at Bellamy. Monster! Spring punch! Bellamy's heart raced, confronted with the dire situation, both of his hands transformed into springs, unleashing a torrent of fists that rained down upon Crocodile. His blows targeted the head, shoulders, chest, thighs, and arms. Yet, each time he aimed to strike a specific part of Crocodile's body, it erupted into a cloud of yellow sand, leaving only a heap of sand surrounding Bellamy. Did it work? Bellamy inquired with anticipation. It almost did. Suddenly, the surrounding sand swirled and reformed before Bellamy, revealing Crocodile's figure once more. This time, Crocodile was not mocking him. Bellamy's hands were smeared with his own blood, and had he not transformed to evade the attack, he would undoubtedly have been struck. Bellamy, I offered you a chance. Why did you not seize it? Just as Bellamy prepared to strike again, Crocodile's hand tightly grasped his throat. Ugh! Bellamy struggled in vain. I will ask you one last time. Will you board my ship? Crocodile's tone turned indifferent as he inquired, regardless of how many times you ask. I have but one answer. It is impossible. The sole individual I follow is Don Quixote Doflamingo. Bellamy replied resolutely. As far as I know, this flag of yours was earned through your undefeated record, yet now it has fallen into my hands. Soon, Doflamingo will likely reclaim this flag. At that moment, Where will you find yourself? To idolize someone does not necessitate blindly following him. You may join my ship, grow stronger, and ultimately rise to his height, rather than clinging to him like a mere remnant. Crocodile continued, and Bellamy, after a moment of contemplation, ceased his struggles. I shall remain until tomorrow, hoping to see you then. Crocodile released his grip, and Bellamy tumbled to the ground. The crew of the Bellamy Pirates exchanged glances, none daring to assist their fallen captain. Ah, what a commotion we have here, Crocodile thought, intending to depart when an unsettling chill enveloped him, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. The source of this ominous presence was undoubtedly that of a Marine Admiral. Chapter 15. The Marine Admiral, a moment of frost. Before Crocodile could react, a towering figure emerged behind him, exuding a terrifying cold. The instant this icy aura made contact with Crocodile, he was instantly encased in ice, causing the temperature within the tavern to plummet dramatically. Crocodile Captain, Mr. One stoic expression shattered upon witnessing Crocodile's entrapment in frost. The pirates within the tavern gasped, their faces paling in fear. It was none other than Admiral Kuzan of the Marine headquarters. Suddenly, the ice encasing Crocodile shattered, sending a flurry of yellow sand cascading forth, which coalesced before Mr. One, forming the silhouette of Crocodile. Crocodile extended his hand to halt the advancing Mr. One, casting a glance at the man who had just attacked him. Undoubtedly, this man was the natural type ice fruit user, Akiji. Once a member of the Seven Warlords, Crocodile now found himself on the opposing side. As Akiji opened his mouth, a wave of frigid air emanated forth. Is the Navy so eager to apprehend me? Crocodile extracted a cigar, followed by a lighter to ignite it. Naturally, a cigar was indispensable in anticipation of the impending battle. After all, there was a palpable concern regarding the unpredictable actions of one who had abruptly renounced their position as a warlord of the sea. Akiji responded, You haven't laid a hand on my dear subordinates, have you? Crocodile furrowed his brow, inquiring. Well, one could say that, Akiji replied ambiguously. Mr. One, step aside for now. The forthcoming conflict is beyond your capacity to engage in. Return to the ship and await my return. Crocodile addressed Mr. One beside him. Very well, Captain Crocodile. In order not to hinder Crocodile, Mr. One immediately turned and smashed through the wall to make his exit. The pirates in the tavern, now realizing the situation, hastily dragged Bellamy off the ground and fled through the opening created by Mr. One. Shall we venture outside? Crocodile cast a glance at the grand door behind Akiji. Very well. Akiji nodded, turning to step outside, with Crocodile closely following him. The two stood facing each other, an anonymous tempest swirling around them, heralding a clash of their formidable auras. The surrounding residents had long since fled, leaving the streets eerily silent. Crescent-shaped sand dunes. After a brief standoff, Crocodile made the first move, transforming into an elemental form as he surged towards Akiji, swiftly maneuvering to his rear. One hand morphed into a crescent-shaped sand blade, slicing through the air. As the sand blade made contact with Akiji, he instantly transformed into an elemental state to evade it. However, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. The moisture within him was dissipating. Consequently, an icy chill erupted, freezing the sand blade that Crocodile had unleashed. Crack! Crocodile swiftly retreated. And as the ice encasing the sand blade shattered, a layer of haki emerged. The ice spear formed around Akiji as he raised his hand, manifesting numerous frozen spears. Following this, with a flick of his wrist, the ice spears were propelled towards Crocodile. Desert Sword. Crocodile transformed his arm into a colossal sand blade. And with a swift motion, the sand blade was launched forth. The sweeping arc of the sand blade effortlessly deflected the incoming ice spears from Akiji. Crocodile's golden hook was enveloped in the power of haki as he surged forward, aiming it at Akiji. With a resounding impact, Akiji instantaneously conjured an ice blade, similarly enhanced with haki, and deftly deflected Crocodile's golden hook with a single strike. The collision of the golden hook and the ice blade erupted in a violent explosion, sending currents of haki swirling around both combatants. Following the initial clash, they both retreated to gain distance. Akiji then activated his abilities, channeling chilling energy into his right arm. Icebird, violent Akiji. In the next moment, an icebird materialized and soared forth, leaving a trail of frost in its wake, freezing everything in its vicinity. Desert Lion, Sphinx. Crocodile placed his hand upon the ground, and in an instant, the earth transformed into a desert at an observable pace. Harnessing this cascade of sand, he conjured a magnificent lion of gravel that charged towards the oncoming icebird. Upon their collision, both entities shattered into fragments, resulting in a chaotic mingling of sand and ice. The cycle of erosion. Seizing the moment of conflict with Akiji's powers, Crocodile pressed his left hand to the ground, and the landscape beneath him began to morph into an ever-expanding desert. As the clash with Akiji's abilities subsided into tranquility, Akiji, witnessing the ground beneath Crocodile turning to desert, intervened by placing his own hand upon the earth. The Ice Age. Akiji slowly uttered those 4 words, and a terrifying chill immediately surged forth, freezing everything in its wake, swiftly encasing Crocodile's desert in ice. Realizing he too was on the brink of being frozen, Crocodile quickly conjured a small sandstorm at his feet, the resulting tempest shielding him from Akiji's icy breath. Akiji stood firm, observing the swirling sandstorm before him, only to spot a figure emerging from its depths upon closer inspection. It was indeed Crocodile, the desert monster's arm. Crocodile descended from the heavens, gathering a tremendous amount of yellow sand as he fell, coalescing it into a colossal monstrous hand that struck fiercely at Akiji. In an instant, the ground trembled. With a resounding crash, the blow shattered Akiji into fragments of ice. However, Crocodile was aware that this strike had failed to inflict any real damage, as Akiji remained poised and vigilant upon landing. Such formidable attacks, Mr. Crocodile. As expected. The next moment, the shattered ice on the ground began to coalesce back into Akiji's form. Do not deceive me, Akiji. With a sweeping motion of his hands, Crocodile unleashed 4 formidable sand blades. In response, Akiji waved his hand, and an ice wall instantaneously materialized to thwart Crocodile's assault. Subsequently, Akiji traversed the ice barrier with a swift step, arriving before Crocodile and raising his hand. Ice Gauntlet. Akiji's armored punch, enveloped in haki, descended upon Crocodile like a shockwave, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming force. In an instant, Crocodile was battered by this impact, spitting blood as the ground around him crumbled, debris scattering in all directions. Akiji. This fellow did not hesitate to unleash his full power right from the outset. Crocodile was struck and sent flying, crashing into the ground over 100 meters away, creating a vast and profound pit. The desert's roar enveloped the surroundings. Crocodile rose to his feet, placing his hands upon the ground as the terrain around him rapidly transformed, unleashing a torrent of golden sand. In the blink of an eye, a colossal entity, towering several meters high, emerged, akin to a monstrous tidal wave at sea, obscuring the sky. Fall. With a wave of his hand, Crocodile unleashed a torrent of sand that cascaded down upon Akiji. Truly astonishing, Mr. Crocodile. The Ice Age. In response to Crocodile's formidable assault, Akiji instantaneously emanated a terrifying chill, enveloping the ground in an icy grip within a heartbeat, freezing the yellow sands in the next moment. 3 seconds later, the titanic wave painstakingly conjured by Crocodile was entirely encased in ice. Chapter 16. The Soaring Sea Current. Akiji's strength is indeed extraordinary. As a whirlwind of yellow sand danced around him, Crocodile stood atop the frozen desert wave, the blood trickling from his lips a testament to his precarious condition. Surrender willingly. Crocodile. Akiji stated calmly. Have you ever witnessed a fierce beast willingly stepping into a cage? Crocodile let out a hearty laugh, transforming into a whirlwind of yellow sand as he charged towards Akiji. With a sweep of his golden hook, Akiji deftly wielded his ice blade to parry the attack, resulting in a fierce clash of haki. In terms of dominance, you are no match for me. Akiji's haki erupted forth, directly deflecting Crocodile's golden hook. However, just as he prepared to counterattack, the ground beneath him gave way, causing him to sink. It was revealed that Crocodile, while assaulting Akiji, had utilized his power to transform the ground into quicksand, ensnaring Akiji in the process. I concede that your haki is formidable, but when it comes to the development of devil fruit powers, I am not inferior to you. Crocodile clenched his hand, unleashing a barrage of sand blades that pierced through Akiji's form. To achieve the awakening of a devil fruit, you truly rank among the elite. As Akiji was impaled by the sand blades, he extended his hand to rest upon them, swiftly encasing himself in ice along their length. Akiji's abilities are indeed extraordinary. As Crocodile perceived the encroaching expanse of frost advancing towards him, he swiftly transformed into a swirling cloud of golden sand and leaped back several dozen meters. Subsequently, a tempest of sand materialized in the palm of his hand. Sandstorm. Crocodile hurled the sandstorm from his hands, leaving a trail of crushed rocks and ice in its wake. As the tempest surged menacingly towards Akiji, the Ice Age, Akiji unleashed a terrifying chill, transforming the surroundings into a realm of snow and ice, effortlessly dissipating the so-called sandstorm. The battle has only just begun, Akiji. Crocodile exuded an aura of terror, for in this battle, retreating unscathed was an impossibility unless one exerted every ounce of strength. In an instant, a tumultuous storm of yellow sand surged behind him, reminiscent of the desert tempest he conjured against Ace. I share the sentiment. Akiji leapt into the air, and with a mere gesture, unleashed a chilling frost from his shoulder. An immense ice bird blotted out the sun. The power of ice, the blue phoenix. It seemed as if the heavens reverberated with the cry of a phoenix, as the ice bird, sculpted from frozen blocks, flapped its wings under Akiji's command. With a single sweep, a terrifying chill was unleashed, freezing the pirates who had been lurking in the shadows, caught off guard by the swift onslaught of icy air. The king of the desert unleashed a ferocious sandstorm. Behind Crocodile, the yellow sand surged and swirled, swiftly coalescing into a devastating force of nature, a cataclysmic desert tempest. Come forth, Akiji. Crocodile's veins bulged as he commanded the terrifying sands behind him to surge towards Akiji. Whoosh. Akiji raised his hands, unleashing the power of the blue phoenix to clash against the incoming tempest. On one side lay the frigid calamity, and on the other, the desert disaster. The collision of these two formidable forces resulted in an even more terrifying and astonishing devastation. The desert storm ravaged the massive ice blocks, which in turn sought to breach the storm, as the two powers battled fiercely, each striving for dominance. Crocodile relentlessly augmented the storm's ferocity, while Aokiji continuously emanated a chilling aura. The area of their clash expanded, creating shockwaves that even caused the waves surrounding the island to churn violently. When the Sand Crocodile ship, Mr. 1, arrived, its crew was taken aback. What should have been an endless expanse of turbulent sea had transformed into a frozen ocean. The waters beneath the massive vessel were encased in ice, undoubtedly a testament to Admiral Aokiji's prowess. Mr. 1, you have finally returned. What transpired on the island? And what is the meaning of this? The entire surrounding sea has suddenly turned to ice. Mr. 1's arrival instantly drew the attention of everyone on board. It is Admiral Aokiji. He is currently engaged in battle with Captain Crocodile at the island's center. Mr. 1 informed the crew. What? Admiral Aokiji? The highest combat power of the Navy? How could such a figure appear here? Ms. Valentine's exclamation echoed, yet she failed to notice Robin's grim expression, which had grown increasingly dire since the sea had been frozen. She had long recognized this as Aokiji's handiwork, and now, with the confirmation of his presence on the island, she collapsed to the ground in despair. Time passed, and a wave of yellow sand surged forth, coalescing into Crocodile's form. Captain Crocodile. The crew immediately recognized his return. Captain Crocodile, have you defeated Aokiji? They cheered. Don't be naive. An admiral of the Navy could not be so easily vanquished. Everyone, prepare to flee. Crocodile shouted at the crew. Is that all Aokiji has done? Freeze the sea? That's manageable. He exhaled in relief, though his body bore the marks of battle. Erosion cycle. Crocodile placed his hand upon the icy surface, and shortly thereafter, the surrounding waters began to thaw. He then leaped onto the Sand Crocodile ship, which swiftly pivoted and sailed away from Gaia Island. Ah, are you attempting to flee? At the port, Aokiji arrived leisurely, observing the Sand Crocodile as it departed. One hand resting upon the water. Ice Age. Upon Aokiji's utterance, the sea began to freeze rapidly, with the icy effect racing towards the Sand Crocodile. This is bad. Captain Crocodile. The chill is approaching. Ms. Valentine's Day, soaring high above, exclaimed to Crocodile upon witnessing the rapid encasement of the waters in ice. Damn Aokiji. Crocodile erupted in a fit of rage, finding himself utterly at a loss upon the vast expanse of the ocean. A chilling breeze swept through, freezing the sea's surface. And in an instant, the Sand Crocodile was encased in ice. It's over. Captain Crocodile, what shall we do? Our voyage has only just begun. The crew lamented in despair, as in the distance, Aokiji approached swiftly across the frozen waters towards the Sand Crocodile. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from the depths of the ocean, growing increasingly ominous. It seemed as if something formidable was drawing near, causing the once panicked crew to pause, instinctively gazing into the depths below. Aokiji, possessing the ability of observation haki, also halted, having sensed the unusual disturbance beneath the waves. Could it be? Suddenly, Crocodile was struck by an idea, and he smiled as he shouted, Everyone, pay attention. Hold on to something nearby. The sea is here to aid us. Chapter 17, Sky Island Crocodile. What are you talking about? Ms. Golden Week exclaimed, bewildered, yet instinctively grasped the object beside her. Boom. The Sand Crocodile ship shook violently as the icebound sea surface suddenly cracked open, and the ship began to rise. Under the unexpected tremor, the hundreds of individuals gathered on the deck were thrown into disarray, rolling about in chaos. Mr. 3, Robin, utilize your abilities. Crocodile hastily shouted to Mr. 3 and Robin. Understood, Captain Crocodile. A copious amount of waxy slime surged from Mr. 3, continuously solidifying the pirates on the deck. Flower, flower, fruit. Hand of 1,000 colors. Robin crossed her arms, manifesting numerous hands that ensnared the sliding pirates on the deck. Suddenly, the Sand Crocodile soared high after a swift lift, leaving Aokiji astonished at the spectacle, as a colossal wave shot skyward. The cry of the Sand Crocodile pierced the heavens, colliding head-on with Ms. Valentine, who was flying through the air. Fortunately, Robin, with her quick reflexes, used her powers to catch her, preventing her from plummeting. Ha ha ha. Crocodile gazed at the sky, laughter echoing around him. Is this what it means to be a traveler? My luck is truly remarkable. There exists a piece of historical text upon the Sky Island, shrouded in clouds. Mr. 2 looked up at the vast expanse of white above and exclaimed. All those with abilities held their breath. We are about to plunge into the sea. Upon witnessing the clouds, Crocodile's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, Surely, we are at an altitude of several thousand meters. How could this be? Just then, Mr. 5 was speaking when the Sand Crocodile plunged headlong into the clouds, instantly enveloping the entire ship in an ocean of water. With a splash, the crew turned pale, desperately holding their breath. Fortunately, the Sand Crocodile soon broke free from the depths of the sea. After soaring into the sky for a brief moment, it descended vertically onto the water's surface, creating a tremendous splash that drenched everyone. The scene before them left them utterly astonished. All around was a vast expanse of white, as if they were truly within the clouds. Was this the will of fate? Below the Sky Island, Akiji glanced at the receding torrent of seawater. Perhaps with all his might, he could have intercepted the sand crocodile, but he chose not to. Instead, he turned away, retrieved his bicycle, and pedaled away from the area, the wheels creaking beneath him. "Crocodile, where are we?" One of the crew members inquired of Captain Crocodile. Crocodile smiled mysteriously and then spoke of the Sky Island, soaring 10,000 meters high above the White Sea. "Sky Island? Isn't that merely a figment of legend?" Ms. Christmas exclaimed in astonishment. "Haha, perhaps it was merely a legend in your minds before, but now, it stands as a tangible reality." Crocodile remarked, "Ms. Valentine's Day. Take a moment to observe your surroundings." He turned to Ms. Valentine's Day, who responded, acknowledged, Captain Crocodile. She attempted to ascend but only managed to rise briefly before plummeting back down. "What on earth is happening, Valentine's Day?" Mr. Five swiftly intervened, catching her midfall. "I can hardly breathe. This is peculiar," Ms. Valentine's Day remarked, rubbing her throbbing head. "Speaking of which, I seem to be lacking strength, Mr. One noted as he shifted slightly. "I feel the same." "So do I." The crew members on board echoed in unison. Mr. Three adjusted his glasses and explained, "After all, we are at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The oxygen is scarce compared to below. It will take some getting used to." Upon witnessing the scene, Crocodile resolved to host a gathering to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Let the banquet commence. The ship immediately came alive with bustling activity as the crew scurried about the deck, preparing delectable fare. Each member aboard possessed an array of talents. Mr. Two led his flamboyant troupe in a spirited dance, while Mr. Five orchestrated a lively melody. Miss Golden Week, with a straw in her mouth, sipped her drink as she approached Robin, who sat quietly engrossed in her book. "Sister Robin, why are you all alone?" Miss Golden Week inquired with curiosity. After a brief pause, Robin replied, "I am accustomed to it." "Doesn't Sister Robin enjoy the revelry?" Miss Golden Week pondered, bemused at the notion of anyone disliking such a vibrant atmosphere. "Nico Robin, here, you may immerse yourself fully, I assure you. No one would dare to lay a hand on you." Crocodile appeared beside Robin and spoke. "Thank you, Mr. Crocodile, but I prefer to remain here," Robin replied, shaking her head. "Hey, Robin, why are you all alone? Come and dance." Miss Valentine's Day rushed over and urged. "No, you all enjoy yourselves," Robin said. "Oh, come on. Let's go." Miss Valentine's Day disregarded Robin's refusal and pulled her directly onto the deck. "Dance a little." Robin, the captain. Miss All Sunday insisted on dancing. The pirates on the deck harmoniously created a lively atmosphere. Ultimately, Robin, unable to resist the crowd, reluctantly danced. As night fell, several figures gradually approached and then leaped onto the deck, where drunken pirates lay scattered. "It seems they are all intoxicated. Let's deal with them quickly," one observed. "Are they enemies?" A voice rang out as Mr. One looked at several horn-masked individuals wielding shields. "Is there anyone here who isn't drunk?" The masked figures, slightly tense, charged at Mr. One. "Mr. One, just drive them away." Crocodile also appeared on the deck. "Yes, Captain Crocodile," Mr. One replied, his hands transforming into blades as he charged at the attackers. Suddenly, a masked individual, one hand holding a shield and the other a cannon, found himself enveloped in white mist, then glided forward, aiming the cannon at Mr. One. Boom. The cannonball struck Mr. One, creating a thunderous explosion and swirling smoke. "Did we take care of him?" asked the masked man. "Grasp of the slash." Amidst the smoke, a silvery glimmer emerged as Mr. One's arms extended, seizing the masked individual and sending him flying. "Although I am uncertain of the situation, I advise you to leave swiftly," Mr. One stated coldly. The remaining attackers, ignoring their fallen comrade, glided towards Mr. One atop the white mist. Foamy daisy slash. Mr. One transformed his palms and fingers into blades, positioning his hands between his wrists, then unleashed a radiative slashing attack. The strikes tore through the approaching assailants, causing blood to spray as they were injured and sent sprawling. Retreat. Realizing their opponent was formidable, the remaining assailants leaped off the ship and fled. Chapter 18. The Baroque Works Pirate Crew. Robbery. Captain Crocodile, who are these people? Mr. One inquired, puzzled. "They're the Sky Islanders, much like us, hailing from the Blue Sea," Crocodile responded. "To be precise, they are residents of Gaia Island below us. Brought here by the great current 400 years ago," he continued. "400 years? Mr. One expressed surprise. "It seems Mr. Crocodile was already aware of the existence of Sky Islands." Robin's voice chimed in as Crocodile noticed her leaning against the ship's railing on the second deck, observing them. "In my youth, I roamed widely," Crocodile deflected, seeking to dismiss her inquiry. "Captain Crocodile, what significant events occurred in your youth?" Mr. Three also emerged to ask. "I thought only a few were still awake," Miss Polar remarked as she stepped forward. "It seems we need to take shifts, with everyone inebriated. We must be prepared for any surprise attacks," Mr. One suggested. "That is a commendable proposal. We shall rotate 3 combat teams." Crocodile nodded in agreement. "It is getting late. Captain Crocodile, would you like to rest? We can keep watch tonight," Mr. One offered. "Very well. Inform me of any developments," Crocodile acknowledged. feeling fatigued after the day's battle with Akiji, having sustained considerable injuries. After entrusting the evening's watch to Mr. One and the others, he retired to his quarters to rest. Thus, the night passed peacefully, and upon awakening the next day, everyone had somewhat acclimatized to the peculiarities of the Sky Island. Ms. Valentine's Day floated into the sky, observing the crisscrossing clouds and the pathways threading through them, all leading to a grand gate beneath a waterfall, adorned with significant characters. Captain Crocodile. These cloud pathways lead to a grand gate. Ms. Valentine's Day descended to convey to Crocodile. A gate? Crocodile reminisced and recalled that when the main characters entered the Sky Island, they first passed through a grand gateway known as the Gate of Heaven. In the past, this was the entrance to the realm of the Sky Island, he remarked. Subsequently, the helmsman of the ship adjusted its course, steering the sand crocodile towards the currents of the cloud sea, propelling them toward the great door at the journey's end. After sailing for a while, a colossal gate emerged before them, prominently inscribed with the 4 characters, Gate of Heaven. The sand crocodile came to a halt before this magnificent entrance. Are you here for sightseeing or for battle? At that moment, an elderly woman with a head of white hair, a face etched with wrinkles, and 2 small white wings sprouting from her back emerged. Holding a camera, she intended to capture a photograph of the group, only to be startled by the sight of hundreds of fierce figures aboard the ship. So, you are here to fight, the old woman remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Isn't it said that the Sky Island is home to beautiful angelic maidens? Why is it just an old hag? I wonder if the Sky Island has any cross-dressers as well. Hey, old lady, open the door quickly. We wish to enter. Crocodile had yet to utter a word, but the crew behind him was already engaged in fervent discussions, their chatter growing more intense as they observed the increasingly displeased expression of the elderly woman. Regardless of the circumstances, the thought of the upper echelon's demands weighed heavily on everyone. Each person was expected to pay a staggering 1 billion Agus coins. The old woman retorted with irritation, 1 billion? Why don't you just go rob it? Ms. Valentine's Day expressed her discontent, though she was uncertain of the value of 1 billion Agus coins in terms of berries. The mere mention of such a colossal figure suggested it must be an exorbitant amount. This is mandated by law. The old woman replied with a stoic demeanor. Then how much does that equate to in berries? Robin inquired gently, her smile radiant. 100 million Agus coins translates to 10,000 of your Qinghai currency. The elderly woman informed them. So for all of us, that would amount to over 600,000 berries. Miss Christmas exclaimed after a quick calculation. Captain Crocodile, perhaps we should reconsider our journey. It entails such a hefty fee. Mr. Five lamented. Is it truly the case that you would willingly return after such a venture to the Sky Island? Crocodile remarked, his gaze fixed on the crew as he cradled his golden hook. Alas, it seems payment is our only recourse. Ms. Valentine's Day sighed. Hey, youngsters. Have you forgotten our true identities? Since when do pirates abide by the law when venturing anywhere? Crocodile quipped with a playful smile directed at the old woman. We are, after all, fearsome pirates. Crocodile's words seemed to ignite a fervor among the crew aboard the vessel, as they cast heated glances towards the elderly woman. What do you intend to do? The old woman, taken aback by their stares, stumbled backward in fright. Yet before she could make her escape, a figure lunged forward. You old hag, not even a man. Quickly reveal to us how to ascend. Mr. Two leaped over and seized the old woman. Moreover, let it be known that pirates are notorious for pillaging and plundering, Crocodile continued. Indeed, not only must you divulge the method, but all your riches here are now ours. We, the Baroque Works, hereby declare a robbery upon you. The pirates aboard the ship immediately grasped the situation and addressed the old woman. You are violating the law. I advise you to reconsider your actions. The deity of our Sky Island will descend divine retribution upon you, and none shall escape. The old woman insisted stubbornly. Then let the deity of the Sky Island come and see for themselves. Crocodile retorted disdainfully. While Enel was indeed formidable, without the ability of hockey, what could he do merely by standing there? Ultimately, the sand crocodile was successfully propelled upwards by a creature known as the express shrimp, while the old woman was left stripped of her wealth. As soon as Crocodile departed, the old woman promptly contacted the guardians of the Sky Island. The monitoring officer from the Gate of Heaven reported, Almighty God and esteemed priests, please enact divine retribution upon the hundreds of illegal trespassers who have entered the realm of the divine. They have not only entered unlawfully, but also plundered the officer's possessions. This is an invasion. The Amazon shouted anxiously. Ah, a brazen group has arrived. 564 of them, quite a considerable number, Enel remarked. Reclining on a comfortable bed while munching on an apple, his tone serene. Rest assured, my God, we shall not allow a single one to reach this place. Everyone shall perish in our trials. The 4 priests chimed in unison, each brimming with confidence. Chapter 19. The Divine Trials with the Aid of the Express Shrimp. The sand crocodile swiftly ascended through a layer of clouds, and soon the end was in sight. A sign appeared before them, Sacred Land of the Divine. Whoosh! The sand crocodile burst through the clouds, alighting upon a pristine white sea, revealing a breathtaking scene before their eyes. A vast expanse of white, resembling an otherworldly paradise. unfolded as an island materialized before them. That was the true Sky Island. It would be a lie to say Crocodile was not thrilled. It was his first time witnessing the Sky Island in person, having only seen it in anime or meticulously edited images before. Nothing compared to the awe of seeing it firsthand. How beautiful! Ms. Golden Week exclaimed, bouncing at the bow of the ship, her easel in hand. If it were not for boarding Captain Crocodile's vessel, the old woman might never have witnessed such a scene in her lifetime. Miss Christmas reflected wistfully. Captain Crocodile, shall we raid once we dock? A crew member approached excitedly. No, we shall go as consumers. Earlier, we were ruthless pirates. Now, we are adventurers, Crocodile replied, shaking his head. Huh. The pirate was taken aback for a moment. I was merely irritated by that old woman earlier. Now I feel good and wish to be a decent person. Is there a problem? Crocodile shot him a glance. And no. Captain Crocodile, we shall do as you say? The pirate nodded fervently. The sand crocodile continued its voyage before anchoring on a stretch of white sandy beach. Crocodile leaped down and discovered that the beach was unexpectedly soft and fluffy. It seemed as though someone was not welcoming us. Crocodile lifted his head, gazing up at an endless ladder of clouds, where a row of soldiers donned in berets stood watch. In light of your illegal entry and malicious plundering of wealth, you are now required to pay a tenfold fine and return the stolen riches, or be expelled from the land of the divine, bellowed one of the beret-clad soldiers. Eliminate this bothersome individual. Crocodile ascended the staircase, his voice echoing. Behind him, a throng of pirates surged forth, with only Mr. 1 and a few officers remaining by his side. Fire! At the command, the members of the White Beret Brigade unleashed a torrent of arrows, each shaft trailing a ribbon of cloud. The pirates in the front scrambled to evade, with some unable to escape, being hurled off the cloud ladder. What is this? It's soft enough to stand on. A daring pirate discovered he could indeed stand upon a cloud, prompting dozens of others to follow suit. Charge! At that moment, the White Beret Brigade members ascended onto the clouds, swiftly gliding downward while wielding dual blades. Be cautious, they're coming, a pirate shouted, brandishing his sword to intercept the advancing White Beret soldiers. Swish! Ah! In the blink of an eye, as the White Berets crashed into them, pirates tumbled down. These blue sea folks are truly feeble, one soldier of the White Beret Brigade remarked, having dispatched several pirates with ease. This lot is sorely lacking in experience. Bringing such inept individuals to the new world, they aren't even fit to be cannon fodder. Crocodile frowned at their performance. Almost as soon as he spoke, a pirate erupted in rage, swinging a metal rod that sent him flying. Don't look down on us, Sky Island scum. The pirate seethed. Captain Crocodile is watching. Let us not embarrass ourselves. We're under a man with a bounty of 500 million berries. Without strength, what right do we have to follow? Immediately after, another pirate leaped up, wielding a cannon, pulling the trigger as a cannonball shot forth, blasting a White Beret soldier away. Charge! Don't underestimate us, Sky Islanders. Crocodile pressed onward, the path ahead having been thoroughly cleared by his subordinates. As the final member of the White Berets fell, Crocodile stood at the pinnacle of the cloud ladder, slowly turning around. Medical team, take the injured below for treatment. Bora commanded from atop the ladder, directing the medical personnel to attend to the wounded pirates. The worthless White Berets have been vanquished. This is our first time launching a full-scale offensive. After all, there are far too many miscreants in need of punishment. At that moment, dozens of individuals materialized before Crocodile and his companions. These were the elite troops of Enel, known as the Divine Soldiers. Eliminate these Sky Islanders. A large and corpulent man issued the command, prompting a surge of Divine Soldiers to charge forth. Onward. Crocodile stood still, his subordinates rushing forward to engage in battle with the Divine Soldiers. Be cautious of their palms. They can unleash peculiar slashes. Unlike the insignificant White Berets, this group donned slashing berets, and Crocodile's men, caught off guard by the slashes, were sent flying one after another. Some Divine Soldiers even managed to take on multiple pirates simultaneously. Suddenly, the sound of barking echoed as a large dog charged onto the battlefield, effortlessly sending one pirate sprawling with a powerful punch. Boom! A pirate aimed a cannon at the dog, but the cannonball barely affected it, only serving to infuriate the beast, which retaliated with a mighty blow. You may join the fray now. Those fellows are beyond the capabilities of ordinary opponents, Crocodile remarked to Mr. 1 and his companions. Then I shall not hold back, Mr. 2 declared, incensed by the large dog that had taken down several of his beloved subordinates. With a swift leap, he delivered a powerful kick to the dog, the force of which sent it flying. Oh, Captain Mr. 2 has struck. Eliminate these nuisances. The crowd rallied, inspired by Mr. 2's actions, rushing forth to defeat the Divine Soldiers with sheer numbers. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment, shouted a corpulent man as he burst onto the scene, rapidly slashing with his hands, sending pirates flying. You should be the one to beware of overconfidence, you glutton. Miss Christmas suddenly appeared beneath the hefty man, using her abilities to bring him crashing to the ground. Baseball cannon. Mr. 4's hunting dog spat out a baseball cannonball, which Mr. 4 struck with his iron bat. sending it flying toward the hefty man. Boom. In a fierce explosion, the combined effort of Ms. Christmas and Mr. 4 sent the overweight man soaring through the air. Chapter 20. Baroque Pirates vs. Divine Soldiers. Ha! What a mess. Big Mountain. A man with a handlebar mustache, wielding a spear and riding a bizarre bird. Mocked as he soared away. Little mole, try this. The mustached man swooped low, thrusting his spear at Ms. Christmas. Whoosh. She swiftly burrowed back underground, evading the attack. Quick on your feet, aren't you? The mustached man taunted, retreating to the skies. Consecutive home runs. Mr. 4 called out, launching baseballs at the airborne assailant. The mustached man skillfully maneuvered the bizarre bird, evading Mr. 4's assaults with finesse. Purity, give them a thorough thrashing, commanded a bald man in sunglasses as he leaped onto the large dog. With a roar, the dog, known as Purity, charged into the crowd, targeting Crocodile's subordinates. Suddenly, Purity spotted a similarly crew-cut man and swung a paw at him. With a resounding thud, Purity felt as though his paw struck steel, visibly reddening before retracting it to blow on it, as if to alleviate the pain. What just happened? The bald man glanced down, noticing the stoic figure of the crew-cut man. Iron Western sword. The bald man scoffed, swinging his sword, which transformed into a cloud that struck the crew-cut man, pushing him back. The bald man's expression shifted as he realized that this blow should not merely have pushed the man back, but rather pierced through his chest. Impressive attack. However, I am a user of the quick/fruit. My skin is as hard as steel. Without the strength to sever steel, you cannot harm me, Mr. 1 remarked, brushing off the white marks on his clothing in admiration. Micro dust slash. Without hesitation, Mr. 1 transformed his feet into blades and glided forward like a skater, his hands morphing into blades as he leaped toward Purity. Micro dust slash. Crossing his arms at his chest, Mr. 1 unleashed an X-shaped slash. The sound of blood spraying filled the air as network-like slashes appeared on Purity's body. Arc. Purity howled, collapsing to the ground, while the bald man jumped onto Mr. 1's path just before Purity fell. Iron Fan. As the bald man landed, he swung his long sword again, transforming it into a fan-like weapon as he attacked Mr. 1. Mr. 1 countered with his blade-like hands, blocking the strike before transforming his legs into blades and sweeping toward the bald man. Clang. The bald man swiftly countered, parrying Mr. 1's attack. Quick slash. Mr. 1 pressed on, launching a series of attacks, but the bald man continuously deflected them, rendering Mr. 1's efforts futile. I have deciphered all your techniques. In this duel, your defeat is inevitable, the bald man proclaimed with arrogance. Let us see. Mr. 1 remained calm, continuing to strike at the bald man as Mr. 3 faced off against an opponent with a spider-like head that appeared rather dim-witted. On the spider-headed man bit his own lip, producing strange sounds. Lord Gadas, your upper lip is biting your lower lip, hence the inability to produce sound. One of his subordinates pointed out. Oh, so that's how it is. Gadas finally understood. Where did this fool come from? Mr. 3 took advantage of the distraction, unleashing candle wax that transformed into flying knives aimed at Gadas. Jet Iron Fist. Gadas countered, his shell emitting a gust of wind as he punched at incredible speed, effortlessly deflecting Mr. 3's flying knives, though he accidentally sent his subordinate flying in the process. Quite the talent, Mr. 3 remarked, bemused, as the candle wax spread across the ground, inching toward Gadas. What is this? Gadas wondered, but he paid it no heed, instead propelling himself into the air toward Mr. 3. Has he discovered my plan? Mr. 3 thought as he hastily constructed a candle barrier to block Gadas' advance. Can these waxes solidify? At this moment, Gadas, utilizing the mind network, discerned Mr. 3's innermost thoughts. Just before landing, he propelled himself once more into the air, landing in a spot devoid of candle wax. Candle gauntlets. After donning the candle gauntlets, Mr. 3 charged at Gadas, swinging his fists in an assault. Jet Iron Fist. Gadas deftly evaded Mr. 3's blow with the aid of the mind network and followed up with a swift punch that sent Mr. 3 flying. Is the denizen of the Sky Island truly this formidable? Candle Champion's Cup. Mr. 3 wiped the blood from his nose, enveloping himself in candle armor, reinforcing his fists, transforming into a gladiatorial warrior. Champion's Fist. With a powerful swing, Mr. 3 struck, yet Gadas effortlessly dodged again, retaliating with a punch that landed on the armor, akin to a strike against solid iron. A smile crept across Mr. 3's face as he seized the opportunity to land a punch squarely on Gadas' face, sending him reeling. Why can I suddenly no longer see my foe? Upon rising from the ground, Gadas shouted in confusion, unable to perceive anyone. Mr. 3, puzzled, wondered how this individual had suddenly become blind, only to realize that the fool had rolled his eyes upward, rendering him sightless. At that moment, a subordinate, having been knocked away by Gadas, returned to remind him, "My lord, your eyes merely turned upward." Following the reminder, Gadas promptly corrected his gaze and remarked, "Now I can see once more. Why must I engage in battle with such an imbecile?" Mucus sculpture, candle greatsword. A massive sword forged from candle wax materialized in Mr. 3's grasp, ready to confront Gadas once again. Meanwhile, Mr. Two encountered his own adversary, a rotund individual with two small wings protruding from his back. Hailing from the Sky Island. I am the divine Enel subordinate, the priest Lidiali. Behold the Sky Island's specialty, the ball cloud. Let me see how fortunate you are. A series of white ball clouds trailed behind Sabaody. As soon as the words left his lips, he hurled 2 ball clouds towards Mr. Two. Humph, what Sky Island deity? I am the illustrious second-in-command of the Desert King, Crocodile. Mr. Two leapt into action, unhesitatingly kicking at the ball clouds thrown by Sabaody. Upon contact, an explosive detonation ensued, and Mr. Two was sent hurtling backward amidst a plume of black smoke. Chapter 21. Fierce Battle. Captain Mr. Two. The pirates, witnessing Mr. Two being flung away, were taken aback, swiftly charging towards Sabaody, armed with their weapons. Damn it, playing dirty with me. Mr. Two cursed under his breath as he regained his footing. However, he soon saw his companions rushing forward and shouted, "Do not touch those white spheres." Unfortunately, Mr. Two's warning came too late. The pirates were already struck by the ball clouds hurled by Sabaody. Boom, whoosh, bang. In the next moment, some of the ball clouds erupted, others shot forth blades. And yet others unleashed bullets, resulting in total devastation for the pirate ranks charging toward Sabaody. They scattered like headless flies. Prompting the question, where had all the combat experience gleaned from their time in the Baroque works gone? Upon witnessing this scene, Crocodile's expression darkened. These individuals, selected from among the millionaires and billionaires, appeared utterly naïve, as if they had never encountered a battle before, and fell prey to others' traps in an instant. Robin. Crocodile cast a glance at Robin beside him. Mr. Crocodile, are you considering stepping in? Robin inquired, noting that their companions were indeed underperforming. Humph. These fools are not worthy of my intervention. I shall deal with the mastermind behind this, and I leave this to you. I am aware of your capabilities. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from engaging, Crocodile remarked to Robin, acknowledging that the peculiar powers of the flower fruit made dealing with these adversaries exceedingly simple. Very well, Mr. Crocodile. Robin nodded in agreement. Indeed, Crocodile, having spoken, transformed into a swirl of yellow sand and departed for another location. Bola, you two shall join. I will now command the medical team. Mr. 5, prepare the artillery squad for a barrage upon those white spheres over there. Robin began to take charge. Then it's my turn, Bola declared, launching forth like an arrow released from its bow. Flash. At that moment, a member of the Divine Warrior team emerged beside him, raising his hand to unleash a cutting strike towards Bola. With a swift bend, Bola evaded, only to have a thorn suddenly sprout from his palm, piercing through his body. There is someone capable here. A massive figure appeared before Bola, the mountain that Mr. 4 had blasted away now obstructing his path. Slash, slash, slash. The mountain initiated a flurry of cutting strikes directed at Bola. He was forced to manifest thorns from beneath his feet to nimbly evade the mountain's onslaught. This won't do. I must change my opponent. After evading for a while and realizing the difficulty of facing this foe, Bola's gaze fell upon Mr. 3, who was being overwhelmed by Gaia, and he dashed towards him. Don't you dare run. The mountain pursued relentlessly, its plump form surprisingly matching Bola's speed. Mr. 3, switch opponents. Without allowing Mr. 3 a moment to react, Bola sprouted a dense cluster of thorns and struck at Gaia. Gaia, quick to sense the danger, utilized a spray of energy to retreat and evade. Flash. Just then, the mountain caught up, launching another cutting strike. Candle wall. Mr. 3 waved his hand, conjuring a wall of candle wax to block the mountain's attack. I'll leave this one to you. Mr. 3, who was at a loss on how to deal with Gaia, naturally agreed when he saw Bola take charge. Thus, the two exchanged opponents. Bola faced Gaia, while Mr. 3 engaged the mountain. Have I switched to a scrawny opponent? What a gut. The mountain leapt high, and then came crashing down upon Mr. 3 like a falling mountain. Candle sphere. Mr. 3 quickly formed a sphere of wax around himself, and the mountain's impact merely irritated the sphere rather than causing harm. Candle blade. A long knife suddenly emerged from within the wax sphere, but the mountain reacted swiftly, evading the strike. Champion's fist. Tilling fist. Mr. 3 charged in, rapidly unleashing a flurry of punches at the mountain. Thud, thud, thud. The mountain raised its hands to block with its bulk, but these were not mere fists. They were waxen gauntlets crafted from candle material, and soon the mountain was bruised all over. Damn those people from the East Blue. The mountain stood its ground, cursing under its breath before unleashing a series of cutting strikes. Candle wall. Mr. 3 erected a wall of wax, successfully blocking all incoming slashes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bola was relentlessly attacking Gaia with his thorny hands. Utilizing the ability of his heart net, Gaia anticipated every one of Bola's movements, dodging his strikes with ease. With thorns sprouting all over, let's try this. Gaia suddenly produced a shell and released a purple cloud, tossing it towards Bola. Sensing the potential danger, Bola swiftly dodged, only to find that Gaia's subordinate was lurking just behind him, ready to ambush. The cloud landed squarely on the subordinate's torso. The unfortunate subordinate struggled briefly before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. What an idiot, Bola mocked, observing Gaia's elimination of his comrade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gaia continued to launch murky clouds at Bola, who deftly evaded them. Meanwhile, facing Shadali's array of cloud formations, the pirate crew quickly retreated to safer positions. Let me teach you a proper lesson. Mr. 2 charged forth, delivering a flying kick at Shadali, followed by a barrage of punches. Missed. Shadali, employing the heart net ability, evaded all of Mr. 2's attacks effortlessly. Surprise Sphere, Cloud Dragon. After deflecting Mr. 2's assault, Shadali conjured a swirling mass of interconnected clouds that surged toward him. I want to be hit so easily. Mr. 2 managed to evade the incoming cloud formation, leaping high into the air to kick at Shadali. As he was about to strike Shadali, Mr. 2 noticed Shadali raising a hand. What he revealed was a hidden impact shell. Oh no. Mr. 2's expression changed in an instant. Boom. A shockwave erupted, sending blood spraying through the air. And Shadali sent Mr. 2 flying. Mr. 2 fell to the ground but quickly rose, only to find Shadali's surprise sphere, Cloud Dragon, approaching fast, prompting him to leap away in search of an opening. Mr. 2, get out of the way. At that moment, Mr. 2 heard Mr. 5 shout. Turning around, he saw Mr. 5 rallying the artillery squad. Without hesitation, Mr. 2 dashed aside. Fire! Mr. 5 commanded, and a volley of cannonballs was immediately unleashed. Chapter 22, The Intensifying Battle Boom. Countless cannonballs soared towards Shadali, and despite his attempts to maneuver his clouds to avoid the barrage, it was already too late. Rumbling. As the cannonballs struck, a series of explosions erupted, sending shrapnel flying, bullets ricocheting, flames igniting, and various terrifying creatures like snakes and rats bursting forth from the cloud. All met with a gruesome fate. Before long, the area where Shadali stood was left in utter disarray. Well done, Mr. 5. Mr. 2 marveled at the scene. Will the divine being be taken down? The remaining members of the divine warrior team were left in shock at this turn of events. As the smoke cleared, Shadali lay motionless on the ground, once clad in white, now shrouded in darkness. Is he finished? Mr. 2 swallowed nervously as he gazed at the fallen Shadali. How much longer will you lie there? Are you truly done for? The mustached man hovering in the air could still sense Shadali's heartbeat through the heart net and taunted him. Mind your own business, Shura. Shadali struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, all my carefully crafted surprise clouds are wasted. Shadali seethed with rage at the loss of his meticulously prepared creations. Still standing, are we? Demon Fist Technique, Explosive Swan. Seeing Shadali rise, Mr. 2 quickly removed the swan decorations from his shoulders and affixed them onto his feet to enhance his attack. Come on. Shadali, eyeing Mr. 2's peculiar footwear, readied himself for the confrontation. Demon Fist Technique, Memories of That Winter. Mr. 2 swiftly closed the distance to Shadali with a series of rapid steps, then leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at Shadali. Could such a small creature inflict such damage? Shadali, sensing Mr. 2's intentions through the network of hearts, nimbly evaded the kick with a series of backflips. Mr. 2's strike landed forcefully on the ground, creating a crater upon impact. Whoosh! Fire Spear. Azura descended from the skies atop a monstrous bird, thrusting a spear towards Mr. 2. Bang! Mr. 2 retaliated with a powerful kick, colliding with the spear's sharp tip, resulting in a stalemate as both combatants were forced to retreat. Roar! Is it on fire? Just as Mr. 2 landed, flames suddenly erupted from the swan-like tip of his foot. Confused, Mr. 2 hurriedly extinguished the blaze. Just as Shadali was about to launch another attack on Mr. 2, he sensed a disturbance beneath him and leaped away. In the next instant, Miss Christmas emerged from the ground right where Shadali had been standing. Had he been discovered? Miss Christmas, realizing Shadali had dodged her attack, quickly burrowed back underground. While airborne, Shadali noticed something rapidly approaching him and instinctively extended his hand, unleashing a shockwave. Bang! The baseball projectile hurtling towards Shadali was detonated midair, and he landed safely. Missed, Mr. 4 lamented. Pant, pant. Shadali gasped for breath after landing. Brother, we're here to help. At that moment, 2 men resembling Shadali rushed to his side. Zhongwu, Xiaowu, you arrived just in time. Let us deal with this ambiguous creature together, Shadali declared. I'm not an ambiguous creature. I'm a transvestite. Mr. 2 exclaimed as he charged forward, delivering a flying kick. Meanwhile, in the Sky Island's cloud-hidden village, a young girl hurriedly entered a tent. What brings you here? Wapol inquired, his expression stern as he noticed Aisha's frantic entrance. Aisha, intimidated by Wapol's dark demeanor, hesitated. Observing this, Lachi approached her gently and asked, What's the matter, Aisha? Aisha finally spoke. On Angel Island, a group of outsiders is battling Enel's divine team. The divine arm has suffered considerable losses, and all 4 divine officials have been dispatched. All 4 divine officials have appeared on Angel Island? Wapol's expression shifted, realizing it was the first time all 4 had taken action simultaneously. If that's the case, isn't the island's defense exceptionally weak right now? Mandible, blattered, Jabeo. The opportunity to ignite the lamp of Condor has arrived. Wapol declared to those inside the tent. Isn't that too risky? No divine official has been defeated yet. Lachi expressed her concerns. Opportunities must be seized. Warriors who dare tread upon the corpses of their kin, prepare to depart with me. Wapol commanded resolutely. Roar. Outside the tent, the Sandia warriors responded to Wapple's voice with a rallying cry. In the skies above the Divine Island, a swirl of yellow sand materialized, coalescing into Crocodile's form. This must be the place, the Divine Island. Crocodile speculated as he surveyed the largest landmass on the floating isle. Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously from the sky, and Crocodile looked up to see a massive bolt of lightning descending. The ground trembled violently, and a deep pit formed instantly from the destructive force. The gods of the sky truly lack courtesy, Crocodile remarked as he emerged from the swirling sands within the pit. Enel, situated in the Divine Palace, suddenly paused, realizing that the Sea of Clouds person struck by his lightning was unharmed. No wonder he is the leader of those Sea of Clouds people. Intrigued, Enel continued. Are the Sandia folk unable to contain themselves? It seems I shall require additional manpower this time. With the Divine Arm suffering significant losses and the 4 Divine officials failing to achieve effective results, Enel resolved to deal with the intruding Sea of Clouds people first upon the arrival of the Sandia warriors. Glancing at the apple core in his hand, he summoned lightning, vanishing in an instant, leaving the core behind. Back on the battlefield of Angel Island, facing the numerical advantage of the Baroque works, the soldiers of the Divine Arm fell one after another, with nearly half of the Baroque works forces also defeated in the fray. Mr. 1 and the others separated from the remaining 5 main forces of the Divine Arm, each standing at opposite ends in a standoff. The Divine Arm has suffered considerable losses. Dazbone remarked angrily. Those guys can just recruit more. It's of little consequence. Ohm adjusted his sunglasses. There are quite a few foes to contend with, Shadley noted. Sizing up the opposition. Let us see who can score more kills, Azura chuckled. The simple-minded Gadat struggled to find his words. Chapter 23, Dazbone's defeat. Only the 7 adversaries before them remained. Mr. 5 observed the 4 divine officials and the 2 men who bore a striking resemblance to Shadley, Zhongwu and Xiaowu, along with Dazbones. Yet none were to be underestimated, especially the 4 self-proclaimed officials who seemed to possess an uncanny knowledge of their movements. Bora remarked, having struggled for ages to subdue the spider-headed foe. That must be the hockey known as observation mentioned by Captain Crocodile, Mr. 1 speculated. By the way, where has Captain Crocodile gone? Miss Christmas queried, realizing Crocodile was absent. Captain Crocodile mentioned he was off to seek his opponent, Robin replied with a smile. He left with a clear dissatisfaction regarding everyone's performance. Leave that sunglass-wearing fellow to us for the first team, Mr. 1 declared promptly. Then the rotund one is ours for the second team, Mr. 2 added, determined to make Shadley pay. I can handle that big guy alone. He is just a brute, Mr. 3 boasted confidently. Then the third team will join me in dealing with that spider-headed one? Bora inquired. The third team should tackle that flying foe, Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine. You'll assist with the spider-headed one, Robin suggested. Very well, Bora nodded in agreement. Mr. 4, Miss Christmas, you two go support the third team, Robin continued. That might be a bit challenging. After all, that guy can fly, Miss Christmas expressed her concerns. Vibrant blossoms, 6-wheel flower, anchor flower, Robin announced, crossing her arms. As 6 arms suddenly sprouted from the 3-legged bird Azura was riding. Before the opponents could react, the 6 limbs grasped and severed the wings of the 3-legged bird. Damn it, what is happening? Under the shadow of the fearsome Azura, the 3-meter bird fell helplessly to the ground, leaving the bewildered Azura in a state of utter confusion. He won't be able to fly now, Robin remarked with a smile. Indeed, she was the one chosen by Captain Crocodile as his first mate, effortlessly diminishing the opponent's strength from the outset. Lady Robin, why don't you take them all out yourself? The members of the Baroque Works exclaimed excitedly. That cannot be done. Mr. Crocodile instructed me not to intervene. Preventing him from flying already goes against Mr. Crocodile's orders, Robin replied. Crocodile wishes to witness your combat prowess. He does not want to carry a bunch of burdens. Don't worry, Lady Robin. We are no burdens. The crew shouted enthusiastically. Right. Watch us. We will defeat them. Indeed. Let us vanquish them. They roared, their spirits ignited as they charged forward with their weapons brandished. Have these fools forgotten the tactics we just devised? Mr. 3 commented. Utterly speechless. Stop standing there and let us not allow our subordinates to steal the spotlight. Mr. 1 exclaimed as he transformed his feet into blades and glided forward. Take this, bald head. The pirate at the forefront swung his weapon towards Azura, but OM merely sidestepped without a glance, casually striking back and sending the pirate sprawling. As the pirate was sent flying, several more rushed to attack OM in unison. Iron Whip. OM's long blade morphed into a cloud of iron, whipping out and injuring the assailants before swiftly reverting to its original form. Curse those sky people for daring to harm my steed. Azura grunted, valiantly swinging his spear to fend off a pirate. Full strike. Deshawn maintained his steady performance, unleashing a flurry of slashes. However, this time, the seasoned pirates adeptly parried his attacks. You've been arrogant from the start. One pirate with an iron rod evaded Deshawn's strike, leaping up and delivering a powerful blow to Deshawn's head, causing blood to spill and him to stagger back, his vision blurring. Die, Sky Islander. Several pirates with long knives pressed the advantage, leaping to stab Deshawn in the chest. Fistful strike. Just as Deshawn regained his sight, He steadied himself and swung his arms, sending the attackers flying. "I want to be easily defeated," he roared, leveraging his size to charge forward. "You are quite the arrogant one." Mr. 5 appeared before him, hands in pockets, blocking Deshawn's path. Ignoring Mr. 5, Deshawn barreled towards him. Mr. 5 inhaled deeply, inflating his body. Super air burst. Mr. 5 expelled the air forcefully, causing Deshawn, who was advancing, to be blasted away by the sudden explosion. What just happened? Where did that cannonball come from? Deshawn pondered, bewildered as he lay on the ground, feeling no impact from a cannonball. Do not be puzzled. I am a user of the explosion devil fruit. You stand no chance against me, Mr. 5 declared with authority. Don't just with me. Full drop. Deshawn leapt high into the air, preparing to deliver a devastating kick to Mr. 5, whose physique, if struck, would surely lead to severe injury or worse. No snot cannon. In response to Deshawn's impending strike, Mr. 5 unleashed his signature move, launching the grotesque but potent projectile. The next moment, the no snot erupted with a tremendous explosion, sending Deshawn flying, smoke billowing from his body. 10,000 kilograms guillotine. Seizing the moment while Deshawn was still down, Ms. Valentine soared overhead, rapidly adjusting her weight and plummeting downwards. The unfortunate Deshawn, just rising, was crushed beneath Ms. Valentine, his bones breaking instantly, and he fell lifelessly to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. One down. Our cadre is truly remarkable. The crew cheered, witnessing Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine's triumph over Deshawn, their morale soaring. Great windmill. Meanwhile, OM continued to fend off wave after wave of pirates. Mr. 1 launched himself at OM again, flipping onto his hands, his feet transforming into blades that spun rapidly like a windmill, striking at OM with relentless force. OM raised his blade to defend, but Mr. 1's rapid strikes created sparks as they clashed against OM's long sword. That attack was effective, Mr. 1 exclaimed, sliding back from the impact. Stop lying, OM retorted. As more pirates surged forward, weapons raised, ready to take down OM. Iron whip. OM flicked his wrist, his iron blade once more transforming into a whip, sending the surrounding pirates flying. Everyone, stay away from him. Do not make unnecessary sacrifices, Mr. 1 shouted, urging his crew to halt their advance. Leave this to me, Mr. 1 asserted confidently. A dull decision. Once I defeat you, those fools will meet the same fate. OM adjusted his sunglasses coolly. Is that so? Mr. 1 replied, his expression unwavering as the glaring sunlight reflected off his hands. I will not disappoint Captain Crocodile's expectations. He entrusted you to us, and I shall eliminate you, even if it costs me my life. With that, Mr. 1 surged forward. Clang. Mr. 1 swung down, and OM raised his hand to block, but Mr. 1 unleashed a rapid flurry of attacks, the sounds of metal clashing resonating throughout. Clang. Clang. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, moving so swiftly that afterimages appeared, the sounds of their weapons creating sparks with each collision. However, despite Mr. 1's relentless onslaught, OM managed to parry each strike. Frustrated, Mr. 1 created distance between them, transforming his feet into blades once more, crossing his arms before launching himself at OM with incredible speed. Destructive slash. Mr. 1 brought his arms down, but OM countered with his blade, the explosive force sending shockwaves through the ground, leaving deep gouges in its wake. Fly away, Mr. 1 muttered, and with a sudden burst, the ground beneath him shattered, propelling him forward and sending OM hurtling through the air. Immediately afterward, Mr. 1 charged after him. Iron spear. As Mr. 1 pursued, the flung back OM swiftly brandished his blade, transforming the iron cloud into a harpoon that shot towards Mr. 1. With a resounding crash, Mr. 1 intercepted the incoming harpoon, blocking it with his hands before forcefully swatting it aside, deflecting OM's knife. Did you foresee that the blade would graze your skin? Mr. 1 closed in on OM, and in the latter's terrified gaze, his arms morphed into multiple blades, spinning at high speed. Spiral slash. Mr. 1 thrust his hands forward, the rapidly rotating blades piercing through. In an instant, the razor-edged appendages struck OM's abdomen, blood gushing forth. With a resounding thud, OM collapsed to the ground. Drip. Mr. 1's hands hung limply, blood trickling down the blades onto the earth. Are the Sky Islanders truly formidable? Mr. 1 remarked, turning away without aiding Mr. 2 and the others, choosing instead to observe from the sidelines. Charge forth, eliminate the remaining foes. Mr. 1 returned, brushing past each pirate as they surged towards the remaining priest. In the midst of battle, Mr. 2 engaged the Celestial Knight Shura, their kicks and spears clashing. Stripped of his steed, Shura could not leverage his aerial advantage and found himself on the defensive against Mr. 2's relentless assault. Demon Fey Fist, memories of that summer. Mr. 2 spun rapidly, his body serving as the axis as he unleashed a series of spinning kicks at Shura. Anticipating Mr. 2's strikes, Shura effortlessly parried them. Suddenly, Shura leaped backward and propelled himself off the ground, thrusting his spear forward with ferocity. Just as the spear was about to impale Mr. 2, he unexpectedly touched his face with his right hand and transformed into Ms. Golden Week, shrinking down and narrowly evading Shura's spear. In quick succession, Mr. 2 touched his face again, reverting to his original form, and launched a kick. Demon Fey Fist. Toe kick. Shura reacted swiftly, momentarily stunned by Mr. Two's sudden transformation. He raised his spear to block the incoming kick. With the attack thwarted, Mr. Two retreated to create distance. Beside him, members of the second and first squad swept past, charging towards Shura. Fire spear. Shura engaged the oncoming pirates with a flurry of attacks, first deflecting their strikes before using his flaming spear to take down the pirates charging at him. Demon Fey Fist, Swan Dance of the Fallen. Demon Fey Fist, Explosive Swan. Simultaneously, Mr. Two adopted a drunken boxing stance, launching an assault on Shura with both hands and feet. Under the relentless barrage, Shura found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught, retreating step by step. Fortunately, Mr. Two's barrage did not last long. Ouch! Mr. Two exclaimed, shaking his burned hands, realizing that drunken boxing was becoming impractical. Mr. Two swiftly transitioned to an enhanced toe kick. Demon Fey Fist, the Swan's Forage of Spring. He lifted his right foot, executing a rapid series of toe kicks towards Shura, his speed so great that it seemed as if multiple kicks were unleashed simultaneously. Shura adeptly adjusted his spear, blocking Mr. Two's continuous strikes. Demon Fey Fist, Left and Right Dance. Mr. Two alternated kicks against Shura, then leaped high into the air. Demon Fey Fist, Graceful Swan Dance. Concentrating his strength, he executed a powerful single-foot kick at Shura. In a mere moment, Shura evaded, sidestepping to Mr. Two's side, raising his spear. The spear pierced through Mr. Two's body, sending him flying. Mr. Two, our captain. The onlookers cried out as Mr. Two was hurled away, prompting a fierce counterattack against Shura. Boom. The cannon squad re-entered the fray, launching artillery strikes at Shura. As the sky darkened with incoming shells, they rained down upon him. With a flurry of explosions, Shura was engulfed in a cloud of smoke. Is it over? Mr. Two, lying on the ground, gazed towards the billowing smoke. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the haze, swiftly sending a pirate flying. I am not that worthless Shadley, Shura declared, brandishing his spear with confidence. Mr. Two, if you cannot continue, I may have to step in. Mr. One warned Mr. Two. Silence. I'm just getting warmed up. Mr. Two replied defiantly, his chest stained with blood. Demon Fey Fist, Ballet Dance. Mr. Two twirled and leaped, performing a ballet dance that enhanced his jumping ability while attacking Shura with kicks. Still holding on? Oh, denizen of the Blue Sea, your defeat requires no foresight. It is an inevitable event. Shura taunted. Chapter 25, Shura, the defeat of Gaidas. What the Demon Fey can achieve is beyond prediction. Mr. Two retorted, stepping back to regain his stance. Demon Fey Fist. With that, Mr. Two leaped high, adopting a seated position as he soared towards Shura, merging his feet and driving them down simultaneously. Crash! Shura swung his spear, clashing with Mr. Two's toe-decorated foot. The force of their collision unleashed a gust of wind. Crow sits in the plane. Failing to land a hit, Mr. Two leaped back and executed the same technique against Shura. Using the same move twice before me reveals all your flaws. Shura observed as Mr. Two attempted the crow sits in the plane again. Without hesitation, he leapt into the air, thrusting his spear. Swoosh! Shura's spear once more pierced Mr. Two's body, yet this time, a smile graced Mr. Two's lips. Startled by Mr. Two's thoughts, Shura instinctively pulled back his spear. Not a chance. Mr. Two swiftly enacted his plan. Grasping the spear, Shura attempted to withdraw. I will ensure you experience the true might of the Demon Fey Fist. Demon Fey Fist, Explosive Swan's heavy rebound shot. Mr. Two bent his right leg and, before Shura could react, unleashed a kick at blinding speed, the swan's beak piercing through him. How fast? Shura coughed blood. Seeing Mr. Two poised to strike again, he immediately released the spear and retreated. You've shown your vulnerability, Sky Islander. As a throng of pirates surged towards Shura, who had been disarmed, one wielding a long knife swung down upon him. Shura deftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful kick that sent the attacker sprawling. Almost immediately, another pirate brandishing an axe swept towards him. Shura again evaded, retaliating with a forceful punch to the pirate's abdomen, propelling him away. Mr. Two then leaped into action, performing a ballet-like assault on Shura. Stripped of his weapon, Shura could merely evade the onslaught. Bang! Seizing an opportunity, Mr. Two executed a sweeping kick, but Shura managed to block it with both hands, only to be knocked back. Before he could recover from his rolling tumble on the ground, a pirate lunged at him with a spear. Shura quickly rolled aside, rising to deliver a punch at the spear-wielding pirate. Anticipating the attack, the pirate attempted to block, but Shura had already discerned his movements and transformed the punch into a kick that sent him flying. Human Demon Fist, Crow takes flight. Just as Shura sent the pirate soaring, Mr. Two descended upon him, feet together, toes aiming to strike. Bang! Shura narrowly evaded, but Mr. Two's attack left a crater in the ground. Following this, Mr. Two raised his leg to kick out. Bang! After sending Shura flying, Mr. Two unleashed his human demon charge to pursue him. Human Demon Fist, encounter on a deserted island. Mr. Two flipped onto his hands, spinning rapidly, delivering a barrage of kicks that battered Shura. Shura's body twisted under the relentless assault, his consciousness dimming as he swayed perilously close to collapse. Have you grasped the power of the human demon? Mr. Two taunted as Shura fell to the ground, stripped of any fighting capability. Gadas, witnessing his comrades falling one by one, attempted to speak but bit his lip in distress. Having accidentally incapacitated a subordinate who could have warned him. Enough with the groaning. Just lie still. Bora declared, summoning thorns from her hands. She lunged, only for Gadas to narrowly evade her strike. Jet-powered Iron Fist. After dodging, Gadas activated the jets in his elbows, delivering a punch that sent Bora flying. Thorn roll. Bora, propelled by the impact, leapt up, her body enveloped in thorns as she rolled towards Gadas. Whoosh. Gadas soared into the air, evading Bora's onslaught while conjuring a swamp cloud. Swamp cloud burger. Gadas grasped the cloud and hurled it at Bora. Thud. Bora sidestepped, causing the swamp cloud to crash to the ground. Thorn mace. After landing, Bora sprang up, her arms sprouting thorns as she swung down at Gadas. Bang. Gadas evaded, retaliating with another jet-powered iron fist aimed at Bora. Thorn porcupine. As thorns erupted from Bora's body, Gadas' fist collided with her, injuring his hand but not relenting. He struck again, sending Bora tumbling. As Bora crashed to the ground, Gadas sought to press his advantage, but the surrounding pirates quickly shielded her, charging towards him. Swish. Jet-powered iron fist. Group assault. Gadas, confronted by the oncoming pirates, activated the jet propulsion in his elbows, launching a series of rapid punches that sent pirates flying. Bang. Following this, cannon fire erupted, sending a barrage of cannonballs hurtling towards Gadas, who propelled himself upwards. Boom. The ground shook with the explosion, smoke billowing into the air. Whoosh. Gadas activated his jets, soaring forth while delivering a punch that sent another pirate tumbling. Dance of Thorns. After a brief respite on the ground, Bora rose again, her hands extending thorns as she charged at Gadas. Gadas skillfully evaded Bora's flurry using his heart web, but as she lifted her leg, thorns sprouted from her foot, sweeping dangerously close to him and nearly severing a lock of his hair. Elbow strike, smash, and whip. Bora relentlessly attacked Gadas, but he deftly dodged each blow. After several exchanges, Gadas had yet to land a hit, while Bora became breathless from exertion. Whoosh. Gadas soared again, crafting a swamp cloud to hurl at Bora. Thorn high heels. Bora swiftly maneuvered to dodge, prompting Gadas to launch himself at her. Enough of this. Gadas shouted as he shot towards Bora, only to be intercepted by a swift figure. Bang. Gadas' fist collided with Bora, but he quickly realized something was amiss. Mr. One had blocked his strike. Miss, do you mind if I intervene? Mr. One inquired. Not at all, Bora replied eagerly. Dust slash. Upon hearing this, Mr. One lowered his gaze and crossed his arms. Oh no. Gadas' pupils dilated. As Mr. One's hands descended, a net-like pattern of slashes appeared on Gadas' body. Blood flowed from the wounds, and he collapsed to the ground. Strange, these fellows aren't particularly strong. Why do they possess the haki spoken of by Captain Crocodile? Mr. One remarked disdainfully. Chapter 26. Enel, Middle Wisdom. Little Wisdom with the others defeated, Shadley, Middle Wisdom, and Little Wisdom faced the remaining members of the Baroque works. Brother. Little Wisdom and Middle Wisdom shielded Shadley from behind in response. Candle Champion Cup, Plow Punch. In a state bolstered by the Candle Champion Cup, Mr. 3 unleashed a flurry of strikes at Shadley, who, along with Little Wisdom and Middle Wisdom, swiftly dodged. Let us strike together, Shadley cried, prompting both Little Wisdom and Middle Wisdom to extend their hands simultaneously. Triple impact. The trio unleashed their impact shells in unison, generating a formidable force. Bang. The impact collided with Mr. 3's candle armor, causing him to feel an overwhelming surge of power. Despite his efforts to resist, he was sent flying. Well done, brother, Middle Wisdom praised. Don't let your guard down, Shadley admonished, pulling Middle Wisdom aside to avoid a pirate's sneak attack, then countering with an impact shell that sent the pirate reeling. If this were the trial grounds, those rascals wouldn't stand a chance. But now, the scales of victory are tipping in their favor, Shadley lamented. What should we do, Big Wisdom? Little Wisdom inquired. We retreat and lure them to the trial of orbs, Shadley instructed. But the gods commanded us to deal with them here, Middle Wisdom protested. Be quiet. In this situation, if we don't resolve them, we might be resolved ourselves, Shadley shouted, knocking 2 pirates aside. Understood. In unison, Middle Wisdom and Little Wisdom began to flee. For those who did not heed the warning, Enel, searching for Crocodile, halted mid-motion as a bolt of lightning erupted from him, piercing the heavens. Aha, have they arrived? Hearing the sound of thunder, Crocodile transformed into a swirl of yellow sand, the desert treasure blade. Just after Enel unleashed his lightning, a blade of sand pierced through his body from behind. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, blue arcs of electricity erupted. It turned out to be an Impelite individual from the East China Sea. Enel turned to look behind him, where a whirlwind of yellow sand coalesced into the form of Crocodile. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Enel struck the drum on his right shoulder with the golden baton in his hand, causing the lightning around him to morph into a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird, which soared rapidly toward Crocodile. Bam! Crocodile did not flinch. Instead, he charged forward. The Thunderbird pierced through Crocodile's form, unleashing a burst of yellow sand. HM? A look of perplexity crossed Enel's face, but after probing Crocodile's heart through the mind network, he soon comprehended and remarked, have you, like me, receive the favor of the heavens? However, there can be only one god among us. Only one of us can survive. Enel transformed into lightning and instantly appeared before Crocodile. Electrocution, 200 million volts. Enel, aware that his opponent possessed a similar ability, unleashed his most potent attack without reservation. Boom. Crocodile's entire form instantaneously erupted. A whirlwind of golden sand swirling around him. Following this, his upper body materialized behind Enel, with a dark layer of armament hockey enveloping his golden hook. As Crocodile swung his golden hook, he proclaimed with conviction, if acquiring a natural-type devil fruit could elevate one to the status of a deity, then surely there would be an overwhelming number of gods in this world. Enel, perceiving through his mind's eye, sensed that Crocodile's strike was imbued with some enigmatic power capable of reaching him. He swiftly turned, wielding his golden staff to deflect Crocodile's blow. Bang! The two engaged in a hasty clash, and upon impact, they quickly separated. Too many gods? Enel's expression shifted at the words. Soon realizing Crocodile's thoughts mirrored his own, that there were indeed several beings with such unparalleled abilities. Hey, Enel, stop eavesdropping on others' thoughts. Crocodile smiled faintly, employing his hockey to obstruct Enel's observation from penetrating. Silence enveloped him. Enel furrowed his brow slightly, yet the golden hook in his hand whirled swiftly, charging towards Crocodile. Clang. Crocodile no longer relied on elemental powers. Instead, he briefly engaged in a physical confrontation with Enel, their golden hook and staff clashing in a fierce duel. I am aware of your intentions, Enel, Crocodile declared, sweeping his hook across the air. Oh, and what intentions might those be? Enel replied, parrying the blow with his golden staff. His curiosity piqued. The moon, your celestial sanctuary, the boundless land above. Upon uttering these words, Crocodile noticed a dark line forming across Enel's face. What? Do you wish to prevent my ascension to the realm of the divine? Enel retorted, ceasing their playful skirmish, and with a swift motion, unleashed a bolt of lightning that enveloped Crocodile. Gwahaha, the moon is hardly a place for you. There is not a soul in sight. Do you aspire to be a solitary deity upon your arrival? As the lightning dissipated and the yellow sand reformed into Crocodile's figure, he chuckled. Indeed. The moon was devoid of life, save for a multitude of robots, a fact Crocodile chose to withhold. Impossible. On the moon, there exists a throng of foolish beings awaiting my dominion. Enel vehemently dismissed the notion, for the murals of Sky Island depicted a different reality. One he believed to be undeniable. Haha, what purpose would there be in deceiving you? Surely, you have gazed upon the murals of Sky Island. Those illustrations depict events from an age long past. Once, the moon was inhabited, but its denizens have since migrated to the blue planet. The current rulers of the blue planet, the celestial dragons, descended from the moon eons ago. Crocodile continued, if you wish to rule, why not join me? Come aboard my ship, and I shall lead you to wander the seas and dominate the blue sea. Don't be ridiculous. The vast expanse of the earth is my rightful domain. Enel retorted angrily, thunder rumbling ominously as he transformed into pure elemental form, his body swelling to a colossal size. A thunderous deity larger than giants materializing before Crocodile. Boom. Meanwhile, as Shadley fled, he suddenly heard a deafening thunderclap, followed by an increasingly bright sky. It's over. The familiar sound ignited a deep-seated fear within Shadley, his pupils constricting as a massive pillar of lightning descended from the heavens. Bang! Blinding light illuminated the surroundings, forcing Mr. 3 and others, who were in pursuit, to halt. Once the brilliance faded, they opened their eyes to find the Shadley triplets lying on the ground, enveloped in dark smoke. Their bodies convulsing. Chapter 27. Enel's escape, huh? What is happening? Why did lightning suddenly strike? Mr. 1 questioned, his hands raised defensively. I'm not sure. Could it be a peculiar climate of the Sky Island? Ms. Christmas speculated. It's possible. After all, we are at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Unusual phenomena are not out of the question. Mr. 3 added, you all stay here and wait for Captain Crocodile's return. I have matters to attend to on the island. Robin instructed Mr. 1 and the others. What if Captain Crocodile comes back? Mr. 1 inquired. No worries. Just tell him I'm on the island. Robin replied nonchalantly before striding towards the island. What should we do, Mr. 1? Palra asked the steadfast Mr. 1. Return to the ship. Also, bind these Sky Islanders and wait for Captain Crocodile to handle them, Mr. 1 commanded. Understood, everyone replied, promptly springing into action. These pirates of the Blue Sea did not enter the residential area. In the shadows, an elderly man with white hair sighed in relief as he saw Mr. 1 and the others head back to the ship. At his age, he could not possibly fend off these pirates. Pierre, let us move. Go to the island of the gods and find Enel. The elder, known as the Sky Knight Gonfor, instructed Pierre, who resembled a bird-horse creature. With that, Pierre sprouted wings and departed with Gonfor. Meanwhile, in Cloud Hidden Village, the warriors of the Sandia tribe were fully prepared, ready to reclaim their homeland under the leadership of their mightiest warrior, Wiper. Lockie. Aisha suddenly displayed a look of shock. What is it, Aisha? Lockie inquired. The voices of the 4 gods have vanished. Those Blue Sea people have triumphed. Aisha exclaimed in terror. Moreover, one of the Blue Sea individuals is battling a deity. Aisha continued. What an extraordinary opportunity. Whitebeard's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Aisha's words, brimming with battle intent. Everyone, follow my lead. Charge. Whitebeard rallied, leading the charge with fervor. Charge. Behind Whitebeard, one by one, the warriors of Sandia surged forth. They were returning to the island of the gods. Before Crocodile, Enel transformed into a colossal figure resembling a thunder god. 200 million volts, thunder god. Enel commanded his immense form, descending rapidly upon Crocodile. A deafening roar erupted. Accompanied by a tremor of the earth, blue light illuminated the scene as lightning enveloped Crocodile. As the azure radiance gradually faded, arcs of electricity danced upon the ground, revealing a vast crater before Enel. He peered over the edge, yet Crocodile was nowhere to be seen. Corrosive cycle. Suddenly, the earth beneath Enel's feet morphed into quicksand, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Upon landing, he discovered that the ground continued to transform into sand before him. You, possessing the same abilities as I, should understand the concept of damage immunity, correct? Crocodile remarked, appearing not far from Enel, entirely unscathed. Witnessing Crocodile's unblemished state, Enel felt an unprecedented sense of uncertainty regarding the situation. Since you are aware, you must also recognize that our battle cannot yield a clear victor. How about this? I will disregard your actions on Skypea, and we shall cease hostilities. Enel proposed to Crocodile. No, I possess a means to render your immunity ineffective. Crocodile smiled, and the ground behind him, transformed into sand, rose majestically under his command. The desert lion, Sphinx. Crocodile manipulated the grains of sand, swiftly conjuring a magnificent sand lion that charged towards Enel. Humph, I shall see how you intend to strike me. Enel remained utterly unfazed, colliding directly with the lion crafted by Crocodile. Indeed, as he anticipated, the so-called desert lion posed no threat to him. Just as Enel was about to unleash a mocking taunt, he suddenly noticed Crocodile's figure emerging from the very sands he traversed. Sizzle. As Crocodile's body coalesced, he unhesitatingly swung his golden hook downwards. In an instant, blood gushed from Enel's chest, leaving a deep scar in its wake. Your golden hook is imbued with a unique material, is it not? You have but this solitary chance to strike me, Enel proclaimed, rising to his feet while clutching his chest, his expression radiating confidence. Think as you will, but once I have you defeated upon the ground, you shall understand. Crocodile stood on the sand, laughing as he surged forth. Simultaneously, his hands transformed into grains of sand and assaulted Enel. Remain composed. Enel stood his ground, his mind expanding like a web, anticipating Crocodile's every move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Crocodile commanded the grains of sand to incessantly assault Enel, who transformed into lightning, swiftly evading the onslaught. In the next moment, he found himself face to face with Crocodile, whose golden hook swept through the air. Enel raised his staff to parry the blow, but in an instant, he regretted his decision. As the staff made contact with the golden hook, it exploded into yellow sand. Almost immediately, the hook reformed and, without hesitation, pierced Enel's body. How could this be? This material, how could it transform into sand? Shock flickered in Enel's eyes as blood gushed from his mouth. I never claimed to be using sea prism stone, Crocodile remarked. So, what do you say? Would you like to join me in the blue sea? There are many with powers like mine out there. Crocodile tempted Enel. Ruling over them is far more intriguing than governing a mere throng of ordinary folk. What nonsense! Enel retorted, glancing at the wounds on his chest and abdomen without hesitation. In an instant, he transformed into lightning and fled. Whoosh! Upon witnessing this, Crocodile transformed into yellow sand and pursued, yet in the blink of an eye, Enelu's presence vanished. How unfortunate. Where could Enelu's ship be concealed? I recall it being hidden within a cave. Crocodile stood atop a grand tree, surveying the vast expanse around him, scratching his head in contemplation. It would not be an easy task to locate Enel within such a wide area. Let us give it a try, he declared, and once more transformed into sand to commence his search. Meanwhile, the fleeing Enel had found refuge within a cave. He knew he must depart before that man discovered his whereabouts. Enel stepped inside, traversing a narrow tunnel, until a colossal spaceship emerged before him. The vessel possessed an endearing quality. Aside from the essential timber, it was adorned with an astonishing quantity of gold. This was Enel's means to journey to the moon. A ship that required immense electrical power to commence its launch. With a surge of determination, Enel leapt onto the spaceship and approached the power conversion station, placing his hand upon it. Discharge. In the next moment, a tremendous current surged from Enel into the ship. Chapter 28. The bounty of the Sandia warriors' thunderous roars echoed through the air. As Crocodile searched for Enel, he was suddenly startled by a resounding clap of thunder. Following the sound, he beheld a ship emblazoned with the character for God soaring into the distance. The vessel ascended rapidly, reaching for the boundless heavens, flickering with blue currents that propelled its oars in rhythmic motion. Infinite Earth, here I come. Enel gazed skyward, his eyes alight with longing. That was the realm of his dreams. Enel, what wonders await you in the sky? Come aboard my ship and become my right-hand man. Crocodile soon appeared beneath Enel's ship, shouting at him, Blue Sea Dweller, you cannot thwart my plans. Enel bellowed in response, is that so? Crocodile exerted his strength, and the ground beneath him instantaneously transformed into shifting sands, expanding relentlessly. Even if it means capturing you, I shall seize you away. Crocodile clenched his fist, and the yellow sand beneath him surged, propelling him towards the flying ship. Not on my watch. 60 million volts. Raijin. Enel struck the drums on his shoulders, unleashing a torrent of lightning that coalesced into a colossal thunder dragon, hurtling towards the approaching crocodile. Bang! Two streams of sand erupted beside Crocodile, forming a protective barrier that directly intercepted Enel's lightning dragon. Desert monster. Crocodile manifested two colossal arms of sand and subsequently seized Enel's vessel. Each being has its own realm of belonging. Why must you hinder me? Upon witnessing his ship being captured, Enel unleashed a torrent of lightning from his body, followed by ominous thunderclouds swirling towards the heavens. Release me. Crocodile was naturally oblivious to Enel's actions as he manipulated the sand to forcefully drag down Enel's flying vessel. Only upon bringing down Enel's ship did Crocodile notice the sky was now shrouded in ominous clouds. Damn that fellow. Enel's expression darkened, his hands crackling with electricity. It is Enel. Charge. At that moment, a cacophony erupted behind Crocodile. The warriors of Skypiea have arrived. They come to deliver their offerings. In Crocodile's mind, a thought echoed. Whoosh. Arrows shot forth, piercing through the clouds toward Enel's flying vessel. Following closely, the warriors of Skypiea leaped onto these clouds, charging toward the ship. A mere rabble. Dare they disturb me? Enel gazed at the approaching Skypiea warriors, his expression darkening. With a flick of his wrist, a column of blue-white flame erupted, instantly piercing through Enel's form. 10,000 thunder. As the azure flame dissipated, arcs of electricity surged from the gaping wound in Enel's chest. With a mere thought, he commanded the electrons within the storm clouds. In the next moment, several massive bolts of lightning descended from the clouds, swiftly obliterating the desert beast that Crocodile had tethered to the vessel. Subsequently, the cloud pathway connecting the ship was severed, sending the Skypiea warriors tumbling from their positions above the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the so-called warriors of Skypiea experienced their entrance and swift demise. How could this be? Whitebeard knelt upon the ground, stunned as he beheld the scene before him. He could hardly fathom the immense chasm that lay between himself and the divine. Damn! Crocodile paid no heed to the failure of the Sandia tribe. Rather, it was Enel's actions that caught his attention, causing him to glance upward at the ever-forming lightning in the sky, unable to suppress a curse. Under such circumstances, it seemed unlikely that Enel would remain. Thunder arrival. Indeed, in the next moment, Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning, erupting from the ship and piercing the clouds. Immediately, his voice resonated through the heavens. With a resounding roar, a colossal sphere of black clouds began to descend from the storm above. The divine must return to its rightful domain. Let this abode vanish. Enel spread his arms wide, surrounded by crackling lightning as the thunderous descent continued. Truly, he embodied the might of the most formidable natural force. Crocodile gazed upwards at the approaching lightning, as the swirling sands around him began to accumulate in greater quantities. Should Enel proceed to annihilate this island, Crocodile too would plummet into the azure depths below, thousands of meters down. The Desert King, a formidable sandstorm. Crocodile was enveloped in swirling yellow sand, which swiftly coalesced into a devastating and terrifying sandstorm. The astonishing yellow dust surged toward the heavens with the force of the wind. Boom. The two powers collided as Crocodile used the yellow sand to shield himself from Enel's lightning strike. Bang. As the lightning penetrated nearly halfway into the sand, it instantaneously unleashed a formidable surge of electrical energy, causing the sand to writhe with arcs of electricity, illuminating the scene with a radiant blue glow. I'm Crocodile. Crocodile let out a thunderous roar, and an ever-increasing swirl of yellow sands ascended into the sky, entwining and spiraling upward. The sandstorm intensified, swirling faster and faster, accompanied by countless grains of sand cascading down. The thunderous presence vanished, and in this fleeting moment, Enel's ship soared into the heavens, diminutive as an ant. Infinite Earth, your deity has arrived. Enel did not cast another glance at the ground. Instead, he gazed towards the lofty skies. Filled with boundless ambition, the divine abode he was on the verge of reaching. Yet, a formidable force was now absent. Crocodile leaned on his golden hook, expressing his helplessness. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the yellow sands, followed by Weepa, who crawled out, staring in astonishment at the scene before him. The sky was filled with swirling yellow dust, a sight unlike anything he had ever witnessed as an inhabitant of the Sky Island. What transpired here? An ancient voice resonated. As Ganfor arrived late, riding on Pierre, he halted, gazing at the spectacle before him. The once divine island was now transformed into a desolate wasteland. Is this the fate of the old gods of the Sky Island? What follows now is your concern. Enel has already departed. Crocodile casually remarked. Enel has departed? Ganfor frowned slightly. Crocodile, disregarding his musings, transformed into a swirl of yellow sand and departed from the scene. The young man of the Sandia tribe. Could you enlighten me on what transpired? At this moment, despite his disheveled appearance, Vepa was recognized by Ganfor, who inquired about him. The deity has indeed departed. Vepa replied. What occurred? Ganfor pressed on. I have no idea. Vepa retorted brusquely, and then began to search the desert for the buried warriors of the Sandia tribe. After a while, Ganfor observed Vepa unearthing the tribesmen from the yellow sand and decided to join him. Vepa, noticing this, initially wished to protest but ultimately relented, in contrast to Enel's rule. He surprisingly found Ganfer's demeanor as a deity somewhat acceptable. Chapter 29. Subjugating the Four Gods Whoosh. The yellow sand swept across the ground as Crocodile appeared on the deck of the Sand Crocodile ship. At that moment, injured crew members lay scattered across the deck. Captain Crocodile. Mr. 1 remarked upon witnessing Crocodile's arrival. That commotion earlier was caused by Captain Crocodile, wasn't it? Ms. Golden Week inquired curiously. Humph, a self-proclaimed deity. I intended to bring him aboard, but he escaped, Crocodile responded. Captain Crocodile, we have already bound all these Sky Islanders. Should we execute them? Mr. 3 asked Crocodile. Why kill them? These Sky Islanders are quite formidable in battle. I intend to recruit them onto the ship. After casting a glance at Mr. 3, Crocodile remarked. Might there be an excessive number of individuals aboard this vessel? Mr. 1 concurred, stating, Indeed, the weak naturally cannot remain on this ship. Crocodile surveyed his surroundings and inquired. Where is Nico Robin? Just as he intended to instruct Robin regarding the forthcoming plans, he realized she was not present on the ship. Sister Robin mentioned she had matters to attend to on the island. Ms. Valentine stepped forward to respond. Upon hearing this, Crocodile quickly realized that Robin must have gone in search of the historical text regarding this empty island. She likely would not return so soon, and thus everyone gathered together. Crocodile speculated that it would take a while for Robin to delve into the historical texts, so he began to assemble the crew. Captain Crocodile, do you have any orders? Before long, all aboard, regardless of their injuries, had gathered. Now, we shall commence a game. All crew members, except for the officers, must disembark. From this point onward, no matter the means you employ to vanquish the others, only half of you shall be permitted to return to this ship. Crocodile announced a cruel decree. Captain Crocodile, we set sail because of you, and now you abandon us? A crew member shouted. Humph, surviving this defeat means nothing in the forthcoming battles. Those lacking strength shall only bring about their own demise, Crocodile retorted. Damn it, how could we possibly contend with those billionaires? A man, once a millionaire himself, lamented. Weaklings should refrain from speaking. As soon as he finished, another individual struck him, sending him flying. This blow acted as a catalyst, prompting countless pirates to leap from the ship, igniting a chaotic brawl. My subordinates perform admirably. Mr. 2 cried out. Weaklings are unworthy of being my subordinates, Mr. 1 coldly declared. Must I also partake in the battle? Ms. Golden Week inquired hesitantly, as she was no warrior. It seems you lack awareness of your role. Even as a mascot, you hold a position on this ship, Crocodile remarked. Oh yes, Captain Crocodile is truly wonderful, Ms. Golden Week responded joyfully. Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Mr. 3, you 3 stay here on watch. The rest of you come with me to check on those Sky Island dwellers. Crocodile addressed Mr. 1 and assured him, rest assured. Captain Crocodile, we are keeping a watchful eye here. Mr. 1 replied. Crocodile approached the bound figures of Ohm and the others. Ms. Valentine stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to their faces. Seeing that these individuals were unconscious, Crocodile turned to Ms. Valentine's Day and said, very well. Though Ms. Valentine's Day was uncertain of Crocodile's intentions, she proceeded to slap them awake. Where's this place? Mumbled the bewildered Ohm, one of the 4 gods. As he gradually regained consciousness and surveyed his surroundings. It's you, he exclaimed, recognition dawning upon him as he identified Crocodile and his companions. Enel will not let you escape, Shura warned Crocodile. I have already driven Enel away, Crocodile retorted. Stop lying. Ohm exclaimed. If he were still here, why wouldn't he show himself? Crocodile's words left the 4 gods speechless. Given Enel's nature, they should have acted to eliminate these sea kings after their defeat. What do you intend to do? If you wish to kill us, then do so swiftly, shouted the groggy giant, awakening and directing his ire at Crocodile and his crew. Mr. 4, give him a good whack. Crocodile furrowed his brow, prompting Mr. 4 to strike him, rousing Dazbone from his stupor. After enduring the blow, Daz fell silent, and Shoddy and the others soon followed suit. Now, before you lie 2 paths, to become members of the Baroque works or to perish here. Crocodile addressed Ohm and the others. What? The group was taken aback, unable to comprehend Crocodile's intentions. Your abilities are commendable. I can offer you positions as officers, allowing you to form the 4th combat squad on my ship. The number of your subordinates will depend on how many of your former allies you can persuade to join. What say you? Crocodile inquired. Is it really that simple? Ohm asked, realizing that their allegiance had merely shifted from Enel to the man before them. Indeed, Crocodile replied. We need to ascertain the strength of those we serve. Shura fixed his gaze on Crocodile, expressing skepticism as he had never witnessed Crocodile in combat, and found it hard to believe that this man could have defeated a god. Very well, Crocodile conceded. Crocodile chuckled. And soon after, Ohm and the others realized a lightness upon their bodies. Upon moving, they discovered that the ropes binding them had transformed into sand. Return my weapon to me, the Azura said to Crocodile, and upon hearing this, Ohm and the others echoed his sentiments. You may prepare yourselves. Mr. 5 will return their weapons, Crocodile remarked. Before long, several individuals were fully armed once more. The iron rapier. Once prepared, Ohm was the first to strike. transforming the iron cloud in his hand into a western sword that soared towards Crocodile. Bang! Crocodile stood his ground, unflinching as the western sword pierced his body. A disdainful expression immediately graced Ohm's face, yet he was soon taken aback, for he discovered that the point of penetration revealed sand instead of blood. A shockwave. Shadley spun gracefully to face Crocodile, raising his hand to deliver a powerful shockwave strike to Crocodile's head. Bang! The shockwave erupted, and in an instant, Crocodile was engulfed in an explosion. Whoosh! After enduring 2 strikes, Crocodile immediately countered, his body transforming into yellow sand and shooting forth. Alarmingly, as Kadaz was still speculating about Crocodile's powers, he suddenly felt a chill behind him, swiftly followed by Crocodile delivering a blow that sent him flying. Flame Spear. Ashura leaped into the air, launching his spear directly at Crocodile. As Ashura's spear pierced Crocodile, he swiftly withdrew it, observing the wound from which sand poured forth. The spear fell from his grasp with a clatter. Indeed, such godlike abilities. Ashura knelt upon the ground, gazing up at Crocodile, who loomed impressively before him. Shall we continue the contest? Crocodile reached into his pocket and produced a cigar, declaring, no need for that. Those who possess such power are invincible. Ashura bowed his head, already convinced of Crocodile's claim to have defeated Enel. No, I am not invincible. I am merely invincible in the face of you all, Crocodile replied. You lack hockey and sea stone. Without recognizing your weaknesses, water can never pose an effective threat to me. That is sufficient. We are willing to submit to you. Our new god. The 5 exclaimed in unison. Do not refer to me as a god. From now on, I am your captain. And your roles will be as officers of my 4th combat squad. These matters will gradually become clear to you once you descend into the depths of the Blue Sea. Crocodile instructed the group. Yes, captain. They responded. Subsequently, the group went to rouse the remaining members of the Divine team who had been knocked down, while Crocodile led Mr. 4 and others back to witness the crew's fierce skirmish. The battle had escalated rapidly, with everyone striving to secure their position until the end. The clouds above stained crimson with blood. When Mr. 1 finally called for a halt, fewer than half remained standing, just over 200. Each one exuded a menacing aura. Some drenched in blood. Crocodile smiled. This was precisely the kind of crew he desired. Congratulations, you have proven yourselves. You are now true members of the Baroque Works pirate crew. Crocodile declared. Roar. The crowd erupted with excitement, having proven their own strength. They were no longer the worthless beings Crocodile had described. Regarding the reassignment of the teams, Crocodile decided to wait for Robin's return to make any arrangements. As night fell, the group held a banquet above the white clouds, during which members from Angel Island secretly observed them, yet Crocodile did not order anyone to chase them away. As for the eliminated former members of the Baroque Works, Crocodile chose to ignore them, allowing them to fend for themselves. Cheers to our 4th combat squad. Mr. 2 exclaimed, raising his glass. Ashura and the others successfully recruited the 32 surviving members of the Shining Army, officially establishing the 4th combat squad of the Baroque Works. Crocodile, Captain. Robin has yet to return. MS. Golden Week reported as she approached Crocodile, her concern evident for Robin's safety. She will be fine, Crocodile reassured her, discerning her anxiety. Captain. Why are you all alone? Come join the banquet. Mr. 5 exclaimed as he rushed over, offering his glass. However, he soon realized the atmosphere had shifted. The festivities had abruptly quieted, and all eyes were now fixed upon him. Crocodile had always maintained an air of indifference, which deterred anyone from approaching him. It was only when Mr. 5, inebriated, unexpectedly approached and uttered those words that he momentarily registered the situation, standing still with his drink in hand. At a loss for words. Aha, what is the matter? Bring me that glass. Is it not meant for me? Crocodile laughed heartily as he reached out to take Mr. 5's wine glass, downing its contents in one swift motion. Why has the atmosphere suddenly turned quiet? A banquet should not be so desolate. Crocodile addressed the crowd, exclaiming with a roar. Instantly, the audience was once again engulfed in exuberance. Mr. 5, are you not skilled in jazz dance? Come, let us liven up the atmosphere. Crocodile gazed at Mr. 5 with keen interest and remarked, Indeed, Captain. Mr. 5 exhaled in relief and then responded with a smile, Oh, there is no need to be so formal. Although I am the captain. You are my comrades and my family. Crocodile addressed Mr. 5, speaking in a manner audible to all. All right, understood, Captain. Mr. 5 replied, prompting the crowd to erupt into song and dance. Captain, regale us with tales of your illustrious past. We are all eager to hear. Captain, is it true what the news reports say, that you once challenged the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard? Captain, rumors suggest that in your youth, you were of equal renown to the devil's descendant, Barrett. Is that true? As the revelry continued and drinks flowed, the crowd incessantly bombarded Crocodile with inquiries. Haha, merely tales from my younger days, he chuckled. Crocodile spoke, Pray, enlighten us, Captain. What manner of being is Whitebeard? Is he truly as formidable as they say? The crowd inquired eagerly. Very well, allow me to regale you with his tale. Crocodile chuckled and remarked, At that time, I was merely 20 years old. When I first set sail, I consumed the sand fruit, and I swept through the new world with unbridled confidence. A crew member, unfamiliar with the new world, inquired, Captain, where exactly is the new world? Crocodile responded, the latter half of the Grand Line is referred to as the New World, a place teeming with formidable warriors. Countless individuals possess power akin to mine, among whom the mightiest 4 pirate crews are known as the 4 Emperors. At the helm of the 4 Emperors stands the man known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard. He paused momentarily, then continued. It was during that time that I had set my sights on Whitebeard's head. Then what happened, Captain? Did you end up fighting him to a standstill? Mr. 5. Filled with excitement, pressed for details. Haha, he is indeed the most powerful man in the world. I naturally faced a crushing defeat, Crocodile replied with a sense of acceptance. After all, he had transcended into the persona of Crocodile and was unperturbed by his past failures. If the captain is already this formidable and still met with such a dismal defeat, just how strong is Whitebeard? The crew gasped in astonishment. Wait, at that time, the captain probably wasn't as powerful as he is now, someone remarked, regaining their composure. So, Captain, what is our next step? Shall we set sail for the new world to claim Whitebeard's head? With a laugh, Crocodile replied, Indeed, I have grown considerably stronger since those days. Yet to take Whitebeard's head still feels premature. Our next course of action is to return to the Blue Sea and journey to the City of Water to acquire something that the world covets. Crocodile spoke enigmatically. And when questioned, he remained cryptic. That evening, he shared numerous tales that captivated the Sky Islanders, who had not anticipated the remarkable wonders of the Blue Sea. Lying 10,000 meters beneath the Sky Islands. Chapter 31. The adventure begins in the Sky Islands. Mr. Crocodile has become quite approachable. Robin, having returned to this place at an unknown moment, observed Crocodile, who was animatedly conversing at the banquet, and remarked with a smile. It seems that following such a captain is rather pleasant. After the revelry of the feast, the crew was scattered about, fast asleep. Tomorrow, we shall explore the island. A journey to the Sky Islands would be incomplete without beholding the scenery here. Crocodile stood at the bow of the ship, the winds tousling his hair as he addressed Robin behind him. Very well, Mr. Crocodile, Robin replied. Crocodile remained silent, and after a moment of hesitation, Robin inquired whether the island bore historical texts. Have they been recorded? Crocodile inquired. It has been recorded, Robin replied. That's good. Crocodile inquired, do you not wish to know? Robin asked, Mr. Crocodile, will you speak the truth to me? Crocodile inquired. Mr. Crocodile certainly has a sense of humor, Robin remarked with a smile. The two shared a tacit understanding and chose not to elaborate further. Suddenly, a pink Pegasus soared through the sky and landed gracefully upon the deck of the Sand Crocodile ship. Mr. 1 promptly rose from the deck, fixating his gaze upon the unexpected visitor. Ganfuer, what brings you here? Crocodile turned around with an air of calmness, fully aware of the identity of the visitor. Esteemed person from Qinghai, I recognize your formidable strength. I implore you, please do not harm the citizens of Angel Island. They are merely civilians. Gonfer pleaded earnestly with Crocodile. Rest assured, we shall merely visit the island tomorrow to experience its customs and culture, Crocodile replied. Thank you ever so much, Gonfer exclaimed. Haha, I find you quite intriguing. You have encountered the Pirate King, have you not? Crocodile turned to Ganfuer and inquired, the Pirate King? Ganfuer furrowed his brow, attempting to recall everyone he had encountered throughout his life, yet found no memory associated with the phrase Pirate King. You must have met Gold Roger, haven't you? Crocodile questioned. Roger? You mean Gold Roger? Ganfuer exclaimed with a chuckle. He visited here many years ago. I never imagined you would know him. A look of nostalgia crossed Ganfuer's face, clearly indicating that Roger held a significant place in his memories. It's not that I know him well. We merely crossed paths once. Crocodile remarked. Is that so? Ganfuer fell silent. Having received the assurance that Crocodile would not disturb the townsfolk, Ganfuer set off with Pierre. The following day, the group gradually awoke, and Crocodile announced his intention to visit the island. Really? I wonder what awaits us on the Sky Island, Ms. Valentine remarked. I shall sketch everything I see, Ms. Golden Week declared. You can purchase attack shells on the Sky Island, which will enhance your combat prowess, Shura interjected, adjusting his sunglasses. Are those the peculiar items that enable you to unleash strange attacks? Someone inquired. Indeed, Shadley affirmed. Once we set foot on the island, do not bully the Sky Islanders. Remember to pay for your purchases, and also, disperse, do not surge forward all at once. Crocodile entrusted the group with his words. Very well, Captain. Let us embark on our journey and behold the splendid vistas of Sky Island. Perhaps this will be the only opportunity in our lifetime to visit such a celestial realm. After conveying his instructions, the group set forth towards the enchanting Angel Island. Crocodile initially wished to explore the Sky Island alone. However, Mr. 1 and his companions insisted on accompanying him, so they strolled together along the bustling streets of the island. Suddenly, a pure white fox darted to Crocodile's feet and rubbed against him. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion, exclaimed a girl with golden hair styled in 2 braids, clad in a high-neck, ultra-short dress, and adorned with a pair of delicate white wings. She hurried over, cradling the fox and offering her apologies to Crocodile. Not at all. Crocodile replied nonchalantly, recognizing the girl as Kogan's. The fox beside her was her pet, Shio. What a charming creature. Ms. Golden Week remarked with a smile upon spotting the fox. It's named Shio, a cloud fox native to the Sky Island. Kogan's explained. Is that so? As a painter. May I create a portrait of it? Ms. Golden Week inquired with anticipation. Certainly. That would be wonderful. Kogan's responded enthusiastically. Captain, you all go ahead and explore. I shall remain here to paint, Ms. Golden Week said, turning back to Crocodile and the others with a hint of embarrassment. I'll stay as well, Captain, Mr. 3 declared to Crocodile. Very well, Crocodile acknowledged, continuing his stroll along the vibrant streets of the Sky Island. Is that the man who drove away the god Enel? The islanders curiously observed as they gazed at Crocodile and his companions. After a leisurely stroll, Crocodile returned to the ship with Mr. 1 and the others. Before long, crew members began to trickle back, engaging in animated discussions on their recent purchases upon the deck. What did you acquire? One inquired. A shock shell. They say it can unleash a powerful impact, was the reply. I procured a slash shell, declared another. Mine is a flame shell, added yet another. I bought a pumpkin pie. Most of the crew had opted for offensive shells, while one member had brought back a rare repulsion shell from Mr. 1. Captain Mr. 1. As a slash user, you should be able to wield the repulsion shell, right? One crew member presented the shell to Mr. 1. What is this? Mr. 1 asked. They explained that it possessed tremendous power, yet came with significant recoil, often resulting in the user being violently thrown back. The crew member chuckled at the thought. A few dark lines appeared on Mr. 1's forehead, so that was the reason it was given to him. Nevertheless, Mr. 1 confidently accepted the repulsion shell. Just then, Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week returned, prompting Mr. 1 to request Mr. 3 to create a candle wall for him to test. Certainly, Mr. 3 responded, promptly crafting an enormous candle wall. Crocodile observed with great interest. Mr. 1 stood before the colossal wax wall, raising his hand towards it. With a powerful strike, an astonishing force erupted forth. Boom. With a dull thud, Mr. 1 was propelled backwards several meters, landing steadily on the ground, while the enormous wax wall was shattered by the impact. Remarkable. The crowd cheered, and Mr. 1 was somewhat astonished, not expecting such tremendous power. Not bad. I'll take it, Mr. 1 remarked. Haha. I purchased the flying shell. Now I can soar swiftly through the skies, Ms. Valentine proclaimed, revealing her wind shell to the audience. Give it a try, Ms. Valentine, Ms. Christmas suggested. Whoosh. After Ms. Valentine activated her wind shell, she felt her weight diminish. And in an instant, she soared into the sky. For those in need of weapon modifications, come find us. We can attach shells for you. Guide has announced to those studying the air shells. Chapter 32, Descending the Sky Island, Learning Observation Hockey once everyone returned. The crew responsible for procuring the octopus balloons and wind shells began their installation, preparing for their return to the Qinghai. Captain, we are heading to the Cloud River. Once we reach the end, we will descend using this octopus balloon, Boris said, holding a small octopus. Can such a tiny octopus carry us? Mr. 4 stammered. Do not underestimate the unique creatures of the Sky Island. Crocodile reassured Mr. 4, leaning on his golden hook. Prepare yourselves, everyone. It is time to set sail. Crocodile strode confidently to the bow of the crocodile ship and exclaimed, roar. Instantly, the crew sprang into action. The sails were lowered, the helm turned, and the sand crocodile set sail once more, heading towards the river of clouds. Have we truly departed? Gopher pondered from a distance, watching the sand crocodile fade into the horizon. God, will you return? A soldier in a beret approached Gonfor, visibly anxious. They had pledged their loyalty to Enel and betrayed Gonfor, hence their uncertainty regarding whether Gonfor would still be willing to govern them. Of course, my subjects. I am grateful for your faith in me. Despite my previous inadequacies, Gonfor replied with a benevolent gaze, understanding that their allegiance to Enel had been a matter of necessity, given his inability to triumph over Enel. Thank you so very much, God. The beret-clad soldier exclaimed, overcome with emotion. Now that we have freed ourselves from Enel's dominion, it is a time for rejuvenation. Let us act swiftly, Gonfor urged the soldier. Yes, the soldier responded, rushing off to rally the other beret-clad soldiers to spread the news of Gonfor's reinstatement. Meanwhile, most of the warriors from the Sandia clan in Yunin village had returned with Weipa, conveying the news of Enel's departure and deciding to rest and recuperate before reclaiming the Divine Island and the Sandora lamp for the Sandia clan. Back on the Sand Crocodile. After sailing through the River of Clouds for a while, the crew finally beheld the 4 characters at the end of the clouds. Drop the octopus balloon. Crocodile commanded Bora to drop the small octopus, and she complied without hesitation. As the Sand Crocodile continued its advance, a chasm appeared before them, seemingly bottomless. Captain, we're going to fall. Miss Valentine's voice trembled with fear as she addressed Crocodile. Fear not. Just proceed. Crocodile reassured her. Suddenly, the Sand Crocodile emerged from the Cloud River and began its vertical descent, startling the crew who shouted in surprise at this abrupt plummet. Whoosh. A colossal creature emerged from the clouds, its tentacles swiftly attaching themselves to the Sand Crocodile, causing its speed to diminish significantly. That was the small octopus. And it has grown immensely. Mr. 5 exclaimed in astonishment. The Sky Island is truly a wondrous place. I must return here if given the chance, Mr. 2 remarked. The sand crocodile floated gracefully, soaring amidst the azure sky and fluffy clouds. Ms. Valentine, if you can awaken your fruit's powers. We could easily ascend with a bit of wind at the ship's bottom, Crocodile suggested to Ms. Valentine. Awakening the fruit? What does that entail? Ms. Valentine inquired, puzzled. Upon awakening a paramecia-type fruit, one gains the ability to impart their powers onto other objects, Crocodile explained. Crocodile elucidated. Is that so? How can one awaken the fruit? Ms. Valentine's Day immediately pressed on. If that were the case, wouldn't she be able to effortlessly hurl objects weighing 10,000 kilograms at her foes? This phenomenon is rather enigmatic. It seems that as you develop your abilities, they become accessible. Furthermore, the light and weight fruit does not stipulate a limit of merely 10,000 kilograms. I believe that once you surpass this threshold, the awakening will occur, Crocodile responded to Ms. Valentine's Day. Once I reach 10,000 kilograms, I find myself unable to enhance further. Is it akin to a shackle? Ms. Valentine's Day pondered silently. Awakening of the devil fruit? What would it be like if I were to emulate such an awakening? Mr. 2 contemplated. Crocodile said no more and summoned the 4 divine officers. Captain Crocodile. Is there something you require? The officers asked anxiously after being called forth. Teach me the observation hockey, which you refer to as the Heart Network. Crocodile instructed the 4 divine officers. Of course, Captain Crocodile, they replied without hesitation. Meanwhile, the sand crocodile gradually descended upon the azure sea, and under Crocodile's guidance, the crew steered the vessel toward the water city. In recent days, Crocodile has been leisurely studying observation hockey and, during his spare time, has also been instructing Mr. 1 and the others in armament hockey. While Crocodile was honing his observation hockey, news spread across the seas. The Straw Hat crew, after a brief respite in Alabasta, has set sail towards this island. Observing the unmelted ice in the swirling sands of the desert, Nami held a newspaper and remarked to Luffy, it seems the rumors here are indeed true. The news reports that Crocodile fought against a marine admiral here and has gone missing. I see, Luffy responded, pressing down his straw hat, his voice serious. No way, that Crocodile is incredibly powerful. Usopp trembled as he recalled the scene of the desert and flames he witnessed in Alabasta. This is truly a significant transformation, Sanji commented, puffing on a cigarette and gazing at the surroundings. Isn't that the Straw Hat Kid with a bounty of 30 million berries? Care to join me? Bellamy swaggered over, his body wrapped in bandages. Zoro instinctively placed his hand on the 3 swords at his waist. Fufufu, Bellamy, stop bothering me. Luffy was about to decline when a figure appeared atop a nearby rooftop. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Upon seeing Doflamingo, Bellamy immediately switched to a smile. Yet, the next moment, Doflamingo's words froze him in place. Did I not say that if you failed, I would kill you? But Doflamingo, the opponent is Crocodile, who was also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Bellamy began to explain, but before he could finish, 3 deep lacerations appeared on his body, sending him flying. I do not require your explanations, Doflamingo stated coldly. Damn it. Bellamy clenched his fists and turned to flee, only to discover he could no longer move. Doflamingo, give me another chance, he cried out. Uft. Without a word, Doflamingo swiftly severed Bellamy's head. Nami collapsed in shock at the brutal scene before her. Chapter 33, Luffy's Crisis, Bartholomew Kuma takes action. This person is extremely dangerous, Luffy declared, positioning himself protectively in front of his friends. This guy. A bead of sweat trickled down Zoro's forehead. Are there any small fry here? Doflamingo glanced at Luffy and the others, recalling that he had no information about them. Before raising his hand. Luffy sensed danger and instinctively dodged, blood suddenly spraying from his arm as 3 wounds appeared, causing him to fall to the ground. Luffy, where did the attack come from, you bastard? Zoro unsheathed his swords, and Sanji spat out a cigarette. Both rushed towards Doflamingo in unison. Wait, Zoro. Sanji. Luffy scrambled to his feet, urgently shouting. Before Zoro and Sanji could reach Doflamingo, they were struck by an unseen attack, crashing to the ground. Nani? Zoro, Sanji. Usopp trembled, unable to control his shaking, while Nami and Chopper clung to each other in fear. Zoro, Sanji. Luffy, spurred by the scene, charged towards Doflamingo. Whoosh. Doflamingo leapt from the rooftop towards Luffy. Goma Goma no Gatling gun. As Doflamingo lunged, Luffy swung his fist with all his might. Tat tat tat. Luffy's punches flew rapidly. Yet Doflamingo effortlessly dodged each one. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Doflamingo was before Luffy, pressing his hand against Luffy's head and slamming him into the ground. Luffy attempted to struggle but found himself inexplicably immobilized. Ha ha ha, you unfortunate little brat, your luck has run out, encountering me. Doflamingo grinned, raising his hand to strike Luffy. Deadly move, Powder Star. Though Usopp was terrified, he realized that with the 3 major combatants incapacitated, Luffy was at risk of dying if he did not act. He fired his slingshot, launching several explosive projectiles towards Doflamingo. However, the bullets were inexplicably sliced in half mid-flight, falling harmlessly to the ground. Luffy, Rumble Ball, Elastic Enhancement. Chopper bit down on a Rumble Ball and leapt towards Doflamingo. Don't be hasty. It's your turn next. Doflamingo's hand, poised in the air, twitched as Chopper was suddenly suspended mid-jump. So that's how it is. Chopper struggled, realizing he was ensnared by invisible white threads. The others could only watch helplessly as Doflamingo's hand descended towards Luffy. Forgive me, Shanks. I'm sorry, Ace. I'm sorry, everyone. Luffy shut his eyes, awaiting death. Luffy, Usopp, Nami, and Chopper shouted in unison. Just then, Doflamingo's movement abruptly halted as he glanced over his shoulder. A massive figure appeared behind him, holding a Bible. Bartholomew Kuma. Doflamingo called out the newcomer's name. Indeed, it was Bartholomew Kuma, who had initially intended to observe Luffy's adventures, but rushed to intervene upon witnessing Luffy's imminent demise. This person has some connection to me. I request that you refrain from attacking him, Kuma spoke calmly, removing his gloves as he did so. Humph, Doflamingo scoffed, allowing his hand to drop. Fly? Yet, Kuma's speed outmatched Doflamingo's. Before Doflamingo's hand could reach Luffy, he vanished from his position. Kuma's hand appeared where Doflamingo had been. Boom. Shortly thereafter, a nearby building collapsed, revealing a web of white threads, with Doflamingo sprawled atop them. You nearly sent me flying, Bartholomew Kuma. Do you wish to die? Doflamingo growled, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly displeased. I told you, do not lay a hand on them, Kuma stated, raising his hand to sever the threads ensnaring Luffy and Chopper with several pressure cannon blasts. I can move again. Thank you, you bear-like fellow. Luffy beamed at Kuma with gratitude. Quickly, return to your ship. Kuma urged Luffy. Okay, thank you. Luffy leaped with exuberance, extending his arms to grasp Zoro and Sanji, swiftly followed by Chopper, Usopp, and Nami as they made their hasty escape. If you wish to hinder me, then try, Doflamingo proclaimed before launching himself towards Luffy. Certainly. Bartholomew Kuma instantaneously appeared before Doflamingo, delivering a powerful punch that sent him hurtling backwards. Bartholomew Kuma, you have thoroughly provoked my ire, Doflamingo exclaimed, blood dripping from his forehead as he steadied himself against a nearby wall, which morphed into transparent threads. Oh, Kuma responded, while Doflamingo manipulated the surrounding threads to strike at Kuma. With a thunderous crash, the colossal threads smashed down, shattering the ground. Only for Doflamingo to discover that Kuma had vanished from his original position. Where has he gone? Doflamingo unleashed his observation haki, locking onto Luffy's presence, and proceeded to transform buildings into transparent threads, racing towards Luffy's direction. Meanwhile, at the port, the Straw Hat crew had boarded the ship in swift succession. You move quickly. Kuma, who had vanished before Doflamingo, reappeared at the shore. Isn't there a vessel? Would you care to escape with us? Luffy invited Kuma. No need. Do you wish to visit Sky Island? Kuma declined, posing the question. Sky Island? Is such a place truly real? Of course, I want to go. Luffy exclaimed with excitement. Very well. Kuma raised his hand, declaring, Shichibukai. As Doflamingo pursued, he manipulated a thick, weapon-coated white thread, striking rapidly towards the Mary. Destination, Sky Island. With a swift motion, Kuma made the Mary vanish from the surface of the sea, causing Doflamingo's attack to miss entirely. Subsequently, Kuma too disappeared before Doflamingo. Bartholomew Kuma, I shall not let you escape. Doflamingo shouted into the ocean, his fury seeking an outlet. Chapter 34, Water 7 By a twist of fate. The Straw Hat crew found themselves en route to Sky Island once again, while the main characters had already arrived at Water 7's shift station. The ship, the Sand Crocodile, navigated through the vast ocean, where a station unexpectedly emerged. How can there be a station at sea? Ms. Valentine floated down, perplexed. Who would construct a station on the ocean? This is the unique maritime railway of Water 7. The presence of a station here signifies that we are nearing Water 7. Came the response. Crocodile stood at the bow of the ship, gazing ahead at the station, and addressed the crowd. A train upon the sea, is it truly possible? Miss Golden Week exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Just then, a train whistle echoed across the waters, and everyone turned to see a lengthy train whistling past. Incredible, they marveled. Shanghai is indeed a wondrous place. Their gaze remained fixed on the maritime train until it disappeared from sight. Come by, look. It's a pirate ship. Aboard the Sand Crocodile. As they sailed past the station, a little girl with green hair styled in two lofty pigtails pointed at the ship, speaking to a nearby blue rabbit. Nyanai? Kunbai replied. Ha ha ha, that is the emblem of the notorious pirate, Sir Crocodile, exclaimed Grandma Kokoro, brandishing a bottle of liquor as she spoke to her granddaughter nearby. Miss Valentine's Day, do inquire whether the City of Water continues along this route. In a bid for caution, Crocodile instructed Miss Valentine's Day to inquire whether they were on the correct course. Hey, old lady, is this the route to Water City? Miss Valentine's Day announced haughtily as she floated before Kokoro. Simon, upon hearing her, puffed up in indignation, while Kokoro took a sip of her drink, unfazed by Miss Valentine's Day's rudeness, and chuckled, what an impolite little girl. Just follow the train tracks, and you will arrive at Water City. Thank you, old lady. Miss Valentine's Day replied before floating back to the Sand Crocodile. How did it go, Miss Valentine's Day? Mr. 3 inquired upon her return. That old lady said to proceed along the train tracks, Miss Valentine's Day reported. Then let us continue along this path, Crocodile decided. Oh, a new seagull. Mr. 5 exclaimed upon spotting a seagull perched on the ship's railing and went to purchase a copy. Captain, the news claims you were defeated by Akiji, presumed captured or deceased. Mr. 5 remarked after glancing at the newspaper. Is that so? The news is as usual, Crocodile replied with a chuckle. Nico Robin. After a while, Crocodile approached Nico Robin, who was engrossed in a book. Is there something you need, Mr. Crocodile? She inquired, setting her book aside. Do not wander about when we reach Water City. There are CP agents present. Crocodile cautioned her. CP agents? Nico Robin's expression changed, as she was all too familiar with the relentless pursuit of this organization throughout her life. How could they be on this island? She asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. The blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton are located in Water City, Crocodile explained. No wonder Crocodile wishes to come to Water City, Nico Robin realized, finally understanding his motives. Crocodile certainly has his sources, but if the blueprints exist, why seek Pluton's whereabouts in Alabasta? She queried, perplexed. That is not your concern, Crocodile replied tersely. Captain, we can see Water City. Ms. Valentine's Day called out from above. Crocodile approached the forefront, where the city lay entirely submerged in the ocean, with waterways weaving through every corner. A magnificent fountain incessantly propelled water throughout the urban expanse. Head towards that prominent area marked with a large character. It is the site of Carrera Shipbuilding Company's Dock No. 1. Crocodile instructed the members of the vessel control team. After descending from the Sky Island, he had reassigned the team members, maintaining the previous structure apart from the addition of a fourth squad. Greetings, I am Kaku, an employee of Carrera Company. Are you here for ship repairs? A crew member with a square nose descended from the sky onto the deck as the Shark Crocodile vessel arrived. Wow, he can fly just like Captain Valentine. The onlookers exclaimed in astonishment. Longnose, please assess the damages on our ship. Crocodile harbored a desire to expose Kaku. Yet he chose to play along with Kaku's performance, as Kaku indeed possessed genuine skill in shipbuilding, and allowing him to showcase his abilities was inconsequential. Subsequently, under the guidance of Mr. 4, Kaku commenced his inspection of the Sand Crocodile. Mr. 1, Ms. Golden Week, Nico Robin, accompany me. The rest of you remain aboard the ship. Crocodile addressed Mr. 1 and the other two, saying, Yes, Captain. Aye, Captain. Understood, Mr. Crocodile. The trio responded and subsequently disembarked alongside Crocodile. Shichibukai Crocodile. This man has actually arrived here. I hope it does not interfere with our mission, remarked Lucci, furrowing his brow as he observed Crocodile stepping ashore. Crocodile's eyes glimmered with a crimson light as he turned to gaze at Lucci, startled by Crocodile's vigilance. Lucci was taken aback just as an employee rushed over, calling his name. I'm here, Lucci replied, turning to approach. While the pigeon perched upon his shoulder responded on his behalf, Crocodile withdrew his gaze. With his current strength, he had full confidence that he could eliminate Luffy and his companions in an instant should they dare to impede him. This was the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. How had he managed to arrive at Water 7? Was the news indeed fabricated? The other pirates in the dock expressed their astonishment upon seeing Crocodile. Before long, Crocodile stepped out of the dock and strolled through the streets of Water 7, surrounded by an extensive network of waterways. If he were to ride one of the unique sea trains, his speed would certainly increase. However, Crocodile had no intention of utilizing such a contraption. Mr. 1, go ask a passerby if they know the whereabouts of the Frankie family, Crocodile instructed. Understood, Mr. 1 replied, promptly approaching a pedestrian. What do you want? The passerby trembled as he observed the intimidating Mr. 1 approaching him, his voice quivering with fear. Before Mr. 1 could pose his question, the pedestrian turned and fled in terror. Chapter 35, Frankie. Mr. 1 watched the fleeing figure in silence, pondering whether he truly appeared so fearsome. Crocodile soon realized that it was inappropriate to send Mr. 1 to inquire about directions, so he entrusted the task to the young Ms. Golden Week. Before long, Ms. Golden Week managed to locate the whereabouts of the Frankie family. The resident she approached kindly informed her that the Frankie crew was not of good repute. What is happening? That person is actually inquiring about us. Moreover, is that not the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile? What business does such a prominent figure have in seeking information about us? Has someone offended them? Not far behind Crocodile, by a wall, Kiwi and Maz, the two square sisters, stealthily observed Crocodile and his companions. Quickly returned to inform Brother Frankie. Kiwi instructed Maz, and the two swiftly commandeered a boat and set off down another street. Bruno, what do you think Crocodile wants with Frankie? Meanwhile, atop a rooftop, Gabra inquired of Bruno. I'm uncertain, but when such a prominent figure seeks out Frankie, it undoubtedly signals trouble, Bruno replied. Then let us follow and discern the situation, Gabra suggested. And soon Bruno conjured a wall of air, proceeding alongside Gabra, disappearing in an instant. At Frankie's residence, Brother Frankie, we're in trouble. Kiwi and Maz exclaimed as they rowed their boat to the waterway near Frankie's home. Huh? Kiwi, Maz, what brings you here in such haste? Frankie, who had been resting at home, queried upon their urgent arrival. The former warlord Crocodile is roaming the streets, inquiring about our hideout. and he is headed this way. Kiwi and Maz informed Frankie. Crocodile? Wasn't that guy defeated by a Marine Admiral? Frankie responded, perplexed, recalling he had just read in the newspaper that Crocodile was reported dead. It's true, brother. We saw it with our own eyes, Kiwi and Maz insisted. Yet, what could he possibly want with me? I don't believe I've ever crossed paths with him, Frankie pondered, realizing he had never encountered Crocodile. However, if he seeks to cause trouble, I am not afraid. I could claim his head and exchange it with the Marines for a bounty. What a fortune that would be, Frankie declared boastfully. Indeed, brother Frankie. His followers eagerly echoed in agreement. Just then, as Frankie spoke, the front door suddenly shattered, and 4 figures appeared at the entrance. Is this the residence of Frankie? Crocodile entered with Mr. One and others, declaring, brother, it is them. Kiwi and Maz quickly responded. Hey, are you the scoundrel Crocodile? How dare you destroy our gate? Frankie shouted in anger. I'm coming for you. Being left hand. As Crocodile's words hung in the air, Frankie unleashed a torrent of bullets from the 4 gun ports on his left arm, targeting Crocodile. Flash. Mr. One swiftly positioned himself before Crocodile, embodying the essence of a slasher, and deflected all the bullets aimed at Crocodile. Are you also made of steel? Frankie exclaimed, astonished to see Mr. One shield himself with his body. I am a user of the chop fruit, Mr. One explained. A devil fruit user? Frankie furrowed his brow, as one of the subordinates hoisted a cannon and aimed it at Mr. One. Destructive slash. With a swift motion, Mr. One severed the incoming cannonball in 2, sending it flying out of the room, where it exploded outside. Kiwi and Maz pulled out their long swords and charged at Mr. One. Mr. One, take them down. Crocodile commanded. Clang. Aye, Captain. The sound of Kiwi and Maz's sword striking Mr. One echoed like metal against metal. So hard. Kiwi and Maz's expression shifted. With a swift motion, Mr. One raised his hands and sent Kiwi and Maz flying backward. Kiwi, Maz. Bison shouted in alarm. You fiend. Frankie cried out as he saw Kiwi and Maz fall, swiftly removing the faux skin glove from his right hand to reveal a steel hand, and lunge at Mr. One with a punch. Too slow. Mr. One scoffed, evading Frankie's strike with a backward shift. Bang! Before Mr. One could revel in his triumph, Frankie's fist unexpectedly broke free, striking Mr. One squarely in the face and sending him crashing into the wall. Mr. One! Ms. Golden Week exclaimed with concern. Focus, Mr. One. Crocodile frowned. Super. Now you understand my prowess. Even if you are made of steel, my iron fist will surely leave an impact, Frankie proclaimed, grinning as he withdrew his hand and struck a celebratory pose after sending Mr. One flying. Apologies, Captain. This will be over soon. Mr. One stood, wiping the blood from his mouth. It has been a while since I've been injured, Mr. One remarked to Frankie. Then feel it well today. Frankie charged at Mr. One. Does slash. Mr. One transformed his feet into blades and swiftly glided toward Frankie, his hands becoming blades as he lunged forward. Star shield. Frankie positioned his right hand flat, transforming it into a shield to block Mr. One's assault, then opened his mouth, shooting iron nails. In the next instant, a barrage of iron nails shot forth from Frankie's mouth. The nail struck Mr. One's face, obstructing his vision, despite not inflicting damage. Mighty hammer. Seizing the opportunity, Frankie swung his left fist, landing a blow on Mr. One's face. Bang. The strike caused Mr. One's head to tilt, yet he remained steadfast, his eyes seething with fury as he fixated on Frankie. Destructive slash. Mr. One's eyes widened as he swiftly targeted Frankie, sending him hurtling away. Big brother Frankie. Frankie's crew gasped in shock. Fire the cannon. Bison, the captain of Frankie's crew, quickly hoisted the cannon and squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, Frankie's team unleashed a volley of cannonballs toward Mr. One. Flash. Mr. One stood firm, adopting a slasher's stance. Boom. An explosion enveloped Mr. One, shrouding the surroundings in smoke. How is it? Did we take him down? Bison stared intently at Mr. One's position. Chapter 36. Mr. One versus Frankie's crew. Mr. One. Your mastery of the fruit is still lacking. If you could move while in slasher form, your strength would ascend to a new level. The voice of Crocodile resonated. And as the smoke cleared, Mr. One stood and scathed at his original position. I will try my best, Captain, Mr. One replied, having contemplated how to further develop his devil fruit powers ever since he heard Crocodile mention its potential for awakening. Is it true that even cannonballs cannot harm him? Zambai exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the cannonballs fail to affect Mr. One. That fellow is not so easily dealt with, Frankie remarked, brushing off the debris from his body as he stood up again. Brother Frankie, only one of them has made a move. Let's charge together. No matter how strong he is, he remains but one individual, Zambai suggested to Frankie. All right, my brothers, let us go together. Frankie readily agreed, relishing the prospect of a group assault, for he would not be underestimated as merely a braggart. With a roar, the crowd surged forward. Mr. One, facing the onslaught, charged ahead, swiftly sending Zambai flying with a single blow, followed by a kick that shattered several weapons. With his arms crossed in an X formation, he unleashed a fierce strike that sent multiple adversaries sprawling. Frankie boxing. Frankie shouted as he approached, launching 2 punches at Mr. One. Mr. One met his assault with a counterpunch, but then swiftly delivered a kick that sent Frankie crashing to the ground. Monster of destruction. At that moment, 3 towering figures loomed before Mr. One. One brandished a colossal axe and swung it directly at him. Boom. Mr. One raised his hand to deflect the axe, the resultant shockwave spreading outward. Though you possess the stature of a giant, your strength is evidently lacking, young man, Mr. One asserted, leveraging his legs and arms to spring into the air while deflecting the axe away. Slash attack, fierce assault. Mr. One positioned his hands at his waist, clenching his fists. If you wish to attack me, feel free to try. I am clad in reinforced super armor. The axe-wielding brute declared confidently. As his words faded, Mr. One's fist descended with lightning speed, the force generating an afterimage. By the time he landed, the axe-wielder lay defeated, his eyes rolled back, armor shattered, and body collapsing backward. The remaining 2 brutes, witnessing their companion's defeat, charged at Mr. One simultaneously. With a swift buildup of energy, Mr. One leapt and delivered a kick to One's waist, injuring him while sending him flying, and as he landed, he supported himself with his hands. The last of the brute trio lunged at Mr. One, who propelled himself with force, landing a decisive kick that sent this final adversary soaring away. Impressive, Mr. One, Ms. Golden Week exclaimed. After Mr. One had incapacitated everyone except Frankie, Crocodile finally spoke up. Shall we have a proper discussion now? Frankie, you jest. Having knocked down my dear little brother. Frankie rose from the ground, still clutching several bottles of cola. Is it not said that one does not shed tears until faced with the grave? Crocodile remarked with a hint of resignation. Rest assured, Captain, I will soon bring him down. Mr. One assured Crocodile. Upon hearing this, Crocodile resolved to grant Mr. One a bit more time. Let us see how you fare against my technique, you wretched Iron Man, Frankie declared, bringing his hands together while inflating his arms. Let me witness your prowess. Mr. One scoffed, swiftly gliding forward and clasping his wrists together as he charged at Frankie. Foaming daisy slash. Wind cannon. Mr. One lunged fiercely, while Frankie unleashed his ultimate move. A powerful air cannon shot from the aperture beneath his palm. Boom. The mightiest assaults from both combatants collided, generating a formidable wave of energy that surged outward. Mr. One felt the overwhelming force reverberate through his palm. This strike of mine could obliterate a grand sailing vessel. You scoundrel. Frankie bellowed. Bang. In the next instant, the astonishing impact of the wind cannon sent Mr. One hurtling through the air, crashing through the wall and out into the open. How careless of me. Mr. One exclaimed as he fell to the ground but quickly regained his footing, charging back towards Frankie Sabaody. Inside the house, after sending Mr. One flying, Frankie lunged toward Crocodile. Behold my might, Sand Crocodile. Frankie roared, swinging a fist at the arrogant young man. Crocodile smirked. And then his arm transformed into a cascade of grains. The desert monster's arm. Crocodile commanded the grains of sand to swiftly transform into a colossal hand, which forcefully slammed Frankie down to the ground. Thud. The impact of his back hitting the earth caused Frankie to spurt a mouthful of blood. As he attempted to rise, he found himself ensnared and rendered immobile by the sand controlled by Crocodile. It appears that, as a cyborg, you have neglected to enhance your own back. Crocodile chuckled and remarked, My apologies, Captain. At that moment, Mr. One rushed into the room and discovered that Crocodile had already subdued Frankie. No worries. Your training is still lacking, Mr. One, Crocodile stated, to which Mr. One, feeling embarrassed, stepped aside. Now, regarding the next topic, we must ensure that these fellows do not overhear. Crocodile conjured a swirling sandstorm and, with a deft motion, hurled it towards the ground, subsequently sweeping away all of Frankie's subordinates, sending them flying out of the room. Well then, now that we are alone, Crocodile proclaimed with a smile directed at Frankie. Damn it, I will not let you off so easily. Frankie shouted in defiance. Stop putting on a brave front. There is something I must convey to you. Hand over the blueprints of the Pluton. Crocodile directly addressed Frankie. Upon hearing this, Robin furrowed her brow, as she suspected. This individual was aware of the Pluton. Frankie's expression shifted immediately, and instead of continuing his loud outburst, he forced a smile and inquired, What are you talking about? What is this Pluton blueprint? How could it possibly be in my possession? Stop feigning ignorance. I know that Tom entrusted this item to you. If I weren't aware that it was in your hands, I would not have come searching for you. Crocodile retorted, recalling only that the Pluton blueprint was with Frankie, though he had forgotten the specifics of its location in the narrative. Even if you kill me, I wouldn't know. Frankie declared defiantly. Your silence is inconsequential. Crocodile replied, then turned to Ms. Golden Week. Golden Week, use your friendship paint on him. Crocodile instructed, recognizing that her abilities were particularly fitting for this situation, which was why he had brought her along. Understood, Captain Crocodile. Ms. Golden Week beamed, delighted to finally be of use. Chapter 37. The Pluton blueprint in hand. Using her easel and brushes, Ms. Golden Week mixed the serene green and the maniacal yellow to create a pattern on Frankie. Become my friend, she exclaimed. Oh, it's Mariano, my dear friend. Frankie's demeanor shifted instantly, as if he had known Ms. Golden Week for ages. Haha, it worked, Captain. Ms. Goldenweek laughed. Turning to Crocodile. Ask him about the whereabouts of the Pluton blueprint. Crocodile directed Ms. Goldenweek, subsequently releasing the sand that bound Frankie. Frankie, could you tell me where the Pluton blueprint is? Ms. Goldenweek inquired. My friend, do you wish to know about the Pluton blueprint? It is within me. Frankie replied amiably, reaching toward his abdomen. To the astonishment of Mr. One and others, he opened his belly and extended his hand inside. Dream on. Just as he was about to retrieve the blueprint, Frankie suddenly regained his senses and swiftly closed the door on his abdomen. Weapon left hand. Enraged, Frankie raised his left hand, curving his palm to transform his arm into a cannon, aiming it at Ms. Goldenweek and launching a cannonball. Ms. Goldenweek was startled by the abrupt turn of events, yet a mass of sand surged beneath her feet, rising to protect her. Boom. The cannonball exploded, and before Frankie could revel in his success, a cloud of sand shot forth from the smoke. Desert sword. The sand morphed into blades, directly slashing at him and sending him flying. Arigato, Captain. Ms. Goldenweek expressed her gratitude, realizing that Crocodile had shielded her from Frankie's attack. Sand binding. As Frankie was propelled backward, Crocodile ensnared him with sand and dragged him back before him. Just hand over the Pluton blueprint quietly, Crocodile commanded, opening Frankie's belly and extracting the blueprint. Damn it. You will not succeed, Frankie shouted, preparing to unleash a flame, but Crocodile, having gained preliminary mastery of observation hockey, anticipated his intent and instantaneously used sand to seal Frankie's mouth, forcing him to face the consequences of his actions. The flames erupted in Frankie's mouth, producing plumes of black smoke. Let us go. Our mission is complete, Crocodile declared, casting Frankie aside as he spoke to Robin and the others. Return the blueprint to me. Frankie lay on the ground, straining to extend his hand, which ultimately fell limply. Understood, Mr. Crocodile. Robin replied, and the group turned to leave. At that moment, an air door appeared beside Crocodile, a figure emerging swiftly with the intent to seize the Pluton blueprint from his grasp. Whoosh. Just as the figure was about to touch the blueprint, a strand of sand shot out. Iron block. In the next instant, the figure was sent flying by Crocodile's strike. Bang. The figure collided with the ground but quickly rose, revealing itself to be Gabra from CP9. CP agents, Crocodile remarked, addressing Robin as well. Six-petal flower. Twisted pastry. Robin swiftly crossed her arms, summoning 6 arms that began to twist around Gabra's body. A devil fruit user? Gabra gasped, hastening to block with iron block, then swiftly using shave to vanish from Robin's sight. He's gone. Mr. One stood before Ms. Goldenweek, scanning the surroundings in search of Gabra's presence. Whoosh. Iron block. Wolf bullet. Suddenly, Gabra appeared beside Robin, extending his palm to utilize iron block, then attacking her with the backs of his hands. Robin, her eyes widening in realization, understood it was too late to react. Am I non-existent? Gravel barrier. Crocodile smiled, and immediately a cloud of gravel surged forth from the ground, shielding Robin from harm. Bang. Gabra's strike landed upon the gravel, causing an explosion, yet it staunchly absorbed Gabra's attack. Following this, Gabra noticed the gravel enveloping him and swiftly pushed off the ground, employing moonwalk to retreat. Slash. Frothy daisy cut. Mr. One sprinted towards Gabra, his hands transforming into blades as he lunged fiercely at his opponent. Iron block. Heavy step punch. Gabra, observing Mr. One's impending assault, concentrated his strength and delivered a powerful punch that collided with Mr. One's attack. Fly away, Mr. One shouted, unleashing a radiating slash from his palm that sent Gabra hurtling through the air. Iron block. Wheel. At that moment, an air door reappeared beside Crocodile, and Bruno, spinning at high velocity, charged towards Crocodile. Armament hockey. Hardening. Crocodile did not evade through elementalization. Instead, he directly blocked the attack with his hook, which was enveloped in hockey. Get lost, you CP scoundrel. Crocodile let out a thunderous shout, sending Bruno flying away. Open the air. In midair, Bruno harnessed his abilities, vanishing into the depths of space once more. Stop lying down, Gabra. In the next moment, Bruno reappeared beside Gabra, who was lying on the ground after being struck by Mr. One. We have been lurking for so long, only to find that the blueprints have fallen into Crocodile's hands. If the government learns of this, we are doomed, Bruno exclaimed to Gabra. Indeed, but our adversary is none other than Crocodile, the former warlord of the sea. Seizing them back will not be easy, Gabra replied, rising to his feet. Beware of the ground. Erosion rebirth. After Crocodile and Robin exchanged a brief reminder, he placed his hand upon the ground. Instantly, the earth began to erode rapidly, transforming into a swirling storm of yellow sand, and in the blink of an eye, the surroundings morphed into a desert landscape. What was happening over there? Why was an abundance of sand suddenly drifting this way? No. That area seemed to be transforming into a desert. The nearby populace quickly took notice of the strange phenomenon. Go, Gabra. At that moment, Bruno addressed Gabra, before vanishing into the spatial realm. Gabra, in response, swiftly executed the moonwalk and shave techniques to propel himself forward. Chapter 38. CP9? Is it you who have continuously proclaimed yourselves as the strong ones? Iron block. Heavy step fist. Iron block shatter. Gabra unleashed a powerful punch towards Crocodile, followed immediately by an air portal through which Bruno emerged, delivering a punch of his own directed at Crocodile. You seek death. Crocodile gazed at the fists looming before him, as the gravel beneath his feet suddenly swirled and erupted with formidable force, propelling both adversaries into the air. Impossible. How could he possess such strength? Gabra, sprawled on the ground, wore an expression of utter disbelief. It was utterly absurd. One could only marvel at the prowess of the former warlord of the sea. Bruno, astonished, addressed Crocodile. Is this all CP9 has to offer? Crocodile retorted with scorn. Is this the extent of your capabilities? Our captain is truly remarkable. Ms. Goldenweek lauded from the sidelines. I still have a long journey ahead, Mr. One remarked as he observed Crocodile effortlessly dispatching the two. With a rush, Bruno and Gabra, unwilling to concede defeat, charged at Crocodile once more, unleashing the desert flying dragon. Behind Crocodile, the gravel instantaneously solidified into the form of a colossal dragon, which then opened its maw to launch an attack. With a resounding thud, the dragon, under Crocodile's command, surged forward with astonishing velocity, colliding head-on with Bruno and Gabra. Despite their reinforced interiors, they were violently shaken, and unable to suppress the surge of bile, they simultaneously expelled it, being sent hurtling backward. Desert block, suppression. Crocodile raised his enormous hand, and grains of sand converged above to form a colossal cube, which then hovered over the two. It swiftly descended. Bruno, Gabra, having just risen from the ground, noticed the darkening sky and looked up to see the desert's cube plummeting down. He quickly urged Bruno, open the door. Bruno promptly employed his abilities to create a portal of air. With a thunderous crash, the cube struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble momentarily. However, a doorway was swiftly opened in the cube's upper section, allowing Bruno and Gabra to step out onto the cube's apex. Moonstep. Gabra activated his moonstep, instantly reaching the summit above Crocodile. With his fingers slightly bent, he brought his palms together in a gesture of focus, and then he dove downward, unleashing his finger gun technique. The accelerated descent augmented the power of the attack as it hurtled directly towards Crocodile. 4-pillar sand spear, armament color enhancement. Crocodile moved his hands, causing the gravel beneath his feet to gather and then launch 4 sand spears, each tip enveloped in hockey, propelling them forward with force. Bang! Gabra's 10-finger gun descended, but it was instantly pierced by the sand spears, which then impaled Gabra's chest. Sizzle! Bolstered by hockey. The lethality of the sand spears was significantly enhanced, swiftly penetrating Gabra's body. Gush! A copious amount of blood erupted from Gabra's mouth as Crocodile dispersed the gravel, letting Gabra fall to the ground like a free-falling object. I have heard you refer to yourselves as supermen. Is this truly the extent of your prowess? Crocodile chuckled. Gabra. Upon witnessing Gabra's defeat, Bruno could not help but take a step back, subsequently utilizing his devil fruit powers to make a hasty escape. Has he fled? Crocodile remarked, contemplating how effortlessly he could handle these CP9 agents with his current strength. Mr. One, apprehend him. Crocodile commanded. Aye, Captain. Mr. One promptly advanced toward Gabra. Just as Mr. One reached out to retrieve Gabra, a silhouette of an air door materialized beside him, as Bruno activated his shave technique to forcibly carry Gabra away. Not so fast. Crescent moon. Mr. One swiftly reacted, transforming his right foot into a blade and executing a sweeping kick that sent Bruno flying. He then seized Bruno to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Oh, so you haven't escaped after all? Crocodile observed as Bruno reappeared, having been knocked away by Mr. One. Following this, Crocodile again summoned a massive dragon to strike at Bruno. Open. Bruno immediately utilized his powers to vanish from the scene. Such a repulsive devil fruit. How did Luffy manage to defeat him? Indeed, the iron block is the source of all evil. Seeing his attack miss, Crocodile couldn't help but express his irritation. Why doesn't this fellow use a block of iron to deflect my strike, allowing me to take him directly? Afterward, Mr. One carried Gabra back to Crocodile's side. Let us depart, he stated. Upon noticing that Bruno had not reappeared, Crocodile made his way towards Dock 1. Gravel, somersault cloud. Crocodile manipulated a mass of sand to rise, upon which everyone stood, and he directly commanded the grains of sand to retreat. The captain can even fly. Miss Goldenweek exclaimed in astonishment. I've only just learned this, and this is my first time carrying anyone, Crocodile remarked as he stood atop the mound of sand. What does Crocodile intend to do with the CP9 member? Could he be seeking information from him? Robin inquired. Close enough. I intend to extract the training methods of the Navy's 6 forms from this fellow, Crocodile candidly replied to Robin. The Navy's 6 forms? Robin pondered, while Mr. One frowned, evidently lacking knowledge in this regard. The Navy's 6 forms refers to 6 techniques: Saru, Tekai, Jep, Shave, Rankyaku, and Shurgon. For you, mastering them would significantly enhance your strength. Crocodile explained. You truly have gone to great lengths, Mr. Crocodile, Robin said with a smile. I must learn this Navy's 6 forms. Mr. One thought to himself. Damn it. Gabra has been captured. He knows a great deal of information. This is dire. Bruno reappeared at the site of the previous battle. observing Crocodile and the others as they departed, then produced a secret communication snail from his person. Khalifa, there's trouble. Bruno immediately stated upon connecting the call. You better have a good reason for contacting me at this critical juncture. Khalifa's voice came through the snail. It's serious. The design of the Pluton is actually in that Frankie's possession. Bruno declared. What are you waiting for? Capture him immediately. Were you unable to subdue him? Khalifa responded. Startled. No, it was Frankie who was defeated by someone else. The design of the Pluton has fallen into the hands of the former Shichibukai, Crocodile. Gabra and I attempted to retrieve it, but Gabra was also captured by Crocodile. Bruno hesitated momentarily before continuing. What? The design of the Pluton is in Crocodile's hands? Are you certain it is the actual design? Khalifa pressed, realizing that if it was genuine, they could abandon their current mission to retrieve the design. It is highly likely. Though I cannot be entirely certain, Bruno replied honestly. He had never seen the actual design and had no way to confirm its authenticity. Chapter 39. Acquiring the Six Forms. Khalifa paused in silence before instructing Bruno. Continue to follow them. I will gather Lucci and the others. Though it's rather embarrassing to admit, I fear that combined. None of us can match the prowess of Crocodile, Bruno remarked. After all, he was a former Shichibukai. It would be prudent to consult with our superior. Khalifa hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Very well, I shall continue my observation, Bruno affirmed, and resumed his pursuit of Crocodile and his companions. On the other side. After ending the call with Bruno, Khalifa sought out Lucci and briefed him on the situation. Well, our opponent is the notorious Crocodile, with a bounty of 500 million berries. It is no surprise that Bruno and Gabra could not defeat him. Moreover, given the intel, Crocodile possesses a Logia-type devil fruit. Making Bruno's miscalculation of his strength understandable, remarked the white dove perched on Lucci's shoulder. However, I am the strongest among CP9 and 8 centuries, Lucci proclaimed confidently. My objective is not to engage Crocodile in battle, but merely to retrieve the Pluton design. Such a task should be manageable, especially since we are currently disguised as shipwrights. Lucci stated to Khalifa, convinced of his ability to reclaim the design from Crocodile. Lucci, should we consult Commander Spandam about this matter? Khalifa asked. What use is that waste of space? Lucci frowned and turned away, seizing the opportunity to board the Sand Crocodile ship before Crocodile returned. Hey, who are you? Ms. Valentine's Day floated down to inquire as Lucci approached the Sand Crocodile ship. I am the foreman from Dock 1, Lucci, the dove on Lucci's shoulder replied. Oh. You must be here to find your colleague. He is still in the cabin. Ms. Valentine's Day enlightened him, indicating Kaku's location. Thank you, Lucci replied. Then headed towards the cabin. A dove that can talk, Ms. Valentine's Day remarked, somewhat astonished. What a peculiar world we live in, said Bora from the side. Something feels off about this person, Mr. 2 commented as Lucci walked towards the cabin. Hey, Kaku. I've come too, Lucci greeted upon entering and spotting Kaku. Lucci, you're here as well. Kaku, who was meticulously inspecting the ship's condition, paused upon seeing Lucci. Then glanced at the Baroque Works members beside him before responding in kind. The two feigned inspection of the ship while secretly exchanging information under the watchful eyes of Baroque Works members. Subsequently, they informed Mr. 5 of some issues with the ship's structure that required repairs, to which Mr. 5 readily consented. Meanwhile, Crocodile returned to the Sand Crocodile ship, holding the Pluton design. Captain, you've returned, Ms. Valentine's Day exclaimed, floating down to greet Crocodile. What is this? Mr. 3 asked, noticing Mr. 1 carrying a person. A member of CP9, Ms. Golden Week responded. Nothing happened, I trust? Crocodile inquired of Mr. 3. No. It's just that the Correja company reported somewhere on the Sand Crocodile ship that needs repairing, Mr. 3 replied. Oh, where are they? Bring them over. Crocodile instructed Mr. 3. Since he had secured the Pluton design and had already attracted the attention of CP9, he felt it prudent to send Kaku away to prevent any unforeseen complications. To Crocodile's surprise, Mr. 3 brought over 2 individuals, and Lucci's presence immediately put him on alert. It seemed Bruno had already conveyed the intelligence to them. Hello, Captain Crocodile, the two greeted respectfully upon their arrival. Desert Sword, taking advantage of their unawareness of their exposure. Crocodile swiftly struck, unleashing 2 blades of sand. Whoosh. The two, startled by the sudden attack, hastily evaded the assault, only to look bewildered and exclaim, Captain, what are you doing? Upon witnessing Crocodile's aggression, Mr. 2 and his companions swiftly surrounded the pair. Stop pretending. You are Rob Lucci and Kaku of CP9. You cannot seize the blueprints of the Sea King. Save your energy and disembark from the ship. Crocodile addressed the two directly. CP9? Robin exclaimed in surprise, not anticipating that these two were members of CP9. However, what puzzled her even more was how Crocodile had discerned their identities. Your intelligence network is truly formidable. Upon the revelation of their identities, Lucci ceased to feign innocence. So, it seems our identities have been exposed? Lucci inquired, turning to Kaku. Do I need to teach you? Lucci retorted, transforming into his beast form, for sprouting across his body like that of a leopard. Shave. In an instant. Lucci vanished from sight and launched an assault on Crocodile. With a swift motion, Shura, mounted on a colossal bird, intervened and thwarted Lucci's attack. Humph, Blue Sea Dweller. Do not lay a hand on our captain. Shura warned Lucci. How could you possibly anticipate my movements? Lucci remarked, astonished that this peculiar figure astride an extraordinary bird had managed to intercept him. It seems your recent training has borne fruit, Shura. Crocodile remarked that the Shura, who originally possessed the ability of Kinbunchika Haki, began to transition from merely eavesdropping on heartbeats to sensing the very essence of life under his guidance, which ultimately enabled him to pinpoint Lucci's location. Suddenly, a spear in the hands of Shura burst into flames, forcing Lucci to retreat. Human Demon Fist, Elegant Swan Dance. Mr. 2 swiftly launched an attack, delivering a kick aimed at Kaku. Iron Block. Kaku remained steadfast, absorbing Mr. 2's strike, causing him to slide back several meters. Spinning Dance. Mr. 2 seized the opportunity to press the attack, spinning as he charged towards Kaku, delivering another side kick. Whoosh. Kaku leaped into the air to evade, executing a grand backflip before unleashing his raging gale. White Thunder, a slicing strike aimed directly at Mr. 2. Candle Barrier. Mr. 3, observing the situation, hurled a glob of candle wax, which immediately solidified, forming a curved barrier to shield Mr. 2. Boom. The slicing strike collided with the candle barrier, leaving a deep gash. These fellows possess considerable strength, Mr. 3 commented, noting that his candle was nearly as hard as steel. Thorn, Piercing Strike. Bora extended his hands, covered in thorns, charging towards Lucci with simultaneous thrusts. Finger Gun. Lucci sidestepped just in time, retaliating with a finger gun that instantly pierced Bora's shoulder. Ms. Double Fingers. Witnessing Bora's injury, his old partner, Mr. 1, attempted to intervene, but was halted by Crocodile. Your task is to keep an eye on your CP9 member. The one capable of opening doors is still nearby. Crocodile spoke. Chapter 40. Departure from Eni's lobby. Upon hearing this, Mr. 1 remained still without making a move, while the others surged forward. Impact. Shura appeared before Rob Lucci and raised his hand. Renkyaku. Lucci prepared to counter with a kick, but suddenly, a burst of force erupted from Shura's palm, sending Lucci flying backward. Nanny. Lucci stabilized himself mid-air with Jeppo, his expression one of shock. He had spent years perfecting his Rokugan technique to unleash shockwaves. How could this unknown fighter replicate it so effortlessly? I'll go for the swords. Kaku, who had also used Jeppo to hover in the air, called out to Lucci before diving downward. Jet Propulsion. Gadatsu, spotting Kaku's descent, propelled himself forward with a burst from his feet. His elbow, armed with a jet dial, unleashed a pressurized blast as he swung a fist toward Kaku. Soru. Kaku, however, was not so easily struck. With a flicker, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Gadatsu and delivering a swift kick that sent the man plummeting. Pathetic Gadatsu. Shura, mounted on his three-legged bird, soared upward and thrust his spear toward Kaku. Renkyaku line. Kaku concentrated the force of his kick into a razor-sharp slash, launching it straight at Shura like a blade of wind. Boom. Shura barely managed to block with his spear, but the sheer force of the attack knocked him off his mount. The three-legged bird swooped down just in time to catch him before he hit the ground. Fire. Mr. 5 commanded the artillery squad, unleashing a barrage of cannonballs at Kaku. Renkyaku. Kaku countered with rapid slashes from his feet, effortlessly slicing through the incoming projectiles. Boom. As Mr. 5 stared upward, a hole tore through the smoke, revealing Kaku descending upon him with a devastating kick. Damn it. Before Mr. 5 could react, he was sent flying. Candle Wax. Mr. 3 hurled sticky wax toward Kaku, but the agile swordsman vanished once more, reappearing amidst a group of crew members. With swift strikes, he incapacitated them one by one. Iron Whip. Ohm lashed out with his iron cloud, extending it like a whip toward Kaku. Kaku deftly caught 2 fallen swords mid-air, crossing them to block Ohm's attack. Okama Kenpo. Explosive Swan. Mr. 2 charged at Kaku, flipping mid-air to deliver a spinning kick. Kaku parried with his blade, engaging in a brief clash of strength before disengaging. Impact Dial. Flame Dial. Jet Dial. The crew swarmed Kaku, bombarding him with a relentless assault. Though he countered and felled opponent after opponent, the barrage of dial-based attacks left him struggling. Strange abilities, they all seemed to stem from those shell-like objects. Kaku noted their peculiar fighting style. Meanwhile, on the ground, Lucci found himself surrounded. Shura, Gadatsu, and the towering Daisen launched a coordinated assault. Despite facing 3 priests armed with Kinbunchika Haki, Lucci held his ground. These men, they anticipate my moves before I make them. Lucci frowned. Fighting while being read so easily was infuriating. But that giant doesn't seem to have the same ability. I'll eliminate him first. Full power fist barrage. Daisen unleashed a flurry of punches, though his signature cutting dial remained unused, likely to avoid damaging the ship. Razor. Lucci activated Soro, darting at blinding speeds before bending his index finger and striking with Shurgon. Daisen's massive frame made him an easy target, and soon, he was riddled with wounds. Jet Strike. Gadatsu intervened, propelling himself forward with a jet dial-powered punch that sent Lucci reeling. But the damage was done. Daisen staggered before collapsing. Captain. Mr. 1. Witnessing the mounting casualties, turned to Crocodile once more. If you step in, can you take down one of them? Crocodile asked coolly. I will try, Mr. One replied. What is happening? Why are those pirates attacking Lucci and Foreman Kaku? The shipwrights of Galila, ever loyal, noticed the skirmish and rallied together, charging toward the Baroque works vessel. Sandwall. Crocodile did not look back. Instead, he commanded the sand to rise and form a barrier along the shore to obstruct their path. He then addressed Mr. One. Demanding a definitive response, I require your assured answer. If you board and fail to defeat even one of them, you shall leave the ship. The captain. Ms. Golden Week was taken aback by Crocodile's words. Mr. Crocodile, Mr. One, and Robin also wished to dissuade Crocodile, but they were swiftly interrupted by Mr. One, who asserted, I understand, Captain. I will prove myself. Upon hearing this, Crocodile commanded the sands to swirl around the gabra carried by Mr. One. Everyone, stand aside. This knife wielder is my responsibility, Mr. One declared as he strode forward. Mr. Two glanced back at Mr. One, evidently reluctant to yield. Allow him to proceed. As Crocodile spoke, everyone stepped aside to confront Lucci together. Who are you? Kaku inquired upon seeing that only one opponent remained. I am Dazbone, Mr. One, captain of the 1st Combat Squad of the Baroque Works. Mr. One declared, let me see how strong you truly are. Kaku grinned and charged directly at Mr. One. With a swift slash, Mr. One transformed his hands into blades and lunged at Kaku. The two blades clashed with a resounding impact, creating a shockwave. A devil fruit user. Are you? Kaku remarked after the collision. I am a user of the chop fruit, a man whose entire body can become a blade. Mr. One explained. Then raised his leg, transforming it into a blade, and kicked towards Kaku. Kaku quickly deflected Mr. One's strike with one hand, blocking the incoming attack. Headbutt. Mr. One charged at Kaku with his head. Iron block. Kaku immediately countered with iron block, absorbing the force of Mr. One's headbutt, and was sent flying. After a mid-air roll, he landed and executed a swift shave, closing in on Mr. One. Storm slash. Kaku swung his blades repeatedly, unleashing a flurry of slashes towards Mr. One. Mr. One advanced on Kaku, parrying each strike with his own hands. Slash. Battleship. Mr. One approached Kaku, raising both hands to deliver a powerful downward slash. With a resounding clash, Kaku raised both blades to block Mr. One's heavy strike. Slash. Windmill. After his initial strike, Mr. One performed a backflip, spinning his legs in a whirlwind of slashes towards Kaku. Chapter 41. Mr. One vs. Kaku Clang. Kaku managed to block strike after strike, then retreated. Is Kaku really this weak? Crocodile furrowed his brow. In the original narrative, he was capable of matching Zoro during this period. Logically, Kaku should be stronger than Mr. One. However, it seemed as though he was somewhat being pressured by Mr. One. I must be serious now, Steelman, Kaku declared, as if to validate his strength. He took a step back and addressed Mr. One. That would be best, Mr. One replied. For sword style. Kaku transformed his grip, wielding two swords backward, and charged towards Mr. One. Has he changed his sword-holding stance? Is it still two-sword style? Mr. One stood firm, adopting a combat stance, awaiting Kaku's assault. For sword style. Reverse skill. Kaku closed the distance, unleashing both blades. Mr. One raised his hand to block, but Kaku swiftly executed a gale kick, producing a fierce slash that shot forth. Whoosh. Momentarily careless, Mr. One was struck, sent flying several meters before landing firmly on the deck. Foam daisy slash. Once steady, Mr. One propelled himself forward, both hands attacking Kaku. Gale kick, spiral blade. Observing the move, Kaku leapt into the air, spinning rapidly, his muscles tightening into a spiraled state as he dashed forward, simultaneously launching a swirling slash around him. Bang! The two collided, a flurry of slashes raining down upon Mr. One. Even iron would sustain injuries under such relentless assault. Kaku mused, as the frequency of his strikes intensified. Impact. Mr. One summoned his strength, his arms surging with power, launching a radioactive slash that should have effortlessly sent his opponent flying. Yet, Kaku's own slashes shattered Mr. One's attack. Kaku surged forward once more, his blades slicing down with ferocity, prying apart Mr. One's defenses and landing a direct blow. TSK. The rapidity of Kaku's onslaught created sparks upon contact with Mr. One. Swoosh. In quick succession, blood spurted forth as Mr. One's defenses crumbled, wounds appearing on his body as he was sent hurtling backward. Gale kick. Chaos. As Mr. One flew away, Kaku leaped high into the air, executing a wide-ranging slash with both feet, aiming for Mr. One. Mr. One tumbled through the air, regaining his balance upon landing on the deck. As he beheld the incoming slashes, he realized evasion was futile and quickly raised his blade-like hands to block Kaku's strikes. Huff. After successfully parrying all the attacks, Mr. One exhaled in relief, and Kaku landed gracefully on the ground. Come down and fight me, Mr. One challenged Kaku. Certainly, Kaku replied, cracking his neck. The two then leapt down, standing face to face on solid ground. Gale kick. Surrounding cut. Kaku planted one of his swords into the ground, suspending himself as he began to spin rapidly. Slash. Mr. One squatted into a martial stance, fists clenched against his chest, his hardness increasing once again. Whoosh. Kaku spun faster and faster. Cracks began to form along the blade, and with a terrifying slash unleashed, the sword shattered, sending a rapid slash towards Mr. One. Bang. The strike impacted Mr. One, causing him to shudder, a shockwave radiating outward. Boom. In the next instant, the slash pierced through Mr. One's body, cleaving the sand wall behind him in half. Puff. As the sand wall crumbled, Mr. One suddenly knelt, coughing up blood, though he bore no external wounds. He had sustained internal injuries from the impact. Mr. One. Ms. Golden Week shouted anxiously as she witnessed Mr. One collapse. Mr. One, get up. You are my chosen subordinate. Seeing this, Crocodile couldn't help but shout at Mr. One. In that moment, he disregarded his image. After all, it was Mr. One. If he were to fall just like that, when would he ever have a companion comparable to Diamond Jaws? A flaw has been revealed, Crocodile. At that precise moment, Bruno, who had been observing for a long time, decisively launched an attack. As he opened the air door and executed a shave, he charged towards Crocodile. Get lost. Crocodile was engulfed in fury. At that moment, it was utterly audacious for anyone to dare disturb him. In an instant, a single word, roll, escaped his lips, and with it, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, surging towards Bruno. Caught in a daze, Bruno found himself immobilized by this formidable presence. Subsequently, Crocodile's weapon, the golden hook shrouded in armament hockey, pierced through his form. Even the nearby Ms. Golden Week was not impervious to this force. She was momentarily stunned and fell to the ground. Robin fared no better, stumbling and unceremoniously collapsing onto the deck. This was Conqueror's hockey. Crocodile was equally astonished by his own unexpected display of Conqueror's hockey. It was indeed true that such abilities often manifest in the most unforeseen moments. As a transmigrator, he too possessed this formidable power. I cannot succumb so easily. I must follow this man and support him in ascending to the throne of the Pirate King. Mr. One rose from the ground once more and turned his gaze toward Kaku. Mr. Kaku, we have come to assist you. With the barrier of sand no longer obstructing them, the shipwrights of the Carrera Company charged forth. Upon witnessing Kaku engaged in battle with Mr. One, they rushed to offer their aid. Do not interfere in this clash. You scoundrels. Sandstorm. A sandstorm erupted from Crocodile's palm, which he then hurled directly at the center of the shipworkers from the Carrera Company. The powerful whirlwind swept through, its terrifying suction force lifting them away, sending them in the opposite direction of the sand crocodile. Standing up was futile. Kaku showed no concern for the fate of the Carrera workers. Instead, he drove his final knife into the ground. Just one more time would suffice. Kaku readied the knife once again, and his body began to spin anew. Flash. Mr. One maintained his stance, an aura of invisible energy radiating from him. Raging Gale, Great Joe Slash. Kaku spun even faster this time, concentrating all his power, and unleashed a strike more formidable than before. With all his might, he aimed to take Mr. One down in a single blow. The menacing slash surged toward Mr. One, who, feeling the oncoming wave of energy, suddenly shouted, "Move now." With a roar, Mr. One, previously immobilized by his own stance, forced himself into action, grasping the formidable strike with both hands. Mr. One unleashed his strength, flinging the terrifying slash skyward, where it erupted in a brilliant explosion. What? Witnessing this, Kaku was taken aback. Had the trajectory of the slash truly been altered? Chapter 42, Departure. Crocodile chuckled at this scene, reminiscent of the time he witnessed Jozu change Mihawk's soaring slash with a single blow. Slash, spiral evisceration. Mr. One transformed his arms into multiple blade-like appendages, spinning rapidly as he charged at Kaku. Without any blades, Kaku repeatedly employed his Raging Gale to block Mr. One. But the latter, with an unstoppable momentum, deflected each of Kaku's strikes and barreled straight toward him, landing blows upon Kaku's form. Steel block. Kaku braced himself against Mr. One's assault. The whirling blade-like arms rained down, igniting sparks upon impact with Kaku's body. With a mighty shout, Mr. One thrust his arms outward, causing blood to spatter from Kaku as he crumpled to the ground in exhaustion. Crocodile. I've taken him down. Mr. One shouted towards Crocodile, collapsing forward. Well done, Mr. One. As Mr. One fell, the sand began to swirl beneath him, pulling him back towards the ship, controlled by Crocodile. He promptly summoned the medical team to attend to Mr. One. Crocodile then turned his gaze toward Lucci on the ship. Despite Lucci's formidable physical prowess, he was forced into a defensive position against the 4 divine officers and the numerical advantage of their respective teams. Robin, are you alright? Crocodile suddenly recalled Robin and Golden Week, who had been struck by the Conqueror's hockey. Noticing that Golden Week had passed out, he thought little of it, reasoning that lying on the deck would lead to illness. I'm fine, Mr. Crocodile. You truly are a hidden gem, Robin replied with a smile. If you're alright, take the opportunity to ambush that fellow. We can't afford to delay. Upon hearing this, Crocodile promptly summoned Robin to take action. Very well, Mr. Crocodile, Robin responded, intertwining her fingers as she fixed her gaze upon Lucci, who was besieged by the crowd. In the next instant, 2 hands suddenly sprouted from Lucci's head, obscuring his vision entirely. Momentarily disoriented from the loss of sight, Lucci found himself in a state of utter confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Shadley delivered a powerful impact with a shockwave, and without delay, Gadatz followed suit, landing a decisive punch to Lucci's head, knocking him down. Mr. 3 swiftly employed waxy adhesive to immobilize him. Crocodile nodded, acknowledging the unsettling nature of Nico Robin's devil fruit, which instantly tilted the balance of the battle upon its activation. Observing that Lucci was ensnared by Mr. 3, Robin promptly relinquished her abilities, allowing Lucci to regain his sight, though he found himself utterly immobilized. Pirates are indeed despicable creatures, Lucci remarked to them. As for the CP organization, it is hardly a beacon of virtue, is it? Crocodile approached Lucci and said, Mr. 3, go and confine the other members of CP9. And that fellow with the horns, use the sea stone. His abilities are rather peculiar. Turning to Lucci, Crocodile added, understood, Captain. Upon hearing this, Mr. 3 promptly set about ensnaring Bruno and the others with waxy adhesive. Men, prepare to set sail at once. Crocodile swiftly issued commands to the gathered crowd, as the nearby Judiciary Island posed a formidable threat. Should the elders become aware of their acquisition of the Pluton blueprint, a Marine Admiral would undoubtedly descend upon them. Understood. The crowd responded promptly, and the Sand Crocodile set its course for departure. This is disastrous, Califa lamented as she watched the vessel recede into the distance, fully aware that returning to Judiciary Island to report the situation would likely result in her obliteration. Crocodile, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? The world government will not spare you once they learn of your possession of the Pluton blueprint. Among the CP9, only the vigilant Lucci remained lucid, vociferously directing his ire towards Crocodile. Mr. 3, silence him. Crocodile tapped his ear and spoke to Mr. 3. Realizing he was increasingly becoming more human, it seemed that his dominant consciousness was gradually being overtaken. Indeed, upon hearing this, Mr. 3 immediately sealed Lucci's mouth with candle wax. Ms. Golden Week, are you awake? Crocodile turned to Robin, who was standing on the second floor, and inquired, not yet? Robin glanced at Ms. Golden Week, who still had her eyes closed, and replied to Crocodile, not yet, Mr. Crocodile. Very well, he responded. Crocodile responded, Captain. Ms. Valentine's Day has suddenly appeared. What is the matter? Upon witnessing the scene, Crocodile hastily inquired, glancing around. I can now weigh 10,001 kilograms. Ms. Valentine's Day exclaimed excitedly to Crocodile, having just discovered her newfound ability to increase her weight. Crocodile was momentarily speechless, initially believing that the Navy had pursued them. However, Ms. Valentine's Day's ability to transcend her limits demonstrated her enhanced mastery of the devil fruit, prompting Crocodile to compose himself and commend her, saying, well done. Keep striving for the awakening of your devil fruit. I have high hopes for you. Understood, Captain. Ms. Valentine's Day replied enthusiastically, soaring back into the sky, relishing the thrill of her 1 kilogram increase, which validated her persistent use of her powers. I must also strive for improvement. Mr. 5 muttered to himself, noting his partner's progress. It seems there is no room for advancement with my imitation fruit, Mr. 2 lamented. Who says so, Mr. 2? Crocodile retorted, directing his gaze at him. Captain, do you know how to develop my abilities? Mr. 2 asked, his lips curling in skepticism. Of course I do, Crocodile replied confidently. Really? Mr. 2 rushed over with eagerness. With your imitation fruit, you are currently only developing the ability to mimic others' appearances. But what if you could imitate their powers as well? For instance, mimicking my sand fruit abilities or Ms. Valentine's Day's light fruit powers. If you can reach that level, you would become one of the formidable forces upon the seas, Crocodile advised Mr. 2. How could I not have thought of that? Mr. 2 pondered, his mind racing as he turned to head back to his room for contemplation. Crocodile regarded Mr. 2 with an expression that suggested he was a teachable pupil. Captain, what about me? Pora inquired eagerly as he approached Mr. 2, eager for guidance. You well? Crocodile cast a glance at Bora and then began to ponder. As for the thorn fruit, you may now attempt to expel the thorns from your body, shooting them forth like bullets, Crocodile instructed Bora. Once she achieved this stage, the next step would be the awakening of the devil fruit and the assimilation of surrounding objects. Understood, Captain, Bora exclaimed with delight, thinking to herself that Lord Crocodile truly exemplified the wisdom of a predecessor. Chapter 43. Interrogation on the vast, boundless sea. A solitary vessel adorned with a crocodile figurehead sailed through the crashing waves. Captain, I am uncertain of the direction indicated by the compass, Ms. Valentine's Day remarked to Crocodile, glancing from the compass in her hand to the nautical chart. An unknown island, perhaps? Crocodile inquired. It should be, Ms. Valentine's Day replied. The nautical chart does not indicate it. It is most likely an uncharted island. It matters not. Let us simply visit the island and gather some magnetic energy, Crocodile remarked to Ms. Valentine's Day. Very well, Ms. Valentine's Day responded. Captain, shall we commence the interrogation? At that moment, Ms. Golden Week approached with a question. Over the past 2 days, Ms. Golden Week had utilized her abilities to interrogate Lucci and his companions multiple times. However, true to their nature as CP agents, their resolve remained unyielding, resulting in no successes. Consequently, Crocodile had deprived them of sustenance for 2 days. Let us give it a try. If it fails, we shall continue to withhold their rations. Crocodile addressed Ms. Golden Week, expressing his lack of urgency regarding the 6 powers, as he was more inclined to subdue those formidable individuals. Meanwhile, in the confines where Luffy and his companions were imprisoned, Gabra suggested, perhaps we should surrender. I am utterly famished and incapable of committing seppuku. It is truly shameful. Silence, Luffy retorted, for his white pigeon had been confiscated by Crocodile and his crew, leaving him with no choice but to speak obediently. Gabra, you are indeed ineffectual. Even if I were to starve to death, I would never divulge a shred of information. Kaku mocked Gabra. Watch your mouth. Be quiet. Gabra shouted back, his frustration palpable. Had he not been restrained, he would have leaped up to slap Kaku. Enough of this bickering. In our current predicament, it is best to conserve our strength, Bruno advised. It seems everyone is quite spirited, Crocodile remarked as he approached the group. Crocodile, give up already, Luffy declared defiantly. Haha, do not be so disheartened by the world government. Join my pirate crew and share with us the training methods of the Marine's 6 powers, and all will be well. Crocodile scoffed at Lucci, saying join you? Don't be absurd. Even if we were to join, we would betray you at any moment. Lucci retorted, such matters are inconsequential. Should you dare to defy me, I would not hesitate to end your life on the spot. Crocodile said to Lucci, Ms. Golden Week, it would suffice to employ that foolish Gabra. Crocodile addressed Ms. Golden Week, exclaiming, what did you say? I am a man of unwavering willpower. Gabra shouted in response. Ha ha ha. Gabra, even our adversaries perceive you as a simpleton. Kaku immediately mocked Gabra. Hey, young lady, direct your attention to this long-nosed fellow beside you. He is utterly useless and will surely divulge everything. Gabra remarked to Ms. Golden Week. I shall heed the captain's words, you simpleton. Ms. Golden Week replied to Gabra, subsequently splashing him with her friendship paint. Now, my dear friend Gabra, please share with me the information regarding the Navy's 6 powers. Ms. Golden Week said to Gabra as the design took shape. Ah, of course, my cherished friend. Gabra responded. Indeed, quite the simpleton. Kaku remarked, gazing at Gabra in disbelief. Just when Crocodile believed he had succeeded, Gabra suddenly changed his expression and declared, who would tell you that? Another failure, Captain. Ms. Golden Week turned to Crocodile, informing him of the situation. No worries, we shall attempt again tomorrow, Crocodile said, patting Ms. Golden Week's head. I never expected that you, a simpleton, possessed such steadfast willpower. Kaku commented to Gabra. Silence you. Gabra retorted at Kaku. Come, Ms. Golden Week. It is time for a meal, Crocodile said to her. Very well, Captain. Ms. Golden Week responded. Once Crocodile departed, Bruno suddenly spoke, if that elf fellow were here. He might have already let something slip. Indeed, that's quite possible, replied Luffy. Those guys, could they have already been executed? Gabra inquired. It's not out of the realm of possibility, especially given that the mission failed and the Pluton blueprint fell into Crocodile's hands, Luffy remarked. Is our persistence truly meaningful? Even if we survive, we cannot return, Kaku stated. Silence. Are we to submit to the pirates? Moreover, we still hold value to the government. As long as we can escape, there is a chance to return, Luffy asserted. Hey, you hungry souls, would you like some food? At that moment, Mr. 2 pranced in, carrying a platter of food. Just when they thought Crocodile had decided to provide them with a meal, Mr. 2 added, if you want to eat, you better quickly divulge that 6 forms training method, or you'll just have to watch me enjoy this. After saying this, Mr. 2 began to eat right in front of them. Luffy, upon witnessing this, promptly closed his eyes, and the others followed suit. Suddenly, Luffy's stomach growled audibly. Opening his eyes, he found all eyes fixed upon him, and his face flushed a deep crimson. He then composed himself and stated, that's a perfectly normal reaction. As long as you reveal the 6 forms, it shouldn't be a secret worth concealing, right? Mr. 2 asked, puzzled. Crocodile desires more than just the 6 forms. He wants us to serve the pirates. That is absolutely out of the question, Luffy declared resolutely. Oh, then you can just watch me eat. Mr. 2 danced and feasted. A torturous sight for Luffy and the others, not merely due to their empty stomachs, but also because Mr. 2's appearance was somewhat hard to behold. Mr. Crocodile certainly has a twisted sense of humor, Robin remarked from the deck upon hearing Mr. 2's song. Haha, if it gets them to talk, it's an effective strategy. Crocodile remarked dismissively. By the way, have you managed to contact News King? Robin responded, yes, I have made contact. It is expected to be published in tomorrow's newspaper. Crocodile's strategy was indeed astute, as it effectively quashed their ambitions, Robin expressed with admiration. It was merely a matter of dispelling their unrealistic notions, Crocodile stated. Chapter 44, The Mysterious Island. Meanwhile, ahead on the route of the Sand Crocodile, a once desolate island from a year ago now thrived with countless animals. A towering 3-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus Rex, its eyes glowing red, sprinted through the forest, sinking its teeth into a fleeing leopard. In an instant, a shadow darted past, and the Tyrannosaurus vanished from view. The scene shifted to a gigantic python, measuring several dozen meters, devouring something, zooming in. The massive foot of the Tyrannosaurus was visible protruding from its mouth. Moments later, the python's eyes turned blood red as it went on a rampage, hunting the beasts of the forest, exuding a gruesome aura. After some time, the python, drenched in blood, ceased its gnawing, its abdomen grotesquely swollen. It realized it must find a safe place to digest, so it slithered away in search of refuge. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, as if something colossal was barreling across the earth. The python's eyes flashed with primal fear, propelling it to move with renewed urgency. The camera panned upward to reveal a giant gorilla, towering like a titan, racing forward, unimpeded by trees or rocks. Then, the gorilla spotted the slithering python and delivered a mighty punch, causing the python to burst like a balloon. Subsequently, it opened its jaws wide and bit off a substantial segment of the serpent's body, devouring it voraciously. Haha, how powerful. A man with blue hair and a towel around his neck revealed a sinister smile as he glanced at his watch, muttering, IQ duration, 11 minutes and 24 seconds. Damn gorilla, it dispatched the python so swiftly. I was hoping to observe if it could grow even larger. Injido, what is the status? At that moment, a figure descended beside him. Captain Shiki, rest assured, we have made progress, Injido replied. Indeed, this figure was the Golden Lion, who had repurposed this island for his research on IQ. Well, it seems the preparations are nearly complete. It's time to elevate this wretched island and merge it with others. The Golden Lion instructed Injido. It will be accomplished shortly. Do not worry, Injido assured him. Before that, let us witness a grand spectacle, he added, leading the Golden Lion to a mountain peak. Lord Shiki, your abilities are still required, Injido said, gesturing towards the massive boulder blocking the cave entrance. With a swift motion, Shiki unleashed a flurry of strikes, shattering the boulder, and the two entered the cave. As Injido stepped inside, lights illuminated the tunnel, revealing a vast underground chamber. There, extinct creatures were ensnared by iron chains, each with glowing red eyes and immense forms. Upon seeing Injido, they became agitated, their roars echoing painfully. Silence, Shiki bellowed, unleashing a wave of conqueror's haki that subdued the surrounding beasts. Lord Shiki, this is one of the protagonists of my performance, Injido announced, approaching a colossal cage in the center. I call it Godzilla, a relic of the Tyrannosaurus bloodline. Injido exclaimed excitedly to the Golden Lion. It appears even larger than a giant, the Golden Lion remarked, smiling at the immense creature before him. If every one of them were this colossal, world domination would be within reach. Release it to battle the gorilla. This is the grand spectacle I speak of, Injido declared. Then I shall indulge myself for a while to observe this intriguing performance, the Golden Lion replied. The two exited the cave, and soon, a multitude of extinct creatures began to surge out. Meanwhile, aboard the sand crocodile, the captain announced, I see the island. It resembles an untouched forest, and the trees are so tall. Miss Valentine's Day, hovering above, exclaimed upon spotting the island. Finally, we are approaching the island. We've been waiting too long. I heard it's an uncharted territory. Could we be the first to arrive? The crew aboard the ship buzzed with excitement upon sighting the island. Before long, the sand crocodile docked at the shore of the small island. It looks remarkably like a little garden, Mr. 3 observed as he gazed at the primeval forest. There are many dangers on this island. Do not wander off. Crocodile warned the crew. What kind of tiger is that, with teeth so enormous? Mr. 5 suddenly exclaimed, pointing in a direction. Clockter, upon hearing Mr. 5's words, turned his gaze in the indicated direction. There, he beheld a formidable tiger, its upper teeth protruding like two elongated swords, fierce crimson eyes glaring fiercely, and a body standing 3 meters tall, stretching nearly 8 meters in length. This tiger was fixated on them with an intense stare. While the others remained oblivious, Clockter recognized this creature. Was it not the long-extinct saber-toothed tiger? With a roar, the saber-toothed tiger charged at them in a fit of rage. Humph! Nasal projectile, Mr. 5 declared as he promptly released a small snack, flicking it with his finger, causing it to shoot forth. The minuscule projectile went unnoticed by the saber-toothed tiger, which failed to evade it, resulting in a direct hit. Boom! Upon impact, the nasal projectile detonated with immense force, engulfing the area in a cloud of smoke. Before Mr. 5 could revel in his apparent success, the saber-toothed tiger lunged at him in fury. This feeble attack had not only failed to harm the beast, but had served only to enrage it further. Seeking death. Air bombardment. Mr. 5 inhaled deeply and, as the tiger approached, exhaled with great force. Upon contact with the saber-toothed tiger, an explosion erupted, far more powerful than before, sending the beast soaring through the air. Ha ha ha! A guillotine weighing 10,001 kilograms. At that moment, Ms. Valentine's Day floated above the airborne saber-toothed tiger and, with a swift descent, landed upon it, crushing its skull amidst a brutal shower of blood. Now we have meat to eat, Miss Christmas remarked. Build a fire. Let us refrain from entering the forest just yet. Something feels amiss, Clockter instructed. Yes, Captain. The crew promptly began to kindle a fire, while some approached the saber-toothed tiger to dissect it. In the depths of the forest, a massive white python, thicker than the one crushed by the gorilla, with blood-red eyes, fixated on the group. Have uninvited guests arrived? The Golden Lion spoke from the forest's depths, having heard the sounds of the explosion. Shall Lord Shiki go to investigate? Indigo inquired of the Golden Lion. Of course. The Golden Lion bellowed with laughter, then soared into the air, swiftly heading towards the source of the commotion. After the fire was lit by the crowd, a multitude of crimson eyes began to emerge in the jungle, each pair of blood-red eyes glaring hungrily at them. Captain, shall we not deal with this? Mr. One inquired, crossing his arms and gazing towards the jungle. First, let us satiate our hunger. How can one function on an empty stomach? Crocodile replied, seated upon a stone, naturally accepting a chunk of meat that one of his subordinates offered, devouring it heartily. Ah, so it is you, little brat. At that moment, a hearty laughter resonated through the sky, prompting Crocodile to look up. He beheld a man with golden hair cascading to the ground, a ship's helm affixed to his head, and 2 long swords strapped to his legs. A cigar clenched between his teeth, smiling down upon the assembly. That fellow is the Golden Lion Shiki. How could such a prominent figure be on this island? Panic ensued. But another voice reassured. Fear not, Captain Crocodile is still here. As the crowd turned to follow the sound, recognition dawned upon them, and many gasped in astonishment. For he was the harbinger of global warming. Upon seeing the peculiar ship's helm protruding from the head of the man in the sky, Crocodile immediately recognized him as the legendary Shiki the Golden Lion. To his astonishment, the renowned Golden Lion was indeed familiar with him. Crocodile casually seized a bottle of wine nearby and hurled it directly at the Golden Lion. You're quite the character, aren't you? The Golden Lion caught the bottle without hesitation, uncorked it with a twist, and took a hearty swig, allowing the liquor to cascade down his cheeks. You're quite bold as well. Aren't you afraid I might poison the wine? Crocodile remarked with a chuckle. What a joke. Do you really think so little of me? What poison could possibly affect me? The Golden Lion bellowed, before finishing the entire bottle. Not bad, kid. He loosened his grip, and the bottle clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. Now, let us get to business. How is it that you find yourself here? The Golden Lion inquired of Crocodile. The compass pointed this way, so I came, Crocodile replied. Is that so? Do you know that this island belongs to me? Shiki the Golden Lion? With those final words, a tremendous force erupted from him, surging towards Crocodile and his companions. What a formidable aura. Idiot, that's Conqueror's Haki. As the Golden Lion unleashed his overwhelming presence, one crew member after another fell unconscious from the sheer intensity, while those who managed to stay upright shouted in astonishment, culminating in Crocodile's explanation to the group. This Conqueror's Haki was swift to rise and just as swift to dissipate, vanishing in an instant. Yet, Crocodile noticed a fleeting moment of distraction on the Golden Lion's face, likely due to the helm above him. Is this the prowess of the old generation of strongmen? Merely standing there, he has incapacitated so many. Once the Golden Lion's Haki faded, Mr. 5 struggled to stand, gazing at the numerous fallen comrades around him. Robin, make sure to train all these unconscious fools. It's utterly disgraceful. Crocodile was acutely aware that the strength of the Golden Lion had diminished over time. Yet he remained composed as he instructed Robin. Yes, Robin instinctively replied, pondering why they were entangled in such trivial matters. Did Crocodile truly possess the confidence to confront a legendary figure such as the Golden Lion? Golden Lion, I can forgive your past actions. And I hope you can engage with me in a calm discussion. Crocodile addressed the Golden Lion, considering that having such a presence during the impending war would be advantageous. Who do you think you are? The Golden Lion retorted, showing no respect. Lion's might. Earthquake. He extended his hand and, with a mere grasp at the empty air, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. The ground suddenly upheaved, transforming into a lion's head shape, which then roared and lunged towards Crocodile. Truly, the Golden Lion was audacious. Crocodile extended his hand, unleashing the awakened power of his fruit as the lion's head approached him. In the blink of an eye, the once earthy lion began transforming into sand. With a resounding crash, Crocodile's fist struck, and the lion disintegrated into swirling clouds of golden sand that enveloped the surroundings. In a swift motion, a torrent of yellow sand surged towards the Golden Lion, and at the moment of proximity, it coalesced into Crocodile's form. His golden hook enveloped in the color of Haki, aimed at the lion. Clang! At that instant, the Golden Lion abruptly raised its foot. The long sword affixed beneath it intercepting Crocodile's assault. Boom! The clash of Haki ignited a fierce collision, generating arcs of black lightning that crackled around them. While a shockwave radiated from the epicenter of their confrontation. Golden Lion, your might has diminished to a mere shadow of its former self. Have you never contemplated shedding the worthless adornments upon your head? Crocodile shouted at the Golden Lion, asserting that if he could be removed, it would not be a mere brat like him who could act so arrogantly before him. Even in his current state, he was not someone to be underestimated. The Golden Lion let out a furious roar, and then an even more formidable aura erupted forth, sending Crocodile flying with a powerful kick. Bang! As Crocodile fell to the ground, he suddenly transformed into a cloud of yellow sand, which then swirled and coalesced before Mr. One and the others, reconstituting Crocodile's form. What if I were to say that someone could heal you? Crocodile said to the Golden Lion, enough with the jesting, young one. Naturally, the Golden Lion was skeptical. There was simply no entity in existence capable of extracting this object. Crocodile's words not only failed to pique the interest of the Golden Lion, but instead sparked his fury. Lion Chinchi. Enraged, the Golden Lion swung the long sword beneath his feet, unleashing powerful sword chi that enveloped Crocodile and his companions. Desert Lion Sphinx. As Crocodile raised his hand, countless grains of yellow sand were instantly stirred into the air, coalescing into a magnificent sand lion. This formidable creature charged forth to meet the incoming slashes. Each strike landed upon the sand lion, inflicting tremendous damage. Yet, with remarkable resilience, the sand would swiftly replenish itself. "You unruly lion, I had intended for a civil discourse." From the lion's maw, Crocodile suddenly unleashed his arm, manifesting the desert monster's arm, enveloped in haki, and delivered a powerful punch towards the golden lion. Chapter 46. With the powers of the surgery fruit, I shall remove the helm from your head. Bang! Crocodile's powerful fist struck the face of the golden lion, sending him crashing down. The immense force of the impact shattered the ground, creating a deep crater. "It has been quite some time since I've been injured, kid." The voice of the golden lion echoed from the pit, and he subsequently rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Speak, kid. Who possesses the ability to heal me?" The golden lion inquired calmly, refraining from attacking Crocodile again. "The new pirate, Trafalgar Law." Crocodile directly addressed the golden lion, inquiring about the newcomer. "Do tell." The golden lion settled cross-legged, and Crocodile joined him at his side. "What is happening? Has the battle concluded?" It was all rather sudden, and they were left wondering what was being discussed. Ms. Valentine's Day and the others watched eagerly as Crocodile and the golden lion faced each other, hesitant to approach. "Hey, Shadley, use your observation haki to eavesdrop." Mr. 2, filled with curiosity, urged Shadley. "No, if we're discovered, we might end up with a hefty beating." Shadley raised a hand in protest and dutifully remained on the astonishment balloon, a wielder of the surgery fruit's powers. At that moment, Crocodile broached the subject of law with the golden lion. "That devil fruit rumored to be worth 5 billion berries?" The golden lion inquired, having heard whispers of such a fruit. "Indeed, the surgery fruit possesses unique abilities, capable of extracting the helm from your head, if you desire it. Keep an eye on this newcomer and seek him out." Crocodile addressed the golden lion, expressing his skepticism. "It is easy for you to say. How can I be assured that he genuinely intends to heal me?" The golden lion retorted with derision. "What if he seizes the opportunity under the guise of offering treatment to strike at me? Would I not be sacrificing my life in vain, thus tarnishing my illustrious reputation?" "I possess a secret about him," Crocodile replied, "and this knowledge is sufficient to compel him to assist in your healing." Crocodile addressed Golden Lion, stating that this was his bargaining chip. "What price must I pay? Speak and let me hear." Golden Lion, aware that someone like Crocodile would not offer assistance without ulterior motives, promptly inquired, "I require a promise from you." Crocodile articulated his intentions to the Golden Lion. "Do share?" inquired the Golden Lion, contemplating what demands Crocodile might present. "In due time, accompany me to the Navy headquarters." Crocodile spoke astonishingly, "Little brat. Do you truly comprehend what you are uttering?" The Golden Lion's expression darkened, expressing his displeasure, although he was aware that this individual would not present any favorable terms. The proposition was excessively outrageous. "Do not smile too much. I merely wish to take you to witness the decline of an old friend and to cause a commotion there." Crocodile remarked with a grin. "An old friend? Is it Sengoku, or that old coot Carp who is nearing his end?" The Golden Lion immediately thought of Carp and Sengoku. But upon seeing Crocodile shake his head, he considered another possibility. Could it be Zifa? "Neither," Crocodile replied. "It is the man who once sailed alongside you, Edward Newgate." "The Whitebeard." Crocodile addressed the Golden Lion. "What nonsense is this? How could Whitebeard meet his end at Navy headquarters? Is he akin to Roger?" As he spoke, the Golden Lion's expression darkened, a fierce intensity emanating from him. The demise of Roger was a profound agony that haunted him throughout his life. It was an unbearable pain. "Of course not. You shall soon discern the truth, won't you?" Crocodile observed the Golden Lion, awaiting his response. "If I am able to regain my former strength, I would not mind accompanying you, and we could settle accounts with that band of scoundrels in the Navy." After some contemplation, the Golden Lion acquiesced. "Then I shall disclose the secret to you." Crocodile recounted the long-standing enmity between Luo and Don Quixote da Flamingo to the Golden Lion, who departed with a sense of satisfaction. As he left, the Golden Lion remarked to Crocodile that a splendid spectacle was on the horizon, suggesting that he should take the time to witness it. Just as the Golden Lion vanished, a thunderous roar reverberated across the entire island. A grand performance, indeed. Crocodile recalled the words of the Golden Lion, and with great interest, he awaited the spectacle. "Hey, are you ready for the show?" As he watched, Crocodile thought of his unfortunate crew and called out, "What show? What kind of performance? Is it a ballet?" Mr. 2 approached Crocodile, dancing gracefully. "Just watch, you flamboyant one," Mr. 1 retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. "Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. What grand performance awaits?" Miss Christmas glanced around eagerly. Suddenly, a series of thunderous stomps resounded, shaking the very island. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a great drum was being struck. At that moment, a multitude of beasts, which had been lurking in the forest, suddenly burst forth, charging swiftly towards Crocodile. "It is your time to shine, Mr. 1. Crocodile addressed Mr. 1. "Received, Captain." Mr. 1 took several steps forward, then bent down, transforming his feet into blades, propelling himself forward with a swift motion, his hands also morphing into cutting edges. Slash, destructive tornado. Mr. 1 charged toward a towering velociraptor, spinning rapidly, conjuring a tempest that sent the creature soaring, landing battered and bruised. Human demon fist, explosive kick. Mr. 2 lunged forth, delivering a side kick to a massive leopard, swiftly following up with a flip, bringing his leg crashing down onto the leopard's head. Kindle champion cup, tilling fist. Mr. 3 donned his armor, relentlessly pummeling an oncoming gorilla, exchanging blows until the flesh and blood beast succumbed to Mr. 3, who stood clad in the candle armor. Double impact. Shadley performed a somersault, appearing before a fierce beast, extending his hands as 2 impact shells erupted, sending the creature flying. Jet punch. Gaia accelerated with a spring, striking another beast, knocking it down as well. Flame spear. Ashura dove, piercing through the body of a beast and sending it hurtling away. Iron cloud. Whip. Ohm unleashed his iron cloud, launching forth and toppling a multitude of foes. Thorn hedgehog roll. Bora's body erupted with thorns, rolling forth to pierce through the bodies of other beasts. 10,001 kilograms. Guillotine. Ms. Valentine's targeted a foe from the air, and with a fall, brought it crashing down. Boom. Mr. 5 pressed his body against a beast, resulting in a violent explosion that left the creature enveloped in smoke as it collapsed. The novel can be downloaded for free through the open-source Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtained this novel file through a proxy download and the vendor did not provide the software source code or an open-source address, please seek an immediate refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https, me-fq-tool. Chapter 47. King Kong vs. Godzilla. As the cadre-level subordinates moved into action, the ferocious beasts before them fell one after another, swiftly dispatched. Roar. As the commotion on the island escalated, countless trees were cleared away, and Crocodile finally laid eyes on the monstrous entities causing the uproar. One was a colossal King Kong, while the other towered above even the gorilla, a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Crocodile noted the unusual fact that this T-Rex's arms were only slightly smaller than those of King Kong. Unlike typical T-Rexes that possess shorter limbs. What gigantic creatures. I've never seen anything like this. Mr. 3 swallowed hard, aware of giants and sea kings, but astonished that land creatures could reach such sizes. Do not be surprised. This is precisely why the golden lion is present on the island, Crocodile remarked to Mr. 3. Did the golden lion create this? How is that possible? Robin inquired, gazing at the 2 colossal beings. The golden lion has conducted research to enhance the DNA from a plant known as IQ into S-I-Q, an element that allows animals to grow to gigantic proportions and become exceedingly savage, Crocodile explained to them. At the moment when Crocodile explained, King Kong had already engaged in battle with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, referred to as Godzilla by Indigo. With a resounding thud, King Kong charged forward, delivering a powerful punch directly to Godzilla's neck. Staggered by the blow, Godzilla fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, King Kong leaped high into the air, arms raised, ready to deliver a crushing blow. However, at that very moment, Godzilla sprang back to his feet, his massive tail sweeping across, sending the descending King Kong flying. With a crash, King Kong landed, causing the entire island to tremble as the ground he struck erupted like a dragon rising, debris and splintered with scattering in all directions. With a fierce roar, King Kong flipped onto his feet, pounding his chest with his fists, reverberating like war drums, shaking the heavens. Godzilla, unwilling to be outdone, responded with a mighty roar and charged toward King Kong, only to unleash another tail swipe as he closed in. This time, however, King Kong was prepared. His colossal hands grasped Godzilla's tail, and with a surge of muscular strength, he managed to swing Godzilla around. The mighty creature was then hurled away, heading straight toward Crocodile and his companions. Ah, it's coming this way, Ms. Golden Week shouted, eyes wide at the sight of the flying Godzilla. Captain, Mr. 3 exclaimed to Crocodile, I cannot withstand such a colossal creature. Sand monster arm. Crocodile smirked slightly, then several pillars of sand surged skyward, coalescing into 2 enormous hands that caught the incoming Godzilla, subsequently hurling him back down. After being thrown, Godzilla crashed to the ground but quickly shook his head and rose to his feet, evidently unscathed by the assault. Kong, observing the dissipating giant hands with curiosity, paid little heed to them and, with eyes ablaze, charged toward Godzilla, seizing a mountain peak as a makeshift weapon to launch at his foe. Undeterred, Godzilla crashed headlong into the mountain, shattering it into fragments before barreling toward Kong. With a resounding thud, the titanic forms collided, Kong gripping Godzilla's shoulders firmly to thwart his advance. In response, Godzilla sank his teeth into Kong's arm, prompting a painful reaction from Kong, who retaliated by raising his other hand and delivering a powerful blow to Godzilla's head, slamming it into the ground and even dislodging a few sharp teeth. The excruciating pain ignited a primal fury within both colossal beasts. Kong mounted Godzilla, unleashing a flurry of strikes, while Godzilla, enduring the onslaught, retaliated with 2 forceful kicks that sent Kong sprawling. Regaining his footing, Godzilla charged at Kong with immense strides. Just as Kong stood upright, Godzilla's claw came crashing down upon his face. Unyielding, Kong countered with a fist, and the two titans engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. I wager on Kong's victory. Ms. Valentine's Day? Mr. Five remarked, noting Kong's significantly larger arms compared to Godzilla's. Their boxing match clearly favored Kong. What are you willing to bet? Ms. Valentine's Day inquired. 100,000 berries. Mr. Five declared, well aware of Ms. Valentine's Day's affluent stature. Agreed. Ms. Valentine's Day responded without hesitation. I maintain that the Tyrannosaurus Rex will emerge victorious. Crocodile spoke. This Tyrannosaurus Rex resembles Godzilla. As per tradition, Godzilla is bound to defeat that little Karami. Haha, Mr. Five. Be prepared with the money. The captain has declared that the bipedal creature will triumph. Ms. Valentine's Day joyfully remarked. We'll see about that. Mr. Five retorted. Though his spirits had already dampened. Amidst the jungle, the battle between King Kong and his adversary raged on. King Kong was the first to shatter the impasse, delivering a powerful punch that sent Godzilla crashing to the ground. Without granting Godzilla a moment to recover, King Kong seized his tail and began to whirl him around with great speed. With a resounding thud, King Kong hurled Godzilla to the ground, then, gripping Godzilla with one hand, he pounded his chest with the other, parading as if proclaiming his victory. Aha, did you see that? King Kong has won. Mr. Five exclaimed to Miss Golden Week. Who says King Kong has won? Crocodile cast a glance at Mr. Five, followed by a subtle smile. Just as Mr. Five presumed that Godzilla had some hidden card up his sleeve, a colossal blade of sand suddenly erupted from the ground, piercing through the chest of the diamond. A copious amount of blood gushed forth from the wound. Captain, you were cheating. Mr. Five exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Crocodile. Ah. This island is truly extraordinary. A blade of sand has suddenly manifested from the earth, Crocodile remarked. Crocodile feigned astonishment, his poor acting failing to convince anyone. Indeed. What a miraculous island this is. Haha. Ms. Valentine's Day chimed in. Roar. Godzilla, seizing the opportunity, broke free from King Kong's grasp and lunged at him, sinking his teeth into his neck and toppling him. In retaliation, the enraged King Kong struck furiously, yet Godzilla refused to relent, holding on until King Kong, weakened from blood loss, let his arms droop. Aha. The victor is clear. Remember to pay up. Ms. Valentine's Day remarked to Mr. Five upon witnessing King Kong's defeat. Where did that sand blade come from? Indigo stared in confusion at the fallen King Kong, startled by the sudden appearance of the massive sand blade. No need to be so astonished. The golden lion descended from the sky. Chapter 48, The Assault of Godzilla. Lord Shiki, have the intruders been dealt with? Indigo inquired upon the golden lion's return. Not at all. It was that little brat, Crocodile. The golden lion puffed on his cigar. What? That little brat is so strong that even Lord Shiki couldn't handle him? Indigo exclaimed in surprise. Humph. It's my weakness that prevents me from overcoming such a minor nuisance. Shiki scoffed. My apologies, Lord Shiki. Indigo quickly rectified his words upon realizing his mistake. It's quite all right, Indigo. I've devised a plan to remove this bothersome encumbrance. The golden lion assured Indigo. Really? That is splendid news. Indigo exclaimed joyfully, believing that if the helm could be removed, Lord Shiki's strength would significantly recover. For now, sea salt research and join me in seeking information about someone named Telfagaro. I must know his whereabouts, the golden lion instructed Indigo. Is this person someone who can assist Lord Shiki? Rest assured, Lord Shiki, I will spare no effort in locating him. Indigo vowed earnestly. Very well, the golden lion replied. With a stamp of his foot, the ground beneath them lifted from the earth. Indigo, seeing this, leapt aboard, and the golden lion whisked him away from the island. Captain, that Godzilla seems to be charging towards us. Mr. Two observed Godzilla approaching. Haha, has he set his sights on us? Crocodile, caressing his golden hook, remarked with a smile. Captain, the crew members who were incapacitated by the golden lion are gradually regaining consciousness. Laura approached Crocodile and said, Very well, we shall address this insufferable creature first. Ms. Valentine, how long will it take for the compass to become fully charged? Crocodile recalled that the pointer's magnetic force needed adjustment, so he inquired with Ms. Valentine's Day. It should take a day. Ms. Valentine's Day responded to Crocodile. All right, Crocodile responded. As he spoke, Godzilla had already approached the crowd but remained stationary, gazing intently at Crocodile. Crocodile tilted his head in confusion, but soon noticed that Godzilla's eyes were no longer glowing red. Godzilla let out a roar. And just as Crocodile felt the irritation rising within him, ready to deal with the creature, Ms. Christmas spoke up, Captain. It seems that this bipedal beast is trying to communicate with you. What is he saying? Crocodile cast a glance at Christmas and soon realized that he possessed the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit, seemingly capable of comprehending the language of animals. He inquired, expressing his gratitude for being saved and his desire to accompany her. Ms. Christmas listened intently for a moment before translating, Accompany me? Crocodile was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that this Tyrannosaurus Rex would actually want to accompany him. Although it was quite tempting, he still addressed Ms. Christmas, instructing her to inform him that they were at sea and he could not swim, urging him to remain here obediently. Understood, Captain. Ms. Christmas then relayed Crocodile's words to him. Roar. Godzilla paused momentarily upon hearing this, followed by a period of contemplation. and then proceeded toward the direction of the sand alligator ship. What did this bipedal creature intend to do with the sand alligator? Mr. 2, noticing Godzilla's approach towards the ship, swiftly dashed forward and leaped, using Godzilla's body to propel himself upward, delivering a kick to Godzilla. With a resounding thud, Mr. 2's kick struck Godzilla, causing a noticeable indentation in his tough exterior. However, Godzilla swiftly retaliated with a swipe of his claw, sending Mr. 2 flying. Mr. 2, Ms. Valentine's Day floated over and caught Mr. 2 to prevent him from crashing to the ground. This fellow intends to board the ship directly? Crocodile observed his movements and speculated that it might be somewhat challenging for such a large body to board the sand crocodile ship. However, the manipulation of the sand signaled readiness for action. If Godzilla dared to attack the sand crocodile, Crocodile would not hesitate to eliminate him. Yet, Godzilla soon altered his course, diving into the ocean and resurfacing with a roar. This time, Crocodile understood the general meaning without needing translation from Godzilla. It was likely an assertion of his swimming capabilities. Captain, he is still a marine creature? Mr. 3 remarked in astonishment. Could he be an amphibious sea beast? Robin speculated. Having a sea creature to tow the ship does sound advantageous, Mr. 1 commented, noting that many formidable pirate crews sought out sea beasts for such purposes. In that case, let us accept him, Crocodile declared, recognizing that Godzilla's ability to swim could prove beneficial in battle with such a massive physique. A collision in naval warfare could create a significant impact. Miss Christmas, inform him that I can take him aboard, Crocodile instructed. Subsequently, Miss Christmas conveyed this message to Godzilla. As they awaited the pointer to indicate the next island, Crocodile announced a feast. The beast previously vanquished by the crew became the main course, while Godzilla tore into the body of a giant. As for whether IQ could consume it, Crocodile assured that cooked food posed no danger. Meanwhile, on Judiciary Island, Spandam finally received news regarding Water 7. How could this happen? This is disastrous, Spandam exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat and filled with dread. Gathering his courage, he contacted his superior via the transponder snail. Hello, Spandam. What is it? Came the voice of his superior upon connection. A grave situation has arisen. The blueprints for Pluton have been snatched by Crocodile, Spandam reported, but was met with an unsettling silence. Repeat that. What was stolen? After a pause, his superior inquired. Indeed, the blueprints for Pluton were taken, and 4 members of CP9 have been abducted, Spandam stated, only to hear the line abruptly disconnect. In Mariewa, Spandam's superior, with trepidation, approached the Gorsei. What is the matter? Inquired Jagarushius Satan, leaning on his cane. It concerns the search for the Pluton blueprints in Water 7. They have been seized by Crocodile, Spandam's superior stammered. As the words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room, the temperature seemingly plummeting. Chapter 49, Crocodile's Devious Scheme. Lucci and others joined forces. Crocodile, that scoundrel, truly thrives on chaos, proclaimed the agricultural warlord, Shepherd X. I previously mentioned that the Navy must act swiftly against him. Yet, here we are, still unresolved. The financial warlord, Izambaron V. Nejiru, remarked with a fierce glint in his glasses. Shall we dispatch CP0? This matter concerning Pluton cannot be taken lightly, suggested the legal warlord, Topman Vacheli. I believe we should intervene personally, countered the environmental warlord, Moss Saint. Do you truly think a mere crocodile warrants our direct involvement? Vacheli retorted, his voice rising in indignation. We are the Gorsei, the highest authorities of the world government. Acting only at Inu's behest, we cannot simply intervene at will. Intervening at will? Do not underestimate Crocodile, a former warlord of the sea. Moss huffed in rebuttal. Enough bickering. Do any of you know Crocodile's whereabouts? Let us first send CP0 to ascertain his location, Satan stated, resigned. I concur. Vacheli agreed. I too am in agreement, Nejiru added, maintaining his stoic demeanor. Maz, sending us into action is evidently unrealistic. Let CP0 handle it, Nejiru concluded. If something goes awry, the blame falls on you, Maz retorted. Remaining immobile, the vote concluded, and CP0 was dispatched. Additionally, there is another matter, esteemed Gorsei. After arranging CP0, Spandam's superior hurriedly entered with news concerning the News King. What now? Satan inquired, irritation lacing his tone. The News King has reported that former CP9 members, Lucci, Bruno, Kaku, and Gabra, have joined the Baroque works. Spandam's superior relayed, presenting a document to the Gorsei. Do I need to instruct you on how to handle this? Satan's anger intensified, his voice cold. Understood. I will contact Admiral Sengoku immediately. Spandam's superior stammered, drenched in sweat. Wait, come back. Just as he turned to contact Sengoku, Satan's voice halted him, his heart racing with fear. A monstrous entity, half spider and half bull, gazed menacingly at him, with Satan's voice emanating from within. Spandam's superior could only scream in terror before a sharp spider leg pierced his chest, blood seeping to the ground amidst a hiss and a plume of black smoke. Satan withdrew his limb, transforming back to his original form, and instructed the remaining 4. Select a replacement for this inept fool. As he spoke, Spandam's superior had already been reduced to a pool of blood by an unknown toxin. On the sand crocodile. After a day and night of rest, Crocodile had his subordinates craft a device suitable for Godzilla. What splendid weather we have today. Crocodile pushed open the door, and sunlight poured onto the sand alligator. Captain. As Crocodile stepped out, the individuals bustling on the deck greeted him in unison. Crocodile, you have finally awakened. Your affairs have been taken care of. Crocodile descended from the deck, and Robin approached, holding a newspaper in her hand. Oh, let me see that. Crocodile, intrigued, reached out and took the newspaper from Robin's hands. After a brief glance, he quickly located the information he sought. To his astonishment, a traitor had emerged from the CP organization, a group that the world government took great pride in. Lucci, Kaku, Gabra, and Bruno had, just days prior, pilfered a world treasure in Water 7 and subsequently aligned themselves with the Baroque works, becoming subordinates of the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. They are now all wanted. The notorious assassin Rob Lucci carries a bounty of 170 million berries. The swift Kaku has a bounty of 70 million berries. The enigmatic Bruno is valued at 120 million berries. The Iron Wolf Gabra has a bounty of 80 million berries. It seems that the bounties for Lucci and his companions were determined based on their prowess, while Bruno's may be attributed to his unique abilities. There is one more thing. Mr. Crocodile, Robin spoke again. Speak. Crocodile inquired. The News King contacted me this morning and provided a piece of intelligence. A former CP9 member escaped after being obliterated by the world government in Water City, and it is said that they are hiding on an island called Oka. Robin continued. Very well, I understand. Crocodile addressed Robin, adding, inform them to prepare for departure. I believe the nautical charts contain information regarding the location of this island. I shall first go and check on those fellows. Crocodile, with a smile gracing his lips as he clutched the newspaper, strode confidently into the chamber where Luffy and his companions were confined, without glancing back. As Crocodile entered, he beheld Lucci and his companions lying feebly within. Crocodile, what brings you here again? Lucci opened his eyes, his voice hoarse and frail. You are now wanted by the Navy. Depart from my ship, and you shall face the relentless pursuit of the Navy and the world government alone. This is your final opportunity. Crocodile cast the newspapers and their bounty notices before them. Damn the Navy, they truly are formidable, remarked Lucci after glancing at the contents of the newspaper. Haha, Kaku, did you see? The Navy acknowledges that my threat surpasses yours. Gabra chuckled as he spoke to Kaku. The Navy truly lacks discernment, bestowing such a high bounty upon a worthless fool like you. Kaku retorted scornfully. Yet, here I am, surpassing the 100 million mark. My bounty exceeds both of yours. Bruno interjected. It seems the world government has truly abandoned us, Lucci mused, lifting his gaze to fixate on Crocodile. So, what is your answer? Crocodile gazed intently at Lucci and inquired, given the current situation, it is only reasonable for you to join us. Kaku was the first to voice his agreement. Humph. Shall we embark on a new chapter of our lives? Gabra coldly remarked. By the way, a word of caution. It appears that your former CP9 comrades have been cornered by the Navy on a remote island. What do you say? Shall we engage in a grand confrontation? A smile curled at the corners of Crocodile's mouth as he summoned the yellow sand, which swiftly corroded the wax shackles binding Lucci and the others. He then tossed the key to the sea stone handcuffs on Bruno. Chapter 50. The Baroque Works Pirates mobilize. With the sound of Bruno's shackles clattering to the ground, the four stood upright simultaneously. Before we embark on a grand endeavor, might we first indulge in a hearty meal? Bruno requested of Crocodile. Of course, that is certainly not an issue. Crocodile turned and led Lucci and the others out. The Sand Crocodile had already set sail, and the deck was abuzz with activity. Some were sharpening their blades while others were loading ammunition, all diligently preparing for the impending battle. Captain, are we ready to engage the Navy? I've polished my weapon to a gleaming shine. At that moment, the sight of Crocodile filled the crew with exhilaration. Prepare the provisions. We must nourish our newly arrived strength to face the forthcoming conflict. Crocodile addressed the group. Oh, have those four from the world government become our allies? Ms. Valentine's Day exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, Mariana has yet to be of use, sighed Miss Golden Week. This certainly adds considerable strength to our vessel. Mr. Two proclaimed as he danced about. The provisions have long been prepared, Miss Christmas remarked. As she spoke, a crew member emerged, bearing an abundance of food, and the four famished individuals indulged heartily, devouring the offerings with fervor. Is it truly wise to consume so much? Mr. Four pondered, observing their transformation into round figures and twisting his own ample belly in confusion. Life restoration. Remarkably, the four, having overeaten, took a deep breath and then coughed up blood, their bodies rapidly slimming back to their original forms. What sort of ability is this, allowing such swift digestion of food? Mr. One's usually cold visage betrayed a hint of surprise. It is one of the Navy's 6 powers, life restoration. It enables the rapid conversion of food into energy. Crocodile elucidated to Mr. One, his tone imbued with vigor. Lucci rose, extending his hand in a gesture of camaraderie, and remarked with a sense of nostalgia, Ms. Valentine? How much longer until we reach O'Hara? Crocodile inquired of Ms. Valentine. With Godzilla's relentless effort, we should arrive in no time. Ms. Valentine assessed Godzilla's velocity and replied, "Excellent." Crocodile nodded slightly and then leaned against the sail, closing his eyes to rest. Gabra, noticing this, subtly signaled to Lucci beside him. "What do you intend to do?" At that moment, the four divine officers positioned themselves directly in front of Crocodile, warily watching Lucci and his companions. Having sensed Gabra's intention to ambush Crocodile through their shared mental network. "Do not act foolishly, Gabra. Be wary, or I shall take your life." Crocodile spoke calmly. "Fool. Setting aside the fact that we could never defeat Crocodile, do you really believe that even if we succeeded, we could simply complete our mission and return?" Lucci shot a glance at Gabra before sitting down cross-legged. I understand. Gabra then sat beside Lucci, while Kaku and Bruno joined them. The four divine officers remained protectively around Crocodile, keeping a vigilant watch on Lucci's group. "Unnecessary, mister." One scoffed at the four divine officers before striding to the bow of the ship, gazing ahead. The sand crocodile continued its journey, with Godzilla strenuously pulling the vessel towards Oko Island. "Oko Island, when will the Navy ever arrive here? Let us have a drink of water first, Khalifa." In a room, an owl presented a bowl of water to the bandaged Khalifa. "Thank you, Owl and Weichi." Khalifa gratefully accepted the water, reflecting on how she had thought she was doomed after the world government's purge in Water City, only to be rescued by these two colleagues who risked their lives. "Of course, I wouldn't stand idly by," Weichi exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. "Once Khalifa has recuperated for a while, we must leave this island," Owl stated. After a brief while, a commotion erupted outside, prompting Owl to rush out to investigate. He hurriedly returned. "Has the Navy arrived?" Khalifa inquired, watching their anxious expressions. "Yes. Several warships have docked in the harbor, and they are currently searching the island," Al informed her. "The Navy is indeed swift," Weichi remarked resignedly. The group remained inactive, praying silently that the Navy would not discover their hiding place. "Open up. Capture the three criminals." Their prayers were evidently in vain, as the Navy soon located their hideout. "Weichi, take Khalifa. I will clear the way," Al said, bumping his fists together. "You all go. I would be a burden if I followed you." Khalifa refused. "Do not jest," Al retorted, visibly displeased, as Weichi hoisted Khalifa onto his back. "Colonel, it seems this house is unoccupied." After calling out for some time without receiving a response, the Navy turned to their commanding officer. "Break down the door." With a resounding crash, a cannonball struck the front door. Just as several Navy personnel attempted to enter, a figure darted out and sent them flying. Upon regaining their senses, the Navy quickly converged in that direction. Al swiftly dispatched the few soldiers in his path before engaging in a fierce exchange with the lieutenant. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the distraction, Weichi carried Khalifa and leapt through a window to escape. "Surrender now," the lieutenant shouted as he swung his sword down, but Al, having only intended to attract attention, swiftly retreated and used moonwalk to evade, prompting the lieutenant to pursue him. "We should first scout the coastal area for any vessels," Weichi said, sprinting towards the edge of the island with Khalifa on his back. "CP9, where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, a Navy officer clad in a justice coat appeared before the fleeing Owl, raising his arm, enveloped in dark hockey, and delivering a powerful punch. "Oh no, iron block." Al attempted to evade but was caught off guard, receiving a blow to his abdomen. The impact caused Al to stagger back, blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed into a building. "I once he allow you to escape twice," the Navy officer declared as he landed and cracked his neck. "Admiral Curl," the lieutenant called upon seeing him. "Ah, you go search for the other two. I will take care of this one," Curl instructed the lieutenant. "Yes, Admiral Curl," the lieutenant affirmed before departing to locate Khalifa and Weichi. Chapter 51, The Baroque Pirate Strike. "I truly do not comprehend why it falls upon us to deal with traitors. Do they believe we have nothing but idle time on our hands?" Curl remarked as he approached Owl. "Damn the Navy." Owl lay amidst the ruins, bloodied and battered, struggling to rise. "You ought to simply lie there and await your demise. Why waste time?" Curl scolded, irritated that what began as a simple task had turned into a time-consuming pursuit after they had let the culprits escape in Water City. Who would willingly court death? Owl retorted indignantly. "Shave." Owl executed the shave technique, darting toward Curl. Beastly rage. Owl thrust his fingers like spears towards Curl. Seeing this, Curl employed the 6 styles, dispersing his energy and effortlessly evaded Owl's attack as if it were mere paper. "Do not assume you are the only one capable of finger guns." Armament, iron spear. Having dodged Owl's strike, Curl covered his fingers in hockey and thrust forward, piercing Owl's defenses and leaving a bloody wound. Gale kick. Owl, reeling from the blow, swiftly unleashed a sharp wave of slashing energy towards Curl. Curl casually deflected Owl's attack with a wave of his hand before using the shave technique to appear before Owl. "Your gale kick is truly feeble," Curl mocked as he kicked out, sending Owl hurtling backward. Iron block, Jade. Owl, propelled by the force, collided with the ground but quickly leapt into the air, spinning rapidly before employing the shave technique once more. As he approached Curl, he reinforced his entire body with iron block, concentrating all his power for a decisive strike. "Will you continue to struggle?" Curl raised a hand, preparing to block Owl's attack. However, upon contact, Curl felt an overwhelming force, prompting him to quickly use both hands to fend off the high-speed, spinning owl. This is bad. Launch. The owl's expression suddenly shifted, only to be kicked into the sky by Curl. With relentless precision, Curl unleashed a flurry of rapid kicks, each strike creating a barrage of slicing waves that enveloped the owl. Open the door. Just then, a hand materialized in the sky, grasping the owl, who vanished in an instant. Curl, momentarily taken aback by the owl's disappearance, was about to investigate its whereabouts when his phone insect abruptly rang. He retrieved the device and answered, "Hello? Not good, Major General Curl. The Baroque pirates have launched a surprise attack on our warships docked at the harbor. Major General Darmetia has already commanded the fleet to retaliate, but the Baroque pirates have breached our defenses and are boarding. Major General Darmetia requests that you return your men for support," came the urgent voice of his subordinate through the phone. Baroque? That scoundrel Crocodile has arrived? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Curl began to utilize the shave technique, rushing towards the moored ships. 10 minutes earlier, at the port of Oak Island, 3 naval warships adorned with seagull flags lay anchored. A marine stationed at the lookout, peering through a telescope, suddenly changed his expression and shouted towards the deck, "Pirate ship. It's the Baroque pirate Sand Crocodile, heading this way." A man clad in a justice cloak, with a spotted dog's head, turned to observe the direction indicated by the marine. The outline of a vessel gradually emerged, drawing nearer and revealing its full form, a ship pulled by a creature resembling a dinosaur, with a crocodile figurehead and sails emblazoned with the emblem of a golden fishhook and a skull marked by a scar, identical to the black pirate flag flying high above. Undoubtedly, this pirate ship belonged to the renowned Sand Crocodile and his Baroque pirates. Why has Crocodile appeared here? Could it be due to recent events in Water City? Is the rumor true? Are all of CP9 his moles? Is he here to rescue his crew? The Marines aboard the 3 warships quickly recognized the approach of the Sand Crocodile. They swiftly assumed combat positions, preparing to face an adversary that was merely a pirate ship. Major General Darmetia, after a brief moment of surprise, quickly reacted, commanding the ships to form a battle formation. The 3 warships began to maneuver, directing their cannons towards the advancing Sand Crocodile. "Captain, they've spotted us." One Marine, gripping the ship's mast, floated above and alerted Crocodile. "Hey, bring me a telescope." Crocodile shouted at the members of the reconnaissance team, and then someone handed him a telescope. Crocodile lifted his telescope to observe the 3 warships. After scrutinizing the decks, he discerned only one familiar figure, a spotted dog, whom he recognized as a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, posing a potential threat. As for the others, they left no impression on him. They were mere supporting characters, best left to Mr. 1 and his team. "Mr. 5, prepare the cannons for an assault." Crocodile addressed Mr. 5. "Indeed, Captain." Mr. 5 promptly commenced organizing the artillery crew to operate the cannons. "First squad, second squad, engage the warship on the left." Mr. 3, "Shura, confront the warship on the right, and ensure your respective teams are prepared for close-quarters combat. Leave the warship in the center to me." Crocodile addressed the crowd with fervor. "Yes, Captain." Immediately, the crew members began to eagerly prepare themselves for a fierce assault on the Navy. "You 4, venture to the island and seek out your comrades." Crocodile gazed at Lucci and his companions, challenging, "Are you not afraid that we might flee?" Lucci replied with a smile, "If you lack the resolve, then even if I were to pursue you to the ends of the earth, I would still ensure your demise." Crocodile revealed a sinister smile and remarked, "Humph. I hope you are still alive by the time we return." Lucci responded to Crocodile. Chapter 52, The Boarding Battle. Bang. As the words were exchanged, the Sand Crocodile had already entered the firing range of the Navy ship, and cannonballs began to rain down towards the Sand Crocodile. Roar. Godzilla let out a furious roar upon hearing the commotion, but was quickly called back into the sea by Ms. Christmas to avoid any accidental harm. With full force, the Sky Island members of the 4th Squad initiated the attack, with Deshaun employing his ultimate technique, controlling 10/shells to intercept the incoming cannonballs. The other members of Sky Island also joined in, using /shells to block the projectiles as they advanced amidst the artillery fire. The Navy ship soon entered the firing range of the Sand Crocodile. "Fire!" Mr. 5 commanded, and the Sand Crocodile launched cannonball after cannonball towards the Navy vessel. However, the Navy was not to be underestimated. Most of the cannonballs were intercepted, with only a few striking the ship, causing minimal damage. The sea wind howled, and waves crashed violently as the Sand Crocodile charged forward, colliding with the Central Navy ship. The deck trembled, and the Baroque Works pirates showcased their prowess, launching chains that latched onto the surrounding ships. Mr. 1 took the lead, leaping onto the chain and gliding towards the ship on the left. "Pirates are coming. Stop him," an officer on the left ship commanded, instructing the soldiers to obstruct Mr. 1's advance as bullets and cannon fire rained down upon him. "Slice him." Mr. 1 transformed into a harbinger of destruction, braving the cannon fire and bullets as he charged towards the left ship, landing on its deck. "Kill." The Navy soldiers yelled as they surged towards Mr. 1, their weapons clashing against him, only to realize that their strikes felt as though they were hitting steel. He is a devil fruit user. The seasoned soldiers quickly recognized the threat, but their understanding was of little consequence. Mr. 1 spun, generating a tremendous shockwave that sent all weapons flying, and his blade-like hands inflicted grievous wounds upon the soldiers. As Mr. 1 wreaked havoc aboard the Navy ship, it provided an opening for others. Mr. 2 charged forward, unleashing a series of flamboyant punches, followed by members of the 1st and 2nd squads who launched their assault on the ship. Charge! Follow the captains! The crew shouted, rushing towards the Navy vessel. It is our turn to shine, Sanjiao Bird. Shura cried, riding his steed as he soared towards the right ship. Someone is coming. The soldiers on the right ship shouted. Shura swept through with his spear, flame shell, unleashing a fiery strike that sent several soldiers flying. Following suit, Gaidaz unleashed wind burst shells, crashing into the Navy ship and sending several soldiers reeling. The Sky Island members then constructed a cloud path and glided towards the ship, with Mr. 3 leading the 3rd squad into the fray. The battle cries resounded, and Dalmesia, witnessing the Baroque Works pirates targeting the ships on either side, prepared to organize the soldiers on his vessel for support. However, he soon noticed the sand gradually accumulating on the deck. He had almost forgotten that the ace on the opposite side had yet to make his move. Crocodile, Dalmesia remarked, observing the swirling sand that began to coalesce into Crocodile's form. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity before Crocodile fully materialized, Dalmesia dashed forward with a shave technique, launching a finger pistol towards him. Boom! Just then, a golden hook shot forth, colliding with Dalmesia's finger pistol. How rude, Rear Admiral! Crocodile's face emerged from the swirling sand, a smile gracing his lips. Boom! The clash of physical techniques was followed by an intense confrontation of hockey, generating black lightning that erupted around the two. Your sins shall end at my hands, Dalmesia declared, enveloping his foot in hockey before delivering a swift kick. Crocodile reacted quickly, manipulating a gust of sand to deflect Dalmesia's attack. Don't be ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Crocodile let out a fierce roar, and with a swift motion, his hand transformed into yellow sand, instantly morphing into a colossal sandy arm that struck towards Dalmesia. Do not underestimate the power of justice. Dalmesia retaliated with a powerful punch, enveloped in hockey, which forcefully blocked Crocodile's immense sandy fist. Desert Treasure Blade. While Dalmesia was engaged in a stalemate with Crocodile's sandy arm, a sudden sand blade shot forth from beneath Crocodile's feet. With a resounding thud, the sand blade struck Dalmesia, sending him flying. Dalmesia, the Vice Admiral. Nearby, the Marine soldiers gasped in shock as they witnessed Dalmesia being propelled away by Crocodile's attack, and they rushed towards Crocodile. Was he blocked by hockey? How unfortunate. Crocodile gazed at the departing Dalmesia and exclaimed, Swish! At that moment, a Marine clad in a cloak of justice struck Crocodile with his blade. However, before he could revel in his triumph, he discovered that the ground where Crocodile had been struck erupted with yellow sand. Huh, does he possess the ability of hockey? Crocodile smirked, sensing the presence of armament hockey emanating from the Marine's blade. Thus, he adeptly utilized his observation hockey to evade the attack of the soldier in advance. Indeed, one must not underestimate others. A swirling sandstorm erupted from Crocodile's palm as he pressed his hand against the abdomen of the Marine. Fly away. In the next moment, a powerful sandstorm expanded, immediately sweeping the Marine off his feet and sending him crashing into the sea. Colonel, hearing the exclamation from those around him, Crocodile realized that he had just sent a colonel flying. Those who lack the mastery of hockey, step aside. He is not someone you can contend with. Dalmesia once again stood before Crocodile, and scathed, his attire merely a tad soiled. With Dalmesia's orders given, only a handful of individuals remained encircling Crocodile. Oh, is this the extent of your forces capable of confronting me? Crocodile counted, and, noticing only 7 individuals, arrogantly declared, then add me to the count. At that moment, a voice echoed as Curler descended from the sky, utilizing the moonwalk technique with great speed. Vice Admiral Curler has arrived, with 2 Vice Admirals joining the fray. There was hope that they could subdue Crocodile. The sailors, upon seeing Curler's arrival, were filled with excitement, their morale soaring. We cannot assist here. Let us support others. The remaining sailors, lacking the ability to use hockey, quickly responded, aiming to send the warships on both flanks to provide aid. Navy personnel, do not scatter. I have stated before my intention to resolve everything myself in front of my subordinates. Crocodile placed his hand upon the ship's mast, and in an instant, the mast succumbed to rapid erosion, disintegrating into fine yellow sand. Subsequently, Crocodile manipulated the sand to obstruct the path of the approaching Marines seeking to offer assistance. Chapter 53. Duel with the Warship. Your adversaries are us. Dalmesia lunged forward, unleashing a powerful punch toward Crocodile, aiming to interrupt his actions. Sandwall. Crocodile deftly manipulated the sand, conjuring a formidable wall before him. As Dalmesia landed against the sandy barrier, the force of impact unleashed a cloud of golden dust. However, Dalmesia soon sensed something amiss. The sand was inexplicably clinging to his hands, prompting him to swiftly distance himself from Crocodile. The obstructed soldiers drew their swords and unleashed a barrage of cannon fire upon the sandy wall, yet their efforts proved futile. As the sand fell before Crocodile, it unveiled his disdainful smile. If you wish to be my adversary, at least send a general. With that, Kurloff charged towards Crocodile. In response, Crocodile manipulated two masses of yellow sand, transforming them into sand blades that shot towards Kurloff in an attempt to impede his advance. However, just as the yellow sand was launched, two naval soldiers emerged, each intercepting one of Crocodile's sand blades. "You've revealed your weakness, Crocodile," Kurloff declared as he approached, his armament hockey enveloping his right foot, delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at Crocodile. "What are you so pleased about, Navy?" Crocodile's golden hook swept out, directly blocking Kuhl's strike. The clash of hockey resulted in a stalemate, while the remaining 5 hockey-equipped Marines surged from both sides, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Crocodile. Sand pillar. At that moment, a column of sand erupted beneath Crocodile's feet, enveloping him and effectively intercepting the 5 Marines along with Kuhl. "Break through him," Kuhl shouted. And the 6 of them exerted their strength simultaneously, unleashing a tremendous force against the sand pillar. However, amidst their assault, Crocodile had transformed into swirling yellow sand and shot away. Once Kuhl and his comrades shattered the sand pillar, they discovered Crocodile standing not far off, mockingly observing them. A user of the Logia-type abilities, truly formidable. Kuhl glared seriously at Crocodile. "I am Sand Crocodile, and I am indeed powerful," Crocodile retorted, raising his hand as everything atop the warship began to transform into yellow sand. "I can't believe that executing a single mission has rendered the entire vessel inoperable," Dalmatia remarked, gazing helplessly at the ship as it continued to disintegrate into sand. "At this rate, the whole ship will sink into the ocean," Kurlo asserted. Fortunately for Kurlo, Crocodile ceased the sandification process after affecting only part of the warship. "Desert Dragon, Chifeng Yulong." With that, Crocodile manipulated the yellow sand, which swirled and coalesced into the form of a colossal sand dragon. Its head, imbued with an air of majesty, roared before lunging towards Dalmatia and the others. Dalmatia summoned his strength, veins bulging on his arms, his cape billowing behind him, and propelled himself forward like a cannonball. He approached the dragon formed of yellow sand, adopting a boxing stance. Dogtooth Wind Punch. With a fierce cry, Dalmatia attacked with the ferocity of a wild beast, relentlessly striking the dragon with his fists. The sound of impacts echoed as the sand dragon was pocked with holes before erupting into a storm of yellow sand. "I warned you not to underestimate the power of justice," Dalmatia declared, utilizing the moonstep technique to propel himself into the air, landing in front of Crocodile. He raised his hand, a dark hue of hockey enveloping his right fist. Right fist of destruction. With a powerful thrust, Dalmatia aimed directly at Crocodile's face. A gust of energy surged forth, yet Crocodile remained eerily calm, standing his ground. Just as Dalmatia's fist was about to connect, he suddenly halted. Looking down, he saw a mass of yellow sand ensnaring one of his feet. Golden Saber. Crocodile flicked his wrist, and as his arm transformed into sand, it swiftly shot forth a blade of sand, striking Dalmatia in the abdomen and sending him flying. Raging Wind. Falling Leaves. Carraro surged forward, his legs a flurry of motion, unleashing waves of slashing attacks towards Crocodile. What purpose does such an assault hold against a user of the nature element? Crocodile charged towards the sky, waves of shock reverberating against him, causing his body to erupt repeatedly, yet he swiftly regained his form. Golden Hook Slash. Crocodile swung his golden hook directly at Kurlo. Bang! Kurlo immediately enveloped his hands in the color of armament, shielding himself in front, successfully deflecting Crocodile's golden hook. Whoosh! Following that, Kurlo plummeted straight down from the warship. Sand Missile. Gatling. Clockter's entire being solidified into countless grains of sand, cascading down like bullets unleashed from a machine gun. The paper drawing. Suddenly, the falling curl suspended in midair, his form ethereal. As the sand projectiles rained down, his body began to undergo an extraordinary transformation. Every part of his physique shifted in accordance with the trajectory of the sand bullets, evading each and every one with uncanny precision. The sand monster's arm. Crocodile conjured an even more colossal sand monster arm than before, expending a significant amount of hockey to envelop it with an armor of Busashoku, and unleashed it directly towards Kuhl. Whoosh! Upon witnessing this, a Marine utilized the Sara technique to reach Kuhl's side, seizing him before swiftly teleporting outside the range of Crocodile's impending strike. With a thunderous crash, Crocodile's fist descended upon the warship, piercing through the deck in an instant. The sand fist extended outward with tremendous force, nearly perforating the entire vessel, generating shockwaves and vibrations that toppled numerous Marines. As Crocodile landed on the deck, before he could utter another word, Dalmatia suddenly appeared before him, moving with such astonishing speed that even the observation hockey failed to perceive his presence. In an instant, he delivered a powerful punch to Crocodile's face, sending him soaring through the air. Crocodile landed heavily on the deck, rising to his feet and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression darkening. "Well done, Admiral Dalmatia. Indeed, you live up to your reputation." The Navy aboard the ship erupted in excitement at the sight of Crocodile finally wounded. "Truly commendable, Admiral." Crocodile extended his hand, and a minuscule sandstorm materialized in his palm, rapidly whirling to a mass energy. He would demonstrate to them the cost of provoking his wrath. Sandstorm. As Crocodile hurled the sandstorm from his palm, it instantaneously transformed, shattering the nearest deck, the debris being drawn into the tempest. The unfortunate Marine, caught unawares, was swept up, spinning helplessly within the storm. Chapter 54, departing with a flourish. Alas, the rotation of the sandstorm intensified, its suction and destructive force growing ever more formidable. Even Vice Admiral Dalmesia found it challenging to withstand. The deck beneath his feet crumbled under its might. Humph! Upon witnessing the imminent destruction of the warship, Crocodile let out a cold snort, transforming himself into swirling yellow sand. In the blink of an eye, he materialized on the warship where Mr. 1 and his cohorts were stationed. Perhaps due to the fact that the warship belonged to the flagship, there were no formidable adversaries present. Under the leadership of Mr. 1 and Mr. 2, the first and second squads had brought the battle to its conclusion. Foaming daisy slash. Mr. 1 executed a decisive strike, sending the remaining naval forces flying, who soon converged around Crocodile. Captain, we have successfully defeated the detestable navy, Mr. 2 announced as he approached Crocodile. You all have performed admirably. Crocodile casually offered a compliment, attributing all the credit to the captain. The members of the first and second squads promptly echoed his sentiment. Cease your boasting, pirates. At that moment, Dalmesia and a few others managed to escape with the remnants of the navy onto this warship, while the original vessel now lay partially submerged. Rear Admiral, it would be wise for you to remain on the sidelines for now. Attend to your injured soldiers. There may still be some who can be saved. Crocodile advised as he lit a cigar. Damn it, Kurloff exclaimed, ready to fight again, but was restrained by Dalmesia. Rear Admiral Kurloff, prioritize the safety of our subordinates, Dalmesia urged, surveying the battlefield littered with casualties and the struggling sailors on the waves. He understood that with their current strength, they could not hope to defeat Crocodile, and the remaining sailors stood no chance against the Baroque Works pirates. Continuing to fight would only lead to needless sacrifice. Suddenly, a portal of air materialized beside Crocodile. Is your reaction so sluggish? Crocodile cast a glance, and then figures such as Lucci gradually emerged from the air gate. We wasted some time looking for Khalifa, Lucci replied. Let us depart. Our objective has been achieved. We must take the injured and the deceased with us. Crocodile cast a glance at Dalmesia before turning away. Meanwhile, another warship succumbed to the formidable assault from the four gods, compelling everyone to retreat back to the Sand Crocodile. Admiral Dalmesia, this time, there shall be consequences, Curl remarked, watching the Sand Crocodile sail away. Consequences? What we should contemplate is how to explain this to the families of the fallen soldiers. This time, it is our dereliction of duty. Dalmesia responded in a somber tone. On board the Sand Crocodile, Khalifa and the Owl were escorted below deck by the medical team for treatment. I can't believe you actually agreed to become a pirate, Water exclaimed incredulously, standing beside Lucci. Humph, there is but one life to live. Only by surviving can one uphold their ideals. Lucci retorted with a scoff. As for you all, I heard that the world government initially bore no grudge against you. It was your decision to rescue Khalifa that led to your reckoning, Lucci stated to Water. After all these years of acquaintance, how could we simply stand by and witness Khalifa being obliterated? Water replied. Hey, you lot, come over here. Crocodile shouted at Lucci and his companions, indicating that he was not jesting. He intended for these individuals to teach Mr. 1 and the others the Marine 6 styles. What of it? Gabra, noticing Crocodile's unfriendly tone, immediately adopted a similarly ungracious demeanor. Henceforth, you are to instruct the crew aboard in mastering the Marine 6 styles. Crocodile, seated with a cigar, addressed Lucci. We are not specialized. Whether they learn or not is entirely up to them, Kaku remarked. Indeed, Crocodile replied. Subsequently, the ship was not only learning about hockey, but also beginning to study the Marine 6 styles. The Marine headquarters, under the command of Admiral Sengoku, had received reports from Dalmesia, learning of Crocodile's assault on a naval vessel and his rescue of a CP9 member. Rubbing his temples, Tsuru was the first to speak. Crocodile is truly restless. All 3 warships had been destroyed, and the casualties among the Marines were severe. Recovery would take considerable time. A meeting was convened to reiterate the threat posed by Crocodile. Sengoku stated, currently, the pirate momentum is surging, and the Marine headquarters is already short-staffed. Who could have anticipated this turn of events? Humph. If I had been sent to pursue Crocodile back then, we wouldn't be embroiled in so much trouble now. In the room, Akainu, with his legs crossed, expressed his displeasure to Sengoku. What use is it to dwell on that now? When Red-Haired approached Whitebeard, it was impossible to call you back from the New World, Sengoku responded to Akainu. The reasons for Crocodile's sudden departure remained under investigation. Tsuru leaned on the table, stating, the world government is utterly incompetent, fostering a group of traitors. We have no idea what will happen if the Pluton blueprints fall into Crocodile's hands. Sengoku reprimanded. Just listen in, Garp. As Garp laughed heartily while munching on senbei. All right. Garp quickly stifled his laughter. Tsuru, do you think we should increase Crocodile's bounty? Sengoku asked, somewhat exasperated. Yes, not just him. All the capable members of the Baroque works must be given bounties to alert the world of this pirate crew's danger, Tsuru asserted. I understand, Tsuru. Sengoku acknowledged the suggestion, preparing to discuss the bounties after the meeting. Akainu, you must also attend the meeting. Sengoku instructed Akainu. I have no time for such matters. Akainu stood up and left the room without further ado. By the way, Garp, why has your grandson suddenly gone silent lately? Once Akainu departed, Sengoku felt more at ease, speaking to Garp. It's quite good that that little rascal Luffy is making no noise. It spares you from headaches. Garp replied nonchalantly. That's true, Sengoku concurred, just as the phone snail on the table rang. After answering, Sengoku's expression darkened as he turned to Garp. You were right, Garp. That rascal of a grandson has attacked a branch. Nanny? That little brat Luffy is that bold? Garp exclaimed in surprise, bursting into laughter. Truly, he is my grandson. Garp. Sengoku glared at Garp, seething with frustration. The sea is indeed restless. Sengoku shook his head. Chapter 55. Doflamingo's sudden arrival days later. Sunlight bathed the deck as Crocodile observed the crew training diligently, nodding in satisfaction. Captain, the Marines have raised your bounty. Mr. 3 approached Crocodile with a newspaper. Let me see it, Crocodile replied. Crocodile reached out and took the newspaper from Mr. 3's hands. Upon examining it, he discovered that it reported their recent attack on the Navy at Oko Island. Ah, your bounties have also increased, he remarked. Upon reviewing the information, Crocodile discovered that not only had his bounty escalated from 500 million to 800 million berries, but also the bounties of Mr. 1 and others had been significantly increased. For the first time, the 4 gods of the sky had received bounties as well. The bounty for the assassin, Mr. 1, stood at 90 million berries. The crossdresser, Mr. 2, was valued at 45 million berries. The sculptor, Mr. 3, had a bounty of 30 million berries. The celestial knight, Shura, was set at 66 million berries. Sadali was at 43 million berries. Ohm's bounty was 47 million berries, and Gadat's was valued at 32 million berries. By the way, Crocodile, there is also information concerning that small pirate crew encountered in Alabasta. Mr. 3 adjusted his glasses and pointed to the lower right corner. Hearing this, Crocodile turned his gaze and indeed discovered that it was the Straw Hat Pirates. Upon closer inspection, he realized they had invaded the Navy's G8 branch fortress and created quite a commotion before retreating unscathed. Remarkably, the plot had not altered at all. Gazing at the newspaper's account of the G8 branch, he recognized it as the storyline following the Straw Hats' descent from the Sky Island. No need to concern myself with them. They are but minor characters, Crocodile mused, chuckling as he perused the newspaper. In this world, the protagonist ought to be none other than I, Crocodile. Suddenly, an explosion reverberated through the ship, prompting Crocodile to leap to his feet, suspecting an enemy attack. However, he soon discovered that the disturbance had been caused by Mr. 5. Mr. 5, what are you doing? Crocodile inquired, furrowing his brow in irritation. You've given me quite a scare, making me think we were under siege. Mr. 2 added. The explosion orchestrated by Mr. 5 drew the attention of everyone aboard the vessel, who emerged to witness the commotion. I merely placed my cup on the table. And then it suddenly exploded, Mr. 5 declared, his expression one of innocence, as he too was perplexed by the unforeseen event. Upon hearing this, Crocodile contemplated for a moment and then inquired, could it be that you possess the ability to bestow the powers of the devil fruit onto other objects? Is that truly the case? Mr. 5 exclaimed with delight, as one of the pirates nearby casually handed him a dagger. Mr. 5 grasped the weapon and subsequently unleashed his power. Boom. Suddenly, the dagger in Mr. 5's hand erupted in an explosion. What? Has it truly succeeded? The sound of Mr. 5's astonishment echoed amidst the smoke of the explosion. He had not anticipated that he could indeed instigate an explosion from the object he held. Mr. 5, give this a try? Crocodile emanated a cloud of yellow sand, which subsequently coalesced into a barrel that he hurled towards Mr. 5. Very well, Mr. 5 nodded. And then he exerted his powers upon the barrel once more. However, after a prolonged wait, no explosion ensued. It seems ineffective, Mr. 5 remarked, scratching his head in confusion. Crocodile then directed his subordinates to present Mr. 5 with a dagger, and this time, the explosion was successful. From this, Crocodile deduced that Mr. 5's abilities could currently only be applied to small objects, as he was unable to exert his powers on larger items such as the barrel. With further practice, you will not yet be able to apply your powers to larger objects. Additionally, you must learn to control the explosion after applying your abilities. You should be able to manage the detonation. Crocodile addressed Mr. 5, very well, Captain. Mr. 5 nodded, and the crowd dispersed in a flurry. Aha, sang Crocodile. It has been quite some time. Suddenly, a voice resonated from above. Crocodile glanced upward to see a figure standing atop the main mast. Ms. Valentine, who had been floating nearby, was startled and instinctively fixed her gaze on the newcomer. Crocodile recognized the identity of the visitor, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the heavenly Yiksha. Is that the flame bird? Crocodile responded. That fellow is the warlord, Doflamingo. Lucci instantly recognized Doflamingo as well. What brings him here? It seems he is acquainted with the captain. A warlord, isn't that on par with the captain? As the identity of the visitor was unveiled, the crowd began to murmur. Growing increasingly cautious, Ms. Valentine quickly floated towards Crocodile. Is there something amiss? He has come such a long way from Dressrosa. Crocodile chuckled softly and said, here comes a waste to be cleared away. I have been searching for you for quite some time, having heard you were in the vicinity. Doflamingo leaped forth, landing directly before Crocodile. My ship is not open to just anyone. However, if you seek to become my subordinate, I might consider making an exception. Crocodile leaned on his golden hook and took a puff of his cigar, saying, haha, you scaly bastard, you remain as difficult to converse with as ever. Let us engage in discussion. Together, we could achieve much. Doflamingo spread his arms wide, inviting Crocodile to join him. Cooperate? You are not worthy to partner with me. Crocodile directly responded, acknowledging that Doflamingo possesses considerable strength. However, he found no advantage in collaborating with him. Such arrogance. Doflamingo raised his hand, seemingly doing nothing. Yet in the next moment, Crocodile's gaze shifted downward, revealing that his entire head had been severed by Doflamingo. The desert sword. Crocodile calmly raised his gaze to Doflamingo, and in an instant, one of his hands transformed into sand, coalescing into a blade of sand that shot towards Doflamingo. 5 colored threads. Doflamingo positioned one hand in the form of a beast's claw, and then, from the fingertips, 5 white threads emerged. With a swift flick of his hand, the 5 threads were unleashed, directly intercepting Crocodile's assault. Upon witnessing Doflamingo engage with Crocodile, Mr. One's feet morphed into blades, gliding towards Doflamingo. Do not act impulsively, Mr. One. Doflamingo's other hand subtly moved, causing the rapidly sliding Mr. One to come to an abrupt halt. What is this? Threads? Mr. One gazed in confusion at the fine threads that ensnared him, and then, transforming his entire body into blades, he attempted to break free, only to find that the blades could not sever Doflamingo's delicate threads. Mr. One, what are you doing? Mr. Two inquired, perplexed at Mr. One's sudden stillness. Be cautious. I am ensnared by threads, Mr. One shouted. However, Mr. Two, undeterred, charged towards Doflamingo with a fierce sprint, executing a spinning kick. Bang! Just as Mr. Two was about to connect with his kick, Mr. One suddenly intervened, executing a similar kick to directly counter Mr. Two's attack. Mr. One, what are you doing? Veins bulged on Mr. Two's forehead. I am no longer in control of my body. It must be the work of this warlord. Keep your distance, Mr. One warned Mr. Two, who then retreated several meters away. Chapter 56. Ace and Blackbeard, you truly are audacious, Doflamingo. Crocodile unleashed his power, transforming his hand into multiple blades of sand, all enveloped in hockey. With a sweeping strike, he severed the fine lines adorning Mr. One, who then dissolved into golden sand, swiftly appearing behind Doflamingo, his golden hook descending with force. Bang! Doflamingo rapidly pivoted, raising his hand to deflect the descending hook. Following the clash of hockey, Crocodile retreated, while the liberated Mr. One executed a slash, only for Doflamingo to counter with a kick that sent Mr. One flying. Nasal mucus cannon. Mr. Five flicked his finger, launching a projectile of mucus towards Doflamingo. With a resounding explosion, a figure emerged from the smoke as Doflamingo charged at Mr. Five. Watch out. Candle barrier. Mr. Three summoned a sticky candle substance with both hands, erecting a barrier before Mr. Five. In the next moment, several beams of light pierced through the barrier, shattering it as Doflamingo effortlessly breached the defense. Six King Pistol. Lucci executed a Shuanpa, appearing before Doflamingo, instantly transforming into his beast form to deliver his most potent strike. Oh, is this not a member of the former CP9? Doflamingo observed the incoming attack with a nonchalant demeanor, recognizing Lucci's identity. With a swift motion, Doflamingo vanished from sight, evading the shockwave generated by Lucci's strike. Sand Monster Arm. Clockdoll unleashed his observation hockey, swiftly ensnaring Doflamingo before propelling himself forward. With one hand, he concentrated a vast amount of yellow sand, shaping it into a colossal hand that descended upon Doflamingo with tremendous force. Bang! Doflamingo raised his hand to block, but was promptly sent flying away. Crocodile, you have grown stronger than before. Crocodile's strike did not inflict any substantial harm upon Doflamingo, who gracefully landed with an air of nonchalance. If you wish to continue, I would not hesitate to eliminate you right here. Crocodile landed and, after exhaling a puff of smoke, threatened, haha, I certainly do not wish to provoke you into becoming my adversary. Doflamingo replied, then soared into the air, leaving the onlookers in astonishment as he flew away. Mr. Crocodile certainly has many enemies, Robin remarked with a smile upon witnessing Doflamingo's departure. If he truly intends to take action, I cannot guarantee the safety of many. Crocodile addressed Robin, then turned to Mr. One, bidding farewell. Learn to wield hockey as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will remain utterly helpless, as you did today. Understood, Captain. Mr. One replied from the ground before getting back on his feet. This admonition was equally directed at others. Without hockey, you will find it impossible to navigate the new world. Crocodile surveyed the surroundings, once again underscoring the significance of hockey. Yes, the group responded in unison. The arrival of Don Quixote Doflamingo was merely a minor interlude. The sand crocodile continued its voyage, and the crew persisted in their training. Meanwhile, on a small island, Blackbeard was preparing to move to the next island alongside his 4 core members, the Devil Sheriff Lafitte, the martial arts champion Basis, the sound manipulator Van Clo, and the Grim Reaper, Poison Q. Hey, wait a moment, Teach. I've been searching for you. A voice called out. Ha ha ha, is that you, Captain Ace? Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach looked up at Ace, who stood atop a towering roof, gazing down at him and his crew. Don't call me Captain. That title is reserved for those deserving of respect. Ace scoffed. You, too, are a captain now, Marshal Teach of the Whitebeard Pirates. It has indeed been quite a while since we last met, Ace. Teach remarked with a grin. Enough chit-chat, Teach. With your extended lifespan, you must be aware of the current situation. Ace retorted. Captain Ace, would you like to join my crew? I have already charted a course for dominance. The era of Whitebeard has ended. I shall become the Pirate King. Crocodile, that man who has recently resurfaced, if I can claim his head. It shall serve as a gift for the world government, Blackbeard proclaimed confidently. Due to a shift in events, Luffy had not experienced the incident at Eni's lobby, thus remaining obscure, while Crocodile had become his target. As far as he knew, Crocodile was a Logia-type devil fruit user, and the Sand fruit was a natural counter to other natural abilities. He was certain he could claim Crocodile's head. Stop joking around, Teach. Your end is here, Ace declared. And before he could finish, with a loud bang, Van Clo shot Ace in the head, igniting a fierce battle. Fire gun. Ace crouched down, shooting flames from his fingertips towards Van Clo, who swiftly dodged. At that moment, Basis lifted a house and hurled it at Ace with a hearty laugh. Flame pillar. Ace waved his hand, and a pillar of fire erupted, incinerating the entire house. You are no match for him. Do not act recklessly, Blackbeard instructed his crew. Fire fist. Taking advantage of Blackbeard reprimanding his crew, Ace unleashed a fiery punch. The impact knocked several of them down, but Basis and the others stood unscathed, while the captain, Teach, rolled on the ground, engulfed in flames. Once Blackbeard extinguished the fire on his body and looked up, he saw Ace advancing through the flames, his expression devoid of emotion. I understand now, Ace. You truly wish to kill me. Blackbeard rose from the ground and provocatively continued. After all, killing a comrade is a grave sin. It was indeed I who killed Sachi. It was unavoidable. He possessed the devil fruit I coveted. According to our ship's code, whoever obtains the devil fruit is its rightful owner. But that was a fruit I had long desired. Then you killed Sachi? Ace's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. It was a choice of fate, Ace, Blackbeard exclaimed, opening his palm as a cloud of darkness emanated from it, enveloping his body in shadows. Ace, your body is fire. But mine is darkness. I cannot be killed by you. This is the world's most malevolent power, the dark fruit. You shall soon witness the true extent of this ability, Blackbeard declared, his face twisted with arrogance. Chapter 57. A fateful confrontation. As darkness cloaked the land, Blackbeard's crew fled in panic. Then let me witness it, Ace scoffed. Blackbeard clenched his fist, causing the previously soaring dark mist to retract swiftly, spreading outwards like a tide of shadows, rapidly engulfing the entire town. The townspeople, sensing the impending danger, fled to the outskirts, narrowly escaping disaster. Darkness is a gravitational force, capable of absorbing and devouring all power. I shall not strike you immediately. Observe the fate of this town, Blackbeard exclaimed, pressing his palm against the ground and shouting, Dark hole. In an instant, the black water on the ground seemed to respond to Blackbeard's summons, rapidly being absorbed. Not only the black water, but also carts, houses, and all objects shattered and were consumed by the dark tide. Within seconds, the once thriving town was reduced to desolation. Release. Before Ace could comment, Blackbeard unleashed another wave of darkness, releasing the remnants of the absorbed objects, which collided and piled up, forming a wasteland. Ah ha 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 ha. Blackbeard laughed maniacally at the sight of the ruins, but soon noticed several glowing points surrounding him, resembling fireflies. Firefly, fire Dama. Blackbeard's expression shifted as he observed an increase in the luminescence around him, and at that moment, Ace raised his hands, glowing with light. Those glimmering points emanated from Ace. As Ace's voice faded, the glow ignited, and with a resounding boom, flames erupted around Blackbeard, engulfing him. Burning in the flames, Blackbeard fell to the ground, rolling and howling in agony. Watching Blackbeard thrashing on the ground, Ace remarked, Logia-type users can elementalize. You should have been able to evade such an attack effortlessly. However, Ace soon witnessed Blackbeard engulfing the flames consuming him, rising once more to explain, darkness can swallow everything, objects and elemental energy alike, even self-inflicted wounds. However, the user loses the ability to elementalize, and the pain endured is multiplied many times over. But for that cost, I can absorb one more thing. At this juncture, Blackbeard cast a cunning glance at Ace, extending his hand towards him. Dark water. Blackbeard's palm erupted with darkness, spinning rapidly. Ace suddenly felt an overwhelming gravitational force pulling him in, unable to elementalize, as Blackbeard seized his arm. Ace stared incredulously at the hand gripping his arm. Before he could utter another word, a resounding thud echoed as Blackbeard delivered a powerful punch to Ace's abdomen. Instantly, Ace's body arched backward, propelled away and crashing into the ruins previously unleashed by Blackbeard, blood gushing from his mouth, wiping the blood from the corner of his lips. Ace was astounded to see the crimson stains on his hands. He had momentarily been unable to elementalize. This is what I meant, Ace. The moment I touch your body, I can absorb your powers, rendering you unable to elementalize. Blackbeard, with darkness enveloping one hand, looked down at the injured Ace with a wicked grin. I possess a terrifying power that instills fear in all fruit users in this world, be they Zoan, Paramecia, or Logia. Humph. As long as I don't let you touch me, I shall be fine, Ace retorted, rising to his feet to face Blackbeard. Then give it a try, Ace. Blackbeard raised his hand once more, and Ace felt that overwhelming pull again, drawing him toward Blackbeard. Flame of the divine fire. This time, forewarned. Ace summoned flames from both hands. Just before making contact with Blackbeard, he forcefully hurled the flames forward, transforming them into a spear of fire that pierced through Blackbeard's body. However, to Ace's surprise, Blackbeard bore the pain and retaliated with a strike to Ace's neck, sending him flying once more. What a troublesome ability, Teach. Ace clutched his neck, blood spilling forth as his expression turned grave, while Blackbeard absorbed the flames with his darkness. Crossfire. Observing the situation, Ace crossed his index fingers to form a cross and shot a beam of light toward Blackbeard, following it with a torrent of flames. Blackbeard's eyes gleamed with malice as darkness erupted. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, flames continuously unleashed, their potent attacks wreaking havoc on the surroundings, causing towering mountains to collapse. After a tumultuous clash, both Ace and Blackbeard were left panting. In the face of darkness, everything is futile, even you, Ace. Blackbeard sneered at the beleaguered Ace, who struggled to remain on his feet. Yet, I find it increasingly regrettable, Ace. Join me as my comrade. Blackbeard extended his hand in imitation of Whitebeard. In response, Ace stood up, bloodied yet smiling defiantly at Blackbeard. If I were to submit to power, I would be no true man. I refuse to let regret mar my life. Do you understand, fool? Blackbeard, upon hearing this, lamented, in this world, surviving his victory. Such a pity, Ace. Embrace the darkness and perish. As his words fell, an endless wave of darkness surged forth, engulfing half the sky. Great flame ring. Flame Emperor. Ace summoned his strength, conjuring an endless torrent of flames that spiraled beneath him, coalescing into a massive fireball reminiscent of the sun, resting in his palm. Light and darkness, even before their formal clash, collided fiercely. Which is stronger, the sun or the darkness? Only one can emerge victorious. Ace turned slightly, softly declaring, I shall only support Whitebeard as king. As the last word left his lips, both warriors roared, unleashing their mightiest strikes. In an instant, light and darkness collided, creating a breathtaking spectacle of their clash upon the island. It was uncertain how long the duel lasted, but eventually, the two forces dissipated from the island. It is over. Lafayette twirled his staff, remarking, what an intense battle. Bosch observed the fallen Ace and Blackbeard at the center of the island. Ha ha, even the captain has fainted. Poison Q approached Blackbeard's side, offering him an apple, while Van Augur, wielding a sniper rifle, came to Ace's aid, lifting him up. Chapter 58, Sabaody Archipelago. Upon the vast and boundless sea, a pirate ship adorned with a black skull and golden hook flag sailed through these waters. Crocodile was leisurely perusing a newspaper while savoring a cigar when, unexpectedly, his phone bug began to ring. Upon extracting it, Crocodile connected the device and witnessed the telephone bug transforming into the likeness of a golden lion. Golden lion, have you managed to locate Luo? Crocodile inquired. Not long ago, I encountered that fellow at sea, but regrettably, his abilities were rather peculiar, allowing him to escape. However, I have received word that he is soon to appear in the Sabaody Archipelago. I am preparing to capture him there. And you should be nearing the Sabaody Archipelago as well. As part of our collaboration, I request your assistance in apprehending him. The voice of the golden lion resonated through the transponder snail. Haha, it is truly astonishing that with your capabilities, you still permitted him to flee. Crocodile remarked with a hint of surprise, feel free to mock my words, laugh all you want. The golden lion replied, rest assured. I shall soon arrive at the Sabaody Archipelago. Crocodile addressed the golden lion, expressing his eagerness to meet with Luo. By aiding the golden lion in capturing Luo, he would also earn a favor in return. Excellent. Let us rendezvous at the Sabaody Archipelago. The golden lion replied, abruptly terminating the communication as if he had suddenly hung up a phone. Once the connection was severed, Crocodile inquired of Ms. Valentine's Day, who floated in the sky. How much longer until we reach the Sabaody Archipelago? Upon hearing his question, Ms. Valentine's Day descended gracefully and responded, it will take several more days. Very well. Please expedite our journey, for I seek to locate someone on the island. Crocodile addressed Ms. Valentine's Day. Yes, Captain. Ms. Valentine's Day responded and then gracefully floated onto Godzilla. Standing upon his head, Godzilla, swim faster. The captain demands we reach the Sabaody Archipelago swiftly. Godzilla, having recently grown accustomed to the company of others and grasping some human speech, let out a roar upon hearing Ms. Valentine's Day's command and began to swim vigorously. That must be Crocodile's ship. Meanwhile, not far from the Sand Alligator, several masked CP0 members observed the Sand Alligator sailing ahead. It appears they are headed for the Sabaody Archipelago. Should we take action? We have not received authorization to engage. Let us report this to our superiors and await their response. After deliberation, the CP0 members decided to inform the Gorosei of Crocodile's whereabouts. At the Gorosei, concern arose as they noted, Crocodile is nearing the Sabaody Archipelago. What course of action shall we take? If he reaches the New World, tracking him down will become exceedingly difficult. After concluding the call, Satan inquired of the others, since the destination is the Sabaody Archipelago. Let us allow the Navy to handle the mess. I concur, Botchley replied. Who was in favor, and who against? Satan asked the others, and ultimately, consensus was reached. He then contacted Sengoku to relay the situation. Days later, Crocodile arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago as anticipated. During this time, he learned of the Straw Hat Crew's exploits, discovering that Moria had indeed been defeated by them just as in the original storyline. However, this time, the news had not been suppressed. Instead, it spread rapidly across the seas. Luffy was directly offered a bounty of 350 million berries, while Zoro was also rewarded with over 100 million. Except for Robin, who did not board, the rest of the crew remained unchanged from the original tale. Captain, that Straw Hat Kid actually defeated Moria. Mr. 3 exclaimed in astonishment. He doesn't seem particularly strong, though. Does that mean he possesses strength comparable to Crocodile? Robin remarked with a smile. Humph. Do not compare that useless Moria to me. Crocodile let out a cold snort and declared, Captain, we have arrived at the archipelago of Sabaody. The sand alligator, under the control of its crew, docked at the port of the Sabaody Islands. Disembark, Robin, and distribute the printed bounty notice for Trafalgar to everyone. Once all have descended from the island, locate him for me. Crocodile remarked, and then Robin began to pass down the printed bounty notices. Is there something extraordinary about this fellow? Since the captain has instructed us, let us all keep our eyes peeled to locate him. Yes, with a newfound sense of purpose. The crew eagerly disembarked from the ship, embarking on a quest across the island in search of Trafalgar. Robin, come with me. Crocodile turned to Robin and expressed his intention to seek out Rayleigh on the island. Robin followed closely behind him. And soon they arrived at a tavern known as Knocking on the Bamboo Creek. The tavern's door swung open as Crocodile entered, with Robin right by his side. Such swiftness. They had reached this place in no time at all. Crocodile, exclaimed Shaki, noticing him as he walked in. Haha, it has been a while, Shaki. Crocodile entered and promptly took a seat at the bar. What would you like to drink? Asked Shaki. I am here to find someone. Crocodile cast a glance at Shaki and remarked, nevertheless, the remuneration must be adequate. Shaki directed her gaze towards the cigarette and responded, the Dark King, Rayleigh. Crocodile said to Shachi, who, upon hearing this, changed her expression and replied, how would I know where that guy is? Crocodile chuckled, don't deceive me, Shachi. Just tell me the truth. Otherwise, if I were to dismantle this place, he would surely appear, wouldn't he? Crocodile menacingly remarked. You have grown more audacious than in your youth, brat. Shachi's expression darkened, but before he could respond, a voice emerged from behind Crocodile. Turning to look, he saw the Dark King Rayleigh casually entering in flip-flops. The Dark King Rayleigh. Crocodile cast a calm glance at Rayleigh, taking a measured puff from his cigar. Is this the legendary Dark King Rayleigh? Robin gazed at the scruffy figure before her, astonished that this was indeed the renowned right hand of the king. The Dark King Rayleigh. Do you intend to lay a hand on me, brat? Rayleigh strode purposefully towards Crocodile, one hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Humph. I have no intention of battling with an old monster like you. Rather, I wish to share a piece of information concerning Roger. Crocodile addressed Rayleigh, urging him to speak. Upon hearing the name of Roger, Rayleigh patiently awaited the continuation. The son of Roger is to be publicly executed by the Navy. Crocodile addressed Rayleigh, enough with the jesting. You brat. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's expression shifted dramatically, and a formidable aura erupted forth. Chapter 59, The Convergence of Three Parties. Believe it or not, Rayleigh, in due time, you shall come to know the truth. Crocodile shielded Robin behind him and spoke. Rayleigh, remain calm. Hearing this, Rayleigh finally retracted his fearsome conqueror's haki. I have indeed received some whispers. The Navy has recently apprehended a significant figure. Shachi informed Rayleigh, his intelligence network being remarkably robust, allowing him to obtain information in advance. Which did not surprise Crocodile. That must be it. Considering the timeline, it is about time. Crocodile remarked. Even if it were a public execution, I, with my old bones, would be powerless. Rayleigh shook his head in resignation and said, what if we inform Shanks? If he were to learn of Roger's son being executed, he would undoubtedly get involved. Crocodile remarked that in the original narrative, Shanks was involved in the incident before he was aware that Ace was Roger's child. Had he known, he would have had even less reason to abstain from participation. However, that is of little consequence. Do not underestimate the might of the Marine headquarters. Rayleigh continued to shake his head, asserting that with his current strength, he could only contend with a single Marine admiral. Haha. What if we consider the immense power of Whitebeard? Crocodile continued. Impossible. How could Whitebeard come to the aid of Roger's child? Rayleigh furrowed his brow, his voice rising in pitch. Actually, it is plausible. Shucky interjected, taking a drag from her cigarette. Under Rayleigh's puzzled gaze, she elaborated. If Roger's child were to join the Whitebeard Pirates, given Whitebeard's character, even the Marine headquarters would take action. Astute observation. Portgas Ace. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates is indeed Roger's son. The surname Portgas is one you are undoubtedly familiar with. Crocodile expressed his admiration and then elucidated that Robin was utterly astonished, pondering where Crocodile had acquired such intelligence. It should have been apparent earlier, after all. Portgas was indeed the surname of Nico. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh finally grasped the situation, for ordinary individuals seldom pay heed to a person's surname. The general perception of Ace in the outside world was merely that of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division, the Fire Fist. Kid, why are you divulging this to us? What is your intention? Rayleigh harbored doubts about Crocodile's motives for sharing this information so freely. I merely wish to prevent anyone from reaping the benefits from this affair. And it would be a pity for the Pirate King's pirate to perish at the hands of the Navy. Crocodile remarked at that time. I shall also journey to Marineford. Should you require it, I can offer you a ride. Crocodile said to Rayleigh, Humph, little brat, if this matter is indeed true, I owe you a favor. Rayleigh replied to Crocodile, haha, we shall see when the time comes. Crocodile left the snail phone with Rayleigh and then departed with Robin. Mr. Crocodile, how do you know so much? Robin inquired, voicing her curiosity after they exited the tavern. Crocodile cast a glance at Robin, aware that she had posed this question numerous times before. He nonchalantly responded that there exists a certain ability known as foresight. Could such a phenomenon truly be realized? Robin regarded Crocodile with a skeptical gaze. Of course it can, he asserted, for on Fishman Island and among the officers of Big Mom, there are indeed individuals endowed with the power to foresee the future. Crocodile addressed Robin, who remained skeptical. At that moment, the transponder snail on Crocodile's person began to ring. Upon answering, he discovered that the snail had taken on the appearance of Lucci. We have located Trafalgar. Lucci informed Crocodile. Found him? Where is he? Crocodile inquired of Lucci. Concealed within a dwelling, whether they should take the initiative to subdue him. Lucci replied, cautioning against rash actions, for one cannot fully comprehend his abilities. Crocodile declined. Understood. Lucci responded, and then, drawing upon his years of stealthy experience, began to surveil Law alongside Kaku and others. Let us proceed, Robin. Crocodile addressed Robin and then proceeded towards the location indicated by Lucci. Meanwhile, Mr. One and others gathered, having received the news, heading in Robin's direction. Concurrently, the Golden Lion. Captain Shiki was called out by Indigo as he rushed towards the Golden Lion. What is it? Asked the Golden Lion, who sat quietly in a commanding position, puffing on a cigar. Crocodile has reported that he has found Trafalgar Law. Indigo replied. Ha ha, has he been found? This time, he shall not escape so easily. The Golden Lion laughed heartily and, under Indigo's guidance, maneuvered the island towards Law's location. As two forces encircled Law, unexpectedly, the Navy also made a significant move. With Admiral Aquino landing on Sabaody Archipelago. In a certain inland sea of Sabaody Archipelago, a warship approached, on which a man donned a dark red suit. A Navy cap atop his head, black leather gloves on his hands, and a Navy admiral's coat draped over his shoulders. Standing imposingly with his arms crossed at the front of the ship. That fellow is Admiral Aquino Sakazuki. Why would such a figure appear here? A pirate exclaimed upon spotting the admiral on the warship. Are there really this many pirates gathered here? What is the station Navy doing? Aquino frowned as he observed several pirate ships docked at the harbor. Admiral Sakazuki, it's unavoidable. Our forces are insufficient to oversee the entirety of Sabaody Archipelago, explained a marine standing beside Aquino. Humph, now that I am here, let us eliminate all these scoundrels. Aquino's hand suddenly ignited in crimson, transforming into magma, and he raised his fists towards the sky, unleashing a multitude of colossal magma fists into the air. What is happening? Why has the sky turned red? Is something falling? That is magma. Run. Jump into the sea. The pirates quickly realized the change in the sky, and before they could react, the falling magma fists descended upon them like a meteor shower, turning the area where the pirate ships were anchored into a seething sea of molten rock. As expected of Admiral Sakazuki, with a single strike, he has wiped out all these pirates, boasted a marine beside Sakazuki. Enough chatter. Tell me the location of Crocodile. Aquino glanced at the nearby marine and inquired. Yes, Crocodile is on the move, but it can be confirmed that he is heading towards Zone 52. The marine reported to Aquino. Then set course for Zone 52. Aquino muttered, incredulous that he had to instruct such matters himself. Yes, Admiral Sakazuki, the marine replied. And the warship sailed towards Zone 52. Chapter 60. Law. Who knows, suddenly surrounded inside and out. Admiral Sakazuki, there is a pirate ship moving in the sky. Suddenly, a marine beside Aquino shouted, looking up. Aquino looked up and, indeed, as the marine stated, a pirate ship soared through the sky, surrounded by islands of varying sizes. That ability. It couldn't belong to that man, could it? That fellow is still alive? Aquino remarked in astonishment, recognizing the flag of the ship in the sky. For only Shiki, the Golden Lion, who caused chaos in Marineford 2 decades ago, could wield such power. Master Shiki, there is a Navy warship below us. Indigo noted as he gazed down from the pirate ship. The Navy, is it? Then allow me to collect some interest first. The Golden Lion laughed heartily. Then looked down at the warship. Venomous Snake. With a snap of his fingers, an island that had been floating nearby plummeted towards Akainu's warship. Admiral Sakazuki, the island is falling. A marine exclaimed in panic as he pointed at the descending island. What a troublesome ability. It seems various characters are resurfacing lately. Akainu remarked calmly as he watched the island descend, then leaped onto the ship's mast, sprinting upwards to the top and launching himself into the air. Hellhound. Following this, Akainu's right arm transformed into magma, rapidly extending as he aimed his molten arm at the falling island. The molten arm penetrated the island, and soon, the surface of the island erupted with numerous cracks, revealing a crimson glow within. With a tremendous explosion, the entire island detonated. Akainu landed on the deck, and countless rocks erupted around the warship, splashing into the sea. Oh, there are formidable fighters aboard that warship, the Golden Lion observed, but chose not to engage further. Accelerating his course towards Law's location. Admiral Sakazuki, it appears they are also heading for Sabaody Archipelago, reported Akainu's first mate. Humph, if they dare to land on Sabaody Archipelago, I would not mind eradicating this old era's failures here. Akainu crossed his arms, his cloak billowing in the wind. I have already notified the station forces on the island to encircle Zone 52, aiming to eliminate the Baroque Works pirate crew in one fell swoop. The first mate informed Akainu. Very well. Akainu nodded, and shortly thereafter, the warship docked at Zone 52, leading a large contingent of Marines into the interior. Back at Crocodile's location, he continued his leisurely journey until he finally arrived at the hiding place of Law. Captain, we have surrounded this area. Mr. One reported immediately upon Crocodile's arrival. Prepare for action. Crocodile addressed Mr. One, while Law sensed an unusual shift in the atmosphere. He noticed that the outside had abruptly grown quiet, only to be followed by an unexpected surge of noise. Captain, what is the matter? Do you need water? Beepo inquired as he approached Law, who had suddenly risen from his resting position on the ship. Beepo felt an unsettling tension in the air. Pekin, take a look outside. Law instructed the others. Pekin moved to the window, cautiously opening a small gap to observe, and was taken aback to see hundreds of armed men, ominous and menacing, gathered outside without his prior notice. Crocodile, making his way to Law's quarters, lifted his gaze toward the window, locking eyes with Pekin through the narrow opening. Startled, Pekin collapsed to the ground. What's wrong, Pekin? Law asked, noticing his companion's reaction. It's him, the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. He is approaching. Pekin exclaimed nervously. What? How could that man be here? Law was equally startled, swiftly grasping the sword, ghost cry, that lay beside him. Stop hiding, Trafalgar Law. Crocodile shouted from within. What could the illustrious sand crocodile want with a fledgling pirate like me? Crocodile, having called out to Trafalgar, emerged from the room with an air of nonchalance and inquired. As a supernova, there is no need for such modesty. You must have encountered the Golden Lion. Have you not? Crocodile addressed Trafalgar, the Golden Lion, of course. Otherwise, how could he end up so injured? Trafalgar responded, I merely require a small favor from you. Fret not, Trafalgar. Crocodile replied, I am not obliged to heed your commands. As Trafalgar gripped the blade, a spherical object materialized in the palm of his hand, swiftly expanding to envelop Crocodile within. Slaughterhouse. With a flourish of his weapon, Trafalgar cleaved Crocodile in two, bisecting him with a single strike. Success, Captain. His crew erupted in cheers at Crocodile's dismemberment. When did he strike? Mr. One, standing beside Crocodile, exclaimed in astonishment. Don't be naive, Trafalgar retorted to his companion. If you refuse to comply, then I shall simply take you by force. Crocodile chuckled, and in an instant, Lucci appeared before Trafalgar, unleashing a finger pistol aimed at him. Slaughterhouse. Yet, in the next moment, Trafalgar vanished, leaving behind a stone that shattered under Lucci's attack, leaving Trafalgar momentarily shaken. Behold, several pirates hoisted cannons and fired at Trafalgar. Command stick. With a flick of his hand, the incoming cannonballs abruptly halted before vanishing, leaving only a couple of buttons behind. Boom. Meanwhile, Mr. Five found himself laden with multiple cannonballs, which subsequently detonated. You've mistaken your target by directing that explosion at me. After the smoke cleared, Mr. Five stood unscathed, addressing Trafalgar. Ha ha ha, you were a step ahead of me. A booming laughter echoed from above, causing Trafalgar to change his expression and look up to see the Golden Lion descending. The sky darkened as the Golden Lion arrived with an island ship in tow. Golden Lion, your movements are rather sluggish, Crocodile remarked. Ha ha ha, I wasted some time to control more islands, the Golden Lion replied to Crocodile. At that moment, the members of the Baroque works surrounding Trafalgar heard a synchronized sound of footsteps and turned to see a large contingent of Marines rushing toward them. Chapter 61. Akainu approaches. The Marines are here too? Trafalgar observed the hundreds of Baroque works members, then glanced at the island overhead capable of crushing him countless times. And finally at the encircling Marines. He pondered that perhaps it was reasonable for a patient to seek his aid. Isn't the target Crocodile? It cannot be mistaken. That individual is the legendary man, the flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. Are we truly to confront both of them simultaneously? Fear not, Admiral Sakazuki has already arrived. The Marines, encircling Crocodile and the others, spoke with a hint of panic, as they were not up against mere minor characters. Captain, what shall we do? Beepo inquired of Trafalgar. What madness is this? Why is everyone targeting me? Trafalgar expressed his confusion, having pondered long, without comprehending how he had offended the Golden Lion, only to have Crocodile appear as well, alongside the Marines. Just then, the Golden Lion lunged at him, reaching out with one hand. Slaughterhouse. In the next moment, Trafalgar switched places with the Golden Lion, causing the latter's strike to miss. Haha. The Golden Lion, undeterred, seized Beepo. Beepo, seeing his companion in peril, Shachi drew his sword and charged at the Golden Lion. Don't be reckless, Shachi, Trafalgar shouted, but Shachi had already reached the Golden Lion, ready to strike, when a gorilla clad in pink descended from the sky, sending Shachi flying. Scary-Doo, I did not summon you to engage. The Golden Lion cast a glance at the gorilla. Grr. The gorilla emitted a couple of roars, appearing somewhat aggrieved. The Golden Lion, seeing this, chose not to reprimand him and turned to Trafalgar, saying, Hey, Trafalgar. I sought you out for collaboration. Spare me the deception. What could we possibly collaborate on? Trafalgar remained skeptical, but the Golden Lion threatened. I advise you to come aboard my ship and listen to my proposal, or else this polar bear may soon turn crimson. Captain, run. Don't worry about me, Beepo exclaimed. Struggling against the Golden Lion's grip and seeing Trafalgar hesitate, the Golden Lion pressed Beepo into the ground, shattering it and leaving him bloodied. Stop, Trafalgar shouted urgently. I will go with you. If only you had said so sooner. The Golden Lion chuckled, handing Beepo to Scary-Doo, and then levitating a piece of land, allowing Trafalgar and his crew to ascend. Crocodile, I shall take my leave. The Marines below are yours. The Golden Lion addressed Crocodile. Fear not. They are merely a bunch of fish. Crocodile disdainfully remarked at the cigar, perplexed by the audacity of this group of Marines to encircle him. Mr. One, get ready. You are quite arrogant, Shichibukai Crocodile. Just as Crocodile was about to instruct Mr. One and the others to eliminate the Marines, a voice pierced through the tension. Following the sound, Crocodile's expression shifted dramatically. Akainu. Crocodile called out the name of the newcomer, and Akainu, exuding an air of dominance, strode forward with his subordinates. The Admiral of the Navy, Akainu? What brings the Admiral here? Is he targeting us? Upon hearing Crocodile utter Akainu's name, everyone gasped in astonishment. Oh, isn't this the little brat from back then? The Golden Lion lowered his head, recognizing Akainu as the rising star who had once been a rear admiral. Golden Lion, you shall not escape. Akainu charged forward, propelling himself off the ground, his right hand transforming into magma. Great eruption. Akainu unleashed a colossal punch composed of molten lava, hurtling it towards the Golden Lion. Lion's thousand cuts. In response, the Golden Lion sprang into action, his two renowned swords unleashing a barrage of powerful slashes to intercept Akainu's assault. So it was you, the one from the warship we encountered earlier. The Golden Lion recognized that Akainu's ability was the same as that which had thwarted his earlier attempt to strike the island. Let the failures of the old era find a quiet place to retire. After seeing his attack blocked, Akainu employed the moonwalk technique and charged at the Golden Lion, delivering a fierce punch. Do not be so arrogant, brat. When I ruled the world, you were still sucking on your mother's milk. With a resounding impact, the Golden Lion countered, blocking Akainu's attack, causing magma to splatter in all directions as their hockey clashed. Mr. One, lead the way and carve a path. Return to the ship. Crocodile remarked to Mr. One beside him. With Akainu present, I cannot expect to escape so easily. For this individual is certainly not akin to the lackadaisical Kizaru and Akiji. Sandstorm Arm. As Crocodile observed the stalemate between Akainu and the Golden Lion, he leaped into action, transforming one of his hands into a colossal fist of sand, aimed directly at Akainu. Humph! With a disdainful grunt. Akainu first sent the Golden Lion flying with a powerful strike, then swiftly turned to counter Crocodile's assault with a formidable punch. Cerberus. The two engaged in a brief clash. But soon Crocodile heard Akainu's thunderous shout. He then felt a searing heat swell around him, as his sand construct began to be engulfed by the encroaching magma. Whoosh. Truly troublesome. Upon witnessing the situation, Crocodile swiftly disengaged from Akainu and pressed his palm against the ground. Erosion cycle. As his hand made contact with the earth, the entire terrain began transforming rapidly into a parched wasteland. Spiderweb-like fissures expanded across the surface while countless grains of golden sand rose into the air. Golden Lion. Don't you dare flee now. Stand with me and hold him back. As Crocodile altered the terrain, he addressed the Golden Lion, who, sensing the peril, hastily retreated. Left alone to confront Akainu, he realized the challenge ahead was formidable. Retreat? Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Roared the Golden Lion, raising a finger as an island descended swiftly from the sky, aimed directly at Akainu. Not again. Everyone, take cover. Akainu shouted to the surrounding Marines as the island drew nearer. Fall back. The Marines, recognizing the imminent danger, fled in haste, while Mr. One and the others also made a swift escape. If you harm my subordinates, I will not let this go lightly. Crocodile gazed at the descending island and addressed the golden lion. Akainu stood firm, his arms transforming into bubbling magma, before he raised his hand. Hellhound. At the very moment the island plummeted, he unleashed a powerful punch, and upon contact, a shockwave spiraled skyward, momentarily halting the island's descent. Chapter 62. Crocodile and the Golden Lion vs. Akainu. Boom. As Akainu exerted his strength, a torrent of magma erupted, ruthlessly ravaging the island's core. The residual force reverberated outward, causing the entire island to convulse from within. The exterior rocks shattered violently, and in the next instant, the island transformed into countless fragments enveloped in magma, launching forth like a barrage of volcanic projectiles. It's coming our way. The crew of pirates gasped in alarm as the volcanic debris hurtled toward them. I cannot ascertain whether I can withstand this. Mr. One turned, adopting a defensive stance, evidently intent on intercepting the volcanic stones. Truly deserving of the title of admiral. He effortlessly conjured such a formidable attack. Kaku extended his leg, delivering a series of tempestuous kicks to one of the volcanic rocks, but it merely shattered into smaller pieces. Still hurtling toward them. Just run. I will protect you. Desert barrier. As Crocodile observed a multitude of volcanic projectiles hurtling towards the retreating Mr. One, he waved his hand, summoning a vast surge of yellow sand that soared into the sky, shielding Mr. One and his companions. The captain has made his move. Flee swiftly. Witnessing Crocodile's intervention, the group redoubled their efforts to escape. Unlike the volcanic projectiles that had fallen into the sea, this time, the erupting projectiles detonated in their vicinity, unleashing a series of terrifying explosions that upturned the surrounding terrain, engulfing everything in flames and molten rock. That was close, fortunately. I too possess the abilities of a Logia user. Before Crocodile, the yellow sand scattered as he leaned on his golden hook, confronting Akainu while holding a cigar. As one of the Seven Warlords, you have audaciously relinquished your position. The Navy has been greatly embarrassed, Akainu remarked to Crocodile. Ha. Do you truly believe I must seek your approval for my actions? Crocodile responded with a smile. In the name of justice, I shall ensure your annihilation here. As Akainu spoke, his entire body transformed into molten lava, with an abundance of magma cascading to the ground, emitting a hissing sound. Then let us see, he declared. Desert Dragon, Akainu's Jade Dragon. Crocodile responded with a roar, manipulating the golden sands beneath his feet. The grain swirled upward, coalescing into a colossal desert dragon, its head exuding an aura of majesty as it unleashed a fierce roar before charging towards Akainu. Dogbite, Crimson Lotus. From Akainu's shoulder erupted a torrent of magma, transforming into a ferocious dragon that surged directly towards Crocodile's advancing sand dragon. With a thunderous clash, the two monstrous dragons collided, magma and sand colliding violently, akin to a fierce battle between titans. You are still lacking, Crocodile. Akainu bellowed, as the magma engulfed the sands, surging forward relentlessly toward Crocodile. Desert Lion, Sphinx. Upon witnessing his attack thwarted by Akainu, Crocodile swiftly manipulated a vast expanse of yellow sand, conjuring a colossal lion that charged toward the incoming torrent of magma. With a resounding crash, a scene unfolded where magma collided with yellow sand. The clash of these two formidable forces erupted in a violent explosion, sending molten rock and grains of sand scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion did not remain idle, seizing the opportunity amidst Crocodile's duel with Akainu. It harnessed its abilities to lift a substantial portion of land. Lioness Might, Earthquake. The Golden Lion unleashed its power, transforming the earth into multiple lion heads that encircled Akainu. Perish, Akainu. With a clenched fist, the lion heads surged forward simultaneously toward Akainu. Don't be ridiculous. You think you can kill me with such feeble attempts? Who do you take me for? Akainu retorted disdainfully, magma flowing in torrents from his hands as he raised them high. Meteor Volcano. He bellowed, unleashing a barrage of gigantic lava punches directed at the oncoming lion heads. The air was filled with the sound of explosions as the lion heads were relentlessly battered, one after another succumbing to destruction. Desert Greatsword. In a swift motion, a wave of yellow sand swept past Akainu, coalescing behind him into Crocodile's form. With a swift slice, Akainu's body was severed, his upper half sliding away. What a pity. Your reflexes are indeed impressive. Crocodile gazed at the molten lava oozing from the wound inflicted on Akainu, expressing his regret. In that fleeting moment of ambush, he had employed Haki, yet it appeared that Akainu had evaded his strike with remarkable foresight. Haki is it? Akainu remarked, reassembling his form as he addressed Crocodile. What are you looking at? Suddenly, the Golden Lion launched a surprise attack from behind Akainu, raising his foot to deliver a sweeping strike. Bang! Akainu swiftly pivoted, utilizing Haki to envelop his hand and effectively parry the Golden Lion's assault. The Golden Lion roared, unleashing his domineering presence to overpower Akainu. However, Akainu, undeterred, stood firm and countered, forcefully sending the Golden Lion flying. Desert Burial. Crocodile placed his hands upon the ground, seizing the moment before Akainu could react, transforming the earth beneath his feet into sand. Suddenly, the buried desert surged forth, erupting from the ground, and in an instant, Akainu found himself enveloped in a shroud of swirling yellow sand. Was it merely the sand from below? The Earth's collapse caused Akainu to stagger, one foot slipped, and he plummeted downward, only to be met with the rising tempest of sand that erupted into the sky, prompting his immediate realization. A masterpiece of the desert. Crocodile clenched his hands, and in the next moment, all the grains of sand surged towards the center, engulfing Akainu, who was completely buried beneath the shifting sands, ultimately forming a pyramid-like structure. Kid, stop lingering. Seize this opportunity to retreat. The Golden Lion shouted at Crocodile. Crocodile snapped back to reality and turned to see the Golden Lion clutching his head, his expression one of agony, likely a result of overexerting his haki. Understood. Crocodile nodded, yet felt a sense of insecurity. He manipulated a vast quantity of yellow sand to transform the pyramid into a cube, and then turned to flee. Don't even think about escaping. At that moment, a crimson circular aperture appeared within the cube, followed by a surge of magma that shot forth, piercing through Crocodile's chest in the blink of an eye. Damn it! As the magma cascaded down, Crocodile swiftly used the yellow sand to seal the gaping wound in his chest. Glancing back, he noticed that Akainu had created an exit from the cube, emerging while being enveloped by the flowing magma. You go ahead, Golden Lion. As Crocodile witnessed the emergence of the Golden Lion and the Red Dog, he immediately called out with fervor, "Be cautious, you little brat. If you happen to meet your demise, I shall seek vengeance on your behalf." The Golden Lion shouted back at Crocodile, then ascended into the sky aboard his vessel. "I shall not meet my end so swiftly," Crocodile retorted, as swirling sands enveloped him, and he began to spin rapidly. Chapter 63, The CP0 Capture Operation. Such a battle is one in which we cannot possibly intervene. A sandstorm swirled around Crocodile, creating a terrifying suction that prompted the Marines to flee with renewed urgency. Suddenly, several masked figures emerged before the Marines. They were agents of the CP organization. Recognizing their presence, the Marines were instructed, "Do not retreat. Pursue the Baroque Works pirates immediately. Your current mission is to assist us in capturing the Devil Child, Nico Robin." One of the masked individuals addressed the Marines. "But General Akainu, do you truly believe you can interfere in their battle?" The Marines hesitated, only to be rebutted by the masked figures, who then led the Marines to encircle Mr. One and his crew. "Captain, it's bad. The Marines are coming after us." The crew shouted to Mr. One as they noticed the approaching threat. "Don't even think about escaping, pirates." The Marines yelled from behind. "That's CP0, Lucci exclaimed, surprised at the sight of the masked figures. How could CP0 appear here? Kaku and the others recognized their identity as well. "Don't look back. Keep retreating. Mr. One shouted as he noticed the distance between them and the Marines. Suddenly, Lucci sensed something amiss when the CP0 behind them vanished. Indeed, the next moment, a pirate in front of them suddenly spat blood and was sent flying backward. What happened? Mr. One stopped and looked ahead, only to see 4 CP0 agents, each adorned in orange, yellow, blue, and green, blocking their path. Breeze breath bomb. Mr. 5, running ahead, took a deep breath and blew forward with great force. The 4 CP0 agents, confused by Mr. 5's action, were caught off guard when a tremendous explosion enveloped them. As the smoke cleared, the agents stood their ground, albeit with some damage to their attire. Devil fruit users? The blue-masked CP0 observed Mr. 5 before swiftly closing in on him, preparing to strike. "Get away, Mr. 5. Mr. One reacted quickly, sliding in front of Mr. 5 with arms poised to block the incoming attack. The powerful shockwave erupted as Mr. 1 managed to repel the blue-masked CP0. "Thank you, Mr. 1. Mr. 5 quickly retreated. "Kill him, Mr. 1. I have intel on you. Quickly eliminate the devil fruit user." The blue-masked CP0's fingers gleamed with a dark hue, indicating he had activated haki. "It is an honor," Mr. 1 responded, unleashing a flurry of slashes. But the blue-masked CP0 deftly evaded his strikes and countered with a powerful kick, sending Mr. 1 hurtling away. Mr. 1 skidded along the ground before finally coming to a stop. Human Demon Fist, Explosive Swan. Mr. 2 executed a spinning kick toward the blue-masked CP0, but to his astonishment, the agent blocked it with bare hands. "Is this guy made of iron? Then let me try this move." Mr. 2, slightly surprised, swiftly aimed a kick at the blue-masked CP0's head. With a resounding thud, the kick was blocked by the CP0's head. "How is this possible? A devil fruit user?" Mr. 2 was taken aback, realizing the difficulty of the attack being easily absorbed even by the likes of Lucci and others who could also use haki. "Don't be surprised, Mr. 2. If you pay attention, you'll notice that these masked men all possess haki," Mr. 3 exclaimed, launching a glob of goo to ensnare the blue-masked CP0's feet. "Haki? That makes sense." The captain said that the armament haki grants unparalleled offensive power and superior defense. Mr. 2 explained, maintaining distance from the blue-masked CP0. The blue-masked CP0 calmly surveyed the waxy substance, entangling his legs before shattering it with a single punch. Mr. 3's wax was destroyed so easily. "These fellows are no ordinary opponents," Mr. 5 gasped in astonishment. "Stop playing around. Let's deal with the former CP9 agents first." One among them possesses troublesome abilities that could jeopardize our mission. The orange-masked CP0 instructed the blue-masked CP0. Understood. The 4 CP0 agents then launched their coordinated assault. Behold the might of my celestial knight. Shura charged toward the orange-masked agent atop his 3-yard bird. I don't have time to waste on characters like you. The orange-masked CP0 swiftly dodged and appeared behind Shura, delivering a kick that caught Shura by surprise, leading him to realize the opponent possessed observation haki as well. Such a character can master observation haki? The orange-masked CP0 marveled at Shura, who barely managed to fend off the attack, before delivering a powerful blow that sent Shura crashing to the ground. Shura, and the others cried out in alarm, rushing toward the orange-masked CP0. Confronting the remaining 3 attackers, Mr. 1 rose again to face the blue-masked CP0. Foam Daisy Slash. Mr. 1 propelled himself forward, hands converging to strike the blue-masked CP0. Storm Foot, Shattered Rock. The blue-masked CP0 executed a sweeping kick that nullified Mr. 1's assault. The force of the blow left Mr. 1's steel hands tingling. Following this, Mr. 1 performed a backflip to regain his stance before the blue-masked CP0. It seems I must resort to this technique, a first against an enemy. Mr. 1 retrieved 2 shells, clutching them tightly. Shells. What is this maneuver? The blue-masked CP0 inquired, puzzled. Experience the power of Sky Island. Mr. 1 charged once more, hands still converged, aiming for the blue-masked CP0. Let me see what you can do. Unfazed, the blue-masked CP0 utilized a swift movement, enveloping one hand in armament haki. Finger gun, concussive fist. The blue-masked CP0 unleashed a ferocious punch in the form of a finger gun. Absorbed the impact. Double barrage. In the fleeting moment of impact, the blue-masked CP0 was momentarily taken aback, sensing no increase in Mr. 1's strength. However, a smile soon crept across Mr. 1's face as a terrifying shockwave erupted from his hands. Boom. A ripple of air surged forth, sending both Mr. 1 and the blue-masked CP0 hurtling backwards. Thud, thud, thud. The blue-masked CP0 crashed through several buildings before collapsing amidst the rubble, coughing up blood in disbelief. You managed to unleash such astonishing power, he exclaimed, unsteadily regaining his footing. The source of this power is you. I owe you my gratitude for the impact you provided, but this recoil is truly terrifying. Mr. 1 lay on the ground, his hands drenched in blood, continuously spilling more from his mouth. Chapter 64. Robin is captured. The Navy has closed in. Meanwhile, the remaining members began to engage in battle with the Navy, while those unable to partake in higher-level skirmishes, like Ms. Valentine's Day and Mr. 4, confronted the Navy. Keeping you alive is a peril. The blue-masked CP0 wiped the blood from his mouth, casting a glance at the fallen Mr. 1 before disappearing in a flash. Raging Foot, line. A linear slash of energy surged towards the blue-masked CP0, forcing him to halt and block the assault. Haha, this fellow is now my ally. Do not lay a hand on him. The blue-masked CP0 looked up to find Kaku, wielding 2 long blades, addressing him. A traitor from CP9? I shall deal with you first. With that, the blue-masked CP0 lunged forward, delivering a sweeping kick at Kaku. Kaku, reacting swiftly, crossed his blades to deflect the blow but was sent flying several meters before regaining his stance. Raging Foot, spiral blade. As Kaku landed, he spiraled at high speed, twisting his muscles into a taut spiral as he charged forward, launching a circular slash that enveloped him. You think it's that simple to dispose of me? Kaku declared as he launched himself toward the blue-masked CP0. It may take some effort, yet it shall not be insurmountable. Life restoration. The blue-masked CP0's hands suddenly swelled, enveloped in an armament color, before he charged towards Kaku, blocking his attack with his hands. Thud, thud, thud. The spiraling slashes incessantly struck the blue-masked CP0's hands until, in an instant, Kaku halted, realizing his blades were now firmly grasped by the blue-masked CP0, rendering him unable to retrieve them despite his efforts. Raging Foot. Kaku, in desperation, kicked at the blue-masked CP0, who reciprocated with a kick of his own, resulting in a collision. A sharp crack echoed, and Kaku's expression shifted as he released his grip on his blades, propelling himself backwards with a powerful push from his leg. This fellow. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kaku's forehead. That strike had seemingly fractured his leg. Do you think you are that Iron Man? The blue-masked CP0 smirked before darting towards Kaku, aiming a kick at his head. Just then, the ground beneath Kaku suddenly opened, a hand reaching out to pull him down, causing the blue-masked CP0's attack to miss. Is that the troublesome ability from CP9? Indeed, with such a power, if one were determined to protect another, we would be at a loss. After landing, the blue-masked CP0 noticed the door in the ground had vanished. Suddenly, a barrage of stones sped towards him. As he reacted to block them, the stones detonated upon contact, creating a powerful explosion. Stone bomb. Mr. 5, clutching several stones, grinned triumphantly upon hitting the blue-masked CP0. Hey, Mr. 1, let me take you away. At that moment, Ms. Christmas emerged from the ground, grabbing Mr. 1 and pulling him into a cave she had created. Candle Champion Cup. Transgender boxing technique. Elegant swan dance. 6 style secret. 6 king gun. Iron block. Heavy Step Wolf. Meanwhile, Mr. 2 and Lucci faced off against the yellow and green-masked CP0. Lucci, the most talented CP9 in 8 centuries? The yellow-masked CP0 countered Lucci's strongest 6-king gun with a powerful punch reinforced with armament color, subsequently elbowing Lucci down to the ground. Hockey is the truth. A weapon of slaughter is nothing more. The yellow-masked CP0 taunted, gripping Lucci's head and lifting him up, raining punches down upon him. Enough of your arrogance. Lucci, bloodied and cold-eyed, glared at the CP0 before releasing the technique of life restoration. Oh, back to your original form? What does it matter if you've grown larger? The yellow-masked CP0 scoffed. 6-style secret, maximum circle, 6-king gun. Lucci raised his hands, directing his fists at the yellow-masked CP0's chest. You shall die. The yellow-masked CP0 lifted his other hand, ready to obliterate Lucci's head. You have no chance, arrogant fool. As Lucci unleashed his power, shockwaves erupted from his fists, piercing through the yellow-masked CP0's body. With a splatter, the shockwave reverberated, causing the yellow-masked CP0 to roll his eyes back in shock, spewing blood, his grip on Lucci slackening. CP0 is merely this. Lucci pushed forward, sending the yellow-masked CP0 crashing to the ground. Yellow. The green-masked CP0 gasped in surprise at the defeat of his comrade. What is this fellow doing? The orange-masked CP0 stood atop a massive figure, surveying the fallen comrades around him. I need a replacement. Being on the same team as him could jeopardize my mission. The orange-masked CP0 declared, vanishing in a flash towards Lucci, intent on eliminating him. Open door. Suddenly, Bruno appeared. Rescuing Lucci. What a troublesome devil fruit user. I never anticipated such an ability would now be of no use to us. The orange-masked CP0 frowned, his gaze darting through the crowd until it settled on Robin, who was dispatching the Navy. He shot forth like an arrow. As Robin finally came to her senses. The orange-masked CP0 had already materialized before her, seizing her with an iron grip and unceremoniously slamming her to the ground. With a resounding thud, Robin suffered a grievous blow, instantly losing consciousness as the orange-masked CP0 took hold of her. At that moment, Bruno, standing beside the orange-masked CP0, suddenly utilized his ability to create an air door, propelling himself towards the adversary in a desperate attempt to rescue Robin. However, in the blink of an eye, the orange-masked CP0 retaliated with a swift kick, sending Bruno hurtling away. What a troublesome fellow. I was just pondering where to dispose of you. The orange-masked CP0 remarked with a faint smile as he watched Bruno soar through the air. Mission accomplished. Blue-green. Take yellow and retreat. The orange-masked CP0 commanded, glancing at the unconscious Robin in his grasp before surveying the fierce battle with the Navy. Are we disregarding the Navy? Green inquired, swiftly appearing beside the orange-masked CP0 after seizing yellow with the use of his ability. Our objective is solely to capture Robin. Once that is fulfilled, we must withdraw. The orange-masked CP0 replied to Green, indifferent to the fate of the Navy, as his singular focus remained on executing the task assigned by the Elders. Chapter 65, Crocodile vs. Akainu. Meanwhile, oblivious to Robin's capture, Crocodile found himself embroiled in a fierce battle. Desert Monster Arm. Crocodile soared into the sky, his arms conjuring a hand of sand that swiftly coalesced from the desert sands. Enveloped in hockey, he unleashed a powerful strike towards the ground, aimed at Akainu. No matter how many attempts I made, it was futile. My hockey surpasses yours. Akainu's right arm surged with molten magma, and with a fierce punch, he propelled a magma-infused fist towards the approaching sand monstrosity. Bang! The magma fist collided with the sand arm in mid-air, the two elemental forces, imbued with hockey, clashing with relentless ferocity. With a mighty roar, Akainu's magma fist broke through the sand arm, sending Crocodile hurtling away. Damn it! It is still too early for me to confront an admiral of the Navy. Crocodile fell to the ground, rising to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing an excited smile. Yet it is this kind of battle that will enable me to grow stronger at a faster pace. Crocodile exuded an overwhelming aura, conjuring an invisible wind that swirled the sands around him. Desert, Sandblade, great breakthrough. Crocodile waved his hand, commanding the yellow sands, and in the next moment, a multitude of razor-sharp sand blades materialized, hastening towards Akainu. With a fierce exhalation of flames, Akainu unleashed a formidable punch, causing the magma in his grasp to swell rapidly into a massive surge. Countless sand blades struck the molten rock with explosive sounds until the final blade descended, at which point the magma in Akainu's hand diminished back to the size of his arm. The current quantity of yellow sand was still insufficient. Crocodile placed his hands upon the ground, and the surrounding terrain swiftly transformed into yellow sand once more, with an ever-increasing volume of sand soaring into the air. The grains of sand continuously gathered, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal entity, towering several meters high, emerged, resembling the towering waves of the sea. The desert's howl tidal wave of sand. Crocodile raised his hands, and a colossal wave formed from the gathered yellow sand surged towards Akainu. However, it was merely a futile expenditure of energy. Akainu rolled the magma in his hands, then lifted them, clenching his fists against the approaching desert wave. Meteor volcano. With the activation of his ability, Akainu unleashed a barrage of molten punches, each one crashing down upon the sandy surface, creating substantial craters. Desert Greatsword. Just as Akainu effortlessly countered the desert wave before him, a surge of yellow sand suddenly shot from the ground, piercing through Akainu's form in the blink of an eye. Has he already reacted? Akainu. The fleeting crocodile realized that Akainu had evaded his strike, and swiftly, he coalesced his form, turning around as his golden hook, enveloped in haki, struck towards Akainu's rear. A flash of crimson light sparked in Akainu's eyes as he spun around, delivering a punch to the golden hook. With a resounding crash, their haki clashed. Crocodile then launched a ferocious onslaught against Akainu. I have already declared that my haki surpasses yours. You stand no chance. As Akainu resisted Crocodile's assault, he summoned his strength to press forward. Spear of sand. At that moment, the ground beneath Akainu erupted, two spears fashioned from yellow sand piercing his chest. Yet they were thwarted by his haki. Same trick. Do not expect it to work on me twice. Akainu scoffed, as magma erupted from the ground beneath him, transforming Crocodile's assimilated yellow sand into molten rock. With an astonishing surge of power, he propelled Crocodile away with tremendous force. As Crocodile landed, Akainu sprang into action. Observing this, Crocodile swiftly rolled away to evade the attack, while Akainu's kick forcefully struck the ground, shattering the rocky surface and creating a deep crater. Sand Snake, swarming style. Crocodile rose to his feet, instantly commanding the yellow sand to transform into serpentine forms, which then surged towards Akainu. In response to the approaching sands, Akainu swiftly deflected them with a flourish of his arms and charged towards Crocodile, delivering a powerful punch aimed at him. Crocodile raised his hand, transforming his right arm into a blade of sand to deflect Akainu's powerful punch. Subsequently, the golden hook in his grasp shot forth, only to be intercepted once more by Akainu. Sandstorm. As Crocodile observed the situation, he leaped backward, his palms rubbing together to conjure a swirling sandstorm, which he hurled directly at Akainu. The tempest enveloped the Admiral, a formidable force of sand ravaging and tormenting him. Cerberus. Crocodile was intently gazing at the sandstorm when suddenly, Akainu burst forth from its swirling chaos, his right hand ablaze with a crimson glow. He then unleashed a powerful punch directed at Crocodile. Kid, you seem to be struggling a bit. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized before Crocodile, the glint of a blade flashing as it deftly intercepted Akainu's assault. Crocodile fixed his gaze and was astonished to discover Rayleigh standing right before him. The Dark King Rayleigh? Is it true that relics of the bygone era are making their return one after another? Akainu stepped back, his expression darkening as he regarded Rayleigh, who had thwarted his attack. Ha. I have no intention of making a comeback. It is merely that your commotion has been rather excessive. At my age, the quality of my sleep is not what it used to be, Rayleigh remarked with a smile. Humph, since you dare to show yourself, I shall eliminate you here. Akainu retorted, tugging at his hat. If you possess the confidence to confront both of us simultaneously, then by all means, give it a try. Though my old bones may not be what they once were, I am still capable of exchanging a few blows with you, Rayleigh declared, his blade pointing at Akainu. The Conqueror's haki surging forth. Instantly, a formidable aura erupted from Akainu as he braced himself against Rayleigh, all the while contemplating whether he should engage in a desperate fight. After much deliberation, Akainu concluded that considering the imminent battle ahead, it would be wiser to withdraw. He turned to Crocodile and ominously stated, next time, you won't be so fortunate. Let us await that moment. Crocodile retorted, his mind racing with thoughts of how he might ambush Akainu during the forthcoming Marineford War. Seeing the situation unfold, Akainu stylishly turned and departed with a leisurely pace. Thank you. Crocodile expressed his gratitude towards Rayleigh. I suggest you hasten to check on your crew. It seems they are engaged in combat with the Navy, Rayleigh advised. Understood. Crocodile responded with a single utterance before transforming into fine sand and departing from the location. Upon locating Mr. 1, Crocodile discovered that the battle had already concluded, and Mr. 1 sat dejectedly on the ground. Upon seeing Crocodile's arrival, Mr. 1 hastily approached him. What are you all doing here? The battle is over. You should head to the Sand Crocodile, without waiting for me. Crocodile addressed the crowd. No, Captain. Robin has been taken away by CP0. Ms. Valentine floated over and inquired. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Crocodile's veins bulged. Chapter 66. A great incident spreads across the seas. Subsequently, Mr. 1 recounted to Crocodile the events surrounding the assault by CP0. After a moment of contemplation, Crocodile addressed the group, expressing relief that they were unharmed. Robin has likely been escorted to the underwater prison, Impel down, he stated. Take these days to rest well and prepare for the monumental events that lie ahead. The spirits of the group were notably low, and Crocodile chose not to linger, making his way towards the members of CP9. You all performed admirably this time. Crocodile said to Lucci, I merely happened to find that group of CP0 fellows rather displeasing. Lucci replied to Crocodile, you are still quite the tsundere, aren't you? Crocodile remarked with a smile, everyone, rise and prepare for battle aboard the Sand Crocodile. At the command of Crocodile, everyone sprang into action, converging towards the location of the Sand Alligator. Meanwhile, high above, Ms. Valentine encountered a carrier seagull, suspended in midair. She purchased a newspaper from the bird. Upon opening it, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she floated towards Crocodile, exclaiming, "Captain, we have a significant matter to discuss." Crocodile raised his head to gaze at Ms. Valentine's Day, who then extended a newspaper towards him. Upon receiving it, he discovered a glaring headline announcing that the Navy would publicly execute Portgas Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, at Marine headquarters in Marineford in 1 week's time. Humph, just at this critical juncture, Robin has been taken away. Is this fate? It seems I truly must pay a visit to Impel down. With a firm grip, Crocodile's hand transformed the newspaper into mere quicksand, cascading downwards. At this moment, it became clear why Rayleigh had chosen to lend his assistance. It was likely due to the revelations contained within the news. Blurp. Crocodile had just returned to the Sand Crocodile ship when his transponder snail rang. Upon connecting, the snail transformed into the form of the Golden Lion. Ha. So this is the grand event you were referring to? The voice of the Golden Lion resonated as soon as the call was connected. You've seen the news, haven't you? Crocodile replied. Publicly executing his son? Given Whitebeard's temperament, he might just go to rescue him. After a brief silence, the Golden Lion remarked with a sense of nostalgia. You mustn't falter. Such a monumental event would indeed be dull without your participation. Crocodile addressed the Golden Lion, assuring him not to worry. After their conversation, the Golden Lion promptly hung up the Den Mushy. As Crocodile had indicated, he recounted his grievances with Don Quixote da Flamingo to law, expressing his willingness to pay the price for this alliance. Considering that the crew was still in the hands of the Golden Lion, Law consented to perform the surgery. Once the Golden Lion ended the call, he turned to Law and inquired, "How long will the surgery take?" "1 day, but I cannot predict how long it will take for you to regain consciousness afterward," Law replied. "Then let's proceed quickly." The Golden Lion urged impatiently. "First, retrieve my submarine. It is equipped with advanced medical instruments," Law instructed. "Understood," the Golden Lion responded before departing to reclaim Law's submarine. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew had arrived on the archipelago of Sabaody. "Wow, look at all these bubbles," Luffy exclaimed, jumping excitedly among the floating orbs. "This is Sabaody Archipelago, Luffy." Usopp chimed in, equally thrilled. "We've sailed for quite a while, haven't we?" Sanji remarked. "Be careful, everyone. We need to find out how to reach Fishman Island, which is located beneath the sea," Nami cautioned the group. Suddenly, as Luffy continued to frolic amidst the bubbles, a newspaper was blown into his face by the wind, causing him to stumble and fall. "What is this? How annoying," Luffy grumbled, removing the newspaper from his face, only to find Ace's portrait featured prominently on it. "Huh, it's Ace," Luffy shouted in delight upon seeing his brother's image. "What? Ace? Where?" The Straw Hats looked around, momentarily believing Ace was nearby, but found no trace of him. "It's just a newspaper. Look." Luffy pointed excitedly at Ace's picture, reminiscing about their last parting in Alabasta. "Indeed, Ace is such a gentle brother. He's Luffy's brother, isn't he? Hee, I wish to meet him too." "Wait, Luffy." The newspaper. Nami and the others were initially surprised by Luffy's excitement, but their expressions quickly shifted as they read the news. "What's wrong? What happened to Ace?" Luffy noticed their sudden change in demeanor and scrutinized the article. His face paled upon realizing the grim news. "Ace has been captured by the Marines and is to be publicly executed?" Luffy exclaimed in disbelief, glancing down at the half-burned life card he held. "Luffy," Sanji approached, shaking the dazed boy. "Nami, Zoro, Usopp. I must rescue Ace. He is my only surviving brother, and I absolutely must save him," Luffy declared, determination flooding his voice as he swept his gaze across his crewmates. "Don't worry, Luffy. We will definitely rescue Ace." Usopp, usually timid, spoke without hesitation. "Everyone, calm down. That's the Marine headquarters. We need a meticulous plan," Zoro stated, arms crossed, maintaining a level head. "Rest assured, the man known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard, will not stand idly by," Sanji added, lighting a cigarette. "Ace." Luffy tightened his grip on the life card, murmuring, "First, let us explore the island for information about the Marine headquarters," Nami suggested. The Straw Hats proceeded to disembark onto the island. Meanwhile, aboard the red-haired pirate ship, Shanks stood at the bow, gazing at the ship flying the skull flag with an hourglass. "Mr. Rayleigh, is there something amiss?" "Shanks, have you seen the news?" Rayleigh's voice crackled through the Den Mushy. "I have, Mr. Rayleigh. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to mitigate the impact of this incident," Shanks replied. "I wish to inform you of something regarding Ace's identity," Rayleigh continued. "Ace's identity? Do you know him, Mr. Rayleigh?" Shanks inquired, intrigued. "His father is Roger." "Shanks, I realize this is a tall order, as everyone has their own journey, but I cannot remain indifferent while Roger's offspring faces execution," Rayleigh implored. Shanks' expression darkened as he absorbed this revelation. "I understand, Mr. Rayleigh. I will resolve matters in the New World and hasten to Marineford. Captain Roger's kindness to me is beyond words. Now that I know Ace is his child, I will do everything I can to help." Chapter 67. The prelude to war. After ending the call, Shanks turned to his crew and declared, We cannot afford to delay any longer. Rest assured. Ben Beckman and the others had overheard Rayleigh and Shank's conversation, responding affirmatively. That red-haired guy is here. Jin, standing beside Kaido, observed the approaching red-haired pirates. It seems he intends to thwart us. Quinn added. Ha ha ha. As if he could stop me. Who does he think he is? Kaido laughed heartily. Taking a swig of his drink, Kaido led his massive fleet directly toward the red-haired pirates. Shanks, long time no see. Here to stop me? Kaido called out as he transformed into his dragon form, soaring into the sky. Kaido, turn back. Do not seek to incite conflict. Shanks warned, his conqueror's haki surging forth. Who do you think I am? Kaido retorted, opening his enormous mouth to unleash a devastating blast of flame toward Shanks. Let us see about that, Kaido. Shanks stood firm on the deck, watching the incoming onslaught. He swiftly drew his sword, Griffin, and swung it to deflect the fierce attack. The fiery assault was sent spiraling away, crashing into the sea and resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves throughout the ocean and creating a towering mushroom cloud. As the waves roared and churned, Shanks continued his advance toward Kaido, who transformed mid-air into his hybrid form, brandishing the kanabo, his haki flaring intensely. Divine departure. Shanks unleashed his conqueror's haki, intertwining it with Griffin. Great wave of thunder. Kaido similarly enveloped his iron staff with conqueror's haki, gripping it firmly with both hands. The speed at which the two struck was so rapid that it eluded the naked eye. In an instant, the 8 precepts and Griffin simultaneously swung their weapons. Their arms did not meet, yet the two formidable waves of conqueror's haki clashed in midair, unleashing a terrifying torrent of lightning from Kaido's fruit ability. With a resounding boom, the two forces of haki erupted, the immense shockwave forcing both to retreat. Red-haired Shanks was propelled back onto the deck of the Red Force, while Kaido collided headfirst with his own ship. Are you alright, Mr. Kaido? Asked Jin. Ha ha ha, of course I'm fine. Kaido rose from the deck, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he looked toward Shanks. Nearby, a naval surveillance vessel observed the fierce confrontation between the two emperors and immediately reported back to the Navy headquarters upon witnessing the clash. At this critical juncture, any movement from a Yonko crew warranted attention, let alone news of two Yonko factions engaging in battle. Boss, what do you think? Jesus Burgess aimed his sniper rifle at Kaido and inquired of Shanks. It seems Kaido won TB leaving so easily, Shanks replied to Jesus. Understood. Jesus squeezed the trigger, sending a bullet hurtling toward Kaido. With a loud bang, Jin's back, ablaze with flames, intercepted Jesus's bullet. Prepare for battle. Kaido shouted. Understood, Mr. Kaido. Jin responded, leaping forth and transforming into a pterodactyl, soaring toward the Red Force. The Birdman is coming, remarked Lucky Lu, observing Jin's approach. As he devoured a large piece of meat before launching himself forward, his muscles taut, spinning rapidly like a battering ram toward Jin. Dragon Bow. Jin, seeing Lucky Lu's charge, flapped his wings, propelling himself toward him. With a resounding crash, the two collided midair. Jin's expression shifted as he realized the staggering force of Lucky Lu's strike had exceeded his expectations, sending him hurtling backward. Just as he was about to plummet into the sea, Jin flapped his wings vigorously, skimming across the water's surface before ascending back into the sky. Well done, Lucky Lu. Lucky Lu, after his strike, landed back on the ship, receiving accolades from his comrades. What a pity, though, with that fellow's race, such attacks are futile. Lucky Lu pulled out another large piece of meat and began to gnaw on it once more, while the two Yonko clashed fiercely. The Whitebeard Pirates were also responding to the Navy's public execution of Ace. Dad, Marco called out from the deck, looking at Whitebeard, who sat calmly in his chair. Oh, Ace is such a reckless fool, haha. That Sengoku must have gathered quite a crowd at Marineford. Whitebeard set aside the newspaper, his demeanor unperturbed. Inform all pirate crews willing to join me at Marineford to gather. Whitebeard instructed Marco. Dad, let us handle this. We will surely rescue Ace. Jozu insisted to Whitebeard. Jozu. It's not that simple. You cannot rescue Ace alone. Besides, I am not yet ready to retire. Whitebeard shook his head, aware that Jozu's intentions stemmed from concern for his health. Dad. Marco observed Whitebeard's grave expression. Proceed as directed, Marco. Whitebeard instructed firmly. Yes, Dad. Marco responded, acknowledging Whitebeard's seriousness as he went to inform the 43 captains under their banner. Jozu, you and the others destroy the surrounding naval surveillance fleet. Do not let the Navy ascertain our position. Whitebeard commanded, glancing around the sea. On it, Dad. Jozu replied, promptly leading the other 14 captains and members of the Whitebeard Pirates to attack the naval surveillance fleet. Shortly thereafter, news reached Navy headquarters that the entire surveillance fleet had been annihilated. Meanwhile, at Marineford, countless naval ships were converging on Marineford, summoning elite forces from afar. Are we really calling upon the Seven Warlords? This unprecedented move to enlist pirate assistance against Whitebeard? In the marshal's office, Teru remarked upon hearing Sengoku's orders. Oh dear, it's just an old man. Why all this fuss? Kizaru nonchalantly trimmed his nails. Do not underestimate the strongest man in the world. We must muster every ounce of our strength to ensure this execution does not fail. Sengoku admonished seriously. At that moment, a blue figure resolutely arrived at Marineford. What? How could he be here? Chapter 68. The Sea Hero's Name. Baroque Works invades Impel Down. This can't be true. How could this man appear here? The naval personnel in the plaza gaped in astonishment as Jinbe disembarked at Marineford. Sea Hero Jinbe, what brings you here? Questioned Rear Admiral John Giando, standing before Jinbe. I am here to see Admiral Sengoku. Jinbe replied boldly, undeterred by John Giando's towering presence. A naval soldier rushed to the marshal's office to relay the message. Admiral Sengoku. The Seven Warlords Sea Hero Jinbe requests an audience. Upon reaching Sengoku, the soldier reported. Jinbe? What could he want? Sengoku frowned. I suspect he comes for Whitebeard. Tsuru commented from the side. I hope he doesn't do anything foolish. Let him in. Sengoku sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Moments later, Jinbe was introduced to Sengoku. I have come to prevent war. Please halt Ace's execution. This will only spark unnecessary conflict. Jinbe stated directly upon reaching Sengoku. Do not jest, Jinbe. This war is already unavoidable. You need to understand your position. The Navy is issuing a summons to the Seven Warlords, and your arrival is timely, Sengoku replied. I cannot stand against the benefactor of Fishman Island, Jinbe asserted solemnly. So, are you declaring yourself an enemy of the Navy? Sengoku stood, confronting Jinbe. I cannot turn a blind eye to the kindness shown by Whitebeard. Jinbe stood firm. In that case, I'm sorry, Kizaru. Sengoku shouted. And the leisurely Kizaru instantly transformed into golden light, appearing beside Jinbe. Allies have quickly become foes. Let us see how it feels to be kicked by light. Kizaru raised his foot, unleashing a lightspeed kick. Though Jinbe reacted in time to block, he was still sent flying, crashing onto the plaza. What is happening? Someone just flew out. Is that the Sea Hero Jinbe? What transpired? The Marines in the square exclaimed as Jinbe flew out. Old man. I must return to the side of Whitebeard. At that moment, Jinbe realized the urgency and sprinted toward the sea. You shall not escape. A flash surged from the naval headquarters, coalescing on the ground into the figure of Kizaru, who raised his index finger, aiming at the fleeing Jinbe. In an instant, a beam of light shot forth, piercing through Jinbe's chest. His movement faltered, and a mushroom cloud of explosive force erupted before him. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing swiftness. And the Marines in the square quickly recognized Jinbe as the adversary. John J. Ginder promptly commanded the Marines to surround Jinbe. Surrender, Jinbe, Kizaru declared, hands in his pockets. His cloak of justice billowing behind him. Faced with overwhelming numbers and the presence of an admiral, Jinbe was predictably apprehended by the Navy and taken to Impel Down. The news of Jinbe's capture was swiftly suppressed by the Navy. Days later, just 12 hours before Ace's execution, at the gates of justice under the cover of night. The ship Sand Crocodile lay anchored nearby, with Crocodile standing at the bow, all crew members fully prepared for action. Bruno, Ms. Golden Week. Crocodile cast a glance at Bruno and Ms. Golden Week aboard the ship, assuring, rest assured, Captain. Ms. Golden Week seized her sketchpad and brush, while Bruno employed the moonwalk technique to lift her, propelling them both away from the Sand Crocodile ship. Not far from their position, Nami was queried by Luffy, who was seated calmly on the deck. How far are we from Impel Down? It's not far now, Luffy, Nami responded, glancing at her compass. The Thousand Sunny continued its voyage, soon revealing the silhouette of the gates of justice. Hey, this seems rather ominous, Sanji exclaimed, gazing at the towering gates that pierced the clouds. The path to Impel Down is obstructed. A gate of such magnitude, we cannot possibly breach it with our strength. Zoro frowned. How can this be? Even so, I will shatter this gate with my fists and charge through to rescue Ace. Luffy declared, rising with determination, flexing his muscles. Luffy, this is no ordinary gate. Even if one were to strike it relentlessly, it would remain unbroken. Frankie interjected. Luffy, let us change our course and head to Navy headquarters, Sanji suggested, taking a puff from his cigarette. It seems we have no choice, Luffy replied, adjusting his hat. Hey, Luffy, come quickly. There's a pirate ship ahead. Nami suddenly shouted, her gaze fixed forward. What? Luffy turned to look and spotted a pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger adorned with a golden hook skull. Captain, there's a pirate ship behind us. Ms. Valentine, floating in the air, also noticed the approaching pirate vessel under the moonlight. Upon hearing this, Crocodile strode to the stern and gazed into the distance. To his astonishment, he discerned the unmistakable silhouette of the Straw Hat Pirates Thousand Sunny. As the vessel drew parallel to the Sand Crocodile, recognition dawned upon both crews. Hey, isn't that the guy we encountered in Alabasta? Ah, it's the warlord of the sea, Crocodile himself. Luffy and his crew swiftly identified the notorious figures aboard the opposing ship. So even the protagonists have set their sights on Impel Down, Crocodile mused, his gaze lingering on Luffy with veiled calculation. Captain, what shall we do? Should we eliminate them? Mr. One inquired, his tone measured as he observed the straw hats with cold detachment. Crocodile did not respond. Instead, he strode purposefully to the side of the sand alligator ship. Do you wish to venture into Impel Down to rescue your brother? Crocodile inquired aloud. Ah, indeed. Luffy did not conceal the truth and spoke openly. Hey, Luffy, don't reveal it. Usopp attempted to intervene, but it was too late, leaving him in despair. Cooperate. I have a crew member who has been captured and is also being taken to Impel Down. Crocodile addressed Luffy, contemplating that Luffy, with his protagonist aura, had the potential to vanquish Moria. Hence, his current strength should not differ significantly from that depicted in the original narrative. Capturing him would serve perfectly to enlist him as a free enforcer. Very well. Luffy nodded in immediate agreement. Amidst the bewilderment of both crews, the two captains forged an alliance. Even if we are to collaborate, we cannot bypass this formidable gate. I see you are equally at a loss, Sanji remarked to Crocodile. Rest assured, this gate shall be opened swiftly, Crocodile responded confidently. Crocodile cast a glance at Sanji, and then smiled as he commanded, open the gate of justice. Suddenly, a door swung open in the monitoring room where the Marines were keeping watch over the sea. Bruno and Ms. Golden Week emerged from the entrance. Hey, who are you? Who permitted your presence here? The Marines quickly noticed the arrival of Ms. Golden Week and shouted at them. Friendship yellow-green. Without uttering a word, Ms. Golden Week flicked her brush, painting a symbol of friendship on the Marines. Ah, it's you, Ms. Golden Week. My dear friend. Instantly, the Marine's demeanor changed a full 180 degrees. Such a reliable ability, Bruno remarked, observing the Marine's reaction. Ms. Golden Week grinned widely before addressing the Marines. Please open the gate of justice. I wish to pass through. Of course, my dear friend. The Marines nodded eagerly and promptly twisted the control device to open the gate of justice. Please don't tell anyone. You must close the gate of justice 2 minutes after we pass, Ms. Golden Week instructed the Marines as per Crocodile's request. Rest assured, my dear friend. The Marines readily agreed. Seeing this, Ms. Golden Week chose not to erase their painted symbols and followed Bruno as they departed. Chapter 69, Impel Down. With a creaking sound, the once closed gate began to swing open. The gate is really opening, Luffy exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Why did the gate suddenly open? Could it be a scheme between the Navy and Crocodile? Usopp said, trembling with fear. If it is a scheme, then let us stay put. The gate will close soon, and we should make our move. Godzilla, advance at full speed through the gate of justice. Upon witnessing the scene, Crocodile addressed Luffy and his companions before he shouted towards the underwater Godzilla. With a thunderous roar, Godzilla emerged from the depths of the sea, swiftly propelling the sand crocodile ship forward. Frankie, set sail and follow our ship, Luffy commanded. Without hesitation, Frankie obediently maneuvered the Thousand Sunny, closely trailing the sand crocodile. Captain, we have returned. Soon, the sand crocodile and the Thousand Sunny passed through the gates of justice, with Ms. Golden Week and Bruno also rejoining the sand crocodile. Prepare for battle, everyone. Crocodile instructed the crew as the imposing figure of Impel Down came into view. Meanwhile, the naval soldiers aboard the warships outside Impel Down noticed the approach of the sand crocodile and the Thousand Sunny, triggering the alarm. 5 warships, is it? Crocodile surveyed the number of warships before charging forward, soaring into the lofty skies. Desert Monster Arm, impact. In midair, Crocodile's right arm transformed into a colossal hand of golden sand, enveloped in haki, and then descended with tremendous force upon one of the warships below. A resounding crash echoed as the giant arm struck the deck, unleashing a terrifying surge of power that punctured the ship's hull, cleaving it in twain. Thanks to Akainu's enhancement, the haki had grown significantly stronger. Crocodile alighted upon the shattered remains of the warship, casting his gaze toward another vessel. Desert Treasure Blade, Crescent Moon. In the next instant, his arm unleashed a torrent of golden sand, which coalesced into a massive arc-shaped blade that swiftly sliced through the adjacent warship, severing it with explosive force and sending it plummeting to the depths of the sea. Sandstorm. After obliterating 2 warships in quick succession, Crocodile's palm began to whirl with a tempest of sand, which he hurled toward a third vessel. The sandstorm ravaged the warship, engulfing the Marines aboard and demolishing the ship's equipment, rendering yet another vessel impotent in the blink of an eye. As for the remaining 2 warships, one was assaulted by Mr. One and his comrades, while the other fell to Luffy and Zoro, who soon dispatched the Navy with ease. Is this a joke? All 5 warships destroyed in such a short span. The guards in the Impel Down monitoring room exclaimed in disbelief. What in the world is happening? How could there be invaders all of a sudden? At that moment, Magellan entered the monitoring room, inquiring about the situation. All 5 warships have been lost. The identity of the invaders has been confirmed. The Baroque Works, led by the former Shichibukai and the Straw Hat Pirates, helmed by the notorious Straw Hat Kid with a bounty of 350 million berries. A guard reported to Magellan. Damn it, are they timing this perfectly? Gather the guards immediately. We must thwart them, Magellan commanded, striding out with purpose. Meanwhile, after dismantling the warships, Crocodile stood resolutely at the gates of Impel Down. Erosion. Cycle. Crocodile placed his hand upon the grand gates, and in no time, the entrance to Impel Down began to corrode and crumble. Subsequently, Crocodile and his companions strode confidently through the threshold. As they entered, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed in the air, and soon a group of blue gorillas materialized before them. Mr. One, swiftly deal with them. Crocodile addressed Mr. One, exclaiming, Zoro, Simultaneously, Luffy called out to Zoro, who stood nearby. Rest assured, Captain. Mr. One and Zoro exchanged a glance before launching forward together. In an instant, Mr. One transformed his entire body into a blade, while Zoro swiftly drew 3 swords. Under the relentless assault of the duo, the blue gorillas fell to the ground, their bodies marred by deep gashes. Subsequently, the group pressed onward, encountering a series of prison cells surrounding them. Hey, who are you? Why are you out there? One voice called out. Could it be? If I am not mistaken, that is the Shichibukai, Crocodile. Kid, you've been waiting a long time, haven't you? I just walked in. Crocodile has already withdrawn from the Shichibukai. Crocodile, release me, I am willing to follow you. The prisoners shouted in unison. Crocodile paid no mind, but along the way, he caught sight of an intriguing figure, Buggy, with his distinctive red nose. Oh, is that not Buggy? Crocodile approached Buggy's cell and addressed him. You are Crocodile? How did you end up here? Buggy, recognizing Crocodile, exclaimed in surprise. Red-nosed. Buggy, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami also emerged alongside Buggy. It's you. You damn straw hat brat. Buggy then realized it was Luffy and began cursing at him. Would you like to join us in escaping? Crocodile extended an invitation to Buggy. Buggy hesitated for a moment, then contemplated that following Crocodile and the Straw Hat crew might indeed lead to freedom, so he agreed. Seeing this, Mr. 3 prepared to create a key to rescue Buggy, but Buggy arrogantly stated, I don't need such things. This cell cannot hold me. Mr. 3 and the others exchanged glances, pondering if this red-nosed fellow possessed some hidden strength. Then, they witnessed Buggy's body split apart, allowing him to slip out of the cell effortlessly. Chapter 70, The Great Escape. With Buggy joining the escape team, he offered his knowledge of Impel down and took on the role of their guide. Robin, are you here? Ms. Valentine's Day floated around, calling out to the various cells. Stop shouting. She is likely on the 5th or 6th level. Crocodile said to Ms. Valentine's Day. Then let us hasten below to rescue Robin. Oh, can't we simply have Bruno descend directly to save her? Ms. Golden Week replied cleverly. There is no need. Allowing Bruno to search one by one would be futile, as his stamina is insufficient for such an endeavor. Crocodile, seeking an excuse, remarked that he needed to linger a while longer, intending to recruit more subordinates as they ascended to the 3rd level. Hey, Buggy, how does one reach the 2nd level? Crocodile inquired. Do not speak in such a commanding tone. Buggy shouted, yet he complied and led the way. Haha. You can access the 2nd level through this sword tree needle grass. In a short span, a narrow passageway materialized before Crocodile, flanked by crimson-hued trees whose leaves shimmered with a metallic sheen, resembling the sharpest of blades. The grass beneath was equally red, appearing as sharp as needles. Mr. One, walking ahead, frowned as he stepped on the grass, declaring it peculiar. He felt as though he was treading upon weaponry. Buggy then remembered to explain. This is no ordinary forest. These are sword trees with leaves as sharp as blades, and the grass below is needle grass capable of piercing flesh. The prisoners pursued by the guards suffer grievously, their bodies lacerated and wounded by the sword trees and needle grass, drenched in blood, enduring excruciating pain. This is the 1st level of Impel down, the Crimson Lotus Hell. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Thankfully, we weren't leading the way. Luffy shouted at Buggy. You didn't ask. Buggy chuckled in response. Captain, what should we do? Should we blow him up? Mr. 5 approached for clarification. I'll handle it myself, Crocodile asserted. Crocodile responded with a single utterance, then placed his hand upon the ground. Erosion cycle. In the next moment, the sword tree and thorny grass before him began to decay under Crocodile's influence, swiftly transforming into a swirling mass of yellow sand. Such a terrifying ability. Zoro, observing Crocodile's actions from behind, spoke solemnly. Very well, let us proceed. Crocodile, witnessing the entirety of his surroundings engulfed in sand, addressed the crowd. Magellan. They have already passed through the 2nd level. Magellan, afflicted with a sudden stomachache and having rushed to the restroom, had not arrived immediately. His aide was thus relaying the situation. Damn it, just my luck to have an upset stomach now, Magellan remarked with a scowl. As Crocodile and his companions descended one by one into the 2nd level, they landed amidst a chilling darkness that revealed pairs of glowing eyes. This is the beastly hell. Do you see those luminous eyes? They belong to the ferocious creatures that dwell here, explained Buggy. No sooner had he spoken than a beast lunged forth from the shadows. However, as it emerged into the light, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. It was a hippopotamus, scarcely 30 centimeters in height, a mere infant, and astonishingly pink. Is this what you call a beast? Luffy pointed incredulously at Buggy. Nanny, this tiny creature is considered a beast? Buggy, too, was taken aback, contemplating how such a diminutive creature could possibly be regarded as ferocious. Seizing the moment, Buggy charged at the tiny hippo, brandishing 4 daggers in a bid to vanquish it. Yet, as he approached, the hippo opened its mouth wide. Buggy's previously nonchalant demeanor was instantly replaced with terror as he beheld the creature's maw, which stretched over 2 meters wide. Ah! He shouted in panic, hastily dodging aside. The pink hippo missed its target, instead biting into the ground and creating a sizable pit, while the bricks were swallowed whole. Undeterred, the hippo prepared to attack Buggy again, but just then, a fist soared through the air with a resounding thud. striking the hippo's head and sending it sprawling. Hee hee. Buggy turned to see Luffy retracting his arm, grinning widely. However, with the defeat of the small hippo, a swarm of scorpions, lions, hippos, mantises, and other beasts resembling a bizarre amalgamation of chickens and snakes began to emerge in droves. Hurry and deal with them, Mr. One. Crocodile addressed Mr. One and the others, urging, prepare yourselves, Zoro, Sanji, Luffy, brimming with excitement. Join the charge as they all surged forth to confront the formidable beasts that had once ruled the second level. In the face of the powerful Mr. One and Luffy, these beasts were swiftly subdued. Hey, Buggy, where is the passage to the third level? Luffy inquired. I have no idea. This is my first time on the second level. Buggy replied, shaking his head. There's no need to make it so complicated, Straw Hat. Crocodile spoke, recalling that in the original story, they too were unaware of the passage. It was only when they attacked the boss of this level, Sphinx, that they inadvertently broke through the floor and fell down. Crocodile placed his hand upon the ground and uttered, erosion cycle. In the next instant, the earth transformed into sand, allowing the crowd to effortlessly withstand the third tier. So hot. As they arrived at the third tier, everyone exclaimed in unison. Above them, a celestial object resembling the sun hung in the sky, radiating intense heat. Indeed. It was rather warm, likely the result of some advanced technology. Crocodile was slightly agitated, conjuring a dust storm in his hands. It would be best to destroy it. Crocodile swung his arm, casting the swirling sandstorm into the heavens. The tempest surged directly towards the sun, and with a resounding explosion, the sun shattered, causing the temperature of the entire third layer to plummet. Ah, much cooler now, Luffy exclaimed, sticking out his tongue. What just happened? I'm so hungry. Is there anyone who can spare some food? After a while of advancing, Crocodile and his companions were met with a chorus of wails. Mr. 3. Gather your team and unleash the full extent of your abilities to transform this layer into a formidable force. Crocodile addressed Mr. 3, affirming, Yes, Captain. Promptly, Mr. 3 acted on the directive and began releasing the prisoners on the third level, accompanied by members of the third combat team. In a short while, the majority of the inmates on that level had been liberated by Mr. 3, under Mr. 3's persuasion. All were made aware that they had been rescued by the illustrious Shichibukai, Crocodile. Chapter 71. Magellan makes his entrance, as Crocodile and his cohorts infiltrated the underground third level. In level 5 of Impel down, a puzzled Shandian observed the figures of Crocodile and his allies on the surveillance monitor. How could Crocodile possibly be here? He mused. Wasn't the son of the devil recently captured? That individual is a crew member of Crocodile. He must be here to rescue his comrades. Yet, astonishingly, members of his crew are also imprisoned in this facility. Ivankov responded, Indeed, it has been quite some time since I last encountered Crocodile. Is he an acquaintance? Should we pay him a visit? Shandian inquired. No, our mission is to remain concealed, Ivankov replied, shaking his head. However, Robin is the sole survivor of that incident. Should we not take the initiative to extract her? Shandian pressed on. That is a valid point. Leaving such a figure in Crocodile's hands certainly raises concerns. Let us observe for now, and if the opportunity arises amidst the chaos, we may seize her, Ivankov contemplated. Meanwhile, Crocodile continued his endeavors. After Crocodile assimilated the third level, he began his ascent towards the fourth. Soon, everyone discovered a vast chasm leading to the lower level. Crocodile stepped forward, and a torrent of scalding steam emanated from below. Peering into the abyss, they beheld a seething lake of blood and a hellfire. Captain, if we descend, we shall surely perish. Mr. 3 remarked after observing the dire situation below. Pirates, do not fret. You are already in your grave. A voice suddenly echoed. The main event had finally arrived. Hearing the sound, Crocodile turned to see Magellan standing still, staring at them. Crocodile, it has been years, and for the first time, someone dares to blatantly invade this place. Magellan remarked, a deep purple venom seeping from his body. What is that? Luffy asked, astonished as he watched the viscous purple substance sizzle on the ground. That man is Chief Warden Magellan. His strength is terrifying. He is a user of the poison fruit. You cannot touch his toxins at all, or you will be afflicted with deadly poison, and there will be no escape. A prisoner from the third level explained hastily upon seeing Magellan. Cannot be touched? Does that not render him invincible? However, with our captain here, we will surely defeat him. The members of the Baroque works were brimming with confidence in Crocodile. No matter who the opponent is, I will defeat him and rescue Ace. Luffy declared resolutely. So you intend to rescue Fire Fist Ace? You better come up with a plan quickly to defeat me. Fire Fist Ace will soon be escorted to the Navy headquarters, Magellan informed them eagerly. Damn it. I will not allow you to take Ace to the Navy headquarters, Luffy exclaimed, ready to charge at Magellan, but a swirl of yellow sand appeared to obstruct his path. Crocodile, what are you doing? Luffy shouted angrily at Crocodile. To rush in so recklessly. If you fail to save him, you might very well pay the price here. Crocodile caressed the golden hook in his hand and remarked, Do you have any effective solutions? Luffy inquired. Mr. 3, utilize your abilities to adorn the Straw Hat. Candles can indeed serve as a barrier against the venom. Crocodile addressed Mr. 3. What? Is that true? Although Mr. 3 felt a tinge of doubt upon hearing Crocodile's words. He nonetheless produced candles for Luffy, adorning his hands and feet with candle gauntlets and boots. Incredible! Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the gauntlets on his arms. All right, it's my turn. After transforming into Candle Luffy, he charged once more towards Magellan. Do you really think such a thing can affect me? Magellan scoffed at the sight of Luffy's new adornments. Poison Dragon. He unleashed a stream of venom that coalesced into a dragon-shaped manifestation, hurtling towards Luffy. In response, Luffy executed his second gear, swiftly dodging the poisonous dragon and appearing above Magellan. Jet Pistol. With a resounding thud, Luffy's fist collided with Magellan, sending him soaring through the air. Humph. How dare you strike me directly? Your hands must be contaminated with venom now. Magellan landed deftly after being hurled away, eyeing the poison that marred Luffy's gauntlets. Heh. Guess what? Luffy remained unfazed, thinking to himself that the stylish gauntlets indeed worked wonders. Jet Machine Gun. After landing a successful blow, Luffy sought to capitalize on his momentum to defeat Magellan. He stood firm, gathering energy in both hands, then unleashed a flurry of punches directed at Magellan. Humph. Naive. Magellan conjured a toxic corridor, sliding forward with his hands shielding his body, blocking all of Luffy's strikes before lunging towards him with a powerful punch. At that moment, a giant fist swung in, sending Magellan flying. Have you forgotten that I'm still here, Magellan? A whirlwind of yellow sand swirled, coalescing into Crocodile's form. Crocodile. Magellan crashed to the ground. Thanks, Crocodile. Luffy expressed his gratitude to Crocodile. Let's put in some effort and take this guy down. The yellow sands danced in Crocodile's hand as he addressed Luffy. Haha, let us join forces. Luffy chuckled, taking a bold step forward, placing his hands firmly on his thighs. Erosion cycle. Crocodile placed his hand upon the ground, commencing the transformation of the terrain. It was only in the arid expanses of the desert that he could unleash his full prowess. In the blink of an eye, the third layer was engulfed in swirling sands. Poisonous pufferfish. Magellan unleashed a series of toxic spheres, launching them towards Crocodile and his companions. With a swift motion of his hand, Crocodile sent forth a torrent of yellow sand, effectively intercepting all the poison orbs. Subsequently, Luffy leaped atop the sand and sprinted rapidly toward Magellan. Jet Pistol. Luffy elongated his arms as he ran, launching a powerful strike at Magellan. The impact resounded as Luffy's hands connected with Magellan's abdomen, causing it to cave inward, sending Magellan crashing through a wall. Is it over? Luffy inquired, gazing at the billowing dust ahead. Not so simple. This is merely the beginning, Crocodile replied, observing the crimson venom oozing forth. Chapter 72. The Colossal Harbinger of Poison. Judgment of Hell. Magellan's voice echoed like the Grim Reaper's call, as a skeletal giant, dripping with vivid red liquid, emerged from the rubble where Magellan had fallen, enveloping him within. Has it changed color? Luffy murmured, eyeing the transformed crimson venom. Do not underestimate it. This is Magellan's most formidable state. The red venom is significantly more potent than before, capable of eroding even Mr. Three's wax candles, Crocodile cautioned. What should we do? Luffy asked Crocodile. Do not worry. I shall handle Magellan. There are guards approaching from that direction. You take your crew and assist my subordinates in holding them back. Crocodile addressed Luffy. Very well. Take care of yourself, Crocodile. Luffy responded. Haha, let us go. If I defeat them, I will surely become the warden. At that moment, a man wielding a massive scythe, adorned with a pair of small black wings and dressed like a pharaoh, led a group of guards rushing forward. Humph. Stop your nonsense, Hannibal, and focus on these intruders, exclaimed a voluptuous woman wielding a long whip, accompanied by several enormous monsters. The Blue Gorilla Brigade has arrived, announced a short figure with a trident, resembling a little devil, leading a troop of blue gorillas. So, the main force is here? Zoro smiled and remarked. Zoro, I'm here to assist. Luffy returned to join the group. Straw Hat Crew. Just stand back. We'll handle these riffraff. Mr. One extended his arms, revealing blades, and then, alongside the Baroque Works pirates, they surrounded the guards. Humph. Just don't hold us back. Sanji retorted. We don't have time to watch you squabble. Beast guards, charge. Salutes commanded, pointing his trident, causing the 3 beast guards behind him to roar and launch an attack on Mr. One and his crew. What a beast. This is true ferocity. Luffy grinned, then turned to Zoro and the others. Let us go. The Straw Hat Crew charged directly at the oncoming beast guards. Suddenly, Minotaur shot towards Luffy at incredible speed, swinging his mace down upon him. What do you want, monster food? In an instant, a black foot struck Minotaurus in the face, sending him flying. Damn, chef, stealing my thunder. Zoro shouted at the owner of the black foot. Green-haired, who told you to be so slow? Sanji replied, landing and exhaling smoke. As Zoro spoke, another beast guard, Minotaur Zebra, wielding a long-handled meteor hammer, swept towards him. Clang. Zoro swiftly drew his sword, using two-sword style to block the meteor hammer. Jet Rocket. Luffy, seeing this, dashed to Minotaur Zebra's face and unleashed a powerful rocket attack, striking Minotaur Zebra and knocking him to the ground. Hee, that's one down. Luffy exclaimed joyfully, looking at the unconscious Minotaur Zebra. Minotaur Rhino, witnessing 2 of his companions felled, snorted fiercely and charged at Luffy. At that moment, Mr. One blocked Minotaur Rhino's path, We can't let the Straw Hats take all the glory, Mr. One grinned. Chapter 73. The Great Melee Minotaur Rhino, brandishing two massive maces, swung down at Mr. One. The maces crashed onto Mr. One, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. As the smoke cleared, the maces were halted above Mr. One's head, who radiated a sharp glint from his body, causing the ground beneath him to crack. Quite the strength you have, Mr. One remarked, merging his hands and transforming his fingers into blades. He then sprung forward, landing in front of Minotaur Rhino. Foam Daisy Slash. Mr. One lunged at Minotaur Rhino, striking his chest with a flurry of blade-like attacks, causing blood to flow profusely. Minotaur Rhino's eyes widened in shock as the slashes expanded, blood gushing forth. With a loud thud, Minotaur Rhino fell onto his back. Seeing he was now alone, Minotaur Koala stepped back in fear, only to hear the crack of a whip behind him. Beast Guards. Minotaur Koala glanced back to see little Suddy wielding a whip, staring at him. Reluctantly, Minotaur Koala charged forward, fists swinging. Everyone, don't just stand there. We can't rely solely on the Beast Guards to defeat them. Hannibal twirled his scythe, pointing at Mr. One and Luffy, shouting, charge. In an instant, all the guards and blue gorillas surged forward. The Baroque Works crew also charged at the defending forces. Candle, Champion Cup. Mr. 3 donned his candle armor and unleashed a flurry of punches, sending guards flying. Nasal Blast. Mr. 5 launched Nose Boogers, exploding a group of blue gorillas. Transgender Fist, Transgender Grand Party. Mr. 2 entered the fray, using various techniques to take down foes left and right. Haha. We're not just watching. Beam Bullets. Frankie raised his hand, firing a barrage of bullets at the approaching enemies. Meanwhile, Minotaurus, having been kicked down by Sanji, quickly regained his footing, raising his mace to swing at Sanji. Sanji leaped aside, then stood atop Minotaurus's massive mace and began to spin rapidly. As his right foot turned fiery red, he leaped off, launching himself towards Minotaurus. Demon Wind Kick. Finishing shot. In midair, Sanji executed a powerful kick, smashing Minotaurus's face in and sending him crashing to the ground. The remaining Beast Guard, Minotaur Koala, found himself targeted by Lucci, who darted around him, causing Minotaurus to spin in circles, unable to land a hit. What are you doing? Lucci said coolly, standing on Minotaur Koala's red nose. Minotaur Koala, realizing Lucci was there, swung a punch at him. Bang! Just before Minotaur Koala's fist made contact, Lucci leaped up, and Minotaur Koala inadvertently struck himself in the face, blood pouring from his nostrils. Infuriated, Minotaur Koala prepared to retaliate, but Lucci descended from the air, transforming into his devil fruit form. 6 powers, 6 king pistol. Lucci combined his fists, unleashing a formidable shockwave that struck Minotaur Koala's head, knocking him unconscious and sending him crashing to the ground. Pirates, perish. On another front, Zoro faced Hannibal, who swung his long-handled blade at Zoro. Zoro drew his 2 swords to block, while Hannibal continuously rotated the hilt, attacking Zoro relentlessly. After deflecting one of Hannibal's strikes, Zoro clenched the Wado Ikamanji in his mouth and drew a 3rd sword, adopting a 3-sword style stance. 3-sword style? Is this a circus? Upon witnessing Zoro's 3-sword style, Hannibal scoffed and then struck fiercely at Zoro with his blade. 3-sword style, Demon Slash. Zoro responded with a smile, drawing his twin swords in a cross stance before launching forward. In an instant, Hannibal's chest erupted with blood, and he collapsed to the ground. Is this still mere juggling? Zoro remarked, casting a glance at the fallen Hannibal. Lord Hannibal. The guards cried out in alarm upon seeing their master defeated. Damnable pirate, Hannibal exclaimed, propping himself up with his long sword. Back on your feet, are you? Zoro quipped, eyeing Hannibal. I must express my gratitude for your earlier assistance, Hannibal. At that moment, the prisoners from the 3rd level, newly recruited by Crocodile, swiftly encircled Hannibal. Chapter 74. Crocodile vs. Magellan. If your aim is to rescue Ace, I fear it may already be too late. Ace is likely en route to the Navy headquarters, and your pirate ship anchored outside has probably been annihilated by Navy warships. Magellan stated to Crocodile. Is that so? My intention is not to rescue Fire Fist, and as for my pirate ship, it won't be so easily destroyed, Crocodile retorted. Upon hearing this, Crocodile remained unfazed. Ace had been escorted away, which suited him perfectly. As for the pirate ship, that brute Godzilla would likely not be able to protect the Sand Crocodile, and when the situation turned dire, he would probably flee with the ship. The fate of the Straw Hat Crew's vessel, however, remained uncertain. So, it seems the objective was indeed to capture Nico Robin, remarked Magellan. Instead of probing my intentions, perhaps you should contemplate how long your companions can endure under my grasp. Crocodile addressed Magellan before him, exclaiming, that is precisely what I should be saying. In response, Magellan unleashed a torrent of venom, which transformed into a serpentine dragon, surging towards Crocodile. Desert Dragon, Crimson Peak Jade Dragon. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Crocodile manipulated a swirling mass of yellow sand, which transformed into a sand dragon that surged forth to intercept Magellan's venomous dragon. The 2 attacks clashed, neutralizing each other. Yet this was merely the inception of their combat. As the dragons of toxins and yellow sand dissipated, both Crocodile and Magellan surged forward simultaneously. With a fierce resolve, Crocodile unleashed his golden hook, while Magellan propelled himself through the toxic passage, his fist aimed directly at Crocodile. A resounding impact echoed as their strikes collided. The two manifestations of hockey clashing with fervor. They remained locked in this fierce confrontation until the force of their attacks compelled them to retreat simultaneously, re-establishing his stance. Crocodile charged once more at Magellan, commanding the surrounding yellow sand to coalesce into numerous sand blades that rushed toward him. In response, Magellan deftly waved his arms, effortlessly deflecting the oncoming blades. Seizing the moment while Magellan was occupied, Crocodile transformed into yellow sand and spiraled behind him, launching a sudden attack. Magellan, however, sensed Crocodile's maneuver. His venom erupted forth, prompting Crocodile to swiftly revert to sand and retreat. The droplets of Magellan's venom fell to the ground, corroding Crocodile's yellow sand. Indeed, dealing with you is far from a simple endeavor. Upon witnessing this, Crocodile began to gather yellow sand in his hands, and a whirlwind commenced to form, stirring the surrounding grains. I advise you against employing such tactics. This will merely disperse the venom everywhere, and your companions will not be able to evade it. Magellan remarked as he observed the intensifying sandstorm coalescing in Crocodile's grasp. Upon hearing this, the sandstorm that Crocodile had been conjuring swiftly dissipated. It matters not. Even without the sandstorm, I am more than capable of defeating you. Crocodile manipulated the surrounding golden sands, which surged into the sky and then coalesced into the form of a majestic lion. The desert lion, Sphinx. Crocodile commanded the lion formed from the swirling sands as it charged towards Magellan, the colossal warrior of poison. Observing this, Magellan's toxin, which had materialized into a giant figure, expanded once more. Two massive hands, forged from the venom, rose to block the oncoming sands. Upon contact, the toxic liquid generated billowing black smoke as it corroded the golden grains. Sand's monstrous wrist. Seizing the moment while Magellan's poison resisted the sands, Crocodile launched an aerial assault against him, his right hand transforming into swirling sand that coalesced into a gigantic wrist, enveloped in hockey, which then struck Magellan with a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Crocodile's fierce blow connected squarely with the poisonous giant, shattering Magellan's defenses and sending him crashing to the ground. The force of the impact was relentless, driving him through the earth and down to the third level, plummeting toward the blood-soaked fourth tier. Descend and comprehend the remainder of your existence. Crocodile descended and gazed upon the searing sea of blood beneath him. Caressing his golden hook, he approached Mr. One and the others, for the guards of Impel Down had been entirely vanquished by their hands. After all, they were merely a band of insignificant minions, and Crocodile was not surprised in the slightest. Yoshi, all has been resolved, exclaimed Luffy as he observed the fallen guards. Ah, Straw Hat, there is something I must inform you. Crocodile spoke. Have you already dealt with the enemy, Kuro? Then we can head straight down. Upon seeing Crocodile approach, Luffy exclaimed joyfully, Ah, it's done. However, Magellan mentioned that Ace has already been taken to Marineford during our fight. Crocodile addressed Luffy, exclaiming, How could this happen? We had just vanquished our foes. Nami, in a state of despair, responded, So, does that mean we must head to the Navy headquarters? Luffy lowered his head, pressing his straw hat down, obscuring his expression from others. I'm sorry, everyone, but I must go to the Navy headquarters. When Luffy lifted his gaze, he wore a carefree smile as he spoke to Nami and the others. You misspoke, Luffy. It's we who must go. Usopp quickly interjected, sensing Luffy's unease. Indeed, we must hasten back to the Thousand Sunny. Without my guidance, Luffy, you won't reach Marineford. Nami added. Ah, though it pains me to say this, I must inform you that the Navy has just attacked our pirate ship. I cannot say whether yours still exists, Crocodile interjected once more. Nanny. The entire Straw Hat crew was taken aback, and they promptly made their way back to the upper levels. Seeing the Straw Hats depart, Buggy pondered for a moment before hastily following suit. What about Bruno? Crocodile surveyed the surroundings and, not spotting Bruno, inquired. In the midst of the recent chaos, I had dispatched Bruno to rescue Robin. My apologies, Captain, for making such an independent decision without your consent, Mr. 3 addressed Crocodile. It is of no consequence. That was a sound decision. Let us proceed downward. That fellow shall soon arrive to meet us. Crocodile paid no heed and continued leading the group downward. Meanwhile, in the 5th underground level where Nico Robin was imprisoned, she found herself shackled firmly to the wall. Little did one expect that under Crocodile's protection, one could still fall into the clutches of the Navy. Jinbei, having been transferred to Robin's cell after Ace's departure, remarked upon seeing Robin, Captain, even you have moments of carelessness. As a warlord of the sea, you've been secretly confined and impelled down. Robin calmly replied, You speak of carelessness, but your captain is on a quest to rescue you. Jinbei, feeling a tinge of shame, confessed, I was apprehended for opposing Ace's public execution. It is regrettable that I find myself in this cell when Whitebeard needs my assistance. Laughter echoed from the pirate convicts of the 6th level. The Navy dares to challenge Whitebeard? Do they not comprehend his might? If we could join the fray, even death would be worth it. Whitebeard would hardly dare approach the Navy headquarters. Then one pirate exclaimed, "Has anyone noticed that the commotion above is quieted?" Another responded, "What concern is that to us? It's likely just Magellan up to something." Suddenly, a loud snipping sound filled the air, drawing their attention as scissors emerged from the ground, which then began to lift upward. From this opening, two figures leapt forth. Who are those two? The pirates wondered. "It's you, Ivankov from the Revolutionary Army." Someone recognized them. "Nice to meet you, Nico Robin," Ivankov said as they unlocked the cell door with a key acquired from an unknown source. "Is there something you need?" Robin inquired, regarding the peculiar figure before her. "Thanks to Crocodile, the guards of Impel Down are distracted, allowing me to come openly. I'm here to rescue you," Ivankov declared. "All to deal with Crocodile? What do you mean?" Robin questioned, perplexed. "Your captain is here in Impel Down to rescue you," Ivankov explained. "What?" Robin was taken aback, warmth flooding her heart as she asked, "So you are an ally sent by Mr. Crocodile?" "No, I am Ivankov, an officer of the Revolutionary Army. I have come to invite you to join us. We are the only ones capable of opposing the world government on this sea. We need your strength," Ivankov insisted, shaking their head. "Then you should leave. I will not join the Revolutionary Army. I am waiting for Captain Crocodile to come for me." Robin instinctively began to say Crocodile's name but caught herself, instead referring to him as Captain. "Do you truly believe Crocodile can save you? Magellan is not someone to be trifled with," Ivankov warned. "My captain is a man full of surprises. I await his arrival," Robin affirmed. "Under normal circumstances. We respect your wishes, but these are extraordinary times. Lightning, take Nico Robin away," Ivankov commanded, calling upon Lightning, who, with a swift motion of scissors, severed the chains binding Robin. Robin attempted to resist, but the sea stone shackles suppressed her strength, and she was hoisted onto Lightning's shoulder. Suddenly, a door outline appeared on the floor, and Bruno dashed out, reaching for Robin. Ivankov sensed the movement and swiftly spun, sending Bruno flying. "Who are you? Attempting to take Nico Robin?" Ivankov confronted Bruno. "Bruno." Robin recognized him. "I cannot allow you to take Robin like this." "Wait, Robin, I will defeat these two," Bruno declared. "Are you Crocodile's subordinate?" Ivankov speculated upon hearing their exchange. "Steel block, wheel." Bruno launched into an attack, spinning and delivering a powerful kick towards Ivankov. "Death gaze," Ivankov countered, unleashing a blast of explosive wind that sent Bruno crashing backward. Bruno hit the ground and, using his abilities, opened a trapdoor and vanished. A devil fruit user. "I wonder what his powers are," Ivankov mused, growing alert. Trapdoor. Suddenly, two small doors appeared beneath Ivankov, causing him to stumble into the ground. Bruno surged from below, aiming a punch at Ivankov's face. Lightning, witnessing this, quickly snipped the floor beneath Ivankov, rescuing him just in time. Ivankov leaped into the air, removing their disguise. "Thank goodness my makeup was thick enough. Otherwise, that hit would have been quite damaging, you scoundrel," Ivankov berated Bruno. Next time you won't be so fortunate," Bruno retorted. "What on earth is happening? Where did these people come from?" The prisoners on the 6th level wondered, bewildered. Storm kick. Bruno unleashed a cutting wave towards Ivankov, who deftly dodged, spinning rapidly and creating multiple afterimages. Death ray. Explosive winds surged towards Bruno. Steel block. Hard. Bruno retaliated, causing an explosion that propelled him away. "Damn it. I should have dodged that." Bruno wiped the blood from his lip. Knife edge. Before Bruno could recover, Ivankov closed in, unleashing a flurry of knife edge strikes. Bruno evaded and blocked, but a powerful blow sent him crashing into a nearby cell, bending the iron bars. "Haha, I'll just knock you out for Crocodile's sake," Ivankov proclaimed as he appeared before Bruno, delivering a kick. Hey, don't do that to my subordinate." Suddenly, an arm emerged, grabbing Ivankov's leg, as golden sand swirled around them. "Crocodile?" Ivankov glanced at the arm, striking it away, causing it to explode into sand, quickly retreating to create distance. "It's been a while, Ivankov. Now, return my dear subordinate." From the ruptured position of the arm, a swirling mass of yellow sand coalesced into the form of Crocodile. Almost immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Mr. One and others arrived, accompanied by a multitude of new faces clad in prison garb, swift in their actions. "Aren't you Crocodile?" Ivankov remarked to Crocodile, observing the encircling members of the Baroque works. "I have no desire to resort to violence against you. Simply return Robin to me, and we can avoid any conflict." Crocodile addressed Ivankov, saying, "Hey, you have no right to speak. Don't forget that I hold a leverage over you." Ivankov retorted to Crocodile, Chapter 76, The Arrival of the Golden Lion. "You truly believe that such matters can restrain me?" Crocodile chuckled lightly, casually remarking, "Come now. If you wish to avoid meeting your demise here, return Nico Robin to me." As Crocodile spoke, an overwhelming aura surged forth, directly confronting Ivankov. "Conqueror's Haki. You scoundrel, Crocodile." Ivankov's pupils dilated, casting a disbelieving glance at Crocodile. "Lightning, hand over Nico Robin. Now is not the time to engage Crocodile directly," Ivankov instructed Lightning. Subsequently, Lightning released Robin, while Mr. 3 hastened to utilize his abilities to craft a key, liberating Robin from her confines. "Are you all right, Nico Robin?" Crocodile expressed his concern. "I worried you, Captain." "But I am fine," Robin replied. "It is of no consequence. I failed to safeguard you properly. Crocodile paused momentarily upon hearing Robin address him as captain and replied, Crocodile, please release me, I beg of you. Jinbei in the cell suddenly spoke up. Crocodile glanced at Jinbei and then contemplated before addressing Mr. 3, release him. I owe you a favor, Crocodile. Jinbei remarked upon his liberation. Just remember that. Crocodile spoke. Just as Jinbei was about to depart, Crocodile called out to him. Wait a moment. I too am heading to Marineford and can offer you a ride. Crocodile? What business do you have at Marineford? Jinbei immediately became alert and inquired. Do not worry. I have no intention of confronting Whitebeard. Crocodile, understanding Jinbei's thoughts, proceeded to explain. Hey, Crocodile, why not release us as well? Shouted the prisoners from the 6th level, bursting into laughter upon witnessing Jinbei's liberation. Upon hearing this, Crocodile surveyed the prisoners on the 6th level and proclaimed, Now, I offer you all an opportunity. Join me, and I shall grant you your freedom. Don't be naive, Crocodile. Who do you think you are? Expecting us to serve under you? Who do you think I am? You might as well consider me your superior. The prisoners of the 6th level retorted angrily. Haha. You truly possess a spirit of defiance, Crocodile laughed. Upon hearing this, Crocodile remained entirely unfazed. In the original narrative, the individuals from the 6th level were drawn to join Blackbeard due to his astonishing scheme to seize Whitebeard's devil fruit, aspiring to become a dual fruit wielder. It was this ambition that compelled them to accompany Blackbeard to the Marine headquarters. Had Blackbeard failed at that moment, they would have undoubtedly betrayed him without hesitation. Consequently, Crocodile had no intention of recruiting them. However, retaining them would augment Blackbeard's combat strength. Just as Crocodile contemplated eradicating them, a cacophony of footsteps, accompanied by boisterous laughter, echoed through the air. It appeared that the guards below had been swiftly defeated, revealing that someone had gotten there first. Crocodile glanced back and discovered that Blackbeard's crew had also arrived on the 6th level. Upon witnessing this, Mr. 1 and the others immediately joined Crocodile in confronting Blackbeard's group. Blackbeard Titch. It was the first encounter for Crocodile with Blackbeard, who exuded an air of calm confidence and arrogant defiance. Crocodile, you are indeed a formidable individual. Blackbeard laughed heartily, surprised to find someone sharing his intention to seize the opportunity of the Navy's preoccupation to recruit followers and Impel down. You are no different, Crocodile replied. Crocodile remarked, do you wish to engage in battle with me here? To which Blackbeard responded, haha, the time is not yet ripe. Crocodile shook his head, acknowledging that his strength was insufficient to engage in battle at present, especially with so many crew members around and the sandy structures in the vicinity, which rendered the advantage not in his favor. I concur, Bias. Clear the way and let them pass. Blackbeard instructed his companion. Let us go? Subsequently, Crocodile led his companions back through the 6th level, retracing their steps. Outside Impel down, Luffy exclaimed, the Going Merry has truly vanished. The group gazed at the empty sea, addressing Luffy with concern. How could this happen? Without a ship, we cannot reach Marineford, and that vessel is our companion. Luffy, in despair, leaned over the water, staring into the vast ocean. Hey, look up. Zoro suddenly pointed towards the sky. Is that the Going Merry? How did it end up in the air? Luffy looked up and discovered the Going Merry floating high above. Gum gum, he cried, stretching his arm toward the sky. But the distance was too great for him to reach it, leaving him helplessly watching. Isn't that Crocodile? Suddenly, a golden-haired old man floated down, recognizing Luffy and his companions. You know Crocodile? Can you return our ship? I have urgent matters to attend to. Luffy immediately replied upon realizing the man's acquaintance with Crocodile. Oh, that ship belongs to you? The Golden Lion pointed at the Going Merry in the sky. Indeed. Luffy nodded vigorously. How interesting, but I have no obligation to assist you, the Golden Lion declined. Hey, Golden Lion, you scoundrel. How can you bully these kids? At that moment, Buggy stepped forward, shouting at the Golden Lion. As a former apprentice on Roger's ship, Buggy was well acquainted with him. Are you from Roger's crew? The Golden Lion, infuriated by the insult, glared at Buggy, his eyes narrowing at Buggy's familiar red nose. Indeed, that would be me, Buggy proclaimed with pride. Golden Lion? Roger? The others, surprised by their conversation, gasped, while Nami exclaimed, Buggy, you are a crew member of the Pirate King Roger. Ha ha ha, indeed. Buggy struck a triumphant pose. I thought you were dead after all these years. How nostalgic. Is this your newly formed pirate crew? The Golden Lion remarked with a hint of reminiscence. Hey, what are you saying? Buggy is not our crew member. I am Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy quickly retorted. Pirate King? You little brat. Do you even understand what you're saying? The Golden Lion chuckled derisively at Luffy's declaration. Return the Going Merry to me at once. I have no time to waste here. Luffy shouted at the Golden Lion. You little brat dare to speak to me like that? The Golden Lion's expression darkened slightly. Luffy, don't provoke him. Usopp warned. Wait, where did you get that straw hat? The Golden Lion, who was about to strike Luffy, suddenly focused on the straw hat atop Luffy's head. This was given to me by Shanks. Luffy replied candidly. Shanks? The Golden Lion furrowed his brow, then turned to Buggy, inquiring, Hey, red-nosed brat, is that hat Roger's? Indeed, this is the very straw hat worn by Captain Roger, Buggy confirmed. Luffy's straw hat has such a prestigious origin? It was worn by the pirate king Roger. The Straw Hat crew was taken aback. Is he the one entrusted by Roger? The Golden Lion's anger dissipated as he reached out, causing the Going Merry to descend from the sky and land on the sea. Chapter 77. The Whitebeard Pirates make their entrance. The prelude to battle. Thank you, old man. Now we can head to Marineford and rescue Ace. Luffy grinned at the Golden Lion, then boarded the ship with the Straw Hat crew. Little brat, even if I give you the ship, you won't be able to leave. The Navy has closed the gates of justice. Just wait a moment, I'll give you a ride later. The Golden Lion remarked, noting their destination was also Marineford. But Ace. Luffy expressed his concern. We have no choice, Luffy, Nami reassured him. After a while, Crocodile and his group finally emerged from Impel down. Oh. Golden Lion, you arrived quickly. It seems Trafalgar has already healed you. Upon encountering the Golden Lion, Crocodile discovered that the helm atop his head had vanished. Seemingly extracted successfully by law. Had I arrived a moment later, your vessel would have been obliterated by the Navy, the Golden Lion remarked to Crocodile. Have you prepared additional ships? Crocodile inquired of the Golden Lion. Certainly. The Golden Lion extended his hand, and several ships descended, including Crocodile's Sand Crocodile. Board, everyone. And prepare for a grand upheaval. Crocodile addressed the gathered crowd, who then boarded their vessels and advanced towards Marineford under the auspices of the formidable Gold Lion. Meanwhile, at Marineford, an assembly of 100,000 elite Navy personnel, 5 of the 7 warlords, and the 3 most powerful admirals, including Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the legendary Marine hero Garp, prepared to confront the impending conflict. On the execution platform, Ace knelt, shackled and awaiting his grim fate. The Navy stood ready, anticipating the arrival of Whitebeard. Everyone, pay attention. The enemy approaches. Sengoku exclaimed, his voice cutting through the tension. As his words echoed, dark silhouettes began to materialize on the horizon of the sea. The Whitebeard Pirates had arrived. A Navy soldier, peering through a telescope, shouted in alarm. As the shadows drew closer, the onlookers could discern ship after ship belonging to the infamous pirates, the Knight of the Sea, Doma, the Lightning Prince, Marco, the brothers of the Daikaruban. Each was a captain renowned throughout the New World. The target was confirmed. There were a total of 43 ships under Whitebeard's command. Yet, the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's flagship, was conspicuously absent. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed through the previously silent Marineford, drawing everyone's gaze to the bay. To their astonishment, the sea level began to rise. To make such an entrance, truly remarkable. The crowd mused, eyes fixed on the bay. With a resounding crash, a ship resembling a colossal whale broke the surface, its coating shimmering as bubbles burst. The scene on board was familiar to all. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, 14th Division, stood resolutely at the bow. A heavy thudding sound followed, causing thousands of Navy personnel to feel a profound sense of dread wash over them, cold sweat trickling down their brows. It has been decades since we last met, Sengoku. Whitebeard slowly emerged before the assembly, addressing Sengoku. My dear son, Ace, is he unharmed? Just wait for me a moment. With that, Whitebeard spread his arms wide, unleashing a tremendous shockwave into the void. As the Navy remained perplexed, the space behind him shattered, causing the ocean to erupt in a frenzy, monstrous waves surging skyward, reaching heights of dozens, even hundreds of meters. The towering waves roared toward Marineford. Is this the extent of Whitebeard's power? How can we possibly withstand it? The Marines on the square swallowed hard at the sight. If the waves fell, they would surely perish. At that moment, a figure darted from the execution platform and swiftly confronted the oncoming deluge. It was Admiral Aokiji, ready to take action. The Navy erupted in cheers upon recognizing the figure. I cannot allow you to succeed. Ice Age. Aokiji unleashed a torrent of freezing air, instantly encasing the monstrous wave in ice. 2 ice spears. Following the freezing of the wave, Aokiji launched an offensive, conjuring 2 icy spears aimed directly at Whitebeard. Unfazed, Whitebeard countered, shattering the spears with a powerful tremor, sending shockwaves hurtling towards Aokiji, who was also thrown back. As he plunged into the sea, the onlookers wondered how he would fare upon contact with the water. Yet, to their astonishment, upon touching the surface, the sea began to freeze, extending the icy grid throughout the bay and encapsulating the waters beneath the Whitebeard Pirates ships. This maneuver effectively created an icy battleground, allowing the pirates to leap onto the frozen surface, launching their assault toward the square. Meanwhile, Vice Admirals began coordinating the Navy's defense against the pirates. Concurrently, one of the 7 warlords, Dracula Mihawk, made his move. All eyes turned toward him, astonished at the sight of the reclusive swordsman entering the fray so promptly. Such a rare occasion, even Kazuru and Akainu, positioned near the execution platform, remarked, I merely wish to test the disparity between myself and that man. As Mihawk spoke, he reached for the hilt of his sword, drawing forth his black blade. With a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating flying slash that carved a terrifying chasm across the frozen ground towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard remained still, poised to counter the impending strike. Just as the spectators braced for the clash between the world's mightiest swordsman and the strongest man, a brilliant flash illuminated the battlefield. A figure from the Whitebeard Pirates leaped forth, positioning himself in front of the strike. It was Ors Jr. With outstretched arms, he absorbed the force of Mihawk's deadly slash, then hurled it skyward, causing the once fearsome attack to spiral away into the heavens. The world's most formidable cut had been thwarted. It was Diamond Jozu, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division. The Navy personnel gasped in astonishment, recognizing the sheer strength of Whitebeard's commanders. To minimize losses, one must capture the leader. Rising from his position, Kizaru turned his gaze toward Whitebeard, transforming into a beam of light and ascending into the sky. Yada no Kagami. Kizaru unleashed a blinding radiance, sending forth countless beams of light towards Whitebeard. Dad. The Whitebeard Pirates, rushing to assist, realized it was too late to intervene. Whoosh. At that moment, another figure soared forward, blocking all of Kizaru's attacks. As the energy dispersed, a man enveloped in blue flames emerged. You shall not disturb our father. Marco, bathed in azure flames, rapidly healed from Kizaru's assault. How terrifying. The Whitebeard Pirates possess a mythical Zoan type that is rarer than nature itself, Kizaru quipped, watching as Marco transformed into a phoenix and charged at him. Kizaru unleashed another barrage of beams, but Marco surged through them, executing a powerful kick known as the hanging hook. Kizaru deflected the blow, jesting, that move actually worked. Enough jokes, Marco retorted, channeling his strength, causing Kizaru to be propelled to the ground, creating a mushroom cloud of an explosion upon impact. Come at me if you dare. As Marco and Kizaru faced off, Jozu hurled an ice chunk, colossal beyond the size of any giant, toward the execution platform. Honestly, everyone is abandoning their posts. If we all charge forward, who will guard this place? Beneath the execution platform, the only remaining figure seated, Akainu, rose to his feet, magma swirling from his right hand. With a mighty thrust, he unleashed a colossal magma fist towards the ice blocks hurled by Jozu. The molten strike shattered the ice, scattering volcanic projectiles towards the attacking pirates, one of which was aimed directly at Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard raised his weapon, the Murakumajiri, effortlessly blocking the projectile, and with a powerful breath, extinguished the searing heat of the volcanic bomb. Go light the candles on your birthday cake, brat. He taunted, bolstering his crew's morale in the heat of battle. As the conflict intensified, the commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates pushed past the Navy's defenses, charging towards the plaza. Suddenly, a gigantic figure, towering several dozen meters high, emerged from the bay, wielding a sword longer than a warship, and cleaved through a Navy vessel with a single stroke. Ace, I'm here to save you. The booming voice resonated like thunder, echoing across Marineford, as if it could shatter the very heavens. The enormity of this figure left the Navy awestruck. Even their giant warriors seemed like mere infants in comparison. The massive form advanced into the bay, cutting through the Navy ranks with relentless ferocity. Oars, Whitebeard called out, recognizing the figure as it approached. Father, don't stop me. I'm going to rescue Ace. Young Oars pressed forward, shouting defiantly as he forged ahead towards the plaza. Go, Oars. Show them your might. Charge forth, follow Oars' lead. The morale of the pirates surged at Oars' arrival, rallying behind him as they advanced towards the plaza. This is the first time I've had to look up to someone, exclaimed a giant warrior stationed at the plaza, swallowing hard. Yet, fear was not an option as Oars' onslaught commenced. He swung his blade at the nearest giant warrior, who attempted to parry but was overwhelmed by the sheer force of the blow, leaving him disoriented. When Oars struck again, the giant fell helplessly to the ground. Thus, the remaining giant warriors and ordinary Navy soldiers could not halt Oars' advance. He stormed through the plaza, reaching the defensive line of the Seven Warlords. Kuma was the first to stand in his way, while Moria quickly shifted back, wary of the impending clash. Kuma raised his paw, compressing the air around him, and when he unleashed it, a blast resembling a paw shot toward Oars. Oars was momentarily taken aback by the small projectile, but in the next instant, it struck him squarely in the abdomen. The seemingly insignificant blast erupted into a devastating shockwave, sending Oars reeling and causing him to spew blood, nearly losing consciousness. Oars, Ace cried out, witnessing his friend's battered state as he knelt on the execution platform, tears streaming down his face. I must take down at least one. Oars gasped, blood pouring from his mouth. He turned to face Don Quixote Doflamingo, delivering a powerful punch in his direction. Doflamingo leapt gracefully above Oars, a smile on his face. And in the blink of an eye, Oars lost one of his legs. Crippled, Oars fell to his knees but still reached out towards the execution platform, striving to grasp Ace's hand. Suddenly, a swarm of bats erupted, forming a massive spear that pierced Oars' chest. With his strength waning, Oars' outstretched hand fell limp, his colossal form collapsing onto the ground. Oars, Ace looked down at his fallen friend, tears cascading from his eyes. Whitebeard, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, also displayed a sorrowful expression. Chapter 79. The Straw Hat Crew joins the battle. A flaw has been revealed. Whitebeard, at that moment, a naval vice-admiral, known as the Flawless, wielded a battle axe and appeared beside Whitebeard, swinging the axe towards him. Whitebeard, recognizing the impending threat, activated the power of the Tremor fruit, shattering the massive axe with a single punch as the air fractured around him, in a display of sheer might. Whitebeard pressed the Vice Admiral's head down onto the deck, the glow of his power illuminating the area before he swiftly knocked the Flawless unconscious, tossing him aside with ease. The battle raged on, and high above, the Golden Lion commanded his fleet, stealthily approaching Marineford, concealed by the towering icebergs. Yosh! Ace is right below us, Luffy shouted, peering down at the battlefield. Uncle Golden Lion, let us down, he implored. The Golden Lion, still reluctant to join the fray, pushed the Sunny directly over the gaping hole created by Josu's ice. Hey, you aren't planning to fight yet? Buggy exclaimed, alarmed at the prospect of descending into the chaos alongside the Straw Hat crew, but the Golden Lion paid him no mind, releasing his grip and sending the ship plummeting. Bring me along too. Jinbei leaped onto the Sunny, ready to join the battle. Captain, are we not going to fight? Mr. One inquired of Crocodile. Not yet. The time is not right. Descending now would be unwise. Crocodile remarked to Mr. One. Take a good look. Such battles are not commonplace. This is the arena of the elite. Crocodile addressed the crowd, remarking on Whitebeard's enduring strength. The Golden Lion, witnessing Whitebeard's decisive defeat of the Warlord, chuckled. Aren't you the same? You must possess the power reminiscent of your prime. Crocodile replied. Do not mock me, young one, at my age. Returning to peak form is an impossibility. The Golden Lion, puffing on his cigar, retorted. Suddenly, the Sunny descended from the skies, landing at the cave's entrance, capturing everyone's attention with its peculiar arrival. Is it a pirate ambush? A Navy officer exclaimed, startled upon spotting the Jolly Roger. Those rascals. Doflamingo smirked at Moria upon recognizing the Straw Hat flag. Straw Hat brat. Moria glared at his nemesis, teeth clenched. On the Sunny, Luffy stood at the bow, flanked by Zoro and Sanji, with Frankie, Bruno, and others positioned behind him, making their grand entrance onto the battlefield. Ace. Luffy's gaze fixed on the execution platform where Ace was situated, his voice ringing out. Luffy. Ace gasped, a look of concern crossing his features. I have come to rescue you. Luffy shouted again. Is that the brother Ace often speaks of? He has come here. Marco and the others took note of Luffy's arrival. The grandson of the hero Garp and the son of Revolutionary Dragon has willingly walked into the lion's den. Akainu observed Luffy aboard the Sunny. Dracula Mihawk. Zoro caught sight of Mihawk amidst the crowd, their eyes locking in mutual recognition. Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk acknowledged him with a faint smile. Jinbei? What brings him here? Could something have transpired and Impel down? Sengoku furrowed his brow at the sight of Jinbei behind Luffy. Let us go, everyone, Luffy proclaimed before leaping from the Sunny towards the execution platform. We must rescue Luffy and I. Sanji and the rest echoed, jumping off the Sunny to follow Luffy's lead. What reckless youth, Whitebeard commented, observing Luffy charge into the fray. Stop them, as Luffy and his companions stormed the battlefield. A throng of Navy soldiers surged towards them like a relentless tide. Rubber machine gun, three-sword style, demon slash, party table spin kick, beam bullet, shattering fist, flame shot, thunderstorm, nose song trio, arrow tail slash, blue wave ball, strength and grapple, fishman karate, kilowatt punch. The Straw Hat crew unleashed their unique abilities, toppling every Navy soldier they encountered. Quite impressive, Ace's brother. Let us not be outdone. They rallied, charging towards the execution platform. You shall not pass. At that moment, a figure shrouded in smoke charged toward Luffy, swinging a weapon menacingly. Clang. Before the attack could reach Luffy, Zoro intervened, deflecting the strike. Zoro recognized the assailant, Smoker, whom they had encountered in Lobetown. Last time you escaped. This time, I shall capture you all, Smoker declared, disengaging from Zoro before launching himself at him once more. Jet machine gun. Luffy, seeing the confrontation, entered gear second and unleashed a flurry of strikes at Smoker. However, the storm of attacks passed through Smoker's form without effect. With your abilities, you cannot defeat me, Straw Hat. Smoker countered, his weapon pressing against Luffy's throat, forcing him to the ground. Oh no, it's Sea Prism Stone. Luffy felt his strength drain away. Luffy. Zoro and Sanji rushed to assist, but a figure engulfed in blue flames darted in, delivering a kick that sent Smoker flying. Do not lay a hand on Ace's brother, Navy, Marco said with a smile, flapping his wings. Ah, I've been saved. Thank you, Luffy exclaimed, quickly regaining his footing. Incredible. He managed to strike that Navy officer. Sanji marveled, realizing that kicks should not typically affect a Logia user. Ah, it's hockey. Marco responded before soaring away. Luffy and his companions, no longer hindered by Smoker, pressed onward. Chapter 80. The appearance of Rayleigh. Prepare to fall here, Straw Hat. A giant Navy Vice Admiral wielding a spiked club charged at Luffy. With a resounding thud, the club struck downwards, but Luffy had already leapt above the giant. How swift. The giant Vice Admiral gasped, raising his club for another strike. Third gear. Luffy bit his thumb and began to inflate. Giant pistol. Luffy's fist swelled to a colossal size and struck the giant Vice Admiral, sending him crashing away. This menace must be eradicated immediately, Akainu growled, preparing to strike Luffy as he continued his rampage on the battlefield. Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards Luffy. Ascent that the Straw Hat brat experienced the sensation of being kicked at light speed. Luffy heard a voice and turned to see Kizaru appearing beside him, launching a lightspeed kick that sent Luffy flying. Luffy! The Straw Hat crew rushed to his side. Are you alright, Luffy? Luffy, propelled backward, was caught by Jinbei, who then glared at Kizaru. That hurt. What just happened? Luffy exclaimed, blood trickling from his mouth. That is Admiral Kizaru. He is not someone you can contend with, Jinbei warned. An admiral? Luffy stared, astonished, at the somewhat lecherous-looking man before him. Fishman Jinbei, you managed to escape from Impel down? What is going on? Kizaru approached Jinbei and Luffy. Flame shot. Usopp pulled back his slingshot and fired a flame bullet at Kizaru. The flame projectile struck Kizaru, erupting in an explosive display. Hit. Usopp chuckled with glee. Yes, the attack was effective. However, as the smoke cleared, it revealed Kizaru completely unscathed. He had consumed the Logia-type devil fruit, the glint-glint fruit, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective against him. Jinbei clarified for the group. Is he also a Logia user? The Straw Hat crew expressed their astonishment. Not just him. All 3 admirals of the Navy are rare Logia users, Jinbei continued. We cannot afford to linger here, Kizaru declared, leaping into the air with his hands glowing with golden light, unleashing a barrage of radiant beams toward Luffy and his companions. Everyone, get down, Luffy shouted urgently. The brilliance illuminated the surroundings as countless beams shot towards the Straw Hat crew. Luffy, Ace, who had been watching, cried out, while Carp's expression turned grim. Boom. Mushroom clouds of explosions erupted. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates turned their gazes toward Luffy and his crew. Is this the end, Straw Hat? Smoker's eyes widened in disbelief. Contemplating that with the Straw Hat's strength, survival against Kizaru's assault seemed improbable. We cannot allow the budding hopes of the new era to be extinguished. At that moment, a voice emerged from the shockwave. As the smoke dissipated, a figure stood before Luffy and the others. It was. Jinbei stared in astonishment at the elderly swordsman before him. Silver's Rayleigh. Kizaru's expression also shifted to one of surprise. Just in time, Rayleigh stated, sword in hand. The Navy was taken aback by his presence, murmuring in shock. Why is he here? After all, he is the progeny of the Pirate King. Damn it, we should have taken him out at Sabaody. Akainu's face darkened at the sight of Rayleigh. Who is Silver's Rayleigh? Luffy asked, utterly confused. Luffy, you don't recognize him? He was part of Pirate King Roger's crew, known as the Pirate King's right hand. Frankie explained to Luffy. Nanny? A member of the Pirate King's crew? Luffy exclaimed in disbelief. Marine, hand over Ace. Rayleigh stepped forward, addressing Kizaru with authority. His conqueror's haki erupted, causing numerous weaker Navy soldiers to collapse. Carp, we cannot stand idly by. Sengoku called out from the execution platform. I know. Carp replied resolutely. Sengoku lifted a den mushi, shouting not to be intimidated by Rayleigh's reputation, for he was merely a remnant of a bygone era. Who would have thought he'd show up? This changes everything. Whitebeard remarked quietly, looking toward Rayleigh. You all go ahead. I will hold him off. Rayleigh instructed Luffy and the others. Thank you, old man, Luffy exclaimed, immediately darting past Kizaru toward the execution platform. Don't think you can escape. Kizaru attempted to pursue, but Rayleigh swiftly intercepted him with a strike of his sword. Allow me to be your opponent for now, Rayleigh proclaimed after disrupting Kizaru's elemental transformation. I have no choice. Kizaru retaliated, summoning a colossal sword of light to engage Rayleigh in combat. Forgive me, gray-haired, but I shall not hold back. Meanwhile, a new figure emerged before Luffy. That guy is. Zoro felt a cold sweat as he recognized the man. Sharkwave. Jinbei leaped forward, throwing a punch, but Mihawk countered with a swift slash that sent Jinbei flying. In response, Zoro unleashed his own attack, Demon Aura, 9-sword style, Ashura, 9 flash. He spun and met Mihawk's strike head-on. Boom. With all his might, Zoro managed to deflect Mihawk's casual blow, but the effort sent him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Hey, Zoro, are you okay? Sanji rushed to inquire as Zoro hit the ground. Quickly, Zoro dodged incoming attacks from the Navy, springing into action with his 3-sword style, cutting down assailants before addressing Sanji. I'm fine. I've gotten much stronger. But how far is the gap between me and that man? Damn it. Luffy, seeing Zoro knocked back, entered gear second, extending his arms to unleash a rocket launcher at Mihawk. However, an instinctive sense of impending danger halted him. He foresaw that if he attacked, Mihawk would sever his arms. Quite composed, aren't you? Mihawk complimented as Luffy refrained from attacking. Then, with a leap, Mihawk aimed a fierce slash at Luffy. Boom. Luffy dodged just in time, as Mihawk's blade struck the ground, creating a shockwave that cleaved through a massive ice wall formed by Akiji's powers. Chapter 81. Exposure, Action. That was close. After evading Mihawk's attack, Luffy sighed in relief, observing the devastation. Hey, look at that. As the ice wall collapsed, the group noticed a startling sight. Islands and ships floated in the sky. Humph, discovered. Those pesky brats. Shiki, puffing on a cigar, smirked. Humph, that Mihawk fellow. Crocodile found himself somewhat helpless, not anticipating that Hawkeye would once again interrupt the iceberg, just as depicted in the original narrative. That flag signifies the Baroque works. And the Sky Pirates. Could it be that even that man has arrived? The crowd gazed upwards, astonished as they discerned the pirate flag. The Golden Lion. Carp's expression shifted dramatically. The Golden Lion was someone he had once dealt with alongside Sengoku. This situation has become rather troublesome. Sengoku remarked to Carp. Ah, rest assured. It seems I must take action now. Carp replied. Crocodile, the Golden Lion. Whitebeard cast a puzzled glance at the sky, unable to comprehend why they had appeared here. Indeed, some heavyweight figures have truly arrived. Kazara commented, gazing at the heavens with a playful expression. Are they allies summoned by Pops? Jose glanced skyward. Well aware that the Golden Lion had once sailed alongside his father. Let us begin with an appetizer, the Golden Lion declared, pointing. As an island came crashing down towards Marineford. What a reckless fellow, Doflamingo remarked, observing the descending island. Navy, how will you respond to this? Moria inquired. Looking at the island plummeting from the sky, figures from the old era continue to emerge. Akainu observed the sky, magma swirling in his hand, ready to unleash his power. But a figure dashed forth ahead of him. Fist of Impact. Carp launched an empowered punch towards the falling island, shrouded in haki. The shockwave instantly pierced through the island. And in the next moment, it shattered into countless fragments, raining down debris. Truly worthy of Mr. Carp. Akiji admired, watching Carp in the air. Vice Admiral Carp has made his move. The morale of the Navy surged as they witnessed Carp's action. Carp. The Golden Lion inhaled sharply from the cigar in his mouth. Exhaling with intensity. It is our turn to strike. Crocodile gazed at the Golden Lion, who then wielded his power to send several ships plummeting down. Attention, everyone. Look above as the vessels begin their descent. The Navy below immediately heightened their vigilance. Allow me to create an opening first. Crocodile leaped down from the Sand Crocodile ship, his hand coalescing with yellow sand. With a swift motion, he unleashed the sand armament technique, delivering a powerful punch imbued with haki that struck the icy surface, sending a shockwave that toppled numerous foes. The ice shattered, creating a vast pit. The sound of ships sinking echoed as Crocodile returned to the bow of the Sand Crocodile, followed by Mr. One and others making their entrance. Look at their attire. Aren't those prisoners from Impel down? The Navy exclaimed in astonishment upon noticing the pirates from several other vessels. Could it be? Some Navy personnel speculated, though none dared to voice their thoughts. Stay composed. It's merely Crocodile and the Golden Lion. Akainu declared. Chapter 82. The Great Uprising at Marineford. It's been years. Have you finally removed that peculiar adornment from your head? Whitebeard inquired of the Golden Lion, who had approached him aboard the Moby Dick. Haha, I took it off recently. It would have been a regret not to partake in such a grand feast, the Golden Lion replied. Is that so? The situation on the battlefield is quite dire. Are you truly here to assist? Whitebeard queried with a hint of concern. Haha, rest assured, I cannot abide the Navy's actions, the Golden Lion assured Whitebeard. On the battlefield, Crocodile led his band of pirates into the fray, vowing to shine brightly in the chaos of Marineford. Crocodile, meet your end. A Navy soldier shouted as he charged at Crocodile, swinging his blade. The sword cleaved through Crocodile, yet the soldier's expression revealed no triumph. For Crocodile had already turned to sand. In an instant, a golden hook pierced through the soldier's body, causing him to collapse. Hey, Navy. If you dare to capture my men, you shall pay the price. Crocodile declared as he swept his hand, unleashing a ferocious sandstorm that instantly engulfed a multitude of Navy soldiers. With a swift motion, a merciless slash descended from above, cleaving through the tempest of sand conjured by Crocodile. Crocodile, your journey ends here, exclaimed a weasel, brandishing his blade as he faced Crocodile. Kid, do you think too highly of yourself? Crocodile cast a glance at him, and then his entire form began to transform into sand. Desert Greatsword. In the next instant, Crocodile propelled himself forward, his arm morphing into a blade of sand as it slashed towards the weasel. The weasel hastily drew his blade to parry the attack. But Crocodile's other hand had already launched a golden hook, sending the weasel hurtling through the air. Blood trickled from the corner of the weasel's mouth as he was flung backward. Go intercept the others. I'll handle this guy. Akiji appeared beside the weasel and spoke. Kazan. It's in your hands. The weasel replied, then maneuvered around Crocodile to join the Navy in their assault against Mr. One and his crew. It has been a while, Akiji. Crocodile paid no heed and focused intently on Akiji, stating, this time, fortune shall not favor you. Akiji responded with a sound, and in an instant, he leaped into the air, spears beginning to coalesce around him. It is indeed disadvantageous to confront you here. Crocodile surveyed the surrounding icy expanse, noting that there was nothing here that could be turned to sand. Crocodile was contemplating shifting the battlefield to Marineford Square when the assault from Akiji commenced, as two long spears soared directly towards him. Sandblade. As Crocodile raised his hand, his arm transformed into a blade of sand, effortlessly deflecting Akiji's assault. Just as Akiji contemplated launching another strike at Crocodile, a brilliant flash surged through the air, and Jozu collided with Akiji, sending him flying. Diamond Jozu. Akiji, now sprawled on the ground, cast a dark glance at Jozu. I never imagined that one day I would fight alongside you. After sending Akiji tumbling, Jozu landed and remarked to Crocodile, I never called upon you to intervene. This is none of your business. Clockdale, visibly displeased, addressed Jaws. In any case, thank you for assisting us in our struggle against the Navy. Jaws replied, I merely wish to prevent the Navy from reveling in their triumph. Crocodile responded, indeed. Chapter 83. The Navy's retreat towards the square at this rate, with our current strength, facing both the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, along with the Dark King Rayleigh. Even if we achieve victory, it will be a Pyrrhic one. Sengoku observed the battlefield's shifting dynamics, his head throbbing with concern. He then activated the transponder snail, everyone. Commence a retreat towards the square. Sengoku's message resonated across the battlefield, prompting countless Navy personnel to withdraw, while the pirates began their pursuit towards the square. Emboldened by their advantage. Captain, we should also make our move. Mr. 5 urged Crocodile as the Navy began their retreat. No need. Let them lead the charge for now. Crocodile replied. Crocodile was acutely aware that the Navy intended to have a Kainu obliterate the ice surface. What machinations were they employing? Whitebeard furrowed his brow, contemplating the Navy's sudden withdrawal of troops towards the plaza. Surely, it boded ill, for their opponent was none other than Sengoku. The Golden Lion remarked to Whitebeard. Volcanic meteor. As the Navy gradually retreated from the ice, a Kainu emerged, raising his hands, and countless molten fists shot into the sky, blanketing it in volcanic ash. Was this their plan all along? All members of the Whitebeard Pirates, retreat from the ice. Whitebeard shouted, realizing the imminent danger as he gazed upward. In the next moment, a multitude of massive molten fists descended from the heavens, unleashing chaos upon the ice surface. Each molten punch that struck left behind a vast crater, sending the unfortunate pirates caught in the blast soaring into the air. Lions tearing valley. At that moment, a figure surged forth with great speed, unleashing a flurry of slashing waves that intercepted the relentless onslaught of molten fists. The power displayed was significantly greater than before. Was this the true strength of the Golden Lion? Crocodile gazed at the figure in the sky who was fending off the magma fist, exclaiming, Golden Lion. Sengoku's expression darkened. With the Golden Lion's intervention, Akainu's meteor volcano had failed to yield any substantial impact, and the Navy's retreat only facilitated the pirates' easier access to the port of Marineford. Meanwhile, the pirates under the Whitebeard Pirates had already begun to breach the Navy's defenses in the bay, converging towards Whitebeard. The ease of their advance was unexpected. Upon noticing that his subordinates had successfully infiltrated, Whitebeard's expression grew somber as he picked up a transponder snail. Hello, old man, what's the matter? We breached the Navy's defenses and are on our way to rendezvous with you. The voice of Whitebeard resonated through the transponder once connected. Wait, Whitebeard. Do not rush over just yet. First, destroy the Navy ships surrounding you. Whitebeard instructed. Huh? Old man, there is no one on those ships. Why must we destroy them? Whitebeard queried, somewhat perplexed. Do not question it, Whitebeard. I have a feeling the Navy still has a backup plan. Just destroy the ships for now, Whitebeard replied firmly. Understood. Old man, Whitebeard responded, then relayed the order to the other pirate crews to commence their assault on the nearby Navy vessels. Damn it. Why return to attack the ships instead of advancing into the encirclement? Jean Tamaru expressed his displeasure upon witnessing the pirates' actions. Well, it seems that we must act sooner than expected. He lamented. Activists, move out. Jean Tamaru shouted, leading the activists into the fray. Chapter 84. Premature Execution. As the activists joined the battle, Whitebeard and the other captains found themselves momentarily stalled. Back at Marineford Square, Akainu's failure to destroy the ice surface rendered the Navy's retreat a blunder. Sengoku immediately ordered the transponder snail to be cut off and prepared to execute Ace prematurely. With the sound of footsteps echoing on the steps, 2 executioners wielding longswords ascended the platform. Hey, what's going on? Isn't it too early for Captain Ace's execution? The Navy can't possibly intend to execute him ahead of schedule. The crowd murmured, quickly realizing the presence of the 2 executioners on the platform. Ace, Luffy exclaimed, looking towards the execution platform, his urgency driving him to charge forth with renewed vigor. Out of the way, out of the way. Luffy unleashed a flurry of techniques, dispatching each Navy soldier that obstructed his path. Humph, do they really expect me to intervene? Crocodile cast a glance at the execution platform and scoffed. Sengoku, you scoundrel. Whitebeard's expression darkened as he turned to Sengoku, then raised his arm and swung it forcefully towards the execution platform. A formidable shockwave surged forth, effortlessly obliterating all obstacles in its path. Bang! Just when the pirates felt a surge of confidence in Whitebeard's strike, the shockwave abruptly halted before the execution platform. How could I allow you to succeed so easily? As the crowd beheld the scene, they realized that the formidable force was countered by the combined might of the 3 Marine admirals. Immediately, execute Fire Fist Ace. Sengoku shouted. Stop, Ace. Luffy roared as he witnessed the soldiers on the execution platform raise their swords high. Can Bruno make it in time? Crocodile furrowed his brow. Suddenly, 2 soldiers charged forward, their raised swords aimed directly at Ace. The Straw Hat crew instinctively closed their eyes, while Luffy cried out in anguish, Stop it! As his voice echoed, an invisible shockwave erupted, toppling the surrounding Navy soldiers one by one, while those who could withstand it were daunted by the sheer force. In an instant, the power surged past the execution platform, causing the two soldiers to roll their eyes back and drop their swords helplessly to the side. This Straw Hat Kid possesses such strength? Smoker exclaimed in astonishment. He truly is the grandson of Captain Garp. Akiji remarked, glancing at Luffy. We cannot allow him to escape. Akainu growled fiercely. What terrifying potential, Kizaru said with a look of fear. He is indeed Ace's brother. Truly capable. We owe him a great deal. The pirates rejoiced. Their spirits lifted. Reorganize immediately. Sengoku commanded with a grim expression. Charge. We must rescue Ace. Jozu and the others surged forward with renewed vigor towards the execution platform. At that moment, Marco soared into the sky amidst the chaos, heading straight for the platform. You shall not succeed. Kizaru attempted to intervene, transforming into light to intercept him. But Jozu swiftly shot him down. Go for it, Marco. Jozu shouted excitedly at Marco. Stop him. Countless bullets and cannonballs rained down upon Marco. Yet they were utterly ineffective against his immortal flames. As Marco charged towards the execution platform, Garp, seated atop it, recognized that he could no longer hold back. He leaped into action, delivering a powerful punch that sent Marco flying back. Grandpa. Why? Luffy shouted in despair as he witnessed Marco being hurled away just as he was about to reach the platform. No one is allowed to approach here, Garp declared. His imposing presence sending shivers down the spines of countless pirates. Garp, it has been many years. Rayleigh strode confidently towards him. I thought you were hiding away, barely surviving. Garp replied. You shall not escape. Let me be your opponent, Rayleigh declared, pointing his sword at Garp with an air of authority. Let me see if your skills have diminished. Garp responded, unleashing his own haki to match Rayleigh's. The collision of their oars overwhelmed the surrounding pirates and navy alike. The clash of titans from the bygone era was indeed a rare spectacle. If one of them perishes here, my zombie army shall gain significant power, Moria observed eagerly. Fixated on the duel between Garp and Rayleigh. Under the watchful eyes of all, the two men struck simultaneously. Rayleigh swung his sword while Garp delivered a fist, resulting in a tremendous impact that sent shockwaves throughout, knocking back both navy and pirates alike. However, this was merely a test. The two then unleashed their formidable strength, engaging in a relentless exchange of blows. Fists and swords clashed repeatedly, their haki escalating with each strike, clearing a path for all to avoid getting too close. Navigate around them. Do not waste time. Their battle will not conclude swiftly. Marco, having returned at some point, rallied the Whitebeard Pirates to press forward towards the execution platform. You shall not pass here, Marco. The Navy admirals had reorganized their defenses, ready to thwart the Whitebeard Pirates' advance. Try to block us, if you dare, Marco exclaimed, charging ahead with fierce determination. What ferocity, immortal bird Marco. A flash darted by as Kizaru appeared before Marco, delivering a swift kick. Marco, refusing to back down, countered with a kick of his own, resulting in a collision. Oh? Jozu attempted to assist, only to find himself immobilized, glancing back to see Doflamingo had appeared behind him. Allow me to lend a hand, Doflamingo declared, using his powers to restrain Jozu's movements. Jozu, other leaders of the Whitebeard Pirates sought to aid but were intercepted by the admirals, including the mink. Crocodile, come help. A member of the Whitebeard Pirates called out to Crocodile in desperation. Are you ordering me, Brad? He retorted. Crocodile cast a glance at him, instantly instilling a sense of fear that silenced any further utterance. To actually expect that scoundrel Crocodile would offer genuine assistance, he is certainly no virtuous character, exclaimed Doflamingo with a hearty laugh. Bark again, and I shall sever your head, Flame Bird. Crocodile turned back and began to survey his surroundings, noticing that Akainu had mysteriously departed from the battlefield. Has he engaged in some underhanded maneuver? Clockter pondered helplessly as Mr. One and others valiantly felled the approaching navy. Truly, a remarkable warrior who has not lost his edge. Aboard the Moby Dick, the Golden Lion felt the immense power of Rayleigh and Garp, his blood boiling with the desire to join the fray. It is time for me to make my move. Whitebeard gazed ahead, his eyes fixed on Sengoku. At that moment, Squard suddenly appeared on the Moby Dick. Squard, how goes the battle on the other side of the bay? Whitebeard inquired as Squard approached. Fairly well. Though the Navy has brought in pacifists, Squard replied, moving closer to Whitebeard. Let us proceed this way. You have worked hard. The advantage is shifting in our favor. Once we rescue Ace, we can retreat. Whitebeard responded without a hint of suspicion. Ah yes. Once Ace returns, you can indeed retreat, right old man? Squard echoed. Just then, a sudden flash of blood erupted as Squard thrust his sword into Whitebeard's chest without warning. The Golden Lion was taken aback, as was Whitebeard. Old man. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates was equally stunned at the turn of events. This must be a joke. Whitebeard was struck head-on. Doflamingo, while controlling Jozu, glanced towards the Moby Dick. Old man. Marco was thrown into disarray, desperate to break free from Kizaru and rush to Whitebeard's aid. Pirate infighting has begun. Kizaru seized the opportunity, raising his hand to unleash a devastating beam that pierced through Marco's chest. Whoosh! A figure darted towards Marco like lightning, but was sent flying back by a gust of yellow sand. Do not think of taking advantage of the chaos, Navy Vice Admiral Clockter declared, appearing on the scene, determined to maintain the balance of battle. Clockter, The flying figure, the ghost spider, glared at Clockter with fury. "Thank you, Clockter." Marco shouted in gratitude, quickly regaining his footing and charging towards the Moby Dick once more. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Squard had drawn his sword, shouting at Whitebeard. "You made a deal with the Navy long ago, didn't you? What deal?" Upon hearing Squard's accusation, the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates looked on in confusion. "Indeed. Akainu has informed me. Old Man has long since struck a deal with Sengoku, sacrificing the lives of us subordinate pirates for Ace." Squard continued. "Old Man. Is it really true?" The crew was shaken. How could this be? The Old Man is not that kind of person. As doubts began to surface among the crew, Whitebeard cast a glance at Sengoku before turning to Squard. Seeing this, Squard lowered his sword, standing defiantly before Whitebeard. "To have struck you once is already a surprise. Come. Take my life." With a darkened expression, Whitebeard extended his hand. Just as everyone braced for an attack from Whitebeard towards Squard, he suddenly embraced him. "Even if you are this foolish, I still love you. Truly, a foolish son," Whitebeard said to Squard, releasing him before striding forward. "You say I sold my son's life. Sengoku, what a clumsy scheme. What you choose to believe is your own freedom." Whitebeard bellowed, and with a surge of strength, he unleashed his devil fruit ability, shattering the icebergs formed by Aokiji. With a series of leaps, Whitebeard launched himself from the Moby Dick, shouting, "Those willing to follow me, come along. You scoundrel. What have you done to the Old Man?" Marco finally arrived, kicking Squard to the ground in fury. "Old Man?" Squard, now filled with shame. "What does he lay on the ground? How could you, Squard? What have you done?" With Whitebeard joining the fray, the fury of all pirates ignited, the Navy's deception unraveling. "Come, Sengoku," Whitebeard declared with confidence, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent countless Navy soldiers flying. "Everyone, pay attention. The world's strongest man is about to unleash his might." Sengoku's words resonated throughout Marineford, heralding the entry of the formidable Whitebeard into battle. "Charge! Bring down Whitebeard." Countless Navy soldiers rushed towards Whitebeard, cannonballs flying and swords raised against him. Yet, with a sweep of his weapon, Whitebeard sent the surrounding Navy sprawling. "Protect the Old Man. Do not let the Navy near him." The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates encircled him, determined to shield their captain. "What are you doing? Do you think I need your protection?" Whitebeard bellowed, chastising their behavior. With a powerful swing of his weapon, he unleashed shockwaves that defeated numerous Navy soldiers. "Come at me recklessly if you dare." Just as Whitebeard prepared to strike the ground with a devastating blow, a crimson foot emerged to block him. Boom. A tremendous clash of power erupted, creating a storm of force. "I cannot allow you to run rampant." As the storm subsided, Akainu stood with his hands in his pockets, revealing that he had thwarted Whitebeard's attack. "If you wish to stop me, then try." Whitebeard laughed with bravado, returning to his weapon and delivering a powerful punch enveloped in shockwave energy towards Akainu. Flame Fist. Akainu retaliated with a punch of his own, the two forces colliding, resulting in a scene half red and half white, as surrounding Navy and pirates quickly made way for the two titans. "Is this how it ends for you, Whitebeard?" The Golden Lion observed Whitebeard's silhouette, memories of a youthful, spirited Whitebeard aboard the Rock's ship flashing through his mind. The moment Whitebeard was struck, he knew the era of Whitebeard had come to a close. "Let me help you one last time. It shall serve as a conclusion to my grievances with Roger." The Golden Lion ascended, fixating his gaze on the execution platform, charging forth. "Golden Lion, can you truly not restrain yourself?" Sengoku clenched his fist, his brow furrowing at the sight of the approaching Golden Lion. "You shall not pass so easily." In an instant, Aokiji appeared before the Golden Lion, his hands coalescing with frigid energy, directed towards his adversary. With a swift motion, the blade's glimmer flashed past as the Golden Lion raised his foot, parrying multiple strikes to dissipate the encroaching frost. "You think you can stop me, little ghost? Train for a few more years." After thwarting Aokiji's icy assault, the Golden Lion retaliated with a wave of slashing energy aimed at Aokiji, shattering him before advancing towards the execution platform. "Oh dear, this is dire." The Yellow Monkey observed the unfolding chaos, his form radiating light, only to be interrupted the next moment by a colliding figure. "Do not even think about stopping me, Yellow Monkey," Joza declared as he knocked the Yellow Monkey to the ground. "You truly are a nuisance, Captain Whitebeard," the Yellow Monkey retorted, rising with a scowl. "Quickly, intercept him." Countless Marines unleashed cannon fire to obstruct the Golden Lion, but instead of inflicting harm, the Golden Lion redirected the assault back at them. Warring States. The Golden Lion charged straight towards the execution platform. "I am the last line of defense here, Golden Lion." Warring States observed the approaching threat, his physique swelling. Chapter 88. Warring States takes action. Boom. Warring States' body rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal golden Buddha, and he struck down towards the oncoming Golden Lion. Humph. The Golden Lion countered with a swift kick, deflecting Warring States' assault, a powerful shockwave erupting as he was sent flying several meters before regaining his balance. "The blade is still sharp, Warring States." The fire of battle ignited in the Golden Lion's eyes as he reached out, summoning an island from the sky, which began to crumble and morph into numerous colossal land-shaking lions charging towards Warring States. Witnessing this, Warring states formed one hand into a fist and the other into an open palm, unleashing a barrage of strikes to obliterate the advancing beasts. Even warring states has intervened. If this continues, the pirates may indeed claim victory. Yet, should such a scenario arise, the five at the Holy Land would surely not remain idle. Crocodile pondered as he surveyed the increasingly chaotic battlefield. Crocodile, shall we reconsider the matter of cooperation? You too have witnessed the impending upheaval that this world is about to face. Crocodile was contemplating when Doflamingo reappeared, extending an invitation. Go away. Crocodile blurted out a single word, utterly heartless. Doflamingo chuckled, spreading his arms wide, his expression shifting instantly. Suddenly, he propelled himself forward, delivering a sweeping strike aimed at Crocodile. It seems I must teach you a lesson you'll not soon forget. Crocodile's golden hook effortlessly intercepted Doflamingo's assault. In a swift motion, a blade of sand erupted from the ground, prompting Doflamingo to react promptly, enveloping his abdomen in hockey to counter Crocodile's strike. He was sent hurtling backward as a result. Crocodile had just sent Doflamingo flying when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He swiftly turned to block the incoming attack, only to find, to his astonishment, yet another Doflamingo before him. A puppet, perhaps? Crocodile was well aware of Doflamingo's abilities. After blocking the attack, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the puppet flying away. Sandstorm. Go far away, Doflamingo. Crocodile summoned a sandstorm in his hands and hurled it towards Doflamingo. With a swift leap, Doflamingo evaded the storm that spun out, sweeping away numerous marines and pirates alike. Suddenly, a slicing wave of energy shot forth, shattering the tempest as Mihawk walked past. Crocodile had become increasingly elusive. Mihawk gazed intently at Crocodile, as if attempting to penetrate his very essence. At that moment, Luffy's excited shout drew everyone's attention. Unbeknownst to them, Luffy had dashed to the execution platform, extending his arm to spring onto it. Luffy! Ace exclaimed, astonished at his brother's sudden appearance. I'll get you out of here right away, Luffy declared with a smile, hoisting Ace onto his back and leaping down from the platform. Stop them. We cannot allow that straw hat to take Fire Fist Ace away. The Marines shouted as they rushed towards Luffy and Ace. What are you all doing? Akainu was dumbfounded, realizing that the straw hat had indeed rescued Ace. Quit dawdling, you brat. Seizing the opportunity, Whitebeard swung his polearm, the tidal wave, directly at Akainu, quickly abandoning his thoughts. Akainu countered with a magma fist to block Whitebeard's blow. Chapter 89. The chains fall, the Flame Emperor returns. Faced with Whitebeard's assault, Akainu swiftly dodged, the tremors from their clash shattering the ground beneath them. Everyone, protect Ace. Whitebeard bellowed after his strike. Protect Ace. Defeat the Marines. Jozu rallied the pirates towards Ace's position. Don't let that straw hat escape. The Marines exerted themselves to obstruct Luffy, who continued to dodge and counterattack while carrying Ace. Protect Luffy. The Straw Hat crew quickly encircled Luffy to shield him. Bruno, Mr. 3. Help the Straw Hat. Crocodile commanded Bruno and Mr. 3. Understood. Mr. 3 responded from the void. The enemies are relentless. Meanwhile, Zoro and the others struggled against the Marines, unable to carve a path through the relentless assault. Suddenly, a door opened in the air and Mr. 3 emerged. Are you here to assist? Zoro speculated upon recognizing Mr. 3. This is the key to the chains on Fire Fist. Take it. Mr. 3 lowered his hand, conjuring a key and tossing it to Luffy. Is it true? Fantastic. Luffy exclaimed, receiving the key and inserting it into the shackles. With a click, the chains fell away. Thank you, Luffy. Now, leave the rest to me, Ace said as he flexed his limbs. With a powerful punch, Ace unleashed a torrent of flames, clearing a path. Damn it. We can't hold them back. Fire Fist has been unleashed. The Marines recoiled in fear as countless comrades fell to Ace's attack. Captain, Fire Fist has been rescued. What do we do? Blackbeard, concealed in the shadows, darkened with frustration at the unfolding events. Why are Rayleigh, Shiki, and Crocodile meddling? I must intervene. Stand by. My current position is that of a warlord. It would be unwise to act hastily. Blackbeard composed himself and charged into the fray. Hey Ace. I never expected you could be saved. Ace, racing against time, halted at the sound of a familiar voice. Blackbeard, teach. He called out, recognizing the newcomer. Teach. The others noted the sudden arrival of the warlord. Don't run, Ace. Just die here in Marineford. Blackbeard laughed ominously, extending his hand towards Ace. Dark water. Feeling the familiar terrifying pull, Ace was drawn towards Blackbeard. Ace. Luffy reacted, attempting to save him, but was too late as Ace was yanked before Blackbeard, who struck him down heavily. Ace. Luffy entered gear second, appearing before Blackbeard with a jet pistol. The blow caused Blackbeard to writhe in pain on the ground, allowing Luffy to rescue Ace and retreat from Blackbeard's reach. What just happened? Teach actually hit Ace? The Whitebeard Pirates expressed their astonishment. Teach. Whitebeard, engaged in battle with Akainu, momentarily lost focus. Don't look away, Whitebeard. Akainu seized the opportunity, delivering a punch that shattered Whitebeard's mustache. Chapter 90. The Intensifying Showdown. Dad. Ace. Marco observed the battlefield and, after a moment's hesitation, charged towards Whitebeard. Don't worry about me, Marco. Go save Ace. Whitebeard urged as he noticed Marco's approach. Dad. Marco, weighing Whitebeard's words, ultimately sped towards Ace. Straw Hat. After being knocked down by Luffy, Blackbeard stood up and glared at him, preparing to unleash dark water. Don't even think about harming my brother, Blackbeard. Ace intervened, launching a fire punch. After so many days in Impel down, your spirit remains unyielding, Ace. Blackbeard retaliated, absorbing Ace's flames with a cloud of darkness. Teach. Marco's furious roar echoed as he charged at Blackbeard like a tempest, delivering a powerful kick. Captain Marco. Blackbeard blocked Marco's kick effortlessly, surprising him with his strength. Captain Marco, allow me to show you the power I have acquired, Blackbeard declared, a dark mist emanating from his hand, drawing Marco toward him uncontrollably. As Blackbeard seized Marco by the throat, terror washed over Marco as he felt his abilities suppressed upon contact. Boom. Blackbeard's heavy punch sent Marco crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Marco. Seizing the opportunity, Ace struck Blackbeard, sending him flying. Ace, don't get entangled with him. I'll take you away. Free from Blackbeard's grip, Marco regained his powers, swiftly lifting both Ace and Luffy and soaring away. Don't let Fire Fist Ace escape. All wickedness must be obliterated here. The fury of the warring states roared, and the formidable Buddha's hand unleashed a staggering force, enveloping the golden lion. The terrifying impact shattered the earth, causing the lion at the epicenter to violently expel a mouthful of blood. I shall not let you escape. The yellow ape transformed into light, a reflection appearing above Marco, delivering a lightspeed kick that sent Marco plummeting. Dreadful. Are you all right, Ace? After crashing to the ground, Marco inquired of Ace. I am fine, Ace replied. 8-pound jewel. After toppling Marco, the yellow ape hovered in midair, unleashing countless radiant orbs that rained down frantically upon Marco's position. Upon witnessing this, Marco soared into the sky to intercept all of the yellow ape's assaults. Quickly subdue Fire Fist Ace and the Straw Hat Brat. The Marines surged forward, converging upon Ace and Luffy. Blackbeard, do not pursue any further. Allow me to be your opponent for the time being. Just as Blackbeard was about to chase Ace, a gust of yellow sand swept through, and Crocodile materialized before him. Crocodile, I have no time to engage with you now, Blackbeard said with a grim expression. What does that concern me? Sand Monster's arm. Crocodile leaped high into the air, sand swirling in his wake, coalescing into a formidable arm in an instant. He then hurled a powerful punch towards Blackbeard. Chapter 91. Crocodile versus Blackbeard. Damn Crocodile, Blackbeard exclaimed as he saw the merciless strike descending upon him. He swiftly raised his hand, unleashing the darkness. Dark hole. In the next moment, Crocodile's sand-laden fist began to be absorbed by the powers of the dark fruit. Realizing that Blackbeard was consuming his sand, Crocodile immediately halted his assault and retreated. Crocodile, this is the suppression of the devil fruit, Blackbeard taunted casually after effortlessly blocking Crocodile's attack. Now why don't you give it another try? Crocodile transformed into a wisp of yellow sand, plunging toward Blackbeard at an astonishing speed. With his golden hook enveloped in hockey, he aimed to strike at Blackbeard. Bang! Blackbeard, reacting swiftly, raised his hand to harden his hockey, effectively blocking the golden hook. Dark water. Immediately, Blackbeard pointed his hand at Crocodile, and Crocodile felt an overwhelming force drawing him in, rendering him unable to resist as he was pulled toward Blackbeard. Bang! As the equilibrium of his body shattered, Crocodile felt the world turn upside down, and in the next instant, Blackbeard delivered a powerful punch toward him. Thud! The blow sent Crocodile flying back, his body arched like a bow. Incredible, truly. The power of the dark fruit. Crocodile wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then rose to his feet. The sparse description of a few steps in the anime pales in comparison to the terror of this first-hand experience. In that fleeting moment, the disappearance of the devil fruit's power was one aspect, while the sudden emergence of a formidable suction was another. However, I am no longer a mere name without substance. Crocodile raised his hand, and several blades of sand shot towards him. Ha ha, no matter how many times you come, it will always be the same. Blackbeard laughed heartily, employing the dark hole technique to absorb Crocodile's assault. Then let us see what you can truly do. Crocodile incessantly manipulated the yellow sand to launch an assault on Blackbeard, while simultaneously transforming into grains of sand, flitting about in search of opportunities. Suddenly, Blackbeard sensed a chill creeping down his spine and swiftly turned to block with his arm, only to find a golden hook firmly pressed against it. What a remarkable reaction, Blackbeard. Crocodile let out a light chuckle, while Blackbeard similarly displayed a sinister grin, extending his hand as he prepared to employ his infamous technique once more. The Golden Blade. Crocodile learned his lesson well. He would not fall prey a second time. With a swift motion, he transformed his hand into a deadly blade of sand, piercing through Blackbeard's chest in an instant. Blackbeard let out a pained wail as blood gushed from his wound, his body writhing on the ground. Soon after, a shroud of darkness enveloped him, concealing his form. As the darkness dissipated, Blackbeard stood revitalized, a glimmer of vitality in his demeanor. Crocodile, The power of darkness can absorb even the injuries sustained. You stand no chance. He bellowed with a hearty laugh, an endless abyss of darkness emanating from him. Hey, Blackbeard, your laughter is quite unpleasant. Moreover, I have never been alone in this battle. As Crocodile's voice faded, Blackbeard's laughter abruptly ceased. The Six Powers secret technique, Six Kings gun. Lucci suddenly materialized behind Blackbeard, and a powerful shockwave instantaneously surged through Blackbeard's very core. The agonizing pain nearly rendering him unconscious due to the adverse effects of the devil fruit. Synopsis: the protagonist traverses into the role of Crocodile, who immediately disbands the Baroque works and establishes the Baroque Pirates, declaring a departure from the Seven Warlords of the sea to the world. He also announces the rising fame of Nico Robin under his banner before embarking on a journey into the New World.